Introduction. In a parallel world, the continent of JoJo is about to witness the arrival of a mysterious forbidden realm, wherein two fortunate individuals from each nation will be selected to participate in a game. The rewards garnered by the bound players will manifest in their respective realities at tenfold value. However, should a player meet their demise, their homeland will face severe repercussions. Qin Chuan traverses to the JoJo continent, assuming the form of a mere 4-year-old child, endowed with a role-playing system that allows him to embody the legendary NEZHA, and fortuitously becomes one of the chosen participants. Upon the citizens of the Yanhuang nation discovering that their representative is but a young child, despair swiftly ensues, while other nations mock and scorn. Yet, as the true prowess of the magical youth unfolds before the world, they will come to realize how egregiously mistaken they were. Yanhuang netizens exclaim, "Divine protection for the magical child," while others retort, "This young rascal is clearly cheating. We shall not accept this." The initiator remarks, "This child exceeds my expectations. He must be eradicated." To which Qin Chuan boldly declares, "My fate is mine to command, whether divine or demonic. I shall bring your end." Chapter 1. National fortune descends. The forbidden realm opens. In the Beihai orphanage, within a peculiar small dark room, a young child of 3 or 4 years reclines against the floor, propping his head with one hand, a blade of grass dangling from his lips. The most peculiar feature is his pronounced dark circles, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. His name is Qin Chuan, recently confined by the headmaster in this small chamber, a place he evidently frequents. Thus, despite being locked away, he remains unperturbed, muttering to himself, "Confined within these walls, with naught to do, I scale the walls and wreak havoc anew. 1,000 times I've played this game, even I grow weary of this same. I am the harbinger of misfortune, carefree and unburdened. Even in the latrine, I recall the absence of paper. Life is but a cascade of tears, merely surviving brings its own strife. The more one struggles, the more ill-fated they become, the greater the aspirations, the more tragic the plight. Exhausted from the fight, isn't it better to languish in slumber?" Then, the young child Qin Chuan sighs, "I never imagined I would traverse to the JoJo planet for 4 years." Indeed, Qin Chuan is a traveler from another realm. For years prior, he succumbed to a sudden flood, his soul then traversing to JoJo. This planet bears a striking resemblance to Earth, yet its overall volume is approximately twice that of Earth. As time progresses, technological advancements and population growth have ravaged JoJo's resources. Powerful nations in the Western continent brazenly plunder weaker states, for the adage holds true: to be backward is to be beaten. Fortunately, after centuries of development, Yanhuang has emerged as the most formidable nation on JoJo and the most peace-loving country globally. As long as they are not provoked, they remain steadfast in guarding their borders. Upon his arrival, Qin Chuan became an orphan, raised by the headmaster of the Beihai orphanage. Like many travelers, he activated a role-playing system upon his arrival. By continuously embodying a character and enhancing his role degree, he could gradually acquire the abilities of that character. The first persona he unlocked was none other than NEZHA from NEZHA, the Devil's Child, the legendary youth who defied fate and dared to pierce the heavens. NEZHA's life is undeniably poignant. He is reclusive, indifferent, rebellious, and cynical, harboring disbelief in destiny, even daring to challenge the heavens. His declaration, "My fate is mine to command," has moved countless hearts. To embody NEZHA, Qin Chuan has exerted himself to the utmost over the past 4 years. To date, he has attained a 20 role degree, equating to a fraction of NEZHA's prowess. Alas, it appears that his role degree is insufficient, for he currently possesses none of NEZHA's treasured artifacts. His dedication to embodying NEZHA has led him to adopt an eccentric appearance and behavior, resulting in his peers' reluctance to associate with him, some even harboring disdain, labeling him as a monster or an omen of ill fate. However, the headmaster has never given up on him, which deeply touches Qin Chuan. He remains unfazed by the taunts of his peers. To increase his role degree, he creates chaos within the orphanage daily, earning the ire of everyone there. Consequently, the headmaster has once again confined him to the dark room for reflection. Boom! As Qin Chuan languishes in the dark room, boredom consuming him, a flash of lightning suddenly streaks across the sky. The heavens blaze with electrical fury, as though a deity has descended, instilling terror. Then, a mysterious voice resonates within Qin Chuan's mind. Global announcement: the mysterious forbidden realm is about to open. Across the globe, 300 nations shall randomly select 2 fortunate individuals to enter the Forbidden Realm, totaling 600 participants. The selected fortunate ones will be bound to their respective nations, unalterable, their fortunes intertwined with that of their homeland. The exploration of this Forbidden Realm will be broadcast live on screens worldwide, allowing anyone to switch their focus to the 600 participants at will and view from various angles. Within the Forbidden Realm, the fortunate ones may explore uncharted territories and acquire abundant resources. Should a participant from their nation secure resources, they will materialize in the real world at a minimum tenfold value, contingent upon the star rating of the resources discovered. The Forbidden Realm brims with opportunities and dangers. Not only are there rich resources, but many mysterious chances await. Completing certain events may also yield extraordinary rewards. A gentle reminder: in certain concealed locations, unexpected tasks and treasures may arise, yet be wary of lurking dangers. It is imperative to remember, each fortunate individual possesses one initial resurrection opportunity within the Forbidden Realm. Should this opportunity be exhausted, their bound nation will suffer a mandatory 5-year reduction in lifespan for each participant. Every fortunate individual is closely linked to their homeland. Avoid reckless actions. If both selected individuals from a nation perish within the Forbidden Realm, their homeland will endure an additional penalty of climate, environmental, and geological disasters. In the mysterious realm, anything may transpire. Prioritize your safety and trust no one. Finally, when a fortunate individual reaches a certain pinnacle, an ultimate task will be issued. Only upon completion of this ultimate task will the Forbidden Realm's gates close, and the world will awaken to a resurgence of spiritual energy, allowing all surviving fortunate ones to return to reality. The fortunate individual who completes the ultimate task will receive a mysterious reward, and their nation's spiritual energy, resources, and hidden realms will be magnified 100-fold compared to other nations. The mysterious Forbidden Realm will officially commence in 10 minutes. Prepare yourselves, for you may be that fortunate one. Countdown begins. 9:59, 9:58. At this very moment, Qin Chuan, along with countless others around the globe, hears the enigmatic voice resounding in their minds. Many are filled with curiosity and confusion, while others adopt an indifferent or dismissive attitude. Yet from this instant, the world erupts in fervor. Numerous individuals hastily unlock their phones, discovering that the internet is ablaze with discussions regarding the mysterious Forbidden Realm. Such occurrences are indeed peculiar. If they were confined to a select few, it might be more easily dismissed. However, the sound reverberates globally, affirming the reality of this phenomenon. This is not a mere auditory hallucination, it's genuine. What on earth is happening in this world? Such an enigmatic event defies the laws of science. Science can wait. This is hardly the time for such discussions, you fool. The lid on Einstein's coffin is about to burst. Everyone, lend a hand. Let's focus on the real issue here. The mysterious Forbidden Zone is astonishing, capable of manifesting resources in the real world at least tenfold. This is undeniably a source of great joy. Truth be told, I wish to be that fortunate one. Nonsense. It should undoubtedly be me. Don't celebrate prematurely. Becoming that lucky individual may not be a blessing. The grim reality is that death could forcibly reduce our lifespan by 5 years. That's quite a severe penalty. Luck is random. I hope that person is a formidable special forces soldier or a master skilled in wilderness survival. My greater concern is the resurgence of spiritual energy. Oh, how thrilling. Chapter 2. Participating in National Destiny. The allure of the mysterious Forbidden Zone is immense, particularly for the resource-depleted planet of Zhou. After an initial wave of astonishment and disbelief, many individuals began to prepare, shouldering bags and venturing out to acquire various necessities, leading to an unprecedented surge in activity at shopping malls and supermarkets. Conversations surrounding the Forbidden Zone dominated every moment, as people oscillated between anticipation and fear of becoming that fortunate individual. They were acutely aware that being chosen might not bode well for them. Their understanding of the mysteries within the Forbidden Realm was non-existent, and it was clear that safety could not be guaranteed. As time ticked away, tension mounted as everyone awaited the opening of the Forbidden Zone. High-ranking officials in each nation convened urgent meetings, swiftly issuing a series of recommendations. In a timely response, a beautiful spokesperson, Bing Bing, appeared on screen, her expression grave as she addressed the nation. Though I am reluctant to acknowledge the existence of the Forbidden Zone, at this moment, citizens must prepare necessary supplies and self-defense items, awaiting the zone's opening. Bing Bing is urging us, I must act now. If even the stunning Bing Bing is saying this, we must heed our nation's call. Consequently, the populace of Yanhuang prepared diligently for the impending forbidden zone. The central authority encourages us to gather essential supplies clearly. This situation significantly impacts our nation. Indeed, every country must participate. Finding resources safely would be a collective victory. Yet if misfortune strikes, it would spell grave losses for every nation. Given that 99% of the global population consists of ordinary individuals, the likelihood of a commoner being selected is high. The forbidden zone is undoubtedly perilous. Heaven forbid all the chosen ones perish there. While that is a possibility, we must maintain hope. Enough talk, I must prepare. Choose me. I am a retired veteran, ready to sacrifice everything for my country. I am a retired Navy SEAL, always prepared to serve my nation. Although I am a doctor, this concerns our nation's future. If chosen, I will strive until my last breath. A primary school student claims to have never felt fear. Forbidden zone? Qin Chuan's lips formed a small pout as he stood up from the ground. He had believed this world to be not vastly different from Earth, yet it appeared he had underestimated this planet. He initially thought his embodiment of NEZHA might never reach full potential, especially when compared to the original magical child NEZHA, as he felt devoid of destiny. It turned out that the forbidden zone was his ultimate objective. Preparation was unnecessary. He had invested 4 years in readiness. This was a testament to his unwavering confidence. Even with merely 20 of NEZHA's power, he could undoubtedly overpower anyone on this planet. Countdown 010, 009, midnight. You have been selected as the fortunate one, permanently bound to the nation of Yanhuang. 600 fortunate individuals have been confirmed, permanently linked to their nation's destiny. The live broadcast of national fortune has officially commenced, and the mysterious forbidden zone is opening. As the ancient bronze door in the broadcast swung open, a cascade of golden light engulfed the screen, randomly transporting 600 fortunate individuals. National fortune has begun. As the announcement concluded, the silhouettes of 600 individuals transformed into beams of white light, vanishing from the planet of Jiuzhou. Billions around the world tuned in to witness this pivotal live broadcast concerning their nation's destinies, with reactions ranging from curiosity to excitement, tension to anxiety, and even relief. Their absence from the teleportation signified they were not the chosen ones, and with that realization came a sense of loss. Many aspired to bring glory to their country, longing to become the fortunate individuals who would carve out legendary paths within the forbidden zone. Yet, these were merely dreams. On every national broadcasting platform, the first appearance featured 2 names representing their citizens. Qin Chuan's name was prominently displayed alongside another, Shangguan Riyun. It was evident from their names that among the 2 bound to the nation of Yanhuang, one was male and the other female. In that moment, their names became known to countless individuals, eclipsing the fame of all celebrities. The comment sections across platforms erupted. What a pity not to have become the fortunate one. I'm a bit heartbroken. I had my artillery ready, such a shame I couldn't showcase my skills. My blade is eager for action. Why has fate denied me this opportunity? Qin Chuan, Shangguan Ruoyan, you must persevere, do not fall. Absolutely. Nothing is more precious than your lives. Do not be reckless. Even if you must survive till the end, we will not blame you. The number of viewers is staggering, reaching tens of millions, not counting other platforms. Fortunate ones, do your best. Go. Strive. Keep pushing. They quickly switched to the live footage of their nation's lucky individuals, eager to catch a glimpse of their appearance. First in their view was an endless sea of greenery, towering ancient trees reaching for the heavens, exuding an aura of antiquity. The fresh air prompted many to exclaim, such forests are exceedingly rare on Jiuzhou. As the teleportation was random, each fortunate individual could not be grouped together, so they silently invoked the name of another. Soon, the live feed of that lucky individual appeared. Over 80 began with Shangguan Riyun, not for any specific reason, but simply because she was a girl. What the heck? Just a thought summons this incredible broadcast. And first I've checked in. Let me see what our nation's fortunate individual looks like. In the scene, a woman clad in a well-fitted outdoor combat uniform stands with poise, gripping a submachine gun and adorned with a dagger and grenade at her waist, vigilantly observing her surroundings from behind a tree. Although her face is painted in camouflage, her bright, expressive eyes and striking demeanor, combined with the live broadcast effect, render her presence almost lifelike. What a beautiful young lady. This young lady must be a soldier. and she appears to be an exceptionally skilled warrior. Just look at her adept movements and fluid maneuvers. She is truly impressive. How wonderful it is that our nation possesses such a formidable female warrior. Nay, she should be regarded as a goddess of war. May the heavens bless our land. Women can indeed hold up half the sky. Go, young lady. Chapter 3. The fortunate ones of Yanhuang turned out to be mischievous children, however, just as the people of our nation rejoiced at the prospect of having a female soldier. A segment of the audience shifted their attention to Qin Chuan. Upon seeing his figure, everyone was momentarily stunned. Rubbing their eyes, they believed they might have made a mistake. Yet, once they confirmed that this was indeed a live broadcast concerning the fate of the nation, chaos ensued. Is this real? Can someone tell me this isn't true? How is it possible that among our nation's two fortunate individuals, one is merely a child? I seriously suspect he hasn't even weaned yet. Is this the end for Yanhuang? Panic ensued as the citizens lamented, "Our nation is doomed. This broadcast holds the hopes of 2 billion of us, one woman and one child. How can we even face this?" Regardless of who made this choice, selecting a child is utterly outrageous. What can a 3-year-old possibly contribute? This is akin to sending someone to their doom. It is too cruel. I can hardly bear to watch the remainder of the broadcast. Were it not for the presence of a female soldier, I fear the entire populace of Yanhuang would lose their minds. The magnitude of this national fate was indeed paramount. It was a battle that could not be lost. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. When the audience turned their gaze to the fortunate ones of other nations, their spirits plummeted. There stood the champion of the beautiful nation, who, at a mere 30 years of age, had already claimed the title of boxing champion. What incredible luck, one might exclaim. But little did they know of the other fortunate individual from the beautiful nation, a captain of the devilish special forces, who had participated in countless battles and amassed over 100 medals. This was a person who danced on the edge of life and death, having recently engaged in combat that resulted in the destruction of a foreign presidential palace. And then, they urged the viewers to look at the fortunate ones from the land of the rising sun. One was a 3-time Olympic wrestling champion, while the other was a renowned master of swordsmanship, rumored to possess ninja skills. When comparing the fortunate ones from foreign lands to those of their own, the disparity became glaringly evident. Although Yanhuang boasted a female soldier of considerable fortune, the gap, when juxtaposed with the warriors, boxing champions, and martial arts masters from other nations, seemed insurmountable. Upon hearing about Yanhuang's unfortunate luck, one female soldier and a mere 3-year-old child, the foreigners erupted in laughter, mockingly predicting the downfall of Yanhuang. The citizens of Yanhuang would not stand for such disparagement and began to retaliate, resulting in a fierce keyboard battle within the live broadcast. Meanwhile, 4-year-old Qin Chuan remained blissfully unaware of the tumult surrounding him. Even if he did, he would care not a whit. The director of the National Security Bureau, Yang Jingyi, inquired, "What have we discovered?" It has been revealed that Qin Chuan grew up in an orphanage in Beihai and is now merely 4 years old. A staff member responded with palpable despair, 4 years old. Silence enveloped the room. Could anyone truly place their hopes on a child of such tender age? Clearly, they could not. Fortunately, there remained Shangwan Riyun. Yang Jingyi relaxed his brow, yet still remarked, "Preparations must be made. We must brace ourselves for the worst." Indeed, upon hearing the mysterious voice proclaim his selection, Qin Chuan inwardly acknowledged the truth of it. Suddenly, his surroundings brightened, and when he regained his senses, he found himself amidst a towering forest of ancient trees. Upon entering this new world, Qin Chuan could no longer contain his exuberance and erupted into laughter. Ha! Finally, I can soar freely. While in the orphanage, he had endeavored to embody NEZHA, yet he had to temper his actions. After all, NEZHA's destructive power was formidable. The orphanage was his home, and the elderly headmaster had treated him kindly. So despite his frequent mischief in portraying NEZHA, he had exercised restraint, fearful of causing harm to the orphanage. Now, in this new realm, he was liberated from such constraints. Qin Chuan began to revel in his newfound freedom, wandering freely through the forest and even singing "Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. Was it truly appropriate to shout so loudly in the midst of a forest? "Oh, little star of the divine, I implore you, cease your cries. It is perilous there. Child, return to safety. I would willingly take your place in that forbidden land, sparing you from such danger." He was but a child. How could the gods be so cruel as to thrust a mere 3- or 4-year-old into such a brutal game in a treacherous domain? He likely had no comprehension of where he was, perhaps even lacking the understanding of fear itself. "I can no longer bear to witness the unfolding scene. Forgive me. I must withdraw." Qin Chuan's innocent and whimsical demeanor tugged at many hearts. In a perilous and forbidding place, where danger lurked at every turn, others were desperate to stifle any sound. Yet our Qin Chuan hummed his tune, blissfully oblivious to the threats surrounding him. Perhaps he did not even grasp the concept of danger. All hopes were pinned on Shangguan Riyun, while for Qin Chuan, they merely wished for him to survive a little longer. He possessed nothing, not even the most fundamental provisions of food and water. And I truly pondered what he would do next. This was secondary. The forest was fraught with danger, especially in such a primordial wilderness, teeming with snakes, insects, and vermin. Even seasoned soldiers would tread carefully. It was entirely reasonable that Qin Chuan carried nothing. Could one truly expect a 4-year-old to navigate the wilderness alone? Absurdity. Oh, behold, a tree. As Qin Chuan beheld a tree in the distance adorned with vibrant red fruits, a smile crept across his lips as he remarked, "It appears to be quite delectable." Those in the live broadcast room inwardly cautioned against it. One must never recklessly consume the flora of the forest. To their astonishment, they soon noticed a venomous snake cleverly concealed on one side of the tree. Alarmingly, there was indeed a serpent up there. The serpent had camouflaged itself so effectively that it had nearly gone unnoticed. The little creature was now inching closer to the tree, seemingly intent on plucking the fruit. Oh dear, could it be that he intended to reach for those fruits, despite the presence of a highly poisonous snake? Fear not, it cannot climb, after all. How small is he? Yet, to their disbelief, Qin Chuan was scaling the tree with remarkable agility. The viewers were left speechless. They had assumed that such a small child could not possibly climb a tree, yet the unfolding scene was nothing short of astonishing. Before their very eyes, Qin Chuan ascended the tree with incredible swiftness. Chapter 4. Astonishment. How is he achieving this? He is truly only 3 or 4 years old. How on earth is he accomplishing this? The fruit hung at least 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Is he truly capable of this feat? Goodness! His tree-climbing prowess is extraordinary. Has he been climbing trees since birth? Ah, he is merely a child. His parents must be frantic with worry. I am Yan Huanghongku, and I have just uncovered some details about Qin Chuan. He is an orphan, abandoned at the Beihai orphanage since infancy, and today, he has just turned 4. The revelation of a 4-year-old orphan left many in silence, with some even shedding tears within the live broadcast room. At 4 years of age, he should be enjoying a carefree childhood, yet he has become a fortunate one, bereft of the hope of simply continuing to live. This game is exceedingly cruel. Hello everyone. I am Bing Bing, here to provide official commentary for the live broadcast. Swiftly, an official window appeared in Qin Chuan's live stream, leaving countless viewers in awe. Wow, Bing Bing has arrived. Oh my, Bing Bing is here to provide commentary. How delightful. That is my wife. No, mine. Thanks to Bing Bing's presence, Qin Chuan's live stream experienced an explosive surge in viewership, with millions joining in, a testament to her immense popularity. Every fortunate child is afforded a display window featuring a national representative in the lower left corner of the Forbidden Zone's live stream, showcasing the commentator's image. Given that Qin Chuan is only 3 or 4 years old, he requires even more attention and care. The Yanhuang National Security Bureau promptly dispatched the most popular Bing Bing to support him, although those within the Forbidden Zone were unaware. This gesture ensured that the entire nation would recognize that the country would not abandon any of its citizens. Bing Bing declared, "Do not underestimate young Qin Chuan. You must have faith in him. A typical 4-year-old lacks the ability to climb trees, so we must believe in Qin Chuan." Though even she herself struggled to believe these words, Bing Bing was resolute in not letting her compatriots abandon hope. This was her duty during the live broadcast. Bing Bing was indeed correct. We must rally our support for Qin Chuan. For Bing Bing's sake, the extinguished hearts of many were reignited. Within the confines of the forbidden ground, Qin Chuan's innocent and radiant smile was vividly etched in the gaze of the onlookers. He was drawing ever closer to the fruit hanging from the tree. Yet, the viewers in the live broadcast room wished fervently for Qin Chuan to refrain from climbing that tree, for peril lurked above. They were simultaneously astonished by Qin Chuan's climbing prowess and hopeful that he would tire and cease his ascent. However, reality unfolded quite differently from their imaginings. After ascending 3 meters, Qin Chuan suddenly exerted himself, thrusting his foot down, and leaped directly onto the branch beside the fruit, where he stood firmly. The viewers were left utterly astounded. They gazed in disbelief at this spectacle. Could such a feat truly be accomplished by a mere child? Even a special forces soldier would find it exceedingly difficult to leap onto a branch several meters above without assistance. It was simply beyond belief. Qin Chuan was scarcely more than 80 centimeters tall, and yet this child was capable of unleashing such tremendous energy. The live broadcast room fell into a profound silence for a moment. Haha, it looks absolutely delicious. In the frame, Qin Chuan grinned widely as he reached out his small hand to pluck the peculiar fruit. Yet, at that very moment, an unseen danger loomed ominously. Oh no! The venomous snake was still in the tree. Little one, you must move away from there. It is perilous. Qin Chuan, you cannot come to harm. Qin Chuan. The entire audience in the live broadcast room was anxiously sweating for Qin Chuan. At this moment, he held the hearts of countless individuals in his hands, and they watched with trepidation as the snake opened its jaws, preparing to strike at Qin Chuan. It was a disaster waiting to happen. Oh dear, poor child. How tragic it would be. How vile was that snake, showing no mercy even to a child. The audience felt a wave of sorrow for Qin Chuan's impending fate. Many could scarcely bear to watch the live feed. They truly could not endure witnessing the moment when Qin Chuan would be bitten by the serpent. Oh, little snake, do you wish to eat the fruit as well? However, contrary to their expectations of a dreadful scream, what emerged instead was the youthful and somewhat exhilarated voice of Qin Chuan. What was happening? The crowd's attention shifted back to the live broadcast. Everyone was once again left in astonishment. What did they witness? They beheld Qin Chuan's tender left hand firmly gripping the head of the venomous snake, allowing its body to writhe about, while his right hand clutched the extraordinary fruit, which was several times larger than his own hand. He was simultaneously munching on the fruit and inquiring of the snake, whose head he held in a manner that nearly caused its eyes to bulge. Oh my, how is it possible to catch a snake with one's bare hands? Having missed it, I regret not witnessing the moment when Qin Chuan captured the snake, consumed by my own concerns. Can someone elaborate on that scene for me? On the other hand, I did see it, and it was absolutely remarkable. It was as if the hand of divinity intervened. You cannot fathom the disbelief I felt when I beheld Qin Chuan effortlessly seizing the venomous creature. Even Bing Bing, unable to bear the thought of Qin Chuan being bitten by the poison, refrained from watching the live broadcast and subsequently regretted her decision. However, as a distinguished journalist, she promptly remarked, "Everyone has witnessed this. This is the spirit of our nation. What does it matter if he is merely 4 years old? What does it matter if the venomous snake lurks in the shadows? It shall still bow before him." Bing Bing spoke wisely. Indeed, every child from our illustrious lineage is extraordinary. A mere snake is inconsequential. Sister Bing Bing is truly impressive. She had already indicated that Qin Chuan was exceptional, and upon witnessing it, it was evidently true. With such talented successors from our heritage, what worries can we have for the future? Truly, our young prodigies are remarkable. In truth, Bing Bing herself was utterly bewildered. She had no inkling how Qin Chuan accomplished such a feat. Her curiosity was piqued. Everyone shared her sentiment. Could an ordinary 4-year-old catch a snake barehanded? The speed at which the snake attacked was astonishing. Yet, amidst the live broadcast, a foreign voice sneered. Humph. It was merely luck. You think your little ones from Yanhuang can achieve anything significant? This time they were fortunate, but this is the forest. What about next time? Will luck be on their side again? The speaker, a foreigner, had witnessed the moment when Qin Chuan seemed destined to be bitten, and their excitement was palpable. Yet, as the scene shifted, they were astounded to see the child turn the tide and capture the snake. Their anticipation of a spectacle was dashed, leaving them dissatisfied. Huh. You foreigners must be envious that our little child can surpass you, they thought. Return to your broadcast room and spare us your embarrassment. Such remarks were swiftly drowned out, as the speakers found themselves ridiculed, uttering a harsh word before departing. Chapter 5. So joyful within the forbidden zone. Qin Chuan remained blissfully unaware that he had become the focal point for countless spectators outside. After all, Qin Chuan was embodying NEZHA. Have you ever seen NEZHA fear a mere snake? NEZHA is the one who dares to flay dragons. He has never known what it means to be afraid. That small venomous snake appeared rather delectable. Qin Chuan also discovered that the fruits on this tree were no ordinary fare. They could enhance his internal energy, albeit slightly, but it confirmed that the forbidden zone indeed harbored many treasures beneficial to the fortunate. In the live broadcast room, the audience observed as Qin Chuan, after consuming a fruit, fixed his gaze upon a languishing venomous snake in his left hand with an unusual intensity. He even licked his lips. Those witnessing this spectacle began to voice their thoughts. I have a bold notion. I possess a well-structured plan regarding your idea. I am equipped with a flawless strategy for your endeavors. My goodness, the look in his eyes resembles that of a patron in a hamburger joint contemplating a delectable dish. Could he possibly intend to consume the snake? Goodness gracious, that is a venomous serpent. Is he not concerned about poisoning himself? You are overthinking it, a 4-year-old child. Devoid of any tools, how could he possibly ignite a fire? Surely, you do not naively believe he has acquired outdoor grilling skills at such a tender age. He merely enjoys a stroke of luck. This sentiment garnered consensus among the viewers. While Qin Chuan did capture the snake, there is a saying that goes, "A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers." Perhaps it is merely fortuitous that Qin Chuan managed to seize the snake. However, they were clearly overestimating the situation. In a swift motion, Qin Chuan flicked the snake in his hand, only to discover that he had inadvertently squeezed the life out of it. Even a fraction of the power of the magical child NEZHA is formidable enough. Crushing a venomous snake is hardly a remarkable feat. How mundane. It succumbed so easily. Bored, Qin Chuan began to toss the lifeless snake around on the tree trunk, flailing his arms in play as if it were a game. Initially taken aback, the audience soon found amusement in Qin Chuan's antics. What a lively little rascal. Yet, some in the broadcast room speculated that Qin Chuan was practicing martial arts. What kind of martial arts could a child raised in an orphanage possibly master? This notion was quickly challenged. Nonetheless, Bing noticed a detail and promptly remarked, "I wonder if anyone has recognized a remarkable fact. Our Qin Chuan is truly extraordinary. While you focus on his exuberance, you have entirely overlooked the fact that he is balancing on a tree trunk. This trunk is not particularly large, yet he moves with such grace. Does this not signify something noteworthy?" Upon her observation, the viewers shifted their attention to this detail, unanimously acknowledging Qin Chuan's exceptional abilities. Could it be that he has been practicing acrobatics since childhood? Perhaps those in the orphanage foster a sense of independence from an early age. Each individual was left perplexed. Despite his small stature, Qin Chuan exuded an air of mystery. After amusing himself for a while, Qin Chuan casually discarded the deceased snake aside and sat upon the trunk, indulging in several more fruits. The audience in the live broadcast was left bewildered. How could such a small child possibly digest so many fruits? His little stomach is astonishingly robust. Wait a moment, is this a National Fortune live broadcast? I nearly mistook it for a children's show. I almost thought it was a culinary broadcast. The audience was left speechless, nearly confounded by Qin Chuan's display, to the point where they almost lost track of the nature of the broadcast. There must be something more enjoyable to discover. Qin Chuan gazed into the distance, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he were in search of some delightful adventure. The audience in the live stream could empathize with Qin Chuan's enthusiasm. After all, he was but a child at an age filled with curiosity and a love for play, despite the perilous surroundings. They had never placed the burden of exploration solely on Qin Chuan. Their primary hope was merely for his survival. They wished for his good fortune to persist. Viewers expressed their sentiments, watching as Qin Chuan grasped a large tree and, like a child on a slide, descended to the ground below. This display left the spectators momentarily speechless. Where had this little one acquired such agility? Were it not for the certainty that this was a live broadcast, they might have believed they were witnessing a cinematic spectacle. Wandering aimlessly through the lush forest, Qin Chuan found himself amidst towering grasses that often surpassed his height. However, news from abroad broke that someone had succumbed to a venomous snake bite. Such swift misfortune, leading to death by serpent, was alarming. A young child from Yanhuang boasted that he could crush a snake with his bare hands. Which unfortunate nation faced such calamity? Curiosity piqued. Many netizens sought out the live stream of the ill-fated individual, discovering the feed fixated on a single spot, where the unfortunate soul lay, pallid and lifeless. Wasn't there supposed to be a chance for revival? Why was there no sign of resurrection? Unbeknownst to many, this unfortunate individual had already faced death twice. In disbelief, they exclaimed, "No way. Our young ones are thriving." A grave situation had arisen. Reports indicated a sudden decline in the elderly population, with many experiencing rapid aging and numerous others hospitalized. Could it truly be this dire? They had forgotten that if a chosen one perished, every individual in that nation would lose 5 years of life, a calamity for the elderly. Fear gripped the populace, as the consequences of a single death spiraled into societal unrest, far beyond their initial expectations. Furthermore, should both chosen ones from their nation perish, an even greater catastrophe would ensue. Witnessing the unfolding events in a foreign land, a heavy pall settled over everyone's hearts, especially in Yanhuang, where this young child held the fate of the entire nation in his hands. Consequently, many redirected their attention to Qin Chuan, while the adult soldier, Shang Wanryun, seemed less of a concern. Unlike Qin Chuan, she was a grown individual. "Qin Chuan, you must not come to harm. I cannot bear the thought of losing 5 years of my youth," she lamented. "My grandmother has been so kind to me. I do not wish to see her suffer. Qin Chuan, please take care of yourself." Yet, as fate would have it, matters often do not unfold as desired. In the midst of the live broadcast featuring Qin Chuan, a resounding roar of a beast echoed through the air. At that moment, Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Wow, a wild animal. How delightful. He then dashed eagerly toward the source of the roar. The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished, nearly bowing down to him in disbelief. While others wished to distance themselves from danger, this audacious child seemed to run directly toward it. Was he courting death? His innocent declaration of joy nearly gave me a heart attack. Alas, I was rushing to the hospital, well into my 50s, uncertain of how much longer I might live. It was a heavy burden to place the fate of the nation upon the shoulders of a child. Fate has indeed dealt a difficult hand to our Yuan. Hey, is that the black man carrying the coffin? I would like to make a reservation. What? I must wait in line. Chapter 6. Horse-riding Qin Chuan followed the sound. But the forest was too dense. As soon as he entered the thicket, he vanished from sight. He was simply too small. Where did he go? The grass is so tall. Those watching the broadcast were astonished at how quickly he moved. How could this little rascal be so swift? Surely, he must spend every day navigating through the jungle. It was perilous. The forest harbored countless unknown dangers. Although Qin Chuan's figure was difficult to spot, the rustling of the grass and the live footage revealed that his speed remained unaffected by the foliage. Viewers speculated that it was precisely because of his diminutive stature that he thrived in such an environment. Before long, they finally caught sight of the long-awaited scene. Qin Chuan emerged safely from the thicket, appearing unscathed save for a few stray blades of grass. This astonished many. What they might not realize is that others who had ventured into the underbrush had emerged covered in sores, a truly frightful sight. Perhaps Qin Chuan was simply lucky. This patch of grass bore no threats. Indeed, Lady Luck seemed to favor our fortunate child. Yet, as he ventured toward danger, it was doubtful he would survive long. Silence enveloped the crowd. The forbidden zone was impenetrable, leaving them unable to communicate, their hearts heavy with unease. Upon emerging from the jungle, Qin Chuan intended to press onward. But his keen senses soon detected that something was watching him. What could it be? In the broadcast, the thicket behind him shook violently for a moment before falling still. However, as Qin Chuan paused, the foliage trembled once more, indicating that some creature had set its sights on him. Suddenly, the jungle swayed rapidly, and a dark figure leaped forth, landing before Qin Chuan, baring its teeth and glaring menacingly at him. As everyone beheld the terrifying creature, their hearts trembled. For the live footage felt so vivid, as though they were witnessing the beast with their own eyes. To everyone's astonishment, there stood a black leopard, towering at approximately 1.5 meters in height. Its fierce visage was truly terrifying, especially with its mouth full of sharp fangs. Anyone would believe that a single bite from it could shatter bones into fragments. The beast roared with the authority of a king, sending shockwaves that nearly caused some timid individuals in the live broadcast studio to lose control. Qin Chuan, run. Run? What a foolish notion. Humans are no match for a leopard. Should we simply wait to be devoured like a snack? Perhaps the leopard wouldn't even find the little one appealing. Are you blind? The leopard is clearly charging at the child. In the eyes of the predator, it matters not who you are. At that moment, a data card appeared on the live stream, prompting everyone to click and take a look. Monster name, Shadow Leopard Strength Rating, 1-star talent, speed friendly reminder, within the forbidden zone. Monster strength is rated from 1 to 10 stars. This was a 1-star monster, the Shadow Leopard. One could only wonder how formidable a 10-star creature might be. I could almost envision the Shadow Leopard sinking its teeth into Qin Chuan. At that moment, Bing Bing remarked in the studio, "We must have faith in Qin Chuan. He has surprised us greatly before." Nevertheless, this was a 1-star monster, standing at a height of 1.5 meters. It could likely sever Qin Chuan in two with a single bite. Have you noticed? Little Qin Chuan shows no signs of fear. He's far braver than us. He probably doesn't even know what fear is. Nonsense. My 10-year-old son would be in tears. My niece nearly wet herself. This little fellow possesses quite the mental fortitude. Perhaps it's because he's an orphan. They say children without parents tend to be stronger in spirit. While everyone expressed their concerns for Qin Chuan, he spoke up. With his hands clasped behind his back and without turning his head, he said, "You've come." The studio erupted in confusion. What? The Shadow Leopard echoed its bewilderment. "You shouldn't have come," Qin Chuan continued, turning to face the Shadow Leopard. "What are you staring at?" he questioned, hands on his hips, exuding an audacious demeanor. The Shadow Leopard remained perplexed. "Try staring again," the Shadow Leopard roared in response. The audience was momentarily speechless, silently acknowledging his audacity. Some viewers even chuckled at Qin Chuan's boldness. But laughter quickly faded. The Shadow Leopard opened its massive jaws and lunged toward Qin Chuan, revealing its menacing fangs. The child, in his innocence, provoked the beast further. "Isn't he adorable? Adorable? Do you not find it foolish to act so defiantly in front of a wild beast? But he is just a child. I fear the little one is courting disaster." I hope that he will learn from this experience after his demise. I have already resigned myself to the loss of 5 years of my lifespan. I find it difficult to watch, yet my desire to continue is overwhelming. It is truly a dilemma. Just when everyone thought that Qin Chuan was destined to be devoured, he expressed his discontent and exclaimed, "Why are you being so ferocious?" In an astonishing display, Qin Chuan leaped as if gravity had no hold on him, narrowly evading the leopard's jaws. And he landed directly on the back of the shadowy leopard, sitting comfortably upon it. The audience in the live stream was left utterly dumbfounded. "What on earth? This is unbelievable," they exclaimed in astonishment. "This is beyond impressive. Anyone who claims he is merely lucky will have to contend with me. I harbor serious doubts that this young lad has not been practicing martial arts since childhood, perhaps under the tutelage of the director of the Beihai orphanage. The director of Beihai orphanage is indeed innocent in this matter." The viewers were bewildered, having initially believed this to be a certain demise. Yet they were astonished to see the young boy effortlessly evade danger. However, what was his intention in jumping onto the leopard's back? Qin Chuan seized the shadow leopard's fur with one hand and enthusiastically slapped the creature's flank with his other hand, exclaiming, "Giddy up!" The audience erupted in disbelief. "What is happening? I need a moment to process this." They found themselves in fits of laughter, struggling to contain their amusement. They felt a mix of emotions. Understanding that a one-star creature was surely not to be underestimated. Indeed, the leopard, feeling the boy still on its back and hearing his cheerful sounds, became enraged. "Not bad. Not bad. It feels exhilarating. Let's do this again." Qin Chuan's cheerful voice echoed through the live stream, leaving the viewers speechless, with only a few comments expressing their feelings. "Incredible. Amazing. Unbelievable." The shadow leopard increased its speed, propelling forward with great velocity. Then, in a sudden motion, it attempted to shake Qin Chuan off. Yet, Qin Chuan responded, "You're doing well, doing well. Let's keep going. I want more." The crowd expressed their confusion, wondering if this young child was defying all odds. The shadow leopard was understandably furious, collapsing onto the ground and rolling about, attempting to pin Qin Chuan beneath its weight. This tactic proved effective, as Qin Chuan vacated the leopard's back and, hands on hips, approached the creature with evident dissatisfaction. With a resounding slap, he struck the shadow leopard across the face. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, speechless at the spectacle. "What kind of maneuver is this? Slapping a leopard? It sounds oddly satisfying," one murmured in agreement. Qin Chuan, displeased, admonished the shadow leopard for its disobedience. In an instant, the leopard attempted to snap at him, but before it could open its mouth, another slap silenced it. Viewers were perplexed, questioning how the leopard seemed so feeble, reduced to being struck by a mere child. This was a game of national fortune. The fact that the leopard was being bested by Qin Chuan should have been a positive omen. Yet, they couldn't shake the feeling that the leopard had lost its pride. The leopard, feeling insulted, lunged again, only to be met with another resounding slap. It remained undeterred, attempting to bite once more, but the cycle of slaps continued until, with a crack, a tooth flew out. The audience in the live stream was collectively stunned, seeing the lost tooth and the now utterly defeated shadow leopard. They couldn't help but feel an odd sense of pity, as if the child were abusing a wild animal. "Why does this leopard seem so pitiful?" one mused. But the poor creature had intended to eat the child. Perhaps it was simply out of sorts, or perhaps unwell. Otherwise, how could it be so weak? That's a sound argument. I almost believed it. But can someone explain this? Who will explain? Come forth. As the crowd's imaginations ran wild, the leopard opened its mouth once more, but the child extended his hand to deliver yet another blow. In that moment, the shadow leopard appeared to move with unexpected speed, its mouth swiftly approaching Qin Chuan's hand, and to the astonishment of all in the live stream, it extended its tongue to lick his hand. The viewers were immediately taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. "Incredible! It has surrendered," they exclaimed, recognizing the creature's understanding of human nuances. "There's a saying, isn't there? A well-placed lick can preserve one's life." A lapping leopard. Where had its dignity gone? This leopard displayed remarkable intelligence, employing such a tactic. If it could comprehend human speech, the implications would be fascinating. This is an act of racial discrimination. Even dogs can comprehend human speech. How much more so can leopards? Dogs understand human commands due to training. Are we not allowed to permit leopards to learn on their own? I find myself utterly speechless. This creature embodies a lack of leopard integrity. The shadow leopard, in its desire to avoid conflict, dismisses integrity altogether. Qin Chuan, bewildered by the shadow leopard's behavior, nearly struck it again had he not noticed the absence of malice in its eyes. However, the comical demeanor of the shadow leopard, now appearing almost servile, is quite amusing. Are you satisfied? Qin Chuan declared with pride. To his surprise, the anthropomorphic shadow leopard nodded in acknowledgement. It indeed comprehended him. Laughter erupted in the live stream room. What do I see? A leopard that understands human speech. The Forbidden Zone is truly extraordinary, harboring such creatures. Initially, one would think the Forbidden Zone was perilous. Yet this unexpected scene unfolded. Our Yanhuang truly produces remarkable talents, beginning with a leopard. No, a dog. What delightful prospects lie ahead. Even Bing Bing was astonished. This twist had her, a seasoned professional, feeling quite unsettled. Everyone witnessed this fortunate event. Therefore, we must have faith in Qin Chuan, for he symbolizes our nation's destiny and embodies our future. To have a leopard submit at the outset, who else from other nations could achieve this? This statement ignited the hearts of countless individuals. It was assumed that the fate of Yanhuang had chosen a mere child like Qin Chuan to doom us. Yet, while others struggled to survive, our Yanhuang's mischievous child had compelled a shadow leopard to submit. This demonstrates the strength of our Yanhuang's youth, and indeed, the strength of Yanhuang itself. Returning to the scene. Big cat, Qin Chuan called out. The shadow leopard was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the determination in Qin Chuan's eyes, it understood. Lie down, Qin Chuan commanded. The shadow leopard immediately complied, positioning itself on the ground, resembling a trained hunting dog. No, we have no such kin, the hunting dog mused. Qin Chuan leapt onto the back of the shadow leopard, gripping its fur with one hand while patting its back with the other, exclaiming, "Giddy up." The shadow leopard replied, "I am not a horse," yet to avoid punishment, it willingly transformed into one. The shadow leopard obediently sprinted forward. Riding a leopard as if it were a horse, that's the audacity of our Yanhuang's children. Those who grew up riding wooden horses pale in comparison. This maneuver deserves full marks. Are our Yanhuang's children poised to conquer the Forbidden Zone? Conquest begins with a submissive leopard. I have discovered a new perspective. May our little one continue to bask in fortune. This incident swiftly reached foreign lands, leaving the international community astounded. Chapter 8. The beautiful nation discovers iron, or beautiful nation. Oh my goodness. How fortunate is this little rascal. The timid leopard has been bested by a mere child. This boy must possess the ability to tame beasts. Perhaps he is an evil sorcerer. In the East, there seems to be no magic, yet they have their legendary spells. Eastern nation, how ridiculous. Unable to handle even a child, what worthless fools. It is merely a sickly cat, and look, it is missing a tooth. I hear it was knocked out by that boy. Only you would believe such nonsense. Have you not seen that this is a severely injured leopard? This child must have saved its life, which is why the leopard chose him. Qin Chuan, you truly are a clever one. Great Bear Nation, well done little fellow. You embody the spirit of our Great Bear Nation. Truly, our mysterious neighbor is impressive. Even a child can accomplish such feats. Britain, that child will surely face retribution from the leopard. Just wait and see. Our fortunate Britons will undoubtedly find a stronger companion. After all, it is just a leopard. What significance does it hold? I believe that Jesus will watch over us. Korea, this mischievous child might be one of our lost little ones from Greater Korea. He resembles us so much. Let us remove the possibility. He undoubtedly is one of ours. Once he returns to reality, we shall bring him back home. At this moment, Qin Chuan sat atop the back of the magnificent beast he had conquered, filled with joy. His performance in the role of NEZHA had finally risen by 21 points, and he once again felt a surge of formidable strength. Indeed, it is in such an environment that one can enhance their abilities more swiftly. This place is far more powerful than the Kyushu planet, significantly aiding his development. Great cat, where are you headed? Qin Chuan noticed that the shadowy leopard seemed to be running with purpose. Shadow leopard, roar, roar, roar. In a fit of anger, Qin Chuan slapped the leopard's back and exclaimed, "Speak in human language." The viewers witnessing this scene burst into laughter. The expression on the shadow leopard's face was utterly pitiful and amusing. Qin Chuan leaped down from the shadow leopard's back and directly addressed it. "Do you wish to take me somewhere?" The shadow leopard nodded and pointed in a specific direction with its head. "I see," Qin Chuan replied, having nothing better to do. "Let us set off and explore the place you mentioned." The shadow leopard, displaying remarkable intelligence, crouched down as if welcoming royalty. Only after Qin Chuan was settled did it accelerate forward. Bing Bing was once again taken aback, yet she felt a surge of happiness and remarked, "What a surprise. I never expected that a creature within this forbidden land could possess such high intelligence. I am sure everyone, like me, is eager to discover where this shadow leopard intends to take our little Qin Chuan." Indeed, it is quite intriguing, they agreed. At first, I was most concerned about Qin Chuan, yet now I find him to be the safest among us. A 4-year-old child has entered a foreign world. And instead of crying or complaining, he exhibits optimism, confidence, and resilience. His repeated displays have truly opened our eyes. Heaven has favored Yin Huang by selecting him as a fortunate one. Netizens engaged in heated discussions until an announcement resonated throughout the entire Forbidden Zone livestream. Forbidden Zone announcement. The fortunate one from beautiful country, John Jelly, has discovered a 1-star iron resource. This resource will be rewarded tenfold in the beautiful country region. The Forbidden Zone will grant John Jelly a 1-star level lottery, a reward unknown to outsiders. The global live stream of national fortunes was momentarily stunned, only to erupt in excitement. Countless viewers switched to John Jelly's live stream, discovering that the atmosphere there was equally vibrant. Well done, Jelly. As the captain of the Devil Special Forces, you have brought our nation its first glory. Hurry and draw the lottery. We can hardly contain our anticipation. Hey, did you see? This is our glorious, beautiful country, the first nation in the world to receive a reward. Other countries are utterly pathetic. I even heard that Yin Huang had a little brat participating in the national fortune, who is likely a corpse by now. God has favored our beautiful country, as evidenced by our 2 fortunate ones. The beautiful country's officials promptly announced their lucky individuals and boasted about discovering a newly emerged iron mine, indulging in excessive self-congratulation. Nations like Great Britain and other Western European countries were quick to shower their flattery, praising beautiful country's prowess. The small nation of East Japan even groveled, elevating beautiful country to great heights. They even turned their weapons against Yin Huang, claiming that with 2 fortunate ones, a woman and a child, they were utterly ineffectual and would soon be surpassed. The officials of Yin Huang issued no statement. For them, barking dogs outside need not provoke a response. However, the netizens of Yin Huang could not tolerate the boastful behavior of beautiful country and began responding to John Jelly. It is merely a 1-star resource reward, yet you act so arrogantly. You have truly never seen the world. After all, being suppressed by our nation for so many years. Let them revel for a moment. Our fortunate one will undoubtedly surpass this so-called John Jelly. Indeed, our nation's mischievous child can tame a shadow cheetah as a mount right from the start. Let us see if John Jelly can manage to do the same. Yellow-skinned monkeys, just wait and see. Our beautiful country will soon reclaim its title as the world's strongest nation. Exactly. The 2 fortunate ones from your country are utterly useless. Surviving until now is already sheer luck. Wait, this is merely the beginning. Our John Jelly is an exceptional special forces operative, the foremost soldier in the world. He possesses the ability to continuously procure countless resources for our nation. Once we have amassed sufficient resources, prepare yourselves for our inevitable conquest. A fierce battle of wits ensued between both parties. The assertions of the Americans were not entirely unfounded. If the citizens of one's own country fail to locate resources, they may find themselves at a disadvantage when other nations become abundant. At that juncture, they could become significantly more powerful, crafting an array of advanced weaponry. In such circumstances, nations lacking resources would find themselves in a precarious position. They would either have to expend exorbitant sums purchasing from others or resort to outright conflict to seize what they lack. Regardless of the approach, the cost would be substantial. Moreover, Yin Huang has always been a nation that cherishes peace and would never instigate war. Thus, the only recourse would be to purchase at a steep price. This, too, is merely a worst-case scenario, especially since our own 2 fortunate individuals are thriving. Chapter 9. Who is the clown? At the Yin Huang National Security Bureau, Yang Jingyi inquired. Have we determined the iron ore reserves that beautiful nation has reported? We have indeed, replied Su Xiao, who opened his computer to display the information. They have boasted of their findings, revealing an approximate reserve of 1 million tons of iron ore. This quantity is not particularly vast, Yang Jingyi acknowledged, but it does allow for some estimation of the rewards from 1-star iron ore. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. Despite the modest reserve of 1 million tons, they were the first to discover resources, which was evident from their smug expressions. Su Xiao expressed his displeasure, while Yang Jingyi remained unfazed, stating, I am no longer worried about that little fellow, Qin Chuan. He has an uncanny ability to bring surprises. Let him enjoy his time in the forbidden area. They then turned their attention to the individual entrusted with significant responsibilities for Yin Huang, Sheng Wanrian. As a meticulous young woman with ample survival experience in the wild, she had successfully evaded danger on numerous occasions and was currently engaged in the purposeful search for resources on behalf of the nation. Such endeavors cannot be rushed. Everyone is patiently awaiting results. Meanwhile, on the other side, the shadow leopard escorted Qin Chuan to the foot of a cave mountain, where an entrance awaited. Big cat, please tell me this is the place you mentioned. Qin Chuan leaped to the ground and surveyed the area, only to find a pile of rubble and nothing else. Clenching his small fists, he approached the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard appeared distressed, mumbling incoherently while gesturing towards the front. The online spectators were bewildered by the shadow leopard's antics. This isn't merely a generational gap. It's a matter of species, they mused. What is it trying to say? Perhaps there is something ahead. I suspect it might be its den. Is it suggesting that Qin Chuan should wash up and sleep? This could be a fabled treasure spot. Qin Chuan curiously strode in the direction indicated by the shadow leopard, remarking, "What else is there besides these broken stones?" Upon finishing his statement, he raised his delicate brow, embodying a petulant child ready to confront the beast. The shadow leopard promptly gestured toward the stones beneath Qin Chuan's feet. He casually picked up a piece of stone and exclaimed in indignation, "Do you expect me to strike you with this? Then I shall become. You have discovered a 2-star resource copper mine. This thing is actually copper." Qin Chuan gazed at the dilapidated stone in his hand in disbelief. Forbidden Zone announcement. The fortunate child of Yin Huang, Qin Chuan, has discovered a 2-star copper resource. This resource will appear in the Yin Huang region with a 20-fold reward. The Forbidden Zone will grant Qin Chuan a one-time 2-star level lottery, a reward unknown to outsiders. Once again, the entire world fell silent. The uproar in John Jelly's livestream studio abruptly ceased, and the barrage of comments mysteriously vanished. However, soon after, the cheers from Yin Huang erupted, resounding throughout the land. "Listen, have you heard? A 2-star copper resource, and it was found by our little rascal." No, it wasn't he merely our little rascal. It must be said that it was the contribution of that shadow leopard. You are mistaken. The shadow leopard is already our little rascal's mount. So it is indeed our rascal who discovered it. Well said. I find myself at a loss for words. In this moment, all I wish to exclaim is incredible. While others laboriously search for resources, our little rascal effortlessly defeated a monster, which in turn presented him with a 2-star resource. Compared to the warriors of the beautiful nation, our little rascal has it far easier. He stumbled upon a mine without any intent. Ha! How delightful. Me too. Shared joy is double joy. At a press conference in the White House, President Biden was boasting excessively about the legendary life of his country's fortunate warrior, John Jelly, claiming that the beautiful nation would soon surpass Yin Huang, and that the 2 lucky individuals from Yin Huang were nothing but a joke, utterly incapable of obtaining any resource rewards. On the wall of the White House, a massive screen displayed the pride of the beautiful nation, John Jelly's livestream, albeit devoid of any comments. As Biden continued to prattle on about how his country would flourish, a Forbidden Zone announcement appeared behind the large screen, though it was silent due to the press conference. Biden, facing away from the screen, was oblivious to it. However, noticing that everyone was gazing at the large screen, he felt a surge of joy and said, "Looking at your expressions, it must be something quite delightful. Don't speak yet. Let me take a guess." Biden, with a grin plastered on his face and feigning contemplation, proclaimed, "I believe I have deduced the truth. Surely, our esteemed Jelly has once again wrought a miraculous achievement in the annals of human history, earning the favor of the divine and reaping resource rewards. Please refrain from speaking. Allow me to surmise what this resource could be." Upon noticing a journalist below eager to interject, he swiftly cut them off, continuing to prance about the stage like a jester. "I surmise it must be water resources." However, upon observing the perplexed expressions of those present, he realized he had erred. He persisted, "If not, then perhaps it is metallic resources?" Yet the audience remained equally inscrutable. "Confounded," Biden mused aloud. "Could it be that you wish to convey that Jelly has discovered oil?" The crowd was left in stunned silence, pondering the erratic desires of their president. Upon witnessing the shift in the journalist's expressions, Biden recognized his correct assumption and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Splendid. Jelly, you are the savior of our magnificent nation. Upon your return, I shall bestow upon you the highest honors of our state. With your efforts, the Eastern Lion shall soon be brought to its knees once more. Await our resurgence, for our great nation shall rise." Huzzah! Raising his fist in jubilation, he cheered into the camera. Finally, one journalist could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Mr. President, I believe it would be prudent for you to glance at the screen behind you." The journalists were utterly bewildered by their president's antics, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. No need for your reminders. I shall observe it myself. Let us witness this historic moment together." Biden turned with his brightest smile towards the screen. Instantly, his smile froze in place. Squinting, he confirmed his fears. He glanced back at the journalists, who regarded him with pitying eyes. The truth dawned upon him. They had been mocking him all along. The jester was, in fact, himself. His smile dissipated. replaced by an expression of utter despondency as he turned away from the scene without a backward glance. Chapter 10. The Lottery. The citizens of Yanhuang, watching Bai Deng's press conference, erupted in uncontrollable laughter upon witnessing this spectacle. They swiftly crafted a video and disseminated it online. As viewership surged, more and more individuals were captivated by the footage, joining in the laughter. Bai Deng truly is a remarkable figure, celebrating the fortune of our countrymen while obliviously declaring intentions to defeat us with these resources. The biggest fool in history, Bai Deng. The sheer absurdity of him celebrating while threatening to use these resources against us is simply hilarious. I cannot contain my laughter. Our mischievous youth have delivered a resounding slap to Bai Deng, a figurative blow that has left him utterly humiliated. I can only imagine how mortified he must feel now. Our Qin Chuan remains blissfully unaware of the happenings beyond his immediate surroundings, particularly oblivious to the fact that he has garnered countless admirers among the citizens of Yanhuang. The entire populace is applauding Qin Chuan's actions, reveling in the subtle satisfaction derived from his unintentional yet impactful deeds. As he gazes at the vanishing oars around him, he finally comprehends the purpose of his companion, the shadow leopard. Though he regards these meager resources with disdain, he nonetheless offers a word of praise to the shadow leopard. Had you mentioned that these were copper or resources, there would have been no issue, Qin Chuan admonishes. The shadow leopard turns its feline visage away, silently enduring the unspoken rebuke, internally lamenting, I told you, it's your inability to understand that's to blame. The chasm of cultural differences poses a significant challenge. Can you transform into a human? Qin Chuan inquires with curiosity. The expression of the shadow leopard shifts, as it suspects Qin Chuan may be mocking its dignity. Why would a proud leopard wish to become human? Isn't being a four-legged creature delightful? However, it dares not resist, nodding in compliance with Qin Chuan's imposing presence, indicating that it cannot. Ah, I see, Qin Chuan responds. As he steps closer, intending to place his hand upon the shadow leopard's head, he discovers he is too short to reach. Just as he furrows his brow, the shadow leopard promptly lowers its head, allowing Qin Chuan to stroke it contentedly. Rest assured, I possess 100 methods to transform you into human form, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, the shadow leopard's eyes widen, and it is overcome with emotion, shedding tears and issuing soft whimpers that convey its dismay. Please don't. Touched to the point of tears, Qin Chuan muses to himself. I truly am a considerate companion to this leopard. The shadow leopard weeps even more sorrowfully. You need a name, Qin Chuan declares, contemplating for a moment before an idea strikes him. From this day forth, I bestow upon you the name Shen Gongbao. Qin Chuan states solemnly. The shadow leopard responds. Can I refuse? Give it a try, Qin Chuan challenges. Well, if I must. This name is rather appealing, the shadow leopard concedes. In the live streaming room, laughter ensues. I'm in stitches. I'm currently on my way to the hospital. This National Fortune live broadcast has not taken my life. But this mischievous child is truly about to send me there from laughter. The bond between this human and leopard is simply perfect. Just looking at the leopard, it now has a name, Shen Gongbao, which is quite distinctive. The expressions of that leopard could keep me laughing for a decade. I've even created a series of leopard emojis. Feel free to check them out. Young man, send me a copy. All right. What should be a serious endeavor in the realm of national fortune is rendered utterly unserious in the hands of this spirited child. They strive to maintain composure, yet it is simply impossible to suppress their laughter. Even the serious personnel of the Yanhuang National Security Bureau, upon witnessing the news about Bai Deng and then observing the conversation between Qin Chuan and Shen Gongbao, couldn't help but burst into laughter. It had been a long time since they had laughed so heartily. Burdened with a mission and responsibility, they could not afford even a moment of relaxation. After all, someone must safeguard this nation. Even the director of the National Security Bureau, Yang Jingyi, remarked, in this national fortune, it appears that Qin Chuan is the key to the fate of our country. Indeed, who could have anticipated that he would excel to such an extent? Whether it is luck or something else, the moment he represented the nation in the Forbidden Zone, he was destined to share both the glory and disgrace of Yanhuang. Yet, he is still but a child. Yang Jingyi sighed, wishing that he could venture into the Forbidden Zone himself to bring Qin Chuan back. The weight of the nation should not rest upon the shoulders of such a young boy. At the first opportunity, Bing exclaimed in Qin Chuan's live stream, our Qin Chuan is not only lively and adorable, but also quite mischievous. With the assistance of Shen Gongbao, I believe our country's little savior will once again bring us miracles. I believe so too. Bing's intuition is spot on. Go, little Qin Chuan. The Yanhuang nation soon discovered the copper mine that Qin Chuan had been rewarded with, boasting a staggering 5 million tons of copper ore. Experts have confirmed that the quality of these ores is exceptionally high, requiring minimal processing for extraction. Clearly, the disparity between 1-star and 2-star resources is immense. Yet no one knows the criteria for such classifications. The Yanhuang nation promptly broadcasted this information, and Bingbing was quick to announce the reserves of copper ore during the live stream. Once again praising Qin Chuan. Although the reserves are not particularly vast, their significance is monumental, striking a resounding blow to the so-called beautiful country, silencing their previous arrogance. In the live stream, viewers saw Qin Chuan gesturing animatedly from atop Shingongbao, and they quickly speculated that he must be participating in a lottery, the details of which remained a mystery to them. They were intensely curious about what he might win. The 2-star lottery surely promised something extraordinary. The 1-star lottery of the beautiful country had already revealed its prize, seemingly some form of supernatural ability, as the winner, Jieli, astonishingly managed to conjure flames with his bare hands after the draw. How impressive! Thus, one could only imagine the wonders that Qin Chuan's 2-star lottery might yield. Naturally, everyone was eager to know what he would draw, but the lack of visibility into the lottery process left them utterly frustrated. Indeed, Qin Chuan was engaged in the lottery, with a dozen packages appearing before him, from which he could choose only one. No one knew what lay within. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan randomly selected a package. Upon opening it, a flash of golden light revealed an ancient ring in his hand. Congratulations on obtaining a storage ring, containing 200 cubic meters of space. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. A storage ring, one might say, is rather impressive. It seems there is nothing to equip. Qin Chuan adorned himself with this storage ring, carrying nothing else on him. For now, it serves merely as an ornament. Chapter 11. Wherever danger lurks, there he goes. What treasures has Qin Chuan drawn? I too am curious. Ice, with her keen eyes, spotted the ring that had seemingly appeared in Qin Chuan's hand and exclaimed, "Look, our little one seems to have drawn a ring. This ring surely possesses additional functions." That is undoubtedly true. Even a 1-star lottery can yield flame abilities, let alone a 2-star capability. This ring is certainly extraordinary. I suspect there is an old gentleman within it. You've read too many novels. Perhaps it's a beautiful maiden inside, someone retorted, while everyone else trudged through the perilous forest on foot. Our fiery child from Yanhuang was already exploring the scenery atop a great feline. The onlookers gazed at Qin Chuan basking in the sun atop the shadow leopard, and then glanced at the other fortunate survivors, immediately feeling the stark contrast. In Qin Chuan's live stream, no foreigners dared to speak, consumed by feelings of envy and resentment. As for the people of Yanhuang, they openly mocked the other fortunate ones, relishing in their superiority. Shingongbao, do you know where there are any fun places nearby? NEZHA was never one to sit still. This great cat, being a native, should be quite familiar with the surroundings. Shingongbao halted, somewhat perplexed by Qin Chuan's inquiry. Fun in what sense? Are there particularly formidable monsters? You are far too weak. This is utterly tedious, Qin Chuan bluntly stated. Shingongbao wore a face of despair, suffering an emotional blow. However, after hearing Qin Chuan's words, Shingongbao's mind shifted to other thoughts. To teach Qin Chuan a lesson, it conceived a plan to have other powerful beast clans eliminate him, thus securing its own safety. Truly, it was a clever leopard. With a low growl, Shingongbao pointed toward a certain direction. Slap. Unexpectedly, it received a resounding smack from Qin Chuan. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. Qin Chuan expressed his dissatisfaction. Shingongbao realized it had gained considerable weight. Not from food, but from the beating it had endured. Hurry and capture this little demon. Viewers witnessed Shingongbao being bullied by Qin Chuan and flooded the chat with emojis. Poor thing. Accept your fate. If only you were on the 9 continents planet, you would be a protected species. Shingongbao transformed into a whirlwind of the forest, reaching peak velocity. Yet no matter how fast it sped up, Qin Chuan remained as steady as a rock, reclining comfortably, hands behind his head, eyes half closed, with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. Observing Qin Chuan's leisurely demeanor juxtaposed with Shingongbao's equine form, the viewers could hardly contain their laughter. Initially, they were deeply concerned for Qin Chuan's safety, yet they are entirely overthinking it. Just look at this mischievous child, living far more carefree than they ever could. Have we forgotten something? It seems there is indeed a matter overlooked. Wait, what did Qin Chuan mention earlier? The crowd snapped back to reality and recalled. Qin Chuan expressed his boredom and asked Shingongbao to find him some amusement. And that amusement entailed seeking out stronger monsters. The group fell silent, pondering the implications. It appeared that this mischievous child found it insufficient to bully just one Shingongbao, and was intent on tormenting other creatures as well. Has Qin Chuan lost his senses? Having fortuitously acquired Shun Gongbao as his steed, does he truly believe that all the monsters within this forbidden land are as feeble as this one? Shun Gongbao retorted, "You are the weak one. Your entire family is weak." It seems the child's mindset remains unchanged at such a juncture. One ought to assist the nation in gathering resources, for that is the righteous path. Is this not a form of moral coercion? Merely surviving in the forbidden land is commendable enough, particularly since Qin Chuan is still a child. Surely, one would not genuinely entrust the nation's future to a mere 4-year-old, who knows little of national fate. The resources he possesses were entirely bestowed upon him by that Shun Gongbao. This topic of conversation caused the group to splinter into several factions, each presenting valid points, yet none could sway Qin Chuan's actions. Bing also found Qin Chuan's behavior perplexing. Why seek out danger so eagerly? While others shied away from peril, Qin Chuan seemed to gravitate towards it, heading directly into the heart of danger. As expected, upon arriving at a forest, Shun Gongbao slowed his pace, seemingly cautious of lurking threats, adopting a much more vigilant demeanor. Qin Chuan, of course, took notice and lazily inquired, "Have we arrived?" Shun Gongbao responded with a roar. Qin Chuan interpreted this as an affirmative. Standing atop Shun Gongbao's back, he surveyed the surroundings, then playfully placed his foot on the creature's head. Bang! "Big cat, how dare you deceive me? Where are the monsters? I see none." Qin Chuan wore a displeased expression. Shun Gongbao, feeling wronged, shook his head, expressing the burdens of being a leopard. The online community was left speechless. Others would flee upon sighting a monster, yet here was Qin Chuan, discontented for not encountering one. He had actively sought out danger only to find that his master was absent, and now he was upset. Truly, the logic of a mischievous child. Shun Gongbao gestured ahead, seemingly eager to convey something. Qin Chuan, suddenly enlightened, raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "Are there treasures ahead?" Shun Gongbao nodded vigorously. The barrage of comments from the viewers momentarily paused, deep in thought. Then, the comments erupted. Could it be that this leopard possesses a treasure map? Is it truly capable of such feats? This unexpected twist had come far too swiftly. Could it be that where monsters dwell, resources are sure to follow? It resembles a game, where monsters guard treasures, and only by vanquishing the guardians can one acquire the riches. In the land of beauty, John Jetley gained resources by slaying a wild boar, while our mischievous child acquired resources by taming monsters. Fundamentally, their methods are akin. Even Bing concurs with this perspective, stating, "It appears everyone has grasped the crux of the issue. I share the same sentiment. Exploring the Forbidden Land will undoubtedly not be a straightforward endeavor. One cannot casually attain the treasures we desire. Since the inception of our national fortunes, apart from the beautiful nation and our Yanhuang, no other country's denizens have reaped resource rewards. They shy away from monsters, and when confronted, their immediate reaction is to flee, never engaging in direct combat, thus missing out on resource discoveries. Therefore, to obtain resources in the Forbidden Land, one must rely on strength. The notion of gaining resources through mere luck, while not entirely impossible, is certainly rare. Bing's analysis is indeed astute. In gaming, the more formidable one is, the better the loot obtained. I surmise the same applies to this Forbidden Land. Chapter 12. Awaiting the return of monsters. Though they deciphered the rules of the Forbidden Land game, their gaze turned to Qin Chuan, pondering whether his petite frame could withstand the perils that lay ahead. Judging by the case of Shun Gongbao, the monsters here are far more formidable. The dangers of the Forbidden Land remain an enigma. Qin Chuan's ability to tame Shun Gongbao does not guarantee his capacity to confront other threats. The Yanhuang netizens remain apprehensive. He is both a fortunate individual and one of their own, yet merely a 4-year-old child. Their fervent hope is for Qin Chuan to persist in his good fortune. However, Qin Chuan has never adhered to conventional methods. Upon hearing of resources within, he exuberantly dashed forward. It is truly heartwarming to see such patriotic spirit in someone so young. This reflects our nation's educational values, instilling a sense of patriotism in children from an early age, and it seems to have yielded remarkable results. We should express our gratitude to the director of the Beihai orphanage, for he must be an exceptional figure. At this juncture, Bing spoke. "I have delightful news to share. Our live broadcast will invite several prominent figures from our country to enhance everyone's understanding of Qin Chuan. Among them will be Qin Chuan, the director of the Beihai orphanage who adopted Qin Chuan." Upon hearing this news, the netizens were indeed elated. Well done. Although the director is not Qin Chuan's biological parent, having raised him since childhood, he certainly embodies a fatherly role. I can only imagine how worried the director must have been the moment our young rascal ventured into the Forbidden Land. Qin Chuan remarked, "No, I am quite pleased. This troublemaker has finally departed. Bing Bing inquired. When will they arrive? Tomorrow, came the response. Everyone, please be patient. Qin Chuan, beaming with joy, sprinted through the forest, effortlessly overcoming obstacles along his path, prompting admiration from the netizens for his remarkable agility. If only he were a bit older, how splendid that would be. Qin Chuan noticed that Shun Gongbao behind him had not kept up, cowering in trepidation, which elicited a wave of disdain from Qin Chuan. He picked up a stone from the ground and accurately struck Shun Gongbao on the head, leaving yet another bump upon it. Hurry up, Qin Chuan threatened, hands on his hips, exuding an air of authority. Without hesitation, Shun Gongbao complied. He had indeed contemplated fleeing, but who knew this human was so astute? After traversing a considerable distance, the pair brushed aside a patch of grass, revealing a transformed landscape. It was an egg. Qin Chuan gazed at Shun Gongbao with dissatisfaction, wondering if the treasure he had mentioned was merely these eggs. Shun Gongbao quickly shook his head and pointed toward a tree beside the eggs. Upon closer inspection, Qin Chuan realized that this tree was distinct from the others surrounding it. Soon, a line of text appeared before him. 3-star resource tree. Occupy now. This text also appeared on the live broadcast screen of Yin Huang, instantly widening the eyes of everyone present. Wow, it's actually a resource tree, and of the 3-star variety. Quick, occupy it. What are we waiting for? They were reminded that a monster was guarding this place. Then we must occupy it swiftly and leave immediately. That monster must have gone out hunting. Even creatures need to eat and drink. Qin Chuan was indeed astonished. He hadn't expected that Shun Gongbao had not deceived him, for there truly was a resource here. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and placed his hand upon the tree. Stay within a 20-meter radius of the resource tree for 10 minutes to successfully obtain the 3-star resource tree. Everyone was taken aback. Such a setting existed. Before they could voice their thoughts, another prompt appeared. The guardian monster of the resource tree is returning. Please proceed with caution. The crowd fell silent, realizing there was yet another stipulation. To obtain the resource, one must defeat the monster guarding it. Strategies of diversion and stealth would be futile. I thought we could acquire a resource without effort. Who knew we had to stay for 10 minutes? It seemed this was a test for the fortunate, as only by growing stronger could one conquer monsters and reap rewards. This was a 3-star resource, which correspondingly implied that the guarding monster must also be of 3-star caliber. Normally, it should be understood that it would indeed be 3-star level. Was Qin Chuan in danger? This reckless child. Why couldn't he be satisfied with just one shadow leopard for protection? He was merely seeking resources. Nonsense. He was simply in it for the thrill. After all, he was still a child. Isn't it natural for him to seek enjoyment? Did you not relish play when you were 4? You adults often impose your reasoning upon a 4-year-old child. Don't you feel ashamed? Ah, the monster is returning. Qin Chuan had naturally heard the prompt as well. However, Qin Chuan was not afraid. On the contrary, he exclaimed, finally returning. How delightful. The viewers in the live stream were collectively bewildered. What kind of logic is this? Is his curiosity excessively intense? Halt. Where do you think you're going? Qin Chuan firmly grasped the tail of Shun Gongbao and inquired coldly. Shun Gongbao glanced back, meeting Qin Chuan's malevolent gaze, and trembled. This scene left countless spectators speechless. Here was a 1-meter-5 tall, 3-meter-long leopard, utterly terrified of a less than 1-meter-tall 4-year-old child. What a disgrace for the leopard. Slap. Qin Chuan glared fiercely and delivered a kick to the leopard's face, executing a series of rapid leg strikes that made the leopard acutely aware of the painful consequences of abandoning him. Whoa! The leopard, devoid of hope, hid in a corner and silently wept. Hiss! Before long, an unusual sound emerged. Shun Gongbao became even more frightened, curling into a ball, his fur standing on end. Was this a case of self-inflicted suffering for bringing Qin Chuan to such a perilous place? What about the plan? Who knew he would be the one ensnared? How careless. At last, they arrived. Qin Chuan stood before the eggs, which astonishingly matched his size. He found a comfortable spot and lay atop them, awaiting the arrival of the monster. The viewers, witnessing this scene, could only exclaim, impressive, unfazed by danger. This little rascal was defying fate. What is fear? This mischievous child seemed utterly oblivious. What kind of creature produces such sounds? It resembled a serpentine monster. Look at those eggs, as large as the mischievous child. How immense must the creature be? A chilling thought. What kind of terrifying beast could lay such large eggs? As their discussions unfolded, they unearthed a troubling realization. This time, the mischievous child might genuinely be doomed. A creature of 3-star caliber was beyond what the child could contend with. Chapter 13, Songlong Lizard. The sound grew ever closer, and Shun Gongbao as fear escalated. Meanwhile, our Qin Chuan remained reclining among the eggs, even turning over as if in slumber. This spectacle left everyone at a loss for words. Could this little rascal really be asleep? Perhaps he was merely tired. How could he afford to feel drowsy at such a moment? Escaping should be the priority. If he wanted to flee, he would have done so long ago. He had come here seeking his demise. That much was certain. Ha ha ha. This little rascal is doomed. You, children of Yin Huang, surely cannot survive. Even if he were to perish, there is still a chance for rebirth. What are you so excited about? Up to now, you in the Eastern Land have discovered nothing, yet you dare to bark here. Just wait and see. This lad will undoubtedly not survive until tomorrow. Little devils. You yourselves will not see tomorrow. A colossal creature approached from the distance, shrouding the sky and blocking out the sun, rendering its true form invisible. Instantly, the hearts of all present leaped in trepidation. What manner of monster was this? A sense of foreboding enveloped the crowd as they widened their eyes, eager to discern the nature of this apparition. Soon, the truth was revealed. It was not a serpent, but rather a monstrous lizard, a gargantuan lizard-like beast. Measuring at least several meters in length, its bumpy exterior suggested a formidable presence. The shadow leopard, trembling with fear, lay flat on the ground, clearly devoid of any intention to resist this terrifying entity. It was no wonder that such a large lizard instilled such dread in the shadow leopard. Was this truly a creature of the 3-star caliber? How frightening. In the presence of this lizard, the shadow leopard appeared as mere child, while Qin Chuan seemed utterly insignificant. The lizard could easily consume Qin Chuan in a single bite. One could almost celebrate the imminent demise of the reckless youth. Oh, how one eagerly anticipated the moment when the boy would be torn to shreds. Qin Chuan, awaken. Do not linger in slumber. The monster approaches. It is time to flee. Alas, it was already too late. The danger drew ever closer to Qin Chuan, as viewers urged him to escape through their messages, yet he remained oblivious. Still nestled in his egg, deep in slumber. The lizard finally drew near, particularly intrigued by the sight of the boy nestled among its kin. It extended its long, sticky tongue towards Qin Chuan. Hearts raced among the onlookers. This foolhardy child had ventured too far. The lizard's tongue was remarkably lengthy, adhesive, and swift, reaching out a full 4 meters. However, just as the lizard was about to strike Qin Chuan, he rolled away, narrowly evading the attack. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the online spectators. Such fortune! The lizard, realizing it had missed its target, lunged forward with its tongue once more. But Qin Chuan suddenly sprang to his feet, dodging yet again. Upon awakening, Qin Chuan immediately berated the lizard, exclaiming, "You are too noisy. You are disturbing my sleep." The viewers of Yin Huang were left in utter disbelief. How could he not be afraid in the presence of such a massive creature, and instead raise his voice in defiance? Did he think this beast was as meek as the shadow leopard he had previously bullied? Before long, a message appeared on the screen. Monster name: Azure Dragon Lizard, Strength Evaluation, 3 stars, Abilities, Defense, Strength, Rare Dragon Blood. Indeed, it was a creature of 3-star status. Everyone expected the lizard to erupt in fury, yet astonishingly, it displayed no signs of anger. Instead, it turned its gaze towards the quivering shadow leopard. A low, menacing hiss echoed, seemingly filled with rage. Curiously, why had the lizard targeted the shadow leopard? Had it been intimidated by the audacity of the reckless youth? Have you noticed the peculiar behavior of this lizard? Indeed, it is quite strange. After the azure lizard let out a fierce roar, it charged towards the shadow cheetah. Its jaws agape. The shadow cheetah lacked even the courage to flee, trembling in place like a lamb awaiting slaughter, for the disparity in power was overwhelming. The azure lizard emanated a unique pressure that rendered the shadow cheetah incapable of movement. Qin Chuan also sensed this and was somewhat astonished. When he observed the azure lizard preparing to consume the shadow cheetah, he felt a surge of displeasure. After all, this creature was his companion and steed, and it was unacceptable for anyone else to bully it. Only he had the right to do so. Qin Chuan's figure materialized before the shadow cheetah, ready to intervene. This left the entire livestream audience in a state of bewilderment. Why was Qin Chuan not fleeing? While resources were important, one's life was paramount. Little Qin Chuan did not abandon his companion even in the direst of circumstances, showcasing his profound sense of righteousness. However, it hardly seemed worth it for just a single cheetah. After all, he had brought this upon himself. Had he not sought out excitement, he would not have found himself in such perilous circumstances. Well done, you fiery young hero, truly a paragon of virtue. Huh. The great lizard has swallowed the fiery youth whole. You little rascal, hurry and scram. However, to everyone's astonishment, the lizard's assault came to an abrupt halt above Qin Chuan. Upon noticing Qin Chuan, the lizard's ferocious demeanor instantly softened. It even extended its claw towards Qin Chuan's small head and gently patted it. The scene was utterly bizarre. Viewers from the land of the rising sun were left flabbergasted, exclaiming, "What is happening? How is this possible? This is unscientific. Why hasn't the great lizard devoured him? What is going on? Could it be that the lizard is also possessed like the cheetah? Why does this little rascal always have such good fortune?" Viewers from Goryeo were equally perplexed, with one remarking, "This little rascal must possess the noble bloodline of our great Korean nation, which is why the lizard dares not harm him. He surely belongs to our Korea." Viewers from Yenhuang were also taken aback. Yet upon witnessing the three-star monster treating Qin Chuan with such gentleness, they burst into laughter. "Haha, what have I just witnessed? This great lizard is so docile. Our fiery youth is truly remarkable. Little rascals, are you convinced now?" It turned out to be a false alarm. Qin Chuan might possess an innate ability to endear himself to monsters. While some rejoiced, others were dismayed. Even Qin Chuan himself was bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the lizard's intentions. He felt no malice from the great lizard, but rather sensed a hint of maternal affection. My goodness. Qin Chuan glanced back at the spot where he had previously lain down, astonished to discover that the large lizard had mistaken him for its offspring. Should I laugh or weep? Qin Chuan felt a tinge of discontent. The lizard harbored no malice, and he could never bring himself to harm it. After all, he was embodying the legendary figure NEZHA and could not strike against this creature, especially considering that the lizard had unborn young. It would be even more inappropriate to act against it. What a predicament this was. Chapter 14. Millions of square meters of forest resources before long. Netizens began to speculate on why the Songlong lizard did not attack Qin Chuan. As an animal research expert, I have a bold conjecture. Fellow scholars, please share your thoughts. Have you noticed the expression in the eyes of this creature, the Songlong lizard? It resembles that of a mother. Coupled with the fact that Qin Chuan had been lying in its vicinity, could it be that this beast perceives him as its child? What incredible luck. Yet, one must admit that Qin Chuan bears no resemblance to a lizard. How could this be possible? Have you heard the tale of the ugly duckling? This is akin to the lizard situation, but I am merely offering an analysis. Though this explanation may seem far-fetched, it is the only conclusion they could reach. Furthermore, given the circumstances, this possibility is quite substantial. Overall, Qin Chuan has once again narrowly escaped calamity. For the Yenhuang people, this is a fortuitous occurrence. However, for foreign netizens, it is a hard pill to swallow. They had braced themselves for ridicule, only to be unexpectedly astonished once more. Such is the source of their discontent. Regardless of others' opinions, Qin Chuan still felt somewhat downcast. Forbidden Zone announcement. The fortunate one of Yenhuang, Qin Chuan, has discovered a level 3 forest resource. This resource will appear in the Yenhuang region with a 50-fold reward. The Forbidden Zone will reward Qin Chuan with a level 3 lottery. This reward is unbeknownst to outsiders. Once again, the world was left in shock. A fervor erupted. Words failed many as they expressed their feelings. Could this fellow be cheating? How could he receive 2 resource rewards in such a short span? It is said he is merely a child, seemingly only 4 years old. We must see what prowess this mischievous child possesses to have secured 2 resource rewards. Why is this individual so formidable? Does he possess extraordinary means? At this rate, when shall our beautiful nation be able to completely suppress Yenhuang? This is a level 3 reward. How enviable. Our warriors from the east will surely acquire even stronger resources. Just wait and see. Oh, brave warriors of the neighboring country, you must not fall behind Yenhuang. They are too formidable. This Qin Chuan possesses the bloodline of our Korean people. We implore Yenhuang to return him. Our Qin Chuan truly excels, once again bringing a bounty of resources to our motherland. Although the extent of these resources remains uncertain, we are acutely aware that the continuous decline of global forest areas has plunged the environment into a perilous state. Forest resources are not merely commodities. They play a crucial role in alleviating global warming, which renders this achievement profoundly significant. Qin Chuan is indeed a source of pride for our Yenhuang heritage. Bing Bing sincerely praised Qin Chuan, expressing her satisfaction with his accomplishments. The National Security Bureau promptly initiated investigations within the country, swiftly uncovering a previously desolate region that has now transformed into a lush forest, altering the local climate and ecology. Upon witnessing this area, Yang Jingyi remarked, "This little fellow has done remarkably well. Director, shall we disseminate this news?" He inquired. Such matters require no concealment. The populace must be informed, allowing them to take pride in our fortunate discovery. Release it, and do inform Bing Bing at once. She knows how to articulate this. Yang Jingyi promptly began the announcement. In no time, the Central Authority released a series of images showcasing the latest developments in Yenhuang. The first set of photographs depicted the barren landscape prior to afforestation, stark and desolate, with a visibly poor climate. The second series illustrated the current scene, now resplendent with dense foliage, vibrant with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, showcasing two starkly contrasting environments. Furthermore, the official report disclosed the forest coverage area, a staggering 10 million square meters, equivalent to 1,000 hectares. This timber resource is poised to be judiciously utilized by Yanhuang, transforming it into boundless wealth. Bing promptly received the news from the National Security Bureau and, brimming with excitement, announced in the live stream, "I have wonderful news to share. Our nation has pinpointed the specific location and area of this forest resource, an impressive 10 million square meters, or 1,000 hectares. As we all know, forest resources are not easily regenerated in the short term, and in our ever-growing demands, we find ourselves reliant on timber in every facet of life. At this critical juncture, Qin Chuan has bestowed upon our nation a remarkable gift, and we must express our gratitude. Though he is merely 4 years old, his contributions to the country are monumental." Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted with enthusiasm. "Qin Chuan is incredible. The 3-star resource reward is indeed formidable. This is 1,000 hectares. Our nation's environment will undoubtedly flourish with the addition of this forest. I hope the government will wisely manage these resources, avoiding indiscriminate deforestation and ensuring equitable distribution." Although Qin Chuan is just a 4-year-old child, he has accomplished what many of us could not, leaving us in humble admiration. I can only wish him well. The Central Authority has officially released photographs and videos. The juxtaposition of those images is truly awe-inspiring, resembling the miraculous transformation of a desert into an oasis. I can now vividly imagine the sentiments of those from other nations witnessing this scene. A profound sense of pride wells up within me. The images and videos released by the central bank have captivated many abroad as well. However, their reactions starkly contrast with those of the people of Yanhuang. They express a longing for such forest resources to exist in their own countries. The world presently faces a severe scarcity of forest resources, compounded by annual forest fires globally. Particularly the extensive wildfires that plagued Australia in recent years, a consequence of governmental ineptitude that has precipitated a series of environmental crises worldwide. Forest resources are not merely commodities. They serve as a vital remedy capable of cooling our planet and play an irreplaceable role in environmental preservation. How I wish these resources were present in our nation. Yanhuang has already achieved remarkable strength, and with the emergence of new resources, surpassing them seems increasingly daunting. When will the fortunate individuals in our country rise to serve the nation? Well done, Yanhuang. We, your steadfast allies, shall always stand by you. Alas, relying on a troublesome child, Yanhuang seems to have reached this level of achievement. I cannot help but feel that those fortunate individuals participating in national fortune are outshone, even by a mere child. It is merely a matter of time. Once they become attuned to their environment, they will undoubtedly surpass that troublesome child. One can only hope. Chapter 15. Thunderous Techniques. Qin Chuan remains oblivious, as the reward of forest resources he has received has once again stirred the entire Zhuzhou planet into turmoil, making him the focal point of widespread discussion. The situation during the live broadcast is rather peculiar. Qin Chuan sits on the ground, lost in thought, while the Songlong lizard also sits in silence, both staring at each other. "I am not your child. How do I resemble a lizard?" Qin Chuan finds himself at a loss for words. Yet, the Songlong lizard appears to disregard him, or perhaps it simply does not comprehend what Qin Chuan is saying. The audience in the live studio cannot help but chuckle at this scene. Haha, I simply cannot contain myself. In truth, having a 3-star monster as a guardian may indeed be a fortuitous circumstance. Our Yanhuang's troublesome child has been mistaken as the offspring of a monster. Could this be the silver lining of being a troublesome child? The coincidence arises from Qin Chuan's size being roughly comparable to that of the Songlong lizard's egg, and when the lizard returned, it happened to witness Qin Chuan inside the egg, leading to this delightful misunderstanding. This misunderstanding is splendid. It not only grants us in Yanhuang an additional expanse of forest resources, but also transforms Qin Chuan's peril into safety and endows him with a 3-star monster mother. Forgive me for my unseemly laughter. I feel the same. Qin Chuan begins to open his own 3-star lottery. The familiar lottery scene unfolds, yet this time, the number of packages has reached 20, each one identical in appearance and size. After casually selecting one, all the other packages vanished. Within the live streaming room, although the audience could not witness the lottery conducted by Qin Chuan, his gestures suggested that he was indeed engaged in the draw. Bing Bing smiled at the viewers, expressing, I believe everyone, like me, has already surmised that Qin Chuan must be in the midst of a lottery, and I share the same curiosity about what he might draw. Bing Bing's words rang true. During his first draw, Qin Chuan had obtained a peculiar ring, the purpose of which remains a mystery to this day. For the second draw, I earnestly hope he acquires something that will bolster his survival. I envision Qin Chuan securing a tent, as camping in the wilderness can be exceedingly damp, and I ponder whether the nights there might be cold, leaving him vulnerable to the chill. Should he fall ill, it would be dire, thus. I wish for him to obtain items that enhance immunity. Surely, he must acquire a weapon, for nothing is more vital than the will to survive. Given Qin Chuan's tender age, a dagger would be the most fitting armament for him. It has been a while since Qin Chuan last ate. Might he be feeling famished? Surely, the forest harbors an abundance of sustenance. After all, had he not consumed fruits before? While he may have been fortunate enough to find non-toxic fruits once, there is no assurance that such luck will grace him again. Presently, many online viewers are concerned for Qin Chuan, primarily regarding two aspects, safety and food. In terms of safety, there is little cause for alarm at the moment. However, their foremost concern is whether Qin Chuan can secure a consistent source of nourishment, as this is of utmost importance. Once Qin Chuan selected a package, he promptly opened it. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and an object materialized in his hand. Congratulations on acquiring Heavenly Thunder Technique. Focus your attention to unleash a lightning attack on your target, the potency of which depends on your own realm and the energy expended. It was a skill book. Qin Chuan held the skill book in his hand, displaying little interest. After all, he was portraying NEZHA, and such a trivial lightning technique hardly captured his attention. Only the most formidable spells would pique his interest, rendering this skill book rather inconsequential in his eyes. What could it be? He pondered. Surely it is not an ordinary book. Who knows? It cannot possibly be something as simplistic as the three-character classic. Why not mention the 300 Tang poems? Just as the audience was engulfed in curiosity and bewilderment, Qin Chuan remarked, it is merely a trivial Heavenly Thunder Technique skill book, quite worthless, really. I may as well keep it. With that, he stowed the skill book away in his spatial ring. However, Qin Chuan's words echoed perfectly in the ears of the live audience, leaving them in stunned silence. What? Did I hear that correctly? Qin Chuan referred to it as a skill book. Not only that, but he dismissed it as a mere trifle, calling it trash. We don't even have trash to spare. I just heard that the skill book is named Heavenly Thunder Technique. How could such an impressive skill be regarded as so insignificant in Qin Chuan's eyes? Could it be that Qin Chuan is utterly oblivious to the concept of a skill book? After all, he is merely 4 years old and likely unaware of the immense power such a tome possesses. He probably doesn't even know how to utilize it. It is truly disheartening to see someone sitting on a treasure without knowing how to employ it. Qin Chuan, that is a priceless artifact. How could you neglect it? By the way, where has he stashed that skill book? Indeed, I noticed that the skill book has suddenly vanished. What kind of ability is this? I observed it clearly. The ring flashed, and the skill book disappeared. This implies that the first ring Qin Chuan drew was, in fact, a spatial ring. Astonishingly, it is the legendary spatial ring, and with it, the skill of Thunder Art. Too bad Qin Chuan cannot utilize it. Hand it over, and I shall assist you. Qin Chuan, that is a skill book. How could you let it go to waste? Everyone present was envious upon witnessing this scene. Both the spatial ring and Thunder Art are coveted treasures. Yet, Qin Chuan remains blissfully unaware of the fortune he possesses and has tucked away the Thunder Art. Such a waste. However, shortly thereafter, Qin Chuan retrieved the Thunder Art once more, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the skill book transformed into light and entered his body. Successfully learned Thunder Art. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. What is this operation? Goodness. We can never fathom the thought processes of a mischievous child. Wasn't it deemed worthless? This is far too perplexing. Weren't we supposed to save it? Why use it now? This maneuver deserves full marks. It is truly impressive. Incredible. Even Bing Bing was taken aback by Qin Chuan's series of actions, remarking, Qin Chuan is rather mischievous, making us worry for nothing. From this, it is evident that we need not be concerned about him. He simply possesses a different way of thinking. His thought process has completely outshone the rest of us. Others will never be able to guess Qin Chuan's true intentions. This is Qin Chuan for you. After mastering Thunder Art, Qin Chuan approached the shadow leopard and said, Big cat, stop lounging around. We are leaving. The shadow leopard, with tears streaming down its face, gazed at the Zonglong lizard and then back at Qin Chuan, weeping profusely. Being a leopard is indeed a formidable challenge. Chapter 16. Eating fruit. Upon witnessing the shadow leopard's cowardly demeanor, Qin Chuan placed his hands on his hips and, with a resounding slap, struck it across the face, declaring, "If you do not get up, I shall feed you to the Tsanglong lizard." Wailing, the shadow leopard immediately stood up, bowing and scraping as it approached Qin Chuan, lying down before him, seemingly saying, "Your Majesty, we may set forth now." Qin Chuan mounted the back of the shadow leopard and addressed the restless Tsanglong lizard. "Do not follow me. I am not your offspring." With a swift clap of his tiny hands, the shadow leopard hastily departed from this perilous place. It was far too dangerous. A hissing sound emanated from behind. The voice of the azure dragon lizard, seemingly inquiring about Qin Chuan's destination. However, Qin Chuan had already ventured further away. The onlookers remarked, "Why does it feel as though Qin Chuan is running away from home?" As dusk approached, it seemed perilous for him to abandon the safety of the azure dragon lizard. Everyone knew that the forest at night harbored the greatest dangers, with unknown monsters lurking in the shadows. Considering that Qin Chuan was merely 4 years old, it was not surprising that he remained oblivious to such common sense. With the protection of the azure dragon lizard, significant trouble was unlikely to ensue. At that moment, he ought to be seeking sustenance. Their speculation proved accurate. Qin Chuan was indeed in search of food, not out of hunger. But because the azure dragon lizard had expended considerable energy and required nourishment. Familiar with the area, the azure dragon lizard soon led him to a fruit tree and indicated that the fruits were edible. "These are the fruits I have tasted before." Upon seeing the fruits on the tree, Qin Chuan recognized them as those he had sampled on his first encounter. As he jumped down, he observed the azure dragon lizard nimbly leap into the tree, swiping its claws to dislodge several fruits. Qin Chuan reacted swiftly, catching the fruits in his hands before storing them in his spatial ring. The live stream erupted in astonishment. "I suddenly find this leopard to be quite adorable. It's like a living map of the forbidden land, providing resources, guiding the way, and foraging for food. Is this the nurturer of the forbidden land?" It was primarily due to the fortuitous luck of our young hero from Yanhuang that he managed to capture a leopard right from the start, ensuring a smooth path ahead. We often worry about Qin Chuan, yet he consistently turns peril into safety, delighting us with surprises. Bing Bing added, "Many might say Qin Chuan is merely lucky, but I hold a different perspective. I believe our Qin Chuan is extraordinary. Aside from his good fortune, he possesses many remarkable traits. Although we are still uncertain of his specific abilities, we must have faith in him. The surprises Qin Chuan brings do not solely rely on luck. He will be fine." Not only does he have the azure dragon lizard by his side, but he also possesses the heavenly thunder technique he learned previously, a skill of no small significance. Bing Bing's words ring true. We must believe in Qin Chuan. In the footage, Qin Chuan watched with satisfaction as the azure dragon lizard eagerly assisted him in gathering fruits. More, there are more over here, and there. Qin Chuan gleefully directed the azure dragon lizard to retrieve the fruits from the trees, leading to a comical display as the creature leaped about, clawing at the fruits from different branches. I seriously suspect Qin Chuan is merely playing. There is no doubt. He is indeed having fun. Poor leopard. Have you noticed? Qin Chuan managed to catch every single fruit without wasting a single one. How adorable he is, so lively. However, Bing Bing harbored a different perspective. She remarked, "Look, although Qin Chuan is still young, do not underestimate him. His actions, seemingly playful, are in fact a means of storing food, which is quite commendable." Naturally, the others recognized this as well, expressing their delight. What is wrong with a mischievous child? A child without parents learns to fend for themselves early on, demonstrating foresight that rivals that of adults. All the fruits from an entire tree had been dislodged by Shen Gongbao, who was exceedingly frustrated. Fortunately, after Qin Chuan had finished picking the fruits, he spared Shen Gongbao. "Come, eat. Don't be shy. It's quite delicious," Qin Chuan encouraged, holding a fruit in each hand, his tiny hands barely the size of one fruit. He placed one of the fruits before Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao, feeling disgruntled, turned his head away. He desperately wanted to protest, thinking, "Have you ever seen a leopard that eats vegetables? Don't you like it?" "It tastes quite good," Qin Chuan replied, finishing his fruit. Noticing that Shen Gongbao remained silent, he called out, "Big cat." Instinctively, Shen Gongbao turned toward Qin Chuan, only to find himself in a predicament, as Qin Chuan extended his fist, ready to strike. Shen Gongbao immediately opened his mouth to plead for mercy, but before he could utter a word, a fruit was thrust into his mouth. To ensure that Shen Gongbao could swallow it, Qin Chuan even pushed the fruit further inside. "Ah, that is much better," Qin Chuan said, quite satisfied. However, Shen Gongbao was in distress. Its complexion flushed, it leapt 3 feet high, struggling to breathe as the fruit lodged in its throat. Observing Shen Gongbao's apparent joy, Qin Chuan smiled and said, "So happy, huh? No need to thank me. I knew you would love it. Look at you. Even your leopard face is blushing. Qin Gongbao thought, I wonder if I should speak up. Go ahead and try, Qin Chuan encouraged. After a painstaking effort, Qin Gongbao managed to swallow the fruit, panting heavily to the side, nearly choking in the process. Thankfully, it had managed to preserve its life. Yet, it was now even more fearful of this little demon. Qin Chuan, come, have another, Qin Chuan said with a mischievous grin, presenting another fruit. This time, Qin Gongbao had learned its lesson. For the sake of its life, it forced a smile and approached Qin Chuan, carefully placing the fruit in its mouth before beginning to eat. Is it tasty? Qin Chuan inquired. Qin Gongbao responded with a series of howls, a whoa. Translation, this is absolutely delightful. Then eat more, there's plenty, Qin Chuan said, producing a fruit in each hand. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's devilish smile, Qin Gongbao's composure crumbled. Who will take care of this little demon? This mischievous child is simply terrifying. Oh dear, please forgive my uncharitable laughter. Qin Chuan's livestream is destined to have me in stitches. A moment of silence for Qin Gongbao. Poor creature. A carnivore destined to be transformed into a herbivore. Xiao Qin Chuan, truly impressive. In the realm of national fortune games, he treats it as child's play, riding the monstrous beings of the forbidden lands. When encountering him, it is wise to keep one's distance, for a mere expression of discontent could easily lead to one's downfall. Young man, you possess remarkable talent. I suggest you transform this into a song. In Chapter 17, let us henceforth refer to Qin Gongbao as a true vegetarian. As the weather grew increasingly dismal, Qin Chuan settled upon the back of Qin Gongbao, seeking a relatively secure location before surrendering to slumber. Qin Gongbao mused, have I become a bed? The audience in the live broadcast were taken aback, never anticipating that Qin Chuan would find repose in such an unconventional manner. Among all the fortunate souls, he was the one who slept most soundly and comfortably. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan succumb to sleep, the majority of the Yanhuang people shifted their focus to others in the broadcast. First, they turned to another individual from Yanhuang, Shangwanrian. She discovered a cave and ingeniously blocked its entrance with stones, effectively concealing herself. In such an environment, the significance of wilderness survival skills became evident. 80% of people, when faced with dim weather, opted for seemingly safer spots to ignite a fire for warmth. They carried provisions, thus refraining from cooking food over the flames. However, as the fire blazed, it inadvertently revealed their location. Misfortune soon befell some. The individuals from Goryeo had set their campfire on a flat expanse and erected tents. Yet, it wasn't long before the shadowy forest whispered ominous sounds. What could it be? Something appears to be approaching. Is that fireflies? Foolish one. Those are the eyes of various nocturnal creatures, many of which emit such luminosity at night. A modicum of common sense would suffice. Alas, our fortunate souls are in peril. What manner of monstrous entity is this, to appear in such numbers? Run. In the live broadcast, the fortunate individual from Goryeo quickly sensed the commotion outside and brandished a concealed blade. Come forth, beasts. Allow Jin Xingshu to demonstrate how to be human. Jin Xingshu, a figure entrenched in the underworld, capable of subduing numerous adversaries, was robust and well-versed in wilderness lore gleaned from television. Yet, this led him astray. This was a forbidden domain, where 90% of the monsters were anything but ordinary. They would not cower before flames. In fact, the fire served as a beacon, drawing the creatures closer. When Jin Xingshu beheld the multitude of monsters surrounding him, his once arrogant demeanor transformed into one of terror. Before he could utter another word, a shadowy figure struck him down, only for him to be torn apart by the horde. The scene was too horrific. A fortunate soul from Goryeo met a sudden demise. This was merely the beginning. Not only the fortunate ones from Goryeo faced such dire straits, many from various nations encountered similar fates, with some losing a chance at resurrection altogether. In the realm of reality, a series of calamities unfolded, resulting in the tragic loss of numerous elderly lives and inciting turmoil throughout the nation. The world gasped in dismay, enveloped in a cloud of anxiety. No one wishes for their homeland to endure such catastrophic misfortune. Alas, the unfortunate news continued to unfold. A decree was issued. In the Philippines, both fortunate individuals have perished, leading to an additional penalty imposed on the nation's climate, environment, and geological disasters. Swiftly, the repercussions manifested in the Philippines, where every individual lost a decade of life expectancy. Due to the severe aging of the population, over half of the populace succumbed, and every household mourned the loss of a loved one. With lifeless bodies strewn across the streets and alleys, the entire nation of the Philippines descended into chaos. At the Security Bureau of the Yinhuang Nation, the director received grave news. The demise of the two fortunate individuals from the Philippines had resulted in catastrophic losses for their country. Yang Jingyi hastily convened a meeting, where they viewed footage of the unrest in the Philippines. Silence enveloped the room, and somber expressions marked the faces of all present. Despite their thorough preparations, witnessing the instantaneous descent into disorder was profoundly disheartening. The specter of uncertainty loomed large. Who could guarantee that they would not be next? At this critical juncture, it was imperative to maintain composure among the populace. The nation must remain stable, lest it plunge into turmoil. Fortunately, our two fortunate individuals had yet to suffer any losses. And with Qin Chuan having secured additional resources, those with ulterior motives would find it challenging to exploit the situation. However, in matters of national security, vigilance must never wane. At such pivotal moments, there can be no leniency. The preservation of national unity must be paramount. Are you all prepared? Remain ever ready. Now, everyone, return to your posts. Whether in the digital realm or the physical world, remain vigilant in monitoring discourse. In light of the Philippine crisis, many nations in Jiuzhou convened emergency meetings. However, some nations remained unperturbed. Take, for instance, the perpetually arrogant beautiful nation. Their president, Bai Deng, audaciously proclaimed, "Our nation's fortunate individuals are the strongest among all. Even if some gain temporary advantages through mere luck, they shall never rival our beautiful nation." This nation, steeped in hubris and blind to the plight of the common people, remains indifferent as long as the capitalists thrive. Following the proud declaration of the beautiful nation, Britain echoed its sentiments, stating, "Our strength ensures that Britain stands at the pinnacle of the world. We trust in our fortunate individuals. They shall bring us prosperity. The hour is late. Let us retire for the night." Subsequently, nations such as Australia, France, and Germany also released statements, primarily aimed at calming public sentiment. Yuan Huang, unwilling to lag behind, subsequently issued a statement. "It is believed that our compatriots have developed a commendable understanding of our two fortunate individuals. Shangguan Riyun is an exemplary special forces soldier from our nation, possessing skills that rival those of any male counterpart." From today's live broadcast, it is evident that Shangguan Riyun possesses a keen sense of crisis awareness in the wilderness, enabling her to effectively safeguard herself. She is not only an outstanding warrior, but also a beacon of hope for Yuan Huang. We must place our faith in her, instilling within her the confidence akin to our unwavering belief in the nation's ability to protect its sovereignty. The other fortunate individual is Qin Chuan, a mere 4-year-old child. Initially, few anticipated that he would survive to this day, and many have sought to tarnish his reputation. Yet, the reality is clear. He not only thrives, but has also brought accolades to the nation, including a 1-star and a 3-star commendation, striking a resounding blow to those with ulterior motives. He is our pride, the pride of our homeland, and we must not view him through the lens of ordinary expectations. Qin Chuan excels beyond all, demonstrating remarkable strength and earning the recognition of the entire nation. Let us rally in support of our fortunate ones. Upon witnessing this news from the nation, everyone felt a surge of emotion and excitement, collectively voicing 2 resounding cheers. Onward. Chapter 18. The leopard once more loses its dignity with the release of this news by the national channel. Those lurking in the shadows were instantly deterred from their intentions. They failed to comprehend why the people of this nation could be so easily stirred and yet remain so united. This is quite simple. They do not understand the spirit of Yuan Huang. This ethnicity, steeped in 5 millennia of heritage, embodies an inexplicable sense of national honor. The nights within the forbidden domain are far more perilous than the days. Many creatures that emerge to hunt at night have become nightmares for countless individuals. Almost every hour, news of someone being slain by a monster reverberates. In reality, several fortunate individuals from other nations tragically perished. Although each person possesses a chance for resurrection, this opportunity does not guarantee an extended life. The first night of the live broadcast was endured amidst wind and rain. The grim news is that on this very first night, more than 30 fortunate individuals from the Jiuzhou nation lost their lives, over 60 lives extinguished in an instant. Were it not for their chance at resurrection, many more nations would have been devastated. The global landscape has shifted. Those nations bereft of their fortunate ones have become increasingly unstable, marking a tragic turn of events. To prevent this tragedy from unfolding, the performance of our nation as fortunate individuals within the forbidden realm is crucial. On this day, every heart felt significantly heavier than it had the previous day. Anyone witnessing the tumult and carnage abroad would find it impossible to maintain a light-hearted demeanor. They have shifted their focus entirely to the safety of the two fortunate individuals, concerning themselves little with resources. In merely one day, turmoil erupted in over 30 nations of the real world, a horror surpassing any disaster. Moreover, following the demise of their own fortunate ones, calamity began anew. Tsunamis, typhoons, earthquakes, floods, landslides, acid rain, droughts, heat waves, locust swarms, and severe cold, natural disasters poured forth in succession. This represented a dreadful catastrophe, one that could be deemed a potential annihilation of humanity. In the Qin Chuan livestream studio, Qin Chuan sleeps soundly, still unawakened. They likely remain oblivious to the significant events that transpired on the Zhuzhou planet yesterday. Among all the fortunate ones, Qin Chuan enjoys the most comfortable slumber, resting upon the back of the Shungong Bao, a uniquely soft and warm place, unmatched anywhere in the world. For others lack the conditions that Qin Chuan possesses. Without comparison, there is no pain. Should the other fortunate ones witness Qin Chuan's sleeping conditions, their expressions would be beyond imagining. Suddenly, Qin Chuan opened his eyes, yawned, and gazed up at the sky. Is it already dawn? The viewers were amused by Qin Chuan's demeanor, showering the screen with comments. Daylight has arrived. Sun, here I come. Blue sky. Qin Chuan, you have awakened. You are finally awake. Do you know what happened yesterday? You sleep more comfortably than I do. With a playful smack on Shungong Bao's back, Qin Chuan remarked, no more sleeping, wake up. Shungong Bao feigned innocence, having already awakened but hesitating to disturb him. Looking at Qin Chuan, it seemed to inquire, where to? This is your territory, lead the way. For I am unfamiliar with it, Qin Chuan replied earnestly. Shungong Bao sighed. The audience mused. This leopard must owe Qin Chuan greatly from a past life. Qin Chuan, are you trying to make me laugh to death? The tension in the atmosphere dissipated instantly. The leopard appeared pitiable. Feeling famished, Shungong Bao decided to wander, nursing a small desire for meat. Eating vegetables was hardly befitting of a leopard. It led Qin Chuan through a dense jungle, having sprinted for nearly half an hour. Qin Chuan, comfortably seated on Shungong Bao's back, cared little, as he had food and felt no hunger. Spotting prey, Shungong Bao remained quiet, as Qin Chuan was still on its back. What are you doing? Qin Chuan grumbled. Shungong Bao gestured ahead. Qin Chuan glanced up and saw several hopping rabbits, immediately expressing disdain. You won't even spare the little bunnies? Are you even human? I am not human. I am a leopard. Yet, Shungong Bao dared not voice this, fearing a reprimand. However, Qin Chuan rested his small hand upon his chin and declared, I shall test your prowess. Do not disappoint me. Capture them all. The online spectators erupted in laughter. Wasn't it promised that they would be spared? And yet, he was eager to annihilate the poor rabbits? Qin Chuan's transformation was remarkably swift. How ruthless. Yet, I find it delightful. The enemy would arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Let us proceed. Leopard, let us witness your true strength. Shungong Bao nodded, seemingly reclaiming a semblance of dignity. As a leopard, he intended to demonstrate that he was not merely a mount, but also a capable hunter. Qin Chuan remained perched upon Shungong Bao's back, gripping his hide, which caused Shungong Bao a twinge of regret. How painful. Qin Chuan would never admit to fearing that the leopard might flee. He was merely testing Shungong Bao's abilities. Indeed, Shungong Bao showcased his hunting prowess, crouching amidst the grass to camouflage his form, stealthily inching closer to his prey with great patience. However, Qin Chuan's patience was lacking, and he exclaimed in frustration, Why are you so timid? Is it really so challenging to catch a few rabbits? Just as Shungong Bao had entered the hunting mindset, Qin Chuan's interruption shattered the moment. It seemed as though he was reproaching Qin Chuan, questioning why he was disrupting the hunt. Unfazed by Shungong Bao's thoughts, Qin Chuan delivered a firm slap to his back and commanded, Go. Shungong Bao retorted, If you don't run now, it will be too late. Qin Chuan scolded. Thus, Shungong Bao had no choice but to dash forward, fully aware that this was not the opportune moment for a chase, yet he could not resist. His last shred of dignity as a hunter was severely trampled by Qin Chuan's insistence. Relentless. Nevertheless, this seemed to ignite a fire within Shungong Bao. Unable to overpower Qin Chuan, he redirected his frustration towards the rabbits, pursuing them with fervor. In this outburst, his speed surged, closing the distance to the rabbits. Riding the leopard, Qin Chuan experienced the exhilarating sensation of galloping into battle, albeit his small stature diminished the expected gravitas, adding an element of amusement instead. At least, that was the consensus among the audience. Little one, strive forth. You are destined to be the next battle god. While others may falter, you are the pride of our Yin Wang. Starting off riding a leopard, might he one day ride a dragon? Quite possibly. Chapter 19, Qin Chuan, the superpowered one. In his moment of frustration, Shun Gongbao unleashed an unprecedented primal force, surprising even himself with his newfound speed. He discovered that his innate talent was remarkably potent. However, the rabbits would not be so easily captured. If they were, they would have long faced extinction. Regrettably, a family of 4 rabbits emerged. The larger ones swift in their escape, while the smaller ones lagged behind. Faster, faster, Qin Chuan urged. Shun Gongbao erupted once more, leaping into the air with a fierce bite. Yet alas, the rabbit proved to be quite astute, darting aside and evading the attack. Useless. How can you miss such an easy target? Qin Chuan expressed his dissatisfaction, then sprang into action, swiftly capturing the rabbit and landing gracefully on the ground. The rabbit, restless, attempted to wriggle free from Qin Chuan's grasp, but he swiftly delivered a sharp slap, causing the creature to stiffen in compliance. I possess the means, Qin Chuan thought, feeling quite pleased with himself. Being in a growth phase, he required sustenance beyond mere vegetables. He needed meat, and plenty of it. Beside him, Shun Gongbao stood in astonishment, feeling utterly inept in Qin Chuan's presence, unable even to catch a single rabbit. Lie down, commanded Qin Chuan, and without hesitation, Shun Gongbao complied, allowing Qin Chuan to return to his back. We must continue our pursuit. We cannot grant the enemy an opportunity. Follow me, let us slay, Qin Chuan shouted. A burst of laughter escaped me. Unable to contain myself, I inadvertently sprayed my classmate with laughter, while others streamed their gameplay in dire situations. Only Qin Chuan's broadcast could evoke such joy. He seemed less a participant in a national endeavor and more a carefree traveler, accompanied by an aura of fortune and a leopard, in stark contrast to the perilous circumstances faced by other fortunate individuals. Qin Chuan's stream not only lacked any sense of danger, but also incited hearty laughter, leading viewers to forget the gravity of the national mission. As foreign netizens entered Qin Chuan's streaming room, they were astonished to see that the predominant reactions from the Yanhuang audience were not fear or anxiety, but rather an avalanche of laughter-filled comments. This bewildered them. Curiosity began to swell among foreign viewers. What extraordinary talent did this Qin Chuan possess that allowed the Yanhuang people to be so at ease? The beauty of national fortune broadcasts lies in their universal accessibility, no matter where one resides or which lucky individual stream they watch. The subtitles always appear in the viewer's native language, eliminating any concern over comprehension. Furthermore, when foreign users commented, their national identifiers preceded their messages. After witnessing just a snippet of Qin Chuan's stream, they were left utterly flabbergasted. Wow, this little brat from Yanhuang is astonishing. Where on earth did he find that leopard? Riding it as if it were a horse, and the leopard doesn't dare resist. I found myself laughing uncontrollably, captivated by the child's antics. Were all Yanhuang children this remarkable? I began to suspect that this child might possess the skills of Yanhuang martial arts. Such a young rascal was indeed formidable. Yet I found myself pondering why his luck was so exceptional. Could he be the chosen one? It seems that all other fortunate souls pale in comparison to this child. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Foreigners were collectively bewildered, fervently scouring for information about Qin Chuan. Ultimately, they could only acquire the most rudimentary details. An orphan, aged 4. The simplicity of it all was somewhat astonishing. Given Qin Chuan's circumstances, he could hardly be classified as an ordinary child. What typical 4-year-old can climb trees? Who among them could subdue a leopard from the forbidden zone as if it were a mere cat? His agility, leaping ability, and strength to overpower a leopard were far beyond what one would expect from a child of his age. Online speculators conjectured that Qin Chuan must surely be an extraterrestrial, for only an alien could possess such extraordinary energy. Qin Chuan, oblivious to this, was not only a sensation in the Yanhuang region, but had also captivated the world at large. He was a true, global superstar. He was still reprimanding Shun Gongbao, his mount, for its unsatisfactory performance. Unable to even catch a rabbit, Qin Chuan would have considered abandoning it altogether were it not for the fact that he could still ride it. In his live broadcast room, the audience surged from several 100,000 in the morning to billions now, with numbers steadily climbing. This astonished many, as they never anticipated that Qin Chuan could attract such a vast following. Returning to the scene, Qin Chuan had caught a rabbit and was pursuing others on Shun Gongbao, determined not to halt until he had captured them all. Giddy up, Qin Chuan urged, galloping through the forest. Despite Shun Gongbao's ravenous hunger, having found little satisfaction in yesterday's fruits, its craving for meat had reached an astonishing level. Furthermore, being ridiculed by Qin Chuan earlier had severely wounded its pride, compelling it to unleash every last ounce of its primal strength in an attempt to reclaim its dignity. It is often said that great strength begets miracles. Through its efforts, Shun Gongbao finally closed in on the remaining 3 rabbits. With a mighty leap, it succeeded in catching one of them at a critical moment, tears streaming down its face as it restored its dignity as a leopard. It glanced back at Qin Chuan, seeking praise, but upon turning, its expression morphed into one of utter confusion. What did it see? Why did Qin Chuan have 3 rabbits in his possession? With one in his left hand, one in his right, and the very first one he caught beneath his foot, Shun Gongbao's heart shattered. Meanwhile, countless netizens were taken aback, astonished, and utterly incredulous. How could this be? This mischievous child must be using cheats. A normal 4-year-old could never capture 2 leaping rabbits under such circumstances. The explosive strength of a wild rabbit is far beyond what any child of that age could possibly grasp. According to your assertion, it seems rather peculiar that Qin Chuan managed to tame that leopard, does it not? Indeed, it is quite extraordinary, for leopards are carnivorous creatures, especially within a forbidden zone. This little child is far from an ordinary youth. He is, in truth, a terrifying human cloaked in the guise of a child. He may even possess special abilities, perhaps having acquired superpowers even during his time on the 9 continents planet. Is there truly such a thing as superhumans in this world? With national fortune broadcasts emerging, what remains impossible? That is a valid point. Chapter 20. The Dean makes his entrance. The online community of Yanhuang erupted in laughter. The astute observers are not merely foreign netizens, for they have long discerned Qin Chuan's exceptional prowess. Yet, they choose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. To the foreigners, Qin Chuan is simply an ordinary individual. Yes, he is merely a straightforward, innocent child. He is merely playing around. You are reading too much into it. The foreigners collectively expressed their disbelief. Who are they trying to deceive? Can an ordinary 4-year-old instill such fear in a ferocious leopard? Can a naive child truly bully a leopard to such an extent? We, the perceptive ones, have already seen through the facade. Qin Chuan is a super soldier nurtured in secrecy by Yanhuang. The methods of Yanhuang are indeed alarming. They have allowed such a young child to undergo warrior training. No wonder it is said that children in Yanhuang lack freedom from an early age. Our beautiful nation should enlighten them on the true meaning of freedom. Yanhuang is the most populous country in the world. One must ponder how many children like Qin Chuan exist in Yanhuang. It is truly unfathomable. I believe our nation should not be adversarial towards such a nation, for Yanhuang is indeed terrifying. Indeed, their cruelty is evident. Subjecting children to inhumane training from a tender age, obliterating their humanity. Observers from Yanhuang cannot help but chuckle at this. Who would have thought that these foreigners would delve so deeply into their reasoning? It can only be said that no one from any other nation can genuinely comprehend Yanhuang. Indeed, some children's freedoms and joys are severely restricted by their parents from birth. However, all parents harbor the same intentions. The parents of Yanhuang merely wish to secure a brighter future for their children, ensuring they are not cast aside in an increasingly harsh society. They are subjected to diverse learning experiences and education from an early age, aiming to give them a head start in life. It is precisely for this reason that foreigners might misunderstand them. Educational philosophies differ, and any discourse on the subject may prove futile. Many believe that all of Qin Chuan's current attributes stem from the teachings of the director of the Beihai orphanage, eagerly awaiting the director's participation in a broadcast to address their myriad questions. Bing Bing has logged on. At 9 o'clock, Bing Bing arrived punctually at the small window, her sweet smile captivating countless hearts. Thank you all for your patience. After a day and night of broadcasting, we have finally secured a few distinguished guests. As the camera panned, 3 unfamiliar faces appeared beside Bing Bing. Allow me to introduce them. This individual is the coach of the Yanhuang War God Special Forces, revered as the deity of special operations in Yanhuang, who has nurtured countless elite warriors for our motherland. Among our fortunate few is Shangwan Ryun, an exemplary female soldier. His name is Long Weigua, and true to his name, he stands as a guardian for our nation. The man in the frame exuded a resolute demeanor. Clad in military attire, his stature commanding, as he saluted the camera. Bing Bing proceeded to introduce the next individual, a middle-aged man who appeared quite ordinary. However, no one dared underestimate him. Being invited here was undoubtedly a mark of distinction. This gentleman may be unfamiliar to many, but do not be deceived. His name is Yunnan, an avid adventurer. His story is indeed lengthy. He once traversed the Taklamakan Desert alone, crossed the Tibetan Plateau, scaled the summit of Mount Everest, lived for months in a tropical rainforest, and mysteriously vanished in the uninhabited Shenangjia for 3 years before returning safely. This is merely a brief introduction. Yunnan has left his footprints in various perilous environments around the globe. Truth be told, His survival is nothing short of miraculous. We in Yanhuang require individuals who continually create wonders, much like our Qin Chuan, who consistently surprises us with extraordinary feats. Now, the final individual. Bingbing turned to introduce the last person. He is the long-anticipated director of the Beihai Orphanage, Qin Ren. Hello everyone, I am Qin Ren, the director of the Beihai Orphanage, and the one who raised Qin Chuan. Director Qin, a man in his 50s, bore the marks of time upon his face, yet he appeared quite spirited. Qin Ren stated, "Since Qin Chuan ventured to the Forbidden Land, my back no longer aches, my legs no longer tire, and I even sleep better." I know many of you have questions for Director Qin, so let us allow him to briefly introduce Qin Chuan. Bingbing applauded in welcome. Qin Ren nodded and recounted. I discovered Qin Chuan at the entrance of the orphanage when he was just a small child. Who would have thought that 4 whole years would pass in the blink of an eye? As he shared the story of how he found Qin Chuan, countless listeners in the live stream attentively absorbed every word. Many silently shed tears upon hearing the plight of Qin Chuan. They never imagined that he had arrived at the orphanage in such a manner. Can I adopt Qin Chuan? Allow me to do so. I will treat him as my own child, Jin Dong expressed, pledging to nurture Qin Chuan for the latter part of his life and ensure he inherits a billion-dollar enterprise. Ali offered to care for Qin Chuan wholeheartedly and cultivate him as his successor. We, Didi, will provide unwavering support for Qin Chuan. Everything from Didi will belong to him. Leave his care to us. Goodness, these people have lost their minds. Do you honestly believe that capitalists would be so benevolent? If they succeed, their enterprise will not only flourish rapidly, but they themselves will also reap boundless benefits. This venture is undeniably profitable. Alas, I was nearly swayed by their deceitful words. Indeed, few capitalists possess noble intentions. It is far safer to rely on the state for support. Agreed. Agreed. During the live broadcast, Qin Chuan was unaware that his guardian, Qin Ren, was already explaining matters on the stream. Upon catching a rabbit, Qin Chuan immediately instructed Shen Gongbao to lead him to a water source. Shen Gongbao, well aware of where to find water, hesitated slightly, as if to suggest that danger lurked in that direction. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan admonished him, saying, "Coward, your weakness invites peril. With me by your side, what is there to fear?" Shen Gongbao could only weakly nod, taking Qin Chuan toward the water source. In the live broadcast, viewers began to piece together Qin Chuan's background. Bingbing inquired, "What is Qin Chuan's usual demeanor?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ren hesitated, torn between the truth and a fabrication. Was this truly a dilemma? Observing Qin Ren's expression, Bingbing sensed an unspoken complexity. Chapter 21. By the lake in front of the entire world, Qin Ren chose honesty and stated, to speak candidly, after Qin Chuan left the Beihai Orphanage. We were nearly moved to tears with joy. Bingbing's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, "What? Goodness, I can't believe my ears. Why on earth would that be?" The notion that the director wept tears of joy upon Qin Chuan's departure was utterly perplexing. I found myself curious about what Qin Chuan could have possibly done to elicit such an astonishing statement from the director. After all, he is but a child. Does the director harbor no concerns? My inquisitive nature was ignited. Qin Ren spoke earnestly. Even if he were to fabricate a tale, he trusted that the internet sleuths would unearth the truth, rendering honesty the better path. Do not underestimate him, he warned. Qin Chuan cannot be viewed through the lens of ordinary perception. You see, he exhibited extraordinary talent from the tender age of 1. While this is typically a blessing, when such gifts manifest in the form of mischief, it becomes a calamity. Every individual at the orphanage has been subject to his playful tricks. The director began recounting Qin Chuan's past. Though the memories were painful, a true reflection revealed just how challenging it had been for the director. They recognized that he was indeed a good man, one who never abandoned Qin Chuan despite the chaos he often caused. Although Qin Chuan frequently stirred trouble and played pranks on others, he possessed a charming side as well. For instance, when the director fell ill, Qin Chuan would remain by his side from dawn until dusk. During a fire, he was quick to extinguish the flames, and whenever a child encountered danger, he was invariably the first to address it. It is precisely due to these commendable traits that regardless of the troubles or mistakes Qin Chuan may have caused, he is merely confined to a small darkroom. Furthermore, the director unequivocally stated that Qin Chuan possesses an exceptionally high intelligence, despite being only 4 years old. His intellect rivals that of an 18-year-old adult. Naturally, his playful nature has been well known since he entered the forbidden area. Observing Qin Chuan in the live broadcast, the director remarked, "To be honest, I was quite concerned when I first saw Qin Chuan enter the forbidden zone. However, once I witnessed him successfully tame the shadow leopard, Shen Gongbao, I realized that I need not worry about him at all. As you can see, Since entering the forbidden area, has he encountered any significant setbacks? Not at all. While others might require caution upon entering, in Qin Chuan's case, all you need to do is provide him with ample confidence and watch quietly. His inherent nature is good, and I can assure you of that. As their understanding of Qin Chuan deepened, they recognized that the director's description was indeed remarkably accurate. Look, Shen Gongbao has brought Qin Chuan to the edge of a small lake. Wow, what a beautiful lake. It appears so clear. You all notice that such a large lake has remarkably few animals around, which is rather peculiar. Did you not observe Shen Gongbao's previous behavior? This lake harbors danger. Can Qin Chuan manage it? Did the director not say to refrain from assessing him through the lens of a 4-year-old and to regard him as an adult? Although this is easier said than done, it is indeed challenging to reconcile this notion with his diminutive stature. Haha, I feel the same way. The director's words instilled considerable confidence in the netizens from Yinhuang. It turns out that their mischievous child merely possesses the body of a 4-year-old, while his intellect is that of an adult. This also elucidates Qin Chuan's behavior throughout his journey, seemingly carefree and capricious, yet each action is undertaken with utmost confidence. He has demonstrated remarkable acuity in assessing danger, deftly navigating from the initial encounter with a venomous snake to the subsequent encounter with a Songlong lizard, emerging unscathed. However, the foreign audience remained skeptical, expressing that this little brat was simply fortunate, and that Yinhuang had no shame in allowing this elder to deceive. Their skepticism is merely an attempt to stabilize public sentiment. We understand this all too well. There is some truth to their claims. With both authenticity and fabrication at play, has Yinhuang not demonstrated enough cunning? Indeed, Yinhuang is known for its prowess in deception, even before our beloved country's Apple 99 has launched. We have heard that Yinhuang is already selling it. We have seen through your machinations. To use your Yinhuang vernacular, we are all too familiar with your tactics. Upon hearing such remarks, the netizens from Yinhuang could not help but admire the creative thinking of these foreigners, which was truly outlandish. Even Bingbing found herself at a loss for words regarding these individuals. Their program had exhibited no semblance of fabrication. Nor had there been any rehearsals. Everything was presented authentically before the audience. There was simply no need for such deceit. This is the essence of national confidence, something foreigners will never comprehend. Returning to the scene with Qin Chuan, as he held the rabbit in both hands, ready to approach the lakeside, Shen Gongbao let out a few whimpers. Are you a pig or a leopard? Do you think I would be unaware of what lurks in the lake? Truly, you are hopelessly foolish. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan looked down upon Shen Gongbao, which pleased the netizens, who remarked on his remarkable intellect. However, Qin Chuan then stated, with such a vast lake, there must certainly be fish. How could there be nothing? I'll catch a few to eat. Could it be that Qin Chuan only thought of fish and not the dangers? Shen Gongbao should have warned him of the frightening elements in the water. I had previously believed Qin Chuan was aware, but it astonished me that he only considered the fish and shrimp. What was he thinking? At such a young age, would he not fall into the water? The director immediately reassured, do not worry. Qin Chuan can swim remarkably well. He once held his breath underwater for a full 5 minutes, nearly frightening me to death, but in the end, he was merely toying with me, resulting in him being confined to a small dark room. Ha ha ha, this is quintessentially Qin Chuan. The director certainly has a tough job. Goodness. Holding one's breath for 5 minutes. Who does that? At 4 years old, and without any adverse effects? Is he perhaps a creature of the water? Although it is hard to believe, Qin Chuan has consistently demonstrated unexpected feats, making this not entirely unacceptable. As Qin Chuan approached the lakeside, they speculated that he intended to eat the rabbit. But how would he do so? Wouldn't he need a knife to gut it? How would he manage to clean the fur? Has he mastered the art of barbecuing at such a young age? The director recalled something and said, you are correct. He has indeed mastered barbecuing. I once raised a dozen chickens at the orphanage, and they all mysteriously disappeared until I discovered that Qin Chuan had taken them to barbecue. That was when I realized who was responsible. Chapter 22. The dangers beneath the water. Upon hearing the director's words, everyone was left speechless, utterly dumbfounded. Goodness. Qin Chuan is truly a prodigy, impressing me thoroughly. At such a tender age, he has acquired so many skills, mastering such impressive outdoor survival techniques from childhood. Should I also encourage my daughter to learn these skills? Perhaps not. My daughter does not even know what a rabbit is. How terrifying. Netizens expressed their admiration, asserting that Qin Chuan not only possesses skills, but also the ability to confront any monsters lurking in the lake without worry, with a single maneuver. He would surely emerge unscathed. Although they had yet to witness the power of Qin Chuan's abilities, they anticipated that a 3-star level skill would not disappoint. Finally, Qin Chuan reached the lakeside and, with eyes sparkling like the moon, He tossed the rabbit aside, swiftly shed his clothing, and with a splash, leapt into the water. The skilled movements and deft operations were as effortless as eating or drinking. The onlookers could never anticipate what Qin Chuan would do next. They initially believed his first course of action would involve dealing with the rabbit. However, he surprised everyone once more by leaping into the lake. He jumped into the lake purely out of sheer joy upon seeing the water. Haha, splendid. It has been ages since I last swam. It's all that old codger's fault for not taking me swimming, Qin Chuan complained, his dissatisfaction evident. His irritated demeanor instantly filled the screen with laughter, particularly as they witnessed the dean's awkward expression on the small screen, which only heightened their amusement. The dean quickly clarified. It's not that I didn't want to take him. I simply feared that he might end up terrified. Clearly, the dean harbored a phobia. Anyone would be apprehensive when faced with such a mischievous spirit. One could only imagine that the day Qin Chuan departed brought the dean a peaceful night's sleep. The audience once again focused on the live broadcast, observing Qin Chuan gliding through the water like a fish, eliciting a whirlwind of complex emotions. A burly man from the north remarked that once submerged, one would sink. To be honest, Qin Chuan swam at an astonishing speed. If he were to compete in the Olympics, who could rival him? He was nothing short of a little dragon in the water. Just look at his adept swimming technique. Was it truly self-taught? The dean had mentioned that during their first swimming outing, Qin Chuan held his breath underwater for a full 5 minutes, and no one knew when he had learned to swim. It's worth noting that such talent does exist in this world. Qin Chuan must have been bursting with energy, swimming back and forth in the water, his laughter evoking a sense of childlike innocence in many. However, they soon noticed something stirring on the surface of the water in the distance. Yunan observed this scene and remarked, "Danger is approaching Qin Chuan." I was quite curious to see how Qin Chuan would confront this unknown peril. From my assessment, it seemed he had anticipated the emerging threat. Long Weiguo had been closely watching Qin Chuan. While others saw only his innocent exuberance, he perceived much more. The confidence radiating from him, along with his agility and speed, was unmatched. No special forces could match Qin Chuan's nimbleness. He was certain of that. Bing Bing was astounded and turned to Long Weiguo, asking, "Instructor Long, do you mean to say that Qin Chuan had foreseen the danger all along?" Long Weiguo nodded, stating, "From the moment Shun Gongbao mentioned the danger in the lake, I observed the indifference in Qin Chuan's eyes. That sense of confidence stemmed from an absolute belief in his own abilities. He was fully aware of the peril beneath the surface, yet remained unconcerned, possessing a significant degree of assurance regarding the threat. Our Qin Chuan would never engage in any action without careful consideration." Bing Bing was indeed surprised. She had not anticipated that Long Weiguo would express such thoughts. Have you all heard? Although Coach Long's words are quite astonishing, considering Qin Chuan's previous actions, one might reasonably believe that there is truth to them. I imagine, like me, everyone is quite curious about how Qin Chuan will navigate this impending peril. Let us witness together how he intends to confront this unknown danger. The crowd responded with eagerness, expressing their desire to see whether Qin Chuan truly comprehends the threats lurking here or remains blissfully unaware. While many insisted that Qin Chuan should retreat to a safer location, he seemed utterly unperturbed, joyfully swimming back and forth in the water. The more perilous the situation, the greater their desire to observe how Qin Chuan would eradicate these looming threats. Billions of eyes were fixated on Qin Chuan's live stream, filled with anticipation, trepidation, concern, fear, and a thrilling excitement. On the shore, Shun Gongbao emitted a warning sound, having been vigilant about the lake's surface and sensing something amiss. Yet, Qin Chuan waved at Shun Gongbao, saying, "Big cat, come on down and wash off. Do you realize how foul you smell? Have you never bathed before?" Shun Gongbao, not wishing to engage with Qin Chuan, considered it unnecessary for a leopard to bathe. Furthermore, with such danger in the lake, it certainly had no desire to become prey for other creatures. "Forget the bath. I've noticed quite a few fish in the water. Watch as I catch some to supplement your meal." With that, Qin Chuan plunged into the water, vanishing from the shore. The screen abruptly went dark, causing unease among the viewers. How could they continue watching with no one visible? Fortunately, they discovered they could switch to a view of the lake's surface, and the image reappeared instantly. Someone in the comments pointed out this newfound capability, revealing that when the streamer submerged, they could click on the water's surface to regain the view. However, the underwater footage lacked the clarity of the shore's perspective. Indeed, unfiltered images are quite different. This is the essence of reality. There was Qin Chuan, swimming gracefully beneath the surface, resembling a fish. How remarkable he was, able to dive to such depths. But could that monstrous creature be approaching? I thought my eyes were deceiving me, yet it appeared that everyone had seen it as well. "Qin Chuan, danger! Be cautious!" The collective concern for Qin Chuan swelled as the unknown threat drew nearer. The shadow's size was daunting. Could Qin Chuan evade it? After all, he was submerged in water. Though skilled, could he maintain the same prowess as he would on land? Indeed, the creatures of the deep are formidable. Perhaps Qin Chuan was too reckless to have ventured beneath the surface. He was in grave danger. Chapter 23. Qin Chuan is a monster in the depths of the water. Where aquatic creatures reign, humans must rely on auxiliary tools to engage in prolonged activities, lest they succumb to asphyxiation. The individual known to hold the record for breath holding can endure merely half an hour, and that is only while remaining motionless. If one were to swim, the duration would be significantly shorter. Although the director advised against viewing Qin Chuan through the lens of conventional reasoning, it is a challenge that few can overcome in their subconscious minds. Thus, when Qin Chuan submerged himself, some began to time him, driven by curiosity about how long he could remain underwater while in motion. As seconds ticked by, the looming danger drew ever closer to Qin Chuan. An air of tension enveloped the onlookers, save for Qin Chuan himself, who appeared blissfully unaware of the peril lurking behind him as he swam leisurely. He soon spotted a fish, swift as lightning, darting through the water, capturing his attention. Alas, a monstrous threat approached from behind. Yet our Qin Chuan remained captivated by this peculiar fish. Does anyone know its name? Its speed was astonishing, vanishing in an instant. What species could this be? I have never encountered one like it before. Bing Bing glanced at Yunnan, who had traversed numerous places and possessed knowledge that surpassed many botanists and zoologists. She inquired, "Do you recognize this fish? It appears rather unusual, yet strikingly beautiful." Regrettably, Yunnan shook his head, replying, "I must confess, I have never seen this species before." Bing Bing was undeterred. After all, Yunnan was not omniscient. However, he continued, "While I may not have encountered it, I have seen several similar fish. There is a species known as the electric fish that bears a striking resemblance to the one we observe in the live stream. Yet, the electric fish rarely exceeds the size of a human palm, whereas the one we see here is as thick as an adult's thigh. Moreover, its speed far surpasses that of the electric fish, suggesting that this may indeed be a new species. I wonder if such a creature exists on the planet Jiuzhou. After all, it is not surprising that they have not encountered these fish, as this forbidden zone resembles an alien world distant from their own." Bing Bing redirected her focus to Qin Chuan, for, in truth, their primary concern was his safety rather than the discovery of a new species. They observed that Qin Chuan swam with remarkable speed, rivaling that of a fish. When Bing Bing witnessed Qin Chuan pursuing the fish, the swiftness of his movements astonished everyone. After all, he was human. Can any human truly outpace a fish? Yet, Qin Chuan's velocity was so extraordinary that it left them questioning their own perceptions. How could Qin Chuan exhibit such speed in the water? Is he truly human? Could it be that a mermaid has transformed? Good heavens, Qin Chuan has accelerated once more, and he is drawing ever closer to that fish. What kind of creature is this? The swimming speed is utterly terrifying. How could a mere human swim so swiftly? It defies all scientific reasoning. How on earth is Qin Chuan achieving this? Could it be that he truly possesses superhuman abilities, as the director suggested? In the water, Qin Chuan surged forward, quickly encircling the fish. With a swift motion, he grasped it firmly in his hand, rendering it incapable of escape. The fish's scales were incredibly slick, particularly in the water, yet Qin Chuan managed to hold it with a grip as if his hand were a vice. This left everyone bewildered. The fish was as thick as an adult's thigh, while Qin Chuan's hand was rather small. This discrepancy was astounding, yet the reality before them was undeniable. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with confusion. Their understanding of the world had been upended. They found Qin Chuan increasingly enigmatic, akin to an inexhaustible treasure trove awaiting exploration. Suddenly, a foreboding presence loomed behind them. Bing Bing noticed a dark shadow approaching Qin Chuan, resembling a terrifying oceanic beast. "What manner of monster is this?" she gasped. Previously, the creature had been distant, obscured by the currents, but now, as it drew near, they could finally behold its true form. Their eyes widened in disbelief. This monster was unmistakably a shark. It resembled a shark, yet it was something more. What precisely was this creature? It was colossal, rivaling the size of the earlier dragon lizard. Its maw was large enough to swallow Qin Chuan whole. "Huh, this little brat is finally doomed," someone exclaimed. What did it matter how swiftly he swam? He was still just a child. A single bite from the monster would seal his fate, superhuman abilities notwithstanding. Qin Chuan was in grave danger. The creature opened its enormous jaws and lunged toward him. This scene sparked anxiety in countless hearts. Should Qin Chuan be swallowed, he would lose a chance at resurrection. The creature's mouth was vast, and with its speed, Qin Chuan, still facing away from it, seemed certain to meet his end. However, at the moment the monster was about to engulf him, Qin Chuan accelerated, narrowly evading its grasp. With a swift maneuver, he slipped past, sending bubbles to the surface, his gaze icy as he confronted the suddenly appearing beast. This spectacle left everyone in the live stream utterly dumbfounded. Did Qin Chuan possess eyes in the back of his head to have evaded such a fate? Goodness, that startled me. I thought for sure Qin Chuan was about to be devoured. Someone exclaimed, astonished by his miraculous escape. Did he know beforehand, or was it merely serendipity that allowed him to evade danger? Have you overlooked a crucial point? Qin Chuan, in a state of vigorous motion, astonishingly held his breath for over 5 minutes underwater. My goodness, is Qin Chuan truly human or some sort of monster? He is only 4 years old. Even the most adept breath holders in the world would find such a feat impossible. Swimming demands an immense amount of energy, yet Qin Chuan appears utterly unfazed, as if he has not expended any significant effort. They cannot fathom how such a diminutive physique could sustain itself in water for so long. Does he not require air? Aside from aquatic creatures, humans cannot breathe underwater. Chapter 24. Courageous confrontation with monsters. Many international viewers were left in awe as they witnessed Qin Chuan once again elude the monster, their eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle. Why does this little imp possess such extraordinary luck? How did he manage to escape once more? What method did he employ to hold his breath in the water? Was that monstrous fish blind, unable to strike such a large target? Qin Chuan had long been aware of the creature, which enabled him to dodge its attack in the first instance. He turned around, brow furrowed. Despite the prolonged absence of air, he exhibited no signs of discomfort. Even with only a fraction of the power of the magical youth NEZHA, he could remain submerged for a considerable duration. Dissatisfied with the grotesque creature, he decided to take action, swimming purposefully towards the monster. The beast, having failed to seize Qin Chuan, was enraged and bared its teeth, preparing to lunge at him once more. At that moment, a piece of text appeared in the live stream. Monster name, Razorfin Shark Strength Evaluation, 3 stars abilities, Bite, Aquatic Agility. This was a dossier on the creature. Good heavens, it truly is a shark. Look at its strength. A formidable 3-star monster. Can Qin Chuan contend with it? A 3-star beast is certainly no match for the Songlong lizard. How could Qin Chuan possibly approach the creature? Is he courting disaster? The audience was speechless. After narrowly escaping one peril, Qin Chuan not only refrained from fleeing, but boldly swam towards the monster. What was his intention? Did he seek to retaliate? In the water, with his slight frame, how could he possibly challenge such a colossal aquatic beast? No one believed he could succeed. Many perceived his actions as akin to a fragile egg striking against a rock. Qin Chuan, why do you not run? If you must fight, it would be wiser to lure the creature to the shore. Qin Chuan, you are far too young. You are no match for that monster. This is a 3-star level creature. You cannot hope to compete. The aquatic realm belongs to the fish. Humans can only exert a fraction of their fighting capabilities underwater, often less than 30%. No one held faith in Qin Chuan's chances. Although he had previously evaded danger, he should not have initiated an assault. With the speed he had previously demonstrated, he could have easily escaped. Yet, why did he choose not to? This perplexed everyone. Trust in Qin Chuan. He is not foolish. The dean spoke up. Upon hearing this, Bing Bing hesitated, anxiously watching the live stream, hoping for a miracle from Qin Chuan. I too believe in Qin Chuan. He is indeed an extraordinary young man, and let us not forget what he has accomplished before. Although Long Weigua felt a pang of worry, he still believed that one should not hastily draw conclusions until the very end. Everyone's eyes were glued to the live broadcast, fully engrossed, eager to witness how Qin Chuan would navigate this crisis. The water rushed, and a flurry of bubbles erupted in the stream. They watched as Qin Chuan darted through the water like an arrow, swiftly approaching the razor-sharp shark, causing everyone to widen their eyes and drop their jaws in disbelief. It was astonishingly fast, akin to a racing car accelerating, and he rapidly neared the shark. Bang! Qin Chuan collided with the razor-sharp shark, and one would assume that with his small stature, such a collision would be inconsequential. Yet, they soon realized their error. The razor-sharp shark actually spun out in the water, as if it had struck a massive boulder. This was utterly incredible. Many were bewildered, questioning if this was truly the work of Qin Chuan. After all, how old could he be? In the presence of the razor-sharp shark, he appeared more like a toy. Yet the reality was that this toy had sent the shark flying. What kind of strength could accomplish such a feat? How much did the razor-sharp shark weigh? At least several tons, one would presume. Yet, this formidable creature was indeed launched away by Qin Chuan. Could he possibly be stronger than a 3-star monster? Was that conceivable? They continued to watch Qin Chuan's live broadcast. Although some praised his remarkable abilities, regrettably, apart from witnessing his apparent good fortune, they had not discerned any extraordinary display of power. However, at that moment, they bore witness to Qin Chuan single-handedly propelling a several-ton monster through the water. Such immense strength. Could it truly have erupted from within Qin Chuan? How had he accomplished this? Was it perhaps a result of a fortunate draw? Was his first prize not a ring? Please do not suggest that Qin Chuan gained such formidable power through that ring. It was a spatial ring, was it not? How could it possess such terrifying strength? It is also conceivable that the skill book for Heavenly Thunder technique he drew in his second lottery enhanced his physical prowess. There was much speculation regarding the source of Qin Chuan's strength, with no one able to ascertain its origin. They collectively believed that Qin Chuan's abilities stemmed from his lottery winnings, as that seemed the most plausible explanation. Yet, few considered that Qin Chuan might have possessed such strength prior to entering the Forbidden Land, for that would defy logic. It was simply too terrifying. This is truly within the water. You are even more formidable than a 3-star razor shark. Qin Chuan strikes again. They witnessed Qin Chuan seizing the moment after a successful blow, relentlessly pursuing the razor shark without granting it a chance to retaliate. He chased the razor shark with movements as swift as the wind. Although petite, his actions were anything but inconspicuous. The bubbles in the lake surged in waves, significantly affecting their live broadcast experience. It's unclear. At such a crucial moment, visibility faltered, which was utterly torturous. This is so real, so exhilarating. And the clarity is simply terrifying. He is the pride of our Yanhuang. Indeed, he is undoubtedly our pride. All the people of Yanhuang were cheering, filled with excitement. To overpower a 3-star lake monster is truly impressive. Bang! A resounding explosion astonished everyone. They turned their attention to the live stream, but the view was obscured by bubbles, leaving them with an itch to complain. However, the scene soon shifted to the shore, and when they beheld the situation there, they were collectively stunned once more. There lay a monster on the shore. Who else could it be but the razor shark? When did this creature make its way to the shore? Could it be that the razor shark, in its desperate escape, accidentally landed on the bank? Surely, it wasn't he thrown there by Qin Chuan. No way. Though everyone found it hard to believe that Qin Chuan hurled this monster from the lake, there seemed to be no other plausible explanation. After all, Qin Chuan was indeed the one capable of repelling the razor shark in the water. Chapter 25. The razor shark meets its fate yet, upon further reflection. Being able to repel the razor shark does not necessarily imply the ability to lift and hurl a creature weighing several tons. The image of Qin Chuan's slender physique raising the heavy razor shark in the water and throwing it ashore was almost too difficult to accept, leaving them utterly astonished. The razor shark lay dead, motionless on the bank. On the shore, Shun Gongbao wore an expression of bewilderment. Its mouth agape, it stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the slain razor shark, utterly at a loss. How did this terrifying beast come crashing down? What on earth transpired? Shun Gongbao's head was still buzzing with confusion. With its feline intellect, it could hardly process the situation, resulting in its current state of shock. Big cat, what are you doing? Qin Chuan emerged from the lake, completely unadorned. Only then did Shun Gongbao realize that it was all Qin Chuan's doing. Its limbs trembled slightly, and it promptly scampered over to Qin Chuan, obediently sitting beside him like the most loyal of hounds. The viewers in the live broadcast room were left speechless at the sight of the leopard behaving like a dog. Goodness, this is a dog clad in leopard skin. And indeed, a devoted one at that. How profoundly does this leopard fear Qin Chuan, despite him being merely a child? I have never encountered such a timid leopard. I find myself at a loss for words. The leopard is utterly captivated by the charisma exuding from Qin Chuan. Bravo, Qin Chuan. Dressed and resolute, Qin Chuan gazed at the immense shark before him, a creature so colossal that he need not worry about a lack of sustenance for an extended period. Qin Chuan licked his lips, seemingly struck by inspiration. I wager he intends to feast upon the fish. It is evident, as his eyes reveal everything. I am curious to see how he will consume this oversized fish. Without tools like a knife, how could he possibly eat it? Qin Chuan demonstrated his method through action. Approaching the blade shark, he deftly sliced with his small hand, revealing the flesh of the shark being severed. Onlookers stood in astonishment. What sort of skill is this? Qin Chuan, pray, do not tell me this is also a result of a lucky draw. His hands possess a natural cutting ability. How remarkable! With such prowess, it is no wonder he requires no weapons. This is truly extraordinary. International netizens exclaimed their disbelief. Swiftly, Qin Chuan chopped the blade shark into pieces, cleaned them by the riverbank, and ultimately stored them within his spatial ring, prompting countless admirers to regard him as a resourceful young fellow. Yet, they were even more amazed at how Qin Chuan honed his hand-slicing technique, a remarkable ability that incites envy. Particularly, foreign netizens were left dumbfounded as they witnessed Qin Chuan effortlessly carve a perfect slice of sashimi from the fish with a mere swipe of his hand. This defiance of logic finally awakened them to the reality that Qin Chuan possesses extraordinary capabilities. Who can explain whether this is a form of ancient martial art from Yin Huang? I have heard tales of Yin Huang's ancient martial arts, capable of traversing skies and seas, scaling walls with ease, truly omnipotent. Such exaggeration. While our beautiful country boasts heroes like Spider-Man, Iron Man, Batman, and even Superman, these are mere cinematic creations. Yin Huang's martial arts are often seen as superficial displays, lacking any real substance. Yin Huang possesses no genuine ancient martial arts. Do you recall the individual from the Mabao Kingdom? He claimed to be a master of the martial world, invincible in time, yet turned out to be a fraud. His so-called lightning 5 whips had me in tears from laughter. Can someone elucidate how Qin Chuan was able to hold his breath for such an extended period during vigorous activity? How could he swim with such speed? How did this shark end up on land? Let us not entertain the notion that the shark flew ashore in its dying moments. Our intellect remains intact. Perhaps, just perhaps, Qin Chuan has indeed learned some form of ancient martial arts from Yin Huang in his early years. With a hint of uncertainty, one might inquire if Qin Chuan is merely 4 years old. Could it be that he has been mastering ancient martial arts since his time in the womb? Perhaps only the divine knows the answer to such a question. However, the realm of Yin Huang seems to be under celestial governance rather than divine oversight. Observing the bewildered expressions of foreign netizens, those from Yin Huang erupted in laughter, responding in unison. Stop speculating. Our Qin Chuan is simply an ordinary child, albeit a tad mischievous. Much like any other spirited little rascal. They insisted that Qin Chuan was merely playing around, dismissing any notions of ancient martial prowess as sheer nonsense. There are no supernatural abilities in this world. We ought to trust in science. Upon hearing this, the foreign netizens immediately reacted with indignation. Who are you trying to deceive? As if we haven't been through elementary school. Is it normal for a typical 4-year-old to possess such terrifying strength? To repel a creature weighing several tons? And you say Qin Chuan is just an ordinary child? And to further insult our intelligence by suggesting we trust in science. If science could elucidate everything about Qin Chuan, would there be any need for this absurd chatter? Science, metaphorically speaking, lamented, I have been thoroughly debased. Regardless of the discussions unfolding in the live stream, our Qin Chuan continued his artistic endeavor. In a bid to preserve the environment and ensure the slain razor shark's spirit found peace, he meticulously separated its flesh from the bones, ensuring not a morsel of meat was wasted. The razor shark, in its final moments, seemed to express gratitude. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan swiftly severed the shark's head, showing no signs of waste, and addressed the famished Shingongbao, assuring him, Fear not, we shall share equally. I shall feast on the meat while you enjoy the bones. Fair, I sentee it? I truly am quite clever. Qin Chuan chuckled with pride. Yet, upon realizing he lacked a pot for his fish head soup, he pondered how best to utilize the head, eventually formulating a plan. With a determined leap, he plunged into the lake, having previously noticed other intriguing elements beneath its surface. Viewers in the live stream observed Qin Chuan once again teasing Shingongbao, their hearts warmed by his endearing antics. Look, Qin Chuan has leaped into the lake again. What could he possibly be up to? Chapter 26. The orphanage of Gain's curiosity piqued. Onlookers were eager to see what Qin Chuan intended to do beneath the lake's surface. Did he seek another formidable creature of the 3-star caliber? Following the live stream's visuals, they trailed Qin Chuan into the depths, where he swam purposefully towards the lake bed, capturing several fish that swam by and swiftly dispatching them, stowing them within his spatial ring. It became evident that Qin Chuan had a particular fondness for fish, possibly from a young age. Inspired by Qin Chuan's actions, Bing inquired, Director Qin, may I ask what Qin Chuan typically enjoys eating? Qin Chuan, this child, is remarkably undemanding when it comes to food, consuming whatever is offered. After all, the conditions in our orphanage are limited, and every child here is an orphan, leaving little room for selective eating. Qinren responded. This statement plunged the live stream audience into a profound silence for a considerable duration. I realized that Qin Chuan is quite pitiable. Not just him, but all orphans share a similar plight. They have lost their parents at a tender age and can only depend on themselves. I came to the realization of my own immense fortune. Having parents and elders who care for me deeply, while I often provoke their ire, I recognized how ungrateful I have been. Hongxing has pledged to donate 1 million to the Beihai orphanage, aspiring to enhance the living conditions there. Astonishingly, Hongxing has not gone bankrupt, and I find myself seeing it once again. I never anticipated that this enterprise harbors such a philanthropic spirit. I resolved to purchase more of this brand's clothing henceforth. Just in need of new garments. Dear, let us go shopping for Hongxing. Following Hongxing lead in donations, other enterprises quickly recognized this as an opportune moment and began to vocalize their support during the live stream, contributing various items. Ali Company has committed to donating a new building to the Beihai orphanage, hoping that the children may reside in new homes. Penguin Company has contributed 10 million to aid the orphaned children in completing their education from elementary to high school. Longting International has donated no less than 5 million worth of supplies, including daily necessities and educational tools. Thanks to Qin Chuan, an overwhelming wave of charitable activities has been ignited among countless entrepreneurs nationwide. Within a brief period, the Beihai orphanage has received nearly 100 million in funds and material donations. This left the director of the Beihai orphanage utterly astounded. This is truly remarkable. Qin Ren understands that all of this is due to Qin Chuan. The name Qin Chuan was bestowed by the director of the Beihai orphanage, designating him as a de facto legal guardian, leading everyone to naturally regard Qin Ren as akin to Qin Chuan's parents. Although many desire to adopt Qin Chuan, primarily out of affection, a significant number are motivated by the potential benefits he represents. Consequently, the state has intervened, decreeing that Qin Chuan must be raised by the Beihai orphanage, protecting him from exploitation by anyone. The government is ensuring Qin Chuan's welfare, warning against any ulterior motives. The path ahead is for Qin Chuan to traverse on his own. Previously, Qin Ren yearned for someone to adopt Qin Chuan, but now, Qin Chuan has emerged as a savior figure for Yan Huang, genuinely benefiting the community. Now, should anyone attempt to claim him, Qin Ren will fiercely protect what he has rightfully acquired. Why should he relinquish the child he has nurtured? Raising him himself is far more gratifying. Qin Chuan remains blissfully unaware of the circumstances, oblivious to the substantial advantages the Beihai orphanage has reaped due to him, which brings immense joy to Qin Ren. Were it not for the live broadcast, Qin Ren might have burst into laughter. After enduring such a long struggle, they have finally emerged victorious. It has not been an easy journey. The lake is exceedingly deep, with their calculations estimating a minimum depth of approximately 200 meters. At such depths, an ordinary person would be utterly incapacitated. However, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of discomfort or alteration. He vanquished a 3-star blade shark, significantly enhancing his performance level to 23. With his powers surging once more, the mere depth of several hundred meters posed no challenge to him. A glimmer from the lake's depths piqued everyone's curiosity. What could it be? How could there be light at the bottom of a lake? Could it be that a formidable being had established a hidden abode beneath the waters, fortuitously discovered by Qin Chuan? Which novel does this plot belong to? One might wonder. This is a forbidden zone, not a story. Please do not mislead others. Could there be treasures lurking at the lake's bottom? As curiosity enveloped the onlookers, Qin Chuan approached the luminous source, finally discerning its nature. To everyone's astonishment, it was a shell, an enormous freshwater clam, no less. What species could this be? Those knowledgeable should step forward. This was indeed a freshwater clam, which typically would not grow to such a size. Yet, in a forbidden zone, it was conceivable for it to reach 1 or 2 meters in length. Look at those luminous objects. Are they pearls? How many pearls could there possibly be? This has become a veritable mountain of pearls. The luster and size of each pearl, if singularly found, would be worth a fortune on the 9 continents planet, but here, they existed in abundance, akin to a treasure trove within the lake. What fortune? But what use could they have in a forbidden land? They are not edible. True enough. Yet Qin Chuan possesses a spatial ring. He seemed equally mesmerized by the plethora of pearls beneath the lake. The pearls were as plentiful as stones, varying in color. The smallest were the size of a child's fist, while he spotted one that was as large as an adult's head, a golden pearl, no less. The previously glowing pearl was indeed this golden one. It was quite attractive, yet ultimately of little utility. To Qin Chuan, wealth was the most trivial of possessions. Anything purchasable was merely mundane. He held no interest in riches. Approaching the largest pearl, he carefully stowed it within his spatial ring, treating it solely as a whimsical trinket. Devoid of ulterior motives, he was not a selfish individual. He felt a duty to share with his friends at the orphanage. Although he often teased the unruly children, he was also quite loyal. Thus, he specifically selected the most aesthetically pleasing, sizable, and vibrant pearls. The abundance of pearls here was staggering, akin to stones. He dismissed anything that did not meet his high standards. He was uncertain how many he had collected, but assuredly, they were all of exceptional quality. At last, he cast his gaze upon the immobile clams, which were indeed valuable treasures. Their flesh was edible, their shells could serve as beds, and even pots. They were nothing short of a veritable treasure trove. Chapter 27. The Culinary Transformation of Qin Chuan. These clams were not monsters. Despite their size, reaching 1 or 2 meters, they were still fearful of humans. As Qin Chuan approached, they shyly cloaked themselves, akin to bashful maidens. Like a cunning wolf, he arrived at their threshold, tapping here and there, before directly collecting them into his spatial ring. However, he soon discovered that these creatures could not be stored within. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the spatial ring could not accommodate living beings. Qin Chuan devised a method. He roughly peeled back the clam's exterior, ruthlessly tearing it asunder, and showed no mercy in his actions. One clam fell victim to Qin Chuan's prowess. His strength was beyond imagination. There were indeed few children as resolute as he. Continuing on to the next, he ruthlessly dispatched 10 clams in succession, satisfied with his haul, and departed with their remains in a single sweep. Just as he had arrived with overwhelming bravado, he left with the same, leaving behind a scene of crimson aftermath. The live audience was left in awe by Qin Chuan's display. Subsequently, they expressed their astonishment. "Goodness, so ruthless. Clam, how could you treat me this way? Clam, you heartless child, how could you be so cruel? Not only do you harm my body, but you also intend to consume me, leaving no part untouched. Truly a merciless individual. Clam, hey, spirit of the abyss, someone is invading me." Always believing Qin Chuan to be overly naive, I realized that the truly naive one was, in fact, myself. Children from the Beihai orphanage. "Brother Qin Chuan, where are our gifts?" "Qin Chuan, here, these pearls I have gathered are for you." This scene of Qin Chuan's cruelty unveiled a different aspect of his charm to many. When he was adorable, he was genuinely endearing. Yet, in moments of ruthlessness, he caught many off guard. This incident sparked countless remarks and revealed the multifaceted nature of Qin Chuan's character. However, humanity is inherently complex, and what Qin Chuan displayed before the crowd was merely his true nature. Upon returning to the shore, he retrieved a clam shell and called out to the distant Xinguang leopard, "Great cat, please fetch some firewood." Upon hearing this, the leopard sprang into action, swiftly darting into the forest, and soon returned with a bundle of twigs in its mouth, placing them beside Qin Chuan. With its tail flicking, it sat before him like a loyal hound. "Not enough, not enough, go fetch more." Qin Chuan affectionately patted the bowing leopard, thoroughly pleased with its performance. Once again, Xinguang leopard assumed the role of the wood-fetching companion, delighting in the praise bestowed by Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan brought stones and constructed a stove, ultimately placing the shell of a clam atop it, into which he poured some water from the lake. Observing Qin Chuan's nimble actions, the commentators in the live stream remarked, "Is Qin Chuan preparing to cook clam soup?" It is indeed difficult to fathom that a mere 4-year-old child possesses the ability to cook. At 4, I was still playing in the mud. Reflecting on my own childhood, the memories have faded with time. Qin Chuan possesses remarkable strength. Could it be that the formidable blade shark was truly cast ashore by him? No one witnessed how the shark came to land. Thus they hesitated to assert that it was indeed Qin Chuan's doing. However, during the live broadcast, he was the only one present. Their disbelief stemmed from the notion that a child of such tender age could hurl a creature of considerable weight from the water onto the shore. The strength required exceeded their comprehension. It was hard to imagine that Qin Chuan's frail physique could unleash such terrifying power. Yet, as Qin Chuan set about cooking, it appeared he had overlooked a crucial detail. He had no lighter or any means to ignite a flame. Without fire, how could he possibly cook? Haha, Qin Chuan. Have you truly forgotten this essential aspect? I wonder how he plans to proceed. I eagerly anticipate his next move to create fire. Could he be attempting to learn the ancient method of friction fire? Perhaps he has never even heard of such a technique. Once Qin Chuan completed his preparations, all eyes were on him in anticipation of how he would ignite the flame. Suddenly, he raised a hand, exclaiming, "Thunder technique." With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning shot forth from his hand, striking a piece of wood on the ground and igniting it instantly. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe, utterly astonished that Qin Chuan would employ a skill acquired through a lottery to start a fire. This formidable skill was being utilized by Qin Chuan for the very first time, not for the purpose of vanquishing a monster, but merely to kindle a flame. In the desolate realm, his method of igniting fire was unparalleled. Who could possibly contest such a remarkable technique? I was taken aback. This maneuver had never crossed my mind. I had nearly forgotten that this skill held such an application. Qin Chuan's ingenuity is truly remarkable. He managed to conceive of this solution. What a blessing from the flames of Huang and Yan. This skill is extraordinary, capable of harnessing thunder. That clap of thunder nearly startled me. To ignite fire using the thunder technique is an extravagant display, indeed. I envy such celestial abilities, akin to those of legendary sorcerers. In Yan and Huang, it is referred to as magic, a lesson for the child to remember. With the flames now alight, the subsequent tasks became manageable. Soon, steam began to rise from within the clamshell, and observing Sheng Gongbao sniffing eagerly at the aroma in the air, they found themselves salivating. Ah, how delightful! In the heart of the forest, Qin Chuan stumbled upon timber, crafting a wooden spoon, a basin, and chopsticks with deft strokes of his hand. He savored a sip of the fresh broth, exclaiming in delight, "This is truly pure and untainted cuisine." Nearby, the leopard spirit, Sheng Gongbao, wagged its tail pitifully, gazing longingly at Qin Chuan. With a casual gesture, Qin Chuan ladled some broth and minced meat into the wooden basin, urging, "Eat, eat. Stick with me, and you shall feast on meat." Sheng Gongbao, looking at its meager portion, felt a pang of sorrow as it glanced at the bounty in Qin Chuan's pot. Nevertheless, it resolutely licked the contents of its basin, and in that instant, it comprehended the essence of cooked food. It was simply divine, even without any seasoning. The flavors of the treasures from this forbidden land were exquisite. Qin Chuan retrieved an unfamiliar fish he had previously caught, cleaned it with minimal fuss, and placed it into a shell to cook. The onlookers, witnessing Qin Chuan relishing his delectable meal and savoring the fresh broth, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. They expressed a yearning for a taste, their eyes pleading for Qin Chuan to share a morsel. Chapter 28. Evolution. Evolution. To their astonishment, after Qin Chuan finished the pot of food, he still seemed unsated. The crowd was dumbfounded. How vast could his appetite be? There remained the fish head. A true delicacy. Qin Chuan eyed the head, which was too large to fit whole into the pot, so he decided to slice it into several pieces. With a sudden leap, he brought his small hand down upon the head of the razor shark. Crack! The head was instantaneously severed in two, leaving the viewers in the live stream utterly mesmerized. Goodness! Is Qin Chuan a cultivator? How else could he possess such otherworldly strength? With such skill, he needn't carry any weapons. Knives and daggers paled in comparison to the prowess of his hands. No weapon could rival the agility of his own limbs. Was Qin Chuan destined to defy the heavens? The crowd envied him, wishing he would take them as disciples to impart his formidable technique. With such a skill for self-defense, combined with the power of thunderous techniques, they realized that Qin Chuan was on the path to invincibility. While the term invincible may have been an exaggeration, it was true that he possessed numerous means of survival. As Qin Chuan divided the razor shark into several segments, preparing to place a portion into the shell, he noticed a luminous object within the creature's brain. What could this be? Driven by curiosity, he extracted the radiant orb, discovering it to be a crystalline entity. Before long, a descriptive passage appeared before the assembled crowd. Item, Demon Core Attribute, Water Grade, 3 stars. Description, a crystal storing the energy of a demon beast, possessing boundless potential and formidable power. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished, their curiosity piqued by this object. Surely, this was the essence of the demon beast's strength, unexpectedly resembling a beautiful glass ball. The text above merely introduces the limitless potential of the item, yet fails to elucidate its specific functions. How could one not grasp that limitless potential implies numerous capabilities? How should it be utilized? It seems it is meant for consumption. But would ingesting it not lead to dire consequences? This remains uncertain. Through collective speculation, it appears that the demon core must be absorbed through a particular method. Failing to master this technique or consuming it directly could pose significant risks. At this moment, Qin Chuan's companion, Sheng Gongbao, gazes at him with palpable longing, seemingly eager for the demon crystal. Do you desire it? Qin Chuan inquires, to which Sheng Gongbao nods eagerly, his mouth moving as if to express something. Yet Qin Chuan is oblivious to the language of beasts. Take it, take it. I have no use for this item, especially since I am unaware of how to employ it. Since you wish for it, I shall bestow it upon you and observe how this grand feline utilizes it. Upon hearing this, Sheng Gongbao is elated, approaches Qin Chuan, and affectionately licks his hand before swallowing the demon core whole. After consuming the core, Sheng Gongbao appears drowsy, as if he is ready to sleep. Sleep, sleep. I am here, so do not worry, Qin Chuan reassures him. Sheng Gongbao looks at Qin Chuan with gratitude, and then lies down to slumber soundly. Could this leopard be on the verge of evolution? As a 1-star shadow leopard, what heights could it reach after consuming this 3-star demon core? Following Qin Chuan throughout its life may well be the most astute decision this leopard has made. Despite often being teased by Qin Chuan, it has reaped considerable benefits. The leopard has indeed transformed in many ways, such as experiencing the taste of vegetarianism for the first time and enjoying cooked food, and crucially, it will continue to acquire other demon cores to grow stronger. Qin Chuan is truly clever, recognizing the value of nurturing Shun Gongbao to assist him. With a leopard by his side, Qin Chuan feels no loneliness. And during moments of boredom, he can tease it. Ha ha ha. As Qin Chuan prepares a blade shark for cooking, he observes Shun Gongbao's transformation. As time passes, they note that Shun Gongbao is indeed evolving. Its black fur becomes increasingly lustrous, as if rejuvenated, and it appears more majestic. Its size has increased slightly. Its limbs are more robust, and its claws sharper, with its teeth also having grown sharper. One wonders if the tooth that Qin Chuan knocked out has regrown. Qin Chuan remains by the beach, patiently awaiting Shun Gongbao's awakening. Meanwhile, others take this opportunity to shift their focus to other fortunate individuals. Soon, someone exclaims that a fortunate individual from the land of the morning calm is in peril, prompting everyone to turn their attention to the live stream of this individual. They witness that the lucky soul from the land of the morning calm is being pursued by a monster. Fortuitously, the pursuer is none other than a shadow leopard. Upon witnessing the scene, the people of Yanhuang immediately exclaimed, "We thought it was some kind of monster, but it is merely a shadow leopard. This leopard is feeble and poses no threat whatsoever. Our Yanhuang youths can easily subdue it with a single slap, despite its fierce appearance. It is nothing more than a paper tiger. How pitiful are the fortunate ones from the Stick Nation, being chased by a mere leopard. If they showed a bit of courage, it would surely cower in fear." However, the inhabitants of the Stick Nation were skeptical. Not everyone had the opportunity to witness the live stream of Qin Chuan, and thus many remained unaware that he had indeed tamed a leopard. How is this possible? This is a creature from a forbidden zone, a one-star monster. How could a mere child from Yanhuang tame it? They argued. Do not trust the words of the Yanhuang people. They only seek to undermine our fortunate ones. The children of Yanhuang rely solely on luck to obtain their rewards. How could they possibly tame a shadow leopard? The Yanhuang are masters of deception, and we, the great Han people, are not so foolish. Such claims seemed absurd, as they asserted that the child could defeat a shadow leopard with a single strike, a ludicrous notion indeed. They have never witnessed the true prowess of the shadow leopard. One declared, "I watched the child's live stream yesterday. I believe it is essential for you to view the replay of Qin Chuan." Fellow Koreans, Qin Chuan is indeed a lost child of our great Han nation. See for yourselves. Oh, is that true? I shall take a look. I too will watch. Upon hearing this, they promptly made their way to Qin Chuan's live streaming room and began to replay the videos from the previous day. As they witnessed Qin Chuan deliver a resounding slap to the shadow leopard, causing it to lick his hand, they were utterly astonished. They remained baffled as to how a Yanhuang child could subdue the shadow leopard with a single blow, while their so-called fortunate one could only be relentlessly pursued. Chapter 29. In times of crisis, after swiftly concluding their viewing of Qin Chuan's live stream, they fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on the words of their compatriots. They confidently proclaimed, "This Qin Chuan is indeed a child of our Han nation. We must ensure his return to the embrace of his homeland. What a fine child he is. How could our compatriots have neglected him, allowing him to be lost to Yanhuang? Such a misstep should not have occurred." Upon returning to their homeland, they discovered that their fortunate one had been overtaken by the shadow leopard and was engaged in a desperate struggle, covered in wounds from its savage bites. Han Qingwu, how can you be so incompetent, unable to match even a mere child? Our Han Qin Chuan can handle the shadow leopard with a single slap, while you are left bloodied and humiliated. Stand up and fight bravely. This leopard is not as formidable as it seems. Having viewed the footage of Qin Chuan confronting the shadow leopard, the people of the Stick Nation were now firmly convinced that the creature was not particularly strong. Otherwise, how could Qin Chuan have defeated it so effortlessly? Without comparison, there can be no harm. As Han Qingwu was left bloodied and battered, a wave of discontent swept through the crowd. Only a select few chose to avert their gaze from the gruesome spectacle, for its stark realism instilled a profound fear within them. Surely, Han Qingwu must be a spy dispatched by the Yanhuang faction, a detestable notion, for such a feeble individual could not possibly belong to our esteemed Han nation. It is only logical. Our nation's fortunate soul is Qin Chuan, and they ought to exchange nationalities without delay. When the shadow leopard viciously severed Han Qingwu's neck, the entire live broadcast abruptly faded to gray, silencing the bickering citizens of the bamboo country. An announcement declared, "Notice from the Forbidden Zone. The two fortunate souls from the bamboo country have perished." An additional penalty of double the calamities associated with their nation as climate, environment, and geological disasters shall be enforced. The citizens of the bamboo country were momentarily stunned, their disbelief palpable. How could both individuals have succumbed? They turned their attention to the remaining fortunate soul, only to find the live stream had also turned gray, leaving them speechless. What was happening? Had they conspired to meet their demise together? Their uncanny synchronicity left the onlookers reeling. The inhabitants of the bamboo country could scarcely fathom that their two fortunate souls had encountered perils simultaneously, both meeting their end in close succession. Having already forfeited one chance at revival, they now faced the grim realization that their lifespans had been drastically reduced by a decade. In the real world, some were ready to voice their grievances when, suddenly, the ground quaked violently, causing objects to tremble upon tables. A collective cry of earthquake erupted. The bamboo country was engulfed in lamentation, as countless elders perished in an instant. The subsequent earthquake and tsunami, along with other natural disasters, wreaked havoc across the land. The bamboo country was doomed. Naturally, the Yinhuang people witnessed the unfolding calamity through various video feeds, their hearts weighed down by sorrow. While the bamboo country had shamelessly claimed the merits of others, they now faced their own ruin, with the entire nation plunged into chaos. No one wished for their own homeland to suffer a similar fate, prompting many to advocate for governmental policies to safeguard against such disasters. The central government promptly issued a statement reassuring the populace that they were well prepared and urged citizens to remain steadfast against any external temptations, encouraging them to continue their daily lives under the vigilant protection of their nation. The Yinhuang citizens, upon reading their government's message, felt a sense of relief, confident that their country was unlike others, merely offering empty words. Not long after, news broke of several fortunate souls from other nations meeting their demise. The numbers of fortunate individuals across the globe, spanning 300 nations, continued to dwindle. Many switched between various live streams of fortunate souls, uncovering an array of monsters, crises, and traps lurking within the forbidden zone. A significant number of viewers shifted their focus to another fortunate soul from Yinhuang, Shangwan Ryun, discovering that she too was in peril. Besieged by a pack of mountain cat monsters within a dense forest. These lynx-like monsters are social creatures, possessing a strength of merely 1 star. However, their defenses are notably weak, and their speed does not rival that of the shadow cheetah, thus granting Shangwan Ryun a glimmer of hope for her escape. Yet, even the most skilled special forces soldier would find it challenging to confront a dozen swift and agile beasts without sustaining injuries or encountering peril. Shangwan Ryun has traversed the forest for an extended period, facing numerous obstacles along her path, and her body is already marked by wounds, with her energy significantly depleted. If this continues, she may find herself in grave danger. The viewers in the live stream are overwhelmingly concerned for her well-being, fervently cheering for Miss Shangwan Ryun. You must remain strong, Ryun. Preserve your life. Thankfully, it is she who is facing this ordeal. Had it been someone else, they might have succumbed long ago. Keep going. Miss, you are the most exceptional female soldier. You must endure. She has already performed admirably. Even if she were to fall, there would still be another opportunity. And we must believe in her resilience. The sheer number of these creatures is overwhelming. Is it possible that Shangwan Ryun is truly destined to meet her end here? It seems inevitable, for her stamina has dwindled significantly, and vanquishing these monsters poses an insurmountable challenge. Each time she engages in combat with the beasts, sustaining injuries. The hearts of the people from Yinhuang tighten in anxiety, having witnessed too many fortunate souls fall victim to monsters, leading to calamities in the real world. They are perpetually worried for these fortunate individuals. The lynx surround Shangwan Ryun in the forest. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, death awaits her. She fights valiantly against the lynx, teetering on the brink of mortality, her spirit unyielding as she refuses to accept defeat. As a soldier, she embodies the honor and responsibility of her nation. She cannot simply perish. Shangwan Ryun seeks an opportunity to escape. Feigning death, she draws the surrounding lynx toward her. In that moment, armed with a dagger, she delivers a devastating blow to the monsters. The dagger slices through the necks of 4 or 5 lynx, blood spraying forth, and seizing this moment, Shangwan Ryun sprints away, deep into the forest. She has escaped, breaking through their encirclement. However, the situation remains dire as the lynx pursue her relentlessly, and her chance of evading disaster remains uncertain. I have faith that she will emerge unscathed. You must escape, miss. Though Shangwan Ryun has breached the lynx's blockade, these creatures are determined not to relent, following her blood trail with fervor. Should they catch up, it could spell her doom. Chapter 30, A Heroic Rescue. The path is treacherous, and with her body battered. Shangwan Ruoyun's face is pale, evoking a shared pang of concern from all. She is remarkably resilient. The lynx continue their pursuit, and she can only wander aimlessly forward. Suddenly, Shangwan Ruoyun sensed an immense threat and swiftly dodged to the side. In an instant, a monstrous creature revealed itself in the spot where she had just stood. This creature, capable of changing its color, bore a resemblance to both a frog and a lizard, its appearance being quite bizarre, roughly the size of a hunting dog. Creature name: Chameleon Frog. Strength rating: 2 stars. Ability: color change. Long tongue. The sudden emergence of this creature obstructed Shangwan Ruoyun's path, while behind her, the remaining bobcat had also pursued her, leaving her trapped in a precarious situation, besieged from both fronts with no escape in sight. This was dire. A 1-star creature was already formidable enough, and now a 2-star beast had appeared. The young lady's luck was undeniably dismal. Thankfully, she still possessed one chance at resurrection. Otherwise, her fate would have been grim. How she wished Qin Chuan were here. Indeed, although Qin Chuan was young, his prowess was truly remarkable. He was still by the lakeside, guarding against Shun Gongbao's evolution, and who could ascertain the distance between them? The odds were exceedingly low. Among the many fortunate souls, some were indeed lucky. They had encountered other fortunate individuals shortly after entering the forbidden grounds. Although they hailed from different nations, they had agreed to traverse together. Unfortunately, even in companionship, their safety was not significantly assured. In moments of peril, companions might abandon one another as sacrificial pawns. Within the forbidden realm, even when encountering fellow fortunate souls, one must remain cautious and not place too much trust in others. There had already been 2 instances of betrayal leading to death, displayed vividly on live broadcasts, revealing the darkest facets of humanity. Despite being attacked from both sides, Shangwan Ruoyun did not relinquish her resistance. Until the very last moment, she remained steadfast in her mission and responsibilities, a determination that deeply moved many observers. Such is the spirit of the Yanhuang soldiers. However, the 2 groups of monsters halted a dozen meters away from Shangwan Ruoyun, each vigilant of the other, neither daring to advance for the time being. Although the bobcats were 1-star creatures, their numbers were considerable, while the chameleon frog, a 2-star entity, was solitary. Thus, both sides remained locked in a tense standoff, exchanging furious roars as if to warn the other not to encroach upon their prey. This unexpected confrontation granted Shangwan Ruoyun a moment to gather herself. She keenly observed the standoff, then began to retrieve bandages from her backpack to tend to her wounds, ever mindful of the lurking threats that could claim her life at any moment. Fortunately, the creatures did not advance. Instead, their roars grew louder, the tension escalating for several minutes until they finally charged toward her simultaneously. This was dire. Miss Ruoyun had to face 2 groups of monsters. How could she possibly escape? Perhaps, if the 2 factions were to engage in combat, she might find a chance to evade safely. Though it may be said that such matters are exceedingly difficult. 2 factions of monsters launched an assault on Shangwan Ruoyun almost simultaneously, leaving her utterly unable to resist. She was swiftly struck down. However, in that critical moment, she evaded a fatal blow, collapsing to the ground in a feigned state of death, despite the excruciating pain and the blood that flowed incessantly from her wounds. She remained silent, aware that such silence might afford her a chance at survival. Indeed, as Shangwan Ruoyun fell, a fierce battle erupted between the lynxes and the chameleon frogs, their relentless attacks echoing through the forest as they engaged in a brutal struggle. Gradually, Shangwan Ruoyun maneuvered her body away from the fray, while the 2 factions of monsters fought with abandon, discarding those they presumed to be lifeless. Ultimately, the 2-star monster, the white chameleon frog, emerged victorious. After devouring several lynxes, it drove the opposition away, only to roar in fury upon discovering that its prey had vanished, following the trail of blood in pursuit. Shangwan Ruoyun had reached her limit, and many viewers of the live broadcast shed tears, unable to bear the sight of her plight. Suddenly, the chameleon frog descended from the heavens, finally catching up to the fleeing Shangwan Ruoyun. Trembling, she grasped her dagger with defiance, her unwavering gaze fixed upon the creature. She knew full well that she could not prevail, yet she was determined to resist and not yield easily. With lightning speed, the chameleon frog extended its long tongue, launching an attack aimed at Shangwan Ruoyun. If struck, she would undoubtedly perish, and at that moment, she was utterly exhausted, incapable of evading the blow. It seemed that death awaited Shangwan Ruoyun. Then, with a thunderous clap, a bolt of lightning resonated, leaving the audience in stunned silence. To their astonishment, Qin Chuan had inexplicably appeared on the scene. When did Qin Chuan arrive? This is utterly surreal, they exclaimed. Blessings upon Yanhuang. Our two fortunate souls have finally reunited. With Qin Chuan present, the safety of the young lady was assured, rendering all concerns moot. No one had anticipated that Qin Chuan would descend from the sky like a deity, arriving at such a crucial moment, causing countless souls in Yanhuang to breathe a sigh of relief. Had he arrived even a moment later, Shangwan Ruyun would have truly met her demise. For reasons unknown, tears streamed down my face as I beheld this scene. It was not shameful, I too wept. Meanwhile, those in Qin Chuan's live broadcast room were equally unaware that the distant roars had been the monsters pursuing Shangwan Ruyun, which was precisely why he had ventured there. Who would have thought that Qin Chuan's curiosity would inadvertently save another fortunate soul from Yanhuang? It can only be said that the fortunate ones of Yanhuang were exceptionally lucky. Who are you? Shangwan Ruyun, though weakened, was momentarily stunned upon seeing Qin Chuan, realizing he was merely a child. Could it be that fate spared not even the young? I am Qin Chuan. And you? He inquired. Having discerned from her use of Mandarin that he already had an answer, yet he asked nonetheless. What? You are Qin Chuan. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Shangwan Ruyun was utterly astonished. The rewards from the forbidden area had been clearly communicated to her. Yet she never anticipated that the individual earning these accolades for the nation would be a mere child. Gazing at Qin Chuan, Shangwan Ruyun felt bewildered, unable to fathom that she was outdone by a child. I am Shangwan Ruyun, and I am also a part of Yanhuang. After a brief moment of relaxation, she recalled the lightning that had appeared so swiftly, suspecting it was somehow related to Qin Chuan. Ah, so it is you, Miss Shangwan, who is injured, Qin Chuan said, turning his gaze to the vibrant colored frog with a fierce glare. What are you looking at? He demanded, hands on his hips, directing his ire toward the creature. The frog's response was a defiant croak. What of it? If you dare to stare again, I'll make you regret it. Qin Chuan threatened. Shangwan Ruyun could only respond with confusion. Are you looking for a fight? In an instant, Qin Chuan dashed toward the colorful frog like a bolt of lightning, his small fist crashing down onto its large head. With a resounding thud, the force of his strike sent the frog sprawling to the ground, leaving Shangwan Ruyun in stunned silence, her mouth agape. Qin Chuan continued to pummel the creature, ensuring it understood the consequences of opposing him. The colorful frog had no chance of retaliating and slowly succumbed to its fate. Finally, Qin Chuan delivered a decisive chop to the creature's head, discovering a core within and casually pocketing it. He then gave the now motionless frog a gentle kick and turned to Shangwan Ruyun with a grin. Sister Shangwan, this monster has actually perished. She simply wishes for peace, Shangwan Ruyun remarked. Are children of this age truly so fearsome? Has life in the military rendered them oblivious to the world outside? Clearing her throat, Shangwan Ruyun could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed onto the ground, clutching her wound and gritting her teeth to endure the pain. Qin Chuan hurried to her side, producing a fruit. Sister Shangwan, please eat this fruit. It is quite delicious. I picked it with Big Cat. Thank you, Shangwan Ruyun replied, accepting the fruit. She was indeed famished and parched, had it not been for Qin Chuan's timely arrival. She might have met her demise that very day. Taking a bite of the fruit, she discovered its delightful flavor and thirst-quenching properties. However, before she could express her gratitude, she felt a warm current spreading through her body, originating from her stomach and coursing through her limbs, igniting a fiery sensation within her. Shangwan Ruyun was momentarily taken aback. What kind of fruit is this? Why do I feel so warm all over? Warm all over? Qin Chuan scratched his head in confusion. That is strange. When I first ate it, I consumed several without feeling anything at all. What could be happening to me? Shangwan Ruyun did not believe that Qin Chuan intended to harm her. Given the extraordinary prowess he had previously displayed, it seemed unnecessary for him to go to such lengths to confront her. Moreover, Qin Chuan was merely a 4-year-old child. Despite his astonishing strength, he remained, after all, just a child. Shangwan Ruyun noticed a sudden surge of energy within her, akin to a flame, yearning to cleanse her from the inside out. She felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her, reminiscent of having consumed some blush-inducing concoction. The viewers in the live broadcast were left in bewilderment as they witnessed Shangwan Ruyun's transformation. They had clearly seen Qin Chuan consume the same fruit, and in considerable amounts, yet he had exhibited no adverse effects. Why then, did Shangwan Ruyun appear as if she had ingested potent medicine? Could the fruit possess aphrodisiac properties? Surely not. Qin Chuan had consumed so much without any incident. At his tender age, his body had not yet reached maturity, thus rendering him immune to such effects. Did this fruit truly differentiate by age? Perhaps it was related to one's constitution. The strength Qin Chuan demonstrated was sufficient to suggest his physical attributes were far superior to those of an adult. What of Shangwan Ruyun? If this fruit were indeed an aphrodisiac, What would she do? After all, Qin Chuan was but a child. Just as everyone was caught in their misconceptions, Shangguan Riyun noticed her wounds miraculously healing. Though her body still radiated warmth, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. She realized she was filled with vigor. Not only did she feel rejuvenated, but her physical condition had significantly improved. She now understood that the fruit was not a malevolent substance. Rather, it fostered recovery and enhanced vitality. She had nearly misjudged Qin Chuan. What a remarkable child he was. Before long, her wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, the intense heat dissipating, and her complexion returning to normal. Except for a few deeper injuries, most were nearly healed. Shangguan Riyun was astonished. Who would have thought such a small fruit could wield such powerful effects? Qin Chuan, thank you, she said, crouching down to gently pat the adorable boy's head. He was so small, and as a person of Yanhuang descent, she could not allow him to face the dangers of this forest alone. Despite her amazement at Qin Chuan's strength, she still viewed him as an innocent child. Sister, hug. Qin Chuan stretched out his arms, gazing up at Shangguan Riyun with a pitiful expression. Do not worry, sister will not abandon you, she reassured him. They were fortunate children of Yanhuang. The loss of any one of them would be a significant blow to the nation. Seeing Qin Chuan so young shouldering such responsibility stirred her maternal instincts, and she embraced him as tenderly as if he were her own younger brother. Qin Chuan embraced Shangguan Riyun's neck with a smile, saying, Sister Shangguan, from now on, let me protect you, shall we? With a gentle smile. Shangguan Riyun looked at the previously transformed color-changing frog and realized that Qin Chuan's strength far exceeded her own. Then I must thank you, she replied, affectionately patting Qin Chuan's little head, finding him irresistibly adorable. As a member of Yanhuang, Qin Chuan naturally felt compelled to safeguard his kin. The viewers of the live stream, witnessing Shangguan Riyun's safe condition, realized that their previous assumptions were misguided. The fruit was not an aphrodisiac, but merely possessed that particular effect. What, indeed, was that fruit that allowed Shangguan Riyun, with such severe injuries, to recover so swiftly? She appeared as if she had never been harmed at all. The potency of that fruit was remarkable. Qin Chuan had harvested quite a few, which meant he essentially carried a supply of healing elixirs with him. How astonishing! Blessed be Yanhuang. Sister Shangguan, there's a lake ahead, along with delicious food. My big cat is just up ahead, Qin Chuan pointed into the distance. A lake. Shangguan Riyun was truly delighted. Her water supply was dwindling, and this was the perfect opportunity to replenish it. Let us go, she exclaimed, carrying Qin Chuan as they walked towards the lake. It was only then that she realized she had overlooked a pertinent detail and asked, Did you bring your cat with you to this forbidden area? Qin Chuan shook his head, replying, That cat wasn't brought from home. I found it here. Chapter 32. The enigmatic Qin Chuan found it? Shangguan Riyun was astonished. To find a cat in a forbidden area was indeed remarkable luck, which explained Qin Chuan's 2 resource rewards. By the way, where did you pick the fruit you gave me earlier? It's so powerful, she inquired curiously. With a flash of light from his hand, Qin Chuan produced another fruit, saying, If Sister Shangguan likes it, feel free to have a few more. I have plenty. What kind of sorcery is this? You can conjure items, Shangguan Riyun exclaimed, taken aback by his seemingly magical ability, which piqued her curiosity. This is a space ring obtained through a lottery. It can store many items, which is quite convenient. Qin Chuan proudly displayed the ring for Shangguan Riyun to see. Indeed, you've won 2 lotteries. I just didn't expect you to draw such items, she remarked, examining the ring, which appeared to be crafted from a metallic alloy, noting that there wasn't much distinction otherwise. Upon hearing their conversation, the online viewers quickly chimed in. It seems our guesses were correct. The ring Qin Chuan obtained is indeed a space ring. Besides its storage capability, we wonder if it possesses any other functions. I have noticed that Shangguan Riyun and Qin Chuan together resemble a pair of siblings. After Shangguan Riyun and Qin Chuan got together, there was no longer any need to switch the live broadcast scenes. Moreover, with Qin Chuan's remarkable prowess, as he himself claimed, he could adequately protect Shangguan Riyun. It seemed rather peculiar that she was being safeguarded by a mere 4-year-old child. Ha ha ha, I share the same sentiment. After all, our Qin Chuan is quite formidable. As they strolled along, a shadow suddenly darted out from the thicket, startling Shangguan Riyun. She immediately prepared for battle, casting her gaze upon the creature. It's a monster. Be cautious. Shangguan Riyun gently set Qin Chuan down, poised to make her move. Do not strike. Qin Chuan observed the leopard before him, recognizing it instantly as the big cat. It appeared to have grown slightly larger, its black fur glistening more intensely, and its claws and teeth had undergone significant transformation. The black leopard let out a couple of growls towards Qin Chuan, seemingly inquiring about the person beside him. Qin Chuan chuckled and addressed Shangguan Riyun. This is the big cat I mentioned. What? Shangguan Ryun was taken aback, utterly astonished that he referred to the leopard as a cat. She was at a loss for words, staring blankly at the creature. The viewers of the live stream erupted into laughter at her expression. Haha, this is hilarious. Who would have thought? A big cat leopard. Shangguan Ryun's expression was utterly adorable, and she probably never imagined that the cat in her eyes was entirely different from the cat Qin Chuan spoke of. Cat, the leopard might be my brother. Leopard, get lost. I am not a cat. Shangguan Ryun looked utterly bewildered, and without a doubt, she was indeed perplexed. She never anticipated that the Xinguang leopard had completed its evolution and had come to seek out Qin Chuan, indicating that it had been thoroughly conquered by him. Congratulations to Qin Chuan for successfully taming a pet. No, it should be referred to as a mount. The sudden appearance of the Xinguang leopard caught Shangguan Ryun off guard, amusing countless viewers who witnessed her astonishment. Qin Chuan tugged at her arm, reassuring her, Sister Ryun, do not be afraid. The big cat is actually very adorable. He then turned to the Xinguang leopard and commanded, Big cat, roll over. Upon hearing this, the leopard immediately rolled on the ground, leaving Shangguan Ryun speechless once more. Are you certain you are a forbidden land monster? Why are you so obedient? This is rather unexpected. Look how well-behaved this big cat is, Qin Chuan remarked with satisfaction. He then added, give me a smile. The leopard, momentarily taken aback, nevertheless bared its teeth in a grin towards Qin Chuan. Shangguan Ryun, Xinguang leopard, if I misbehave, I'll get punished. I must obey. This scene once again elicited laughter from the viewers. The leopard rolling over was indeed a terrifying spectacle. Qin Chuan's influence had evidently penetrated deep into the leopard's psyche. Even after its evolution, it remains ensnared by Qin Chuan's grasp, destined to endure a lifetime of mistreatment. Shangguan Ryun has come to realize that this leopard is indeed Qin Chuan's pet. Otherwise, how could it be so obedient? However, she could never have anticipated that the leopard serves merely as a mount, with Qin Chuan treating it solely as a mode of transportation. Leopard, please refer to me as Didi Leopard. Qin Chuan, taking Shangguan Ryun's hand, led her before the leopard and declared, I have named it Xinguang Leopard. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ryun felt compelled to ask, if you have named it, why do you still call it Big Cat? Xinguang Leopard, you have never addressed me in such a manner. Lie down, Qin Chuan commanded. Obediently, Xinguang Leopard lay down, and Qin Chuan swiftly mounted its back, turning to Shangguan Ryun and inviting, Sister Shangguan, come sit with me. Once again, Shangguan Ryun was taken aback. Isn't this your pet? Have you always regarded it as a steed? She never imagined the reality could be so. As she climbed atop, Xinguang Leopard showed no resistance, or rather, it dared not. Go, Qin Chuan urged, and the leopard surged into the woods. Shangguan Ryun exclaimed in surprise. The online community erupted in laughter, realizing that wherever Qin Chuan appeared, joy was sure to follow. Qin Chuan remarked, didn't he see that coming, did you? Haha. Shangguan Ryun's expression tells me she must be thinking that Qin Chuan treats the leopard like a horse. This is hilarious. Xinguang Leopard, is this easy for me? Shangguan Ryun's expression was truly endearing, and it seemed as if Qin Chuan were a mischievous little demon. Demon child Qin Chuan. This description was indeed fitting. Henceforth, Qin Chuan garnered the affectionate title of Demon Child Qin Chuan from countless netizens. In the National Security Bureau, when Yang Jingyi witnessed Qin Chuan's arrival and his rescue of Shangguan Ryun, a wave of relief washed over him. Throughout Shangguan Ryun's peril, he had kept the live feed focused here, never expecting Qin Chuan would appear, which filled him with joy. Director, it's a good thing that Qin Chuan is now with Shangguan Ryun. With Qin Chuan's unique abilities, her safety is assured. Furthermore, Xinguang Leopard has evolved again, its strength likely reaching 2 stars, which is also a positive development. Yang Jingyi nodded, stating, indeed, everything is progressing favorably. However, we must remain vigilant. We cannot underestimate the dangers that may still lurk within the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 33. The Pattern of Resource Emergence, just as Yang Jingyi had surmised. After consuming a 3-star demon core, Xinguang Leopard successfully evolved into a 2-star shadow leopard, significantly enhancing its power. Moreover, Yang Jingyi found solace in the fact that Xinguang Leopard had fully submitted to Qin Chuan, showing no inclination to flee. With its presence, the safety of both Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ryun would undoubtedly be bolstered. The scene returned to the live broadcast studio. 2 individuals perched upon the back of a shadowy cheetah, with Qin Chuan displaying an air of nonchalance, seemingly accustomed to the exhilarating ride. In contrast, Shangguan Ryun appeared quite apprehensive, clutching the cheetah's back with a firm grip. The velocity was astonishingly swift, akin to riding a high-speed train as the wind rushed past her ears. Great cat, having evolved, your speed has indeed improved somewhat, yet it remains insufficient. You must strive harder, Qin Chuan encouraged. The cheetah, Shengwang Bao, acknowledged with a couple of calls, indicating its understanding. Turning his gaze towards Shangwan Ruiyun, Qin Chuan felt her weight pressing against his chest, making it slightly difficult to breathe. Although she was soft and gentle, he found her embrace a tad too tight. Sister Ruiyun, are you frightened? He inquired, noticing her complexion had paled, evidently intimidated by the rapid pace. It's just too fast. I'm having a hard time adjusting. She replied, lowering her head. I understand, Qin Chuan responded, giving Shengwang Bao a gentle pat. Great cat, did you hear that? Slow down a bit. The cheetah, eager for praise after its recent evolution, obediently reduced its speed, much to Shangwan Ruiyun's relief. Truthfully, riding atop such a formidable creature still unnerved her. After some time, Shengwang Bao led them to the lakeside. What a crystal-clear lake. Upon catching sight of the shimmering waters in the distance, Shangwan Ruiyun's face lit up with a radiant smile, captivating all of Yanhuang with her beauty and charm. Shangwan Ruiyun, your smile is truly enchanting. I envy Qin Chuan for being embraced by such a goddess. I too wish to be held in her arms, someone remarked. But Qin Chuan is merely 4 years old. You, an old man, should step aside. If anyone deserves a hug, it's me, another retorted. Go away, the Lady wouldn't tea embrace you, chimed in yet another voice. Isis also interjected now. Qin Chuan has reunited with another fortunate soul from Yanhuang, Miss Shangwan Ruiyun. Although the journey was somewhat convoluted, thankfully, she was unharmed. Everyone is aware of Qin Chuan's prowess. Yet having Miss Ruiyun by his side brings us greater assurance. Together, they can look after one another. Furthermore, with Shengwang Bao having successfully evolved into a 2-star shadow cheetah, its strength has significantly increased. I am quite eager to witness their forthcoming endeavors, hoping they can uncover more resources. Among all the fortunate souls, it can be asserted that our Yanhuang lucky ones formed the most formidable team. Let us eagerly anticipate their exploits. Upon reaching the lakeshore, Shangwan Ruiyun's gaze fell upon a monstrous carcass nearby, exclaiming, This is the skeletal remains of a creature. It appears to have perished not long ago. Qin Chuan promptly replied, I was the one who dispatched it. I still have plenty of meat left. Would you care for a few pieces, Sister Ruiyun? As he spoke, he produced a slice of sashimi from his previous catch, leaving Shangwan Ruiyun utterly astonished at the revelation that such a colossal beast had been slain by him. As she gazed at Qin Chuan, who was yet to reach her thigh in height, she found herself lost in contemplation. Just how formidable was Qin Chuan's strength? Qin Chuan quickly interjected, Sister Shangwan, can you cook? I'm hungry. The viewers watching the live stream were left speechless, wondering just how much he could eat. All right. I shall prepare something for you, Shangwan Ruiyun replied, gently ruffling Qin Chuan's hair, marveling at his adorable demeanor, which belied his ability to vanquish such terrifying monsters. Shangwan Ruiyun was proficient in many skills. With cooking being a trivial task, she had adequately prepared various survival tools for their outdoor adventure. Upon witnessing Shangwan Ruiyun's actions, Qin Chuan dashed towards the lakeside, exclaiming, Wait for me. Disrobing, he leaped into the lake, creating a splendid splash before vanishing beneath the surface. Qin Chuan, be careful. Shangwan Ruiyun called out, her concern evident. However, she soon realized that she should not regard Qin Chuan as an ordinary child. Meanwhile, Shun Gongbao sat quietly nearby, now a loyal guardian, vigilant against any lurking dangers. After some time, Qin Chuan emerged from the water, each hand grasping a fish, and he sprinted back to Shangwan Ruiyun, saying, Try these 2 fish. Shangwan Ruiyun looked at the 2 fish, larger than Qin Chuan himself, and was left momentarily speechless. The scene was truly beyond description. Ultimately, with her exceptional culinary skills, Shangwan Ruiyun completely captivated Qin Chuan's appetite, especially since she had brought along a plethora of seasonings that enhanced the fish's flavor significantly. They devoured the 2 sizable fish, most of which were consumed by Qin Chuan and Shun Gongbao. Although the viewers were already aware of Qin Chuan's voracious appetite, witnessing him eat as much as Shun Gongbao still left them astonished. After their feast, Shangwan Ruiyun inquired, How did you manage to find those resources earlier? Qin Chuan pointed to Shun Gongbao, stating, It wasn't me. This big cat led me to them. Shun Gongbao, finally realizing he was being praised by Qin Chuan, nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly pleased. Shangwan Ruiyun found it amusing that a leopard exhibited such human-like qualities and possessed such high intelligence. However, she also recognized Shun Gongbao as prowess and cautiously asked, Can you still locate those items? They are crucial for me, Qin Chuan, and our nation. For a soldier, the foremost consideration is always how to secure benefits for the country. They were fully capable of fulfilling this duty, and naturally, she had to think of her nation. This scene undoubtedly moved countless descendants of Yin and Huang. This is the essence of a Yin and Huang soldier. They always prioritize the interests of the people and the nation, even willing to sacrifice their lives for it. What else could possibly matter? Shen Gongbao shook his head, seemingly attempting to explain, yet both of them were left utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend his meaning. They fell silent, realizing they could not rely on Shen Gongbao. Finding 2 resource rewards was purely a stroke of luck. However, Qin Chuan remarked, from these 2 resource rewards, I have discerned a pattern. The locations of these resources are invariably inhabited by monsters. If we pursue this direction, we are bound to uncover further resource rewards. Chapter 34. Qin Chuan, are you serious? Questioned Shangwan Ruoyun, perplexed. I have encountered some monsters as well, yet I did not discover those resource rewards. Qin Chuan elucidated. Not all resources yield rewards. Those particular resources are markedly distinct from others, and one must approach them to unveil their nature. They cannot be discerned from a distance. If anyone could simply seize any item to receive resource rewards, then such rewards would be devoid of value. From yesterday until now, only 3 fortunate individuals have found resource rewards, 2 of which were aided by Shen Gongbao. This clearly indicates that resource rewards are not as commonplace as street vendors. Should we search for resource rewards by locating monster lairs, the area we would need to cover would be excessively vast, and encountering formidable monsters could pose significant danger. While it is crucial to seek resources for our country, we must also prioritize our own survival. Only by preserving our lives can we assist our nation in acquiring greater resource rewards. Shangwan Ruiyun expressed her viewpoint, but upon glancing at Qin Chuan, she realized she was discussing these matters with a mere 4-year-old, which seemed somewhat burdensome for him. I understand, Qin Chuan nodded. You do? Shangwan Ruiyun replied, astonished. Your little mind is indeed unlike that of other children. Of course, I am a genius. Qin Chuan confidently patted his chest. Haha, yes, you are a genius. One must indulge children, she chuckled. Suddenly, Qin Chuan remarked, I realized I have yet to fully explore the lake bed. The lake bed? Shangwan Ruiyun was puzzled by Qin Chuan's statement. I previously killed a 3-star blade shark. Logically, such a powerful monster should yield resource rewards. I have descended several times before, but found no useful resources. Oh, I see. Shangwan Ruiyun contemplated this carefully, but then paused, recalling his earlier words. Did you just say you killed a 3-star monster? She ensured she had not misheard. Gazing at Qin Chuan was indeed capable of slaying a 3-star monster. Goodness, what an extraordinary being he must be. The netizens from Yanhuang were equally unsettled upon hearing Qin Chuan's admission. No way. That shark was truly slain by Qin Chuan. It was hard to fathom that Qin Chuan could hurl such a creature, weighing several tons. This was utterly unbelievable, with such strength. Who could possibly stand against him in the Forbidden Lands? Would Qin Chuan not be able to stride through the Forbidden Lands unimpeded? He was extraordinarily powerful. However, foreign netizens remained skeptical, as they had not witnessed Qin Chuan throwing the monster ashore with their own eyes. They are reluctant to believe that such feats are achievable by humans. This Qin Chuan must be lying. The Yanhuang people are notoriously adept at deception. One should not take a child's words seriously. If you take a 4-year-old statement to heart, you are destined to be deceived. A child of that age could not possibly unleash such terrifying power, as it entirely contradicts the scientific understanding of a rational mind. This little imp is surely fibbing. We ought not to trust him. This situation is indeed difficult to believe, yet the reality remains that the words of a mere 4-year-old can easily evoke skepticism. Even Shangwan Ruiyun doubts the veracity of Qin Chuan's claims, given the sheer size of that monstrous corpse. I have discerned that within this forest, the most formidable creatures are of the 3-star caliber. Therefore, if your assertions hold any truth, the likelihood of resources here is substantial, albeit we have yet to uncover them. Shangwan Ruiyun quickly deduced this conclusion, for she gathered from Qin Chuan's words that aside from the 3-star blade shark, all other fish in that lake are of 1-star rank. That blade shark must indeed be the sole inhabitant of the lake. Such a powerful creature, coupled with the vastness of the lake, surely indicates the presence of resources. I shall venture further down to seek out other treasures. Qin Chuan felt elated at the prospect of procuring additional resources for Yanhuang, especially since acquiring resources would also enable him to partake in a lottery. That truly brought him joy. I shall accompany you, declared Shangwan Ruiyun. Sister Shangwan, this lake spans several hundred meters. It would be unwise for you to descend. I can remain submerged for hours without breath, but you cannot, Qin Chuan remarked casually. Several hundred meters for hours without breathing? Qin Chuan, are you serious? Shangwan Ruiyun was utterly astonished, at a loss as to how to regard this peculiar child. I am not lying, Qin Chuan replied, striding toward the lake. Do take care. Do not overestimate your abilities. Shangguan Ruyun helplessly realized that she was the one holding them back. Netizens expressed their opinions regarding Qin Chuan's statement. It seems he was not fabricating tales. He indeed can remain underwater for extended periods. But are you certain he still qualifies as human after several hours? Of course he is human. You are the one who is not. Qin Chuan is simply extraordinary. This cannot be classified as human. Do not misunderstand. What I mean is that Qin Chuan is akin to a little deity. The demonic child Qin Chuan is indeed formidable. We should celebrate. He tirelessly endeavors to seek resources for our nation, and we ought not to harbor any negative sentiments toward him. Well said. Go for it, Qin Chuan. Reflecting on the 3-star rewards Qin Chuan previously obtained, one can only surmise the abundance of resources that await. Here, within the lake, if there are indeed resource rewards, it is highly likely that freshwater resources will be among them. Water is the source of life, and fresh water is an indispensable resource for humanity. If one could attain the reward of freshwater resources, it would hold immense significance for the entire nation. Those abroad certainly do not wish for Qin Chuan to discover such resources. He has already secured 2 rewards, while other nations, aside from the beautiful country, are fortunate merely to preserve their lives. The thought of seeking resources is far from their minds. Survival is their immediate concern. Everyone swiftly switched the live broadcast to an underwater perspective, observing Qin Chuan tirelessly searching for peculiar locations within the expansive lake, relying solely on his efforts. It remains uncertain how long it might take him to unearth any treasures. They could only speculate about the existence of resource rewards, with no guarantees of their presence. Such vastness has undoubtedly provided a sense of relief to the foreigners. I would wager that aside from water and fish, nothing else exists here. Well, perhaps some aquatic plants and stones. Ha ha, how humorous. This little fellow boasts of being able to hold his breath underwater for hours. Do you believe that? Surely not. Yet his ability to endure is indeed impressive. Chapter 35. When I am fully empowered, I shall pierce the heavens with a single shot. Qin Chuan continues his exploration beneath the water, eager to discern whether any extraordinary locations exist. Having received 2 resource rewards, he understands that such treasures possess unique characteristics. The closer he approaches these resources, the more their distinctiveness becomes apparent. Like the indomitable NEZHA, who bravely defies fate, Qin Chuan is equally resolute. The more elusive the resources, the more fervently he desires to seize them. The contest for national resources is but a game, wherein the inhabitants of the 9 continents are compelled to seek resources in forbidden territories while being relentlessly pursued and devoured by monsters. The fates of these fortunate souls lie in the hands of others, a disconcerting reality that Qin Chuan despises. Yet, lacking the strength to resist, he can only strive to grow stronger step by step, battling against destiny and awaiting the emergence of the puppeteer behind the scenes. Qin Chuan is currently unaware of the motivations behind these actions. Perhaps to those lofty individuals, he and his kind are mere playthings, insignificant ants to be toyed with at will. He yearns to seize control of his own fate, believing that his destiny is his to command, not dictated by the heavens. For now, he merely compromises. When I am fully empowered, I shall pierce the heavens with a single shot. Like a dragon of the depths, Qin Chuan moves with astonishing speed, darting back and forth in the lake, seeking hidden mysteries. A 2-star fish monster lunges at him with its sharp teeth bared. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan seizes it with one hand and delivers a powerful kick, shattering its skull, effortlessly retrieving its beast core. His movements are fluid and unencumbered, unaffected by the encounter. As if he were engaged in a trivial task, calm, relaxed, and entirely at ease. It resembles the appreciation of a lethal art, though somewhat bloody. There is no trace of a bloodthirsty brutality. Despite standing less than a meter tall and appearing deceptively fragile, none dare underestimate him. I find myself increasingly perplexed by Qin Chuan. When adversaries encounter him, it is their misfortune. He has become the fortunate one of Yin Huang, our blessing. Is it truly acceptable to be so cold-blooded and ruthless at such a tender age? Oh, compassionate soul, temper your benevolence. Had you ventured into the forbidden zone, you would undoubtedly be the first to perish. In the beginning, humanity is inherently good, yet when forced into a corner, one must adopt a heart of ice. Qin Chuan has committed no wrongdoing. The fault lies within this game of fate, compelling these fortunate souls to learn the art of survival. In this world, the distinction between right and wrong is often shrouded in ambiguity. 10 minutes, half an hour has elapsed. Aside from the peculiar fish and shrimp in the lake, Qin Chuan remains empty-handed. His instincts whisper to him that this lake harbors secrets, though he has yet to uncover them. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan persists, unwavering in his belief in his intuition and judgment. On the shore, Shangguan Ruyun grows increasingly anxious. An hour has passed, and no ordinary person could hold their breath for so long underwater. She attempts to dive in search of Qin Chuan but fails, resigned to await his return on land. Qin Chuan has held his breath for a full hour. Can he truly endure for several hours without consequence? In the past, such a claim would have been deemed boastful. Yet now, I find myself uncertain. Qin Chuan battles monsters on land and confronts fierce fish in the depths. Were he capable of flight, he would be invincible. Humans lack wings. It is an indisputable fact that they cannot soar, a reality, not a tale. In the realm of myth, the West boasts angels and sorcerers, while the East speaks of sword flying and ascension to divinity. Are these merely legends? The atheists, who place their faith in science, seek immortality. Netizens implore Qin Chuan to abandon his search. There are no resources here, they argue, rather than squander time in this watery expanse. It would be more pragmatic to seek elsewhere on land. Yet Qin Chuan remains undeterred, firmly believing in his judgment as he continues to pursue the elusive resource. Is Qin Chuan foolish for searching so long, when besides fish and shrimp, what else could there be? With his prowess, he could easily seek resources on the shore, yet he insists on wasting time here. Over an hour has passed. Is he a mermaid? If only I possessed his capacity to hold my breath. International netizens, witnessing Qin Chuan's lack of success, feel relieved. Coupled with the skepticism of the Yanhuang people regarding underwater resources, their satisfaction with Qin Chuan's endeavors only grows. They even rally to his defense, encouraging him to persist in his search for miracles, suggesting he remain submerged indefinitely. The water seems to suit him. I believe he should remain here, leaving the quest for other resources to our fortunate souls. Qin Chuan is commendable. He is doing splendidly, continuing his search without pause. There is no rush. Time is on his side. Perhaps a sea monster will devour him. This audacious lad may one day become a threat to other nations. This individual must surely be a transformation of a sea monster. As the legends claim, the realm of Yin and Huang birth strange creatures, and he embodies such a being. 2 hours have elapsed, yet he has discovered naught. Qin Chuan has come ashore, taking the opportunity to catch a few fish to replenish his strength. He is fatigued today and shall continue his endeavors tomorrow. He reassures the concerned Shangguan Ruyun. Shangguan Ruyun opened her mouth to offer a word of caution, but upon meeting Qin Chuan's resolute gaze, she altered her words to encourage him. At the National Security Bureau, the director inquired, why does Shangguan Ruyun not dissuade Qin Chuan? Several young staff members expressed their confusion. From a broader perspective, Qin Chuan's actions seem irrational. However, from a personal standpoint, he has committed no error. We merely place the burden of responsibility upon him. Consider, he is merely 4 years old, possessing his own thoughts. How can we deem his actions wrong? Shangguan Ruyun likely perceives this truth. As an adult, she cannot impose the nation's responsibilities upon a child. We must approach this matter with objectivity. Yang Jingyi succinctly articulated his views. The others, upon reflection, realized their own youth and the narrowness of their thinking. They felt enlightened. As twilight descended, the stars began to gather. 2 crescent moons shone, one to the east and the other to the west, gazing at each other from afar. This was a wondrous celestial map of the Forbidden Land, and all were intrigued by the whereabouts of this mysterious place. Little one, it is time to rest. Shangguan Ruyun murmured as she embraced Qin Chuan and lay down beside Shen Gongbao, drifting into slumber. From an initial fear of the unfamiliar to a newfound sense of normalcy, Shen Gongbao had come to accept Shangguan Ruyun as one of its own. It had been won over by her culinary delights, and unlike Qin Chuan, it was more than willing to indulge itself. Sister Shangguan, your embrace is truly warm, Qin Chuan said, nestled in her arms, his large eyes gazing up at her, brimming with happiness. Sleep now, she urged. Since learning that Qin Chuan was an orphan, abandoned at a young age in an orphanage, her heart ached further. She could scarcely fathom the trials this child had endured to become so courageous and distinct. Chapter 36. The size of watching the live broadcast. Another restless night has passed, during which several fortunate souls from the 9 provinces have met their demise. No one knows how long these fortunate ones can endure, and it is possible that they may all perish. The following day, Qin Chuan instructed Shen Gongbao to vigilantly protect Shangguan Ruyun as he once again plunged into the lake. Bare and unencumbered, Qin Chuan is steadfast in his resolve, just as Shangguan Ruyun is in hers. She ventured into the forest with her equipment, only to find that Shen Gongbao had been trailing her all along. You wish to accompany me? She recalled Qin Chuan's previous words to the leopard, realizing that it was quite obedient. Shen Gongbao, with a hint of human-like understanding, nodded. Once fearful of Qin Chuan, it now willingly chose to follow. Shangguan Ruiyun pondered over Qin Chuan and realized that he seemed to have no need for Shen Gongbao. After considering the situation, she acknowledged that his presence would indeed enhance her safety. She absolutely could not perish, nor could she bring calamity upon her nation. If she were to die, the lifespan of the entire populace would diminish by 5 years, and thus she must cherish her life, sparing no opportunity for revival. You must heed my words, she instructed. Gently, she caressed Shen Gongbao's head. The creature nodded in agreement. As long as it was well fed, it would comply with her wishes. As the scene shifted, the majority of online viewers opted to watch Shangguan Ruiyun's livestream, while Qin Chuan's garnered only a few 100,000 viewers. Soon enough, Shangguan Ruiyun encountered an assault from monsters. However, before she could take action, Shen Gongbao, expressing its dissatisfaction, stepped forward and forcefully subdued the creatures, making them aware of the consequences of provoking the mighty leopard. Shangguan Ruiyun marveled at the prowess of her bodyguard. Her own strength was at most that of a 1.5 star, whereas Shen Gongbao, having consumed several beast cores provided by Qin Chuan, was nearing the threshold of 3 stars. Thank you, she said, content as she stroked Shen Gongbao's dark fur. The leopard responded with a roar, indicating that there was no need for formality. All it desired was a hearty meal. Unbeknownst to Shangguan Ruiyun, the leopard's words were lost on her as she continued deeper into the forest. With Shen Gongbao's assistance, her safety was significantly bolstered. However, resources were not easily found. An hour passed, then 2, and while they encountered numerous monsters, they remained empty-handed. Shen Gongbao consumed a fair number of beast cores. Yet these lower-tier cores proved insufficient for a breakthrough to 3 stars. Indeed, the task was not as simple as it seemed. Shangguan Ruiyun sought a place to rest. It was at that moment that a voice emanated from the Forbidden Area. Forbidden Area announcement. The fortunate individual from the land of the rising sun, Kozjiro, has discovered a 2-star aluminum or resource. This resource will appear in the land of the rising sun with a 20-fold reward. The Forbidden Area will grant Kozjiro a 2-star level lottery, a reward unbeknownst to outsiders. On the following day, no one received a reward. But by noon on the 3rd day, the announcement from the land of the rising sun shattered the tranquility of all livestream platforms. Numerous nations were filled with envy and resentment, astonished that after the beautiful country and Yanhuang nation, the land of the rising sun's fortunate individual had also attained a resource reward. However, Kozjiro's acquisition was not without sacrifice. He had expended his sole opportunity for revival. Yet, this demise was deemed worthwhile by all in the land of the rising sun, for they were the 3rd nation in the world to receive a resource reward. And theirs was a 2-star resource, surpassing even that of the beautiful country by 1 star. This achievement was a source of immense pride and delight for them. Indeed, this is the spirit of our Yamato warriors, bringing honor to the nation. Well done, the Empire is proud of you. The fortunate individual from our nation had merely taken a small lead. Soon, they would gallantly catch up. Certain nations should not revel too much in their triumphs. Our people excel at surpassing their predecessors. History has attested to this truth. Forge ahead, warriors, for the Empire and its people await your miraculous feats. Our nation is indeed the mightiest in the central continent. We must diligently amass resources and surpass the flames of Huang within reach. Fortunate one, press on. I have already sharpened my blade in anticipation of your endeavors to gather more resources for our motherland. The denizens of Yanhuang, upon witnessing the audacity of these petty figures, were incensed, retorting that they are but a band of charlatans, invaders whom history refuses to acknowledge, emboldened by a mere stroke of fortune. They are oblivious to the source of their audacity, for your fortunate ones are nothing but insignificant in the face of our Qin Chuan. In our realm, a single punch can vanquish a minor beast. These little warriors must sacrifice their lives to reap rewards, and yet wear their pride like a badge. They have a penchant for inflating trivial matters. We shall merely observe. The jesters may prance about, but should they dare encroach upon our territory, they shall be the first to face the battlefield. Let us not forget the shame of our nation. It must remain etched in our hearts. Regardless of how brazen the people of the Eastern Isles may be, such arrogance is fleeting. Only through the continual acquisition of resources can true progress be achieved. All eyes are on Shangguan Ruiyun, hoping she will uncover resources. Yet, the discovery of such treasures often hinges on fortune. Possessing the strength to vanquish monsters does not guarantee the acquisition of rewards. Currently, Shangguan Ruiyun finds herself in this predicament, alongside Shen Gongbao. The 1-star and 2-star creatures pose no real threat, yet the coveted resources remain undiscovered. In Qin Chuan, not a hint of fortune has graced us, but after 2 hours, yet another announcement regarding a forbidden area resonated. Forbidden area announcement. The British fortunate one, Callie, has discovered a 1-star silver mine resource, which will yield a tenfold reward in the British territories. The forbidden area shall grant Callie a one-time 1-star level lottery, a reward unknown to outsiders. I told you our nation's fortunate ones could not possibly be weaker than others, and now it is evident. We too have received a resource reward. Indeed, luck plays a significant role. The youthful denizens of Yanhuang have relied on chance to secure 2 rewards. And now our fortunate one is also beginning to enjoy a stroke of luck. This is silver ore. Our nation's reserves of silver have increased. Callie, you are remarkable. Surpass the other fortunate ones. The return to the land of the setting sun rests upon your shoulders. Shangguan Ruiyun felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Her luck had been rather poor, especially upon hearing that other nations had sequentially discovered resource rewards, causing her to grow increasingly impatient. Although she recognized the folly of such feelings, she could not contain them. Let us set forth to seek resources. Shangguan Ruiyun refused to remain in the shadows. Even though Qin Chuan had secured 2 resource rewards, if subsequent resources eluded them, being surpassed was only a matter of time. After satiating his hunger, Shun Gongbao merrily trailed behind Shangguan Ruiyun. For as long as there was food, he would follow her anywhere. Qin Chuan naturally noticed the announcement regarding the Forbidden Zone, and his live broadcast was flooded with numerous comments urging him to leave. Unfortunately, those within the Forbidden Zone remained oblivious to these messages, leaving online viewers to lament in silence. Chapter 37. Astonishment. The National Fortune Rankings. Forbidden Zone Announcement. The fortunate individual from Tiandu Nation, Hyunale, has discovered a 1-star natural gas resource. This resource will be rewarded in a tenfold manner within the Tiandu Nation. The Forbidden Zone will grant Hyunale a 1-star level lottery, a reward unbeknownst to outsiders. The netizens of Yanhuang Nation felt disheartened upon witnessing yet another nation receiving resource rewards. Goodness, these lucky individuals from A3 have somehow survived. Truly a miracle. They noted that each of their fortunate ones had perished once. Should they meet their demise again, each would suffer a 5-year reduction in lifespan. With a stroke of ill fortune, it seemed that both might face their end. Quite true. However, one woman from A3 is rather striking. Her name appears to be Nakasha, a renowned dance instructor within Tiandu Nation. Her physique and dance are simply beyond reproach. The women of Tiandu Nation are often beset by misfortune, as incidents of female victimization arise frequently, and their status is woefully low, distinctly inferior when compared to the women of our Yanhuang Nation. Let them revel in their moment. The 3-star reward that Qin Chuan obtained remains an insurmountable achievement for them. A 1-star reward offers tenfold resources, a 2-star reward grants 20-fold. Yet the 3-star reward bestows an astonishing 50-fold. The resources that Qin Chuan has amassed thus far total an impressive 70-fold. How could they ever hope to surpass that? Look at them. Reveling in their 1-star reward as if they had conquered the world. They are truly unsophisticated bumpkins. Such blatant truths could deeply wound their pride, one remarked. Haha, indeed. At that moment, another announcement from the Forbidden Zone echoed forth. 5 nations have received resource rewards, and the resource rankings are now activated. The rankings will be based on the multiples of the resource rewards received, with the top 3 nations earning additional rewards. The rankings will be updated every 7 days. Upon reading this announcement, astonishment swept through the crowd. They had not anticipated the introduction of such a feature. Thus, they eagerly opened the rankings. National Resource Rankings. 1. Yanhuang Nation, 70-fold 2. Dongying Nation, 20-fold 3. Meili Nation, 10-fold 4. Brighton Nation, 10-fold 5. Tiandu Nation, 10-fold countdown for the National Resource Rankings, for days. Upon viewing this list, the people of Yanhuang Nation felt their previous gloom dissipate, even swelling with pride. Their nation's resource multiplier left others far behind, exceeding the second-place nation by a staggering 50-fold. This filled them with immense pride, though a hint of frustration lingered, for Qin Chuan remained idly splashing about in the lake, seemingly searching for gold. Upon seeing this list, I couldn't help but utter a heartfelt exclamation. What does it mean to be leagues ahead? This is it. What do they have to boast about? Can they not see the disparity? In the face of data, any words seem extravagant. We have amassed a plethora of resources, yet we do not flaunt them. I wonder where their confidence stems from. Let them find a sliver of solace. It might ease their troubled hearts. With a 50-fold gap, if they persevere for just 4 days, additional rewards await. I ask, can they surpass us? Individuals from other nations are basking in the glory of their acquired resources. Yet here we are, creating a resource leaderboard. If one refrains from comparison, all is well, but upon gazing at this leaderboard, it strikes like 100,000 volts. The chasm is simply too vast. Suddenly, their arrogance dissipates, and they become subdued. On this resource leaderboard, unless one claims the top position, there is no room for boasting. Look at the Yinhuang nation. How modest they are, celebrating their first place solely within their borders and never showcasing it on the international stage. That is true humility. The emergence of this leaderboard merely provokes the fortunate ones to seek resources. Yet for the majority of the fortunate, merely preserving their lives is a victory. Aspirations for resource rewards are utterly futile. Upon seeing this list, Shangguan Ruiyun felt a pang of disappointment. She had failed to secure a resource for her homeland. Were it not for Qin Chuan, they would have nothing to show. She felt a deep sense of guilt, though no one in the live stream held her accountable. Her efforts were recognized by all. It was merely a matter of ill fortune. Do not be anxious, dear sister. Our resource ranking occupies a favorable position. Do not blame yourself, they reassured her. Both Shangguan Ruiyun and Shun Gongbao had vanquished over a dozen monsters, yet still uncovered no resources. Such things are indeed elusive. Fortune had seemingly favored Qin Chuan, yet lamentably, he remained by the lake, and one could only question if he had truly engaged in the game. It seemed as though Qin Chuan had been a fish in his past life, reluctant to leave the water upon seeing it. Disappointment enveloped Qin Chuan. Even the number of live viewers dwindled to a mere 100,000, and as time passed, fewer remained. As night approached, Shangguan Ruiyun, weary from the day's exertions, returned to the lakeside only to find Qin Chuan resting on the shore. Qin Chuan, how did it go? Though she anticipated the outcome, she wished not to diminish his spirits. I discovered a new fish species, and the taste is delightful, Qin Chuan replied, gesturing to the side where a dozen fish awaited their fate. Sister, I will prepare fish for you. Shangguan Ruiyun began to cook. Forbidden Zone announcement. Lucky individual from the Great Bear Nation, Kovsky, has discovered a 2-star coal mine resource. This resource will appear in the land of the rising sun with a 20-fold reward. The Forbidden Zone will grant Kovsky a 2-star level lottery, a reward unknown to outsiders. Shangguan Ruiyun, witnessing her own disappointment, felt a gentle touch on her lovely face as Qin Chuan approached. Do not worry, Sister Shangguan. No matter how hard they strive, they will never surpass me. As Shangguan Ruiyun smiled at Qin Chuan, her expression was not one of concern, but rather a slight discomfort at her inability to locate resources for the nation. What was the cause of today's events? How had these individuals collectively discovered resources? Shangguan Ruiyun found herself perplexed. Everyone was equally bewildered, unable to discern whether this was the result of some clandestine manipulator or other factors. Qin Chuan, seated upon Shangguan Ruiyun's lap, gazed out over the lake and remarked, if we cannot find anything by tomorrow, we shall depart from here and explore elsewhere. Very well, Shangguan Ruiyun replied, her heart lifted by Qin Chuan's understanding. Yet, Qin Chuan's ears twitched as he stepped onto the beach and stated, a monster approaches. A monster? Shangguan Ruiyun scanned her surroundings, but saw nothing amiss. Before long, Shun Gongbao also grew vigilant, directing his gaze toward a certain direction where a source of danger was drawing near. The rustling in the forest heightened Shangguan Ruiyun's alertness. She grasped her weapon, ready for combat. Their attention was drawn to the source, and suddenly, a creature leaped forth, its eyes emitting a crimson glow against the night. As the monster drew closer, they finally beheld its true form. The appearance of this beast astounded everyone. Those in the live broadcast were equally taken aback, for even through the screen, the creature exuded a palpable pressure. This beast was as large as a small cart, adorned with a coat of golden fur, exuding an air of majesty and strength akin to that of a primordial giant. Its tail resembled a sharp whip, its body marked with black stripes, and its neck was adorned with a mane reminiscent of a lion, resplendent in golden hues, presenting an imposing and extraordinary presence. The tiger-striped pattern on its forehead bore the shape of a king, while its teeth resembled those of a saber-toothed tiger, large and terrifyingly grotesque. Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ruiyun stared intently at the creature until they received vital information. Creature name, Golden Tiger Lion, quality, bronze, strength evaluation, 3 stars, talents, royal might, strength. Bite, golden wave. Note, killing creatures of bronze quality or higher grants additional mysterious rewards. Within the Forbidden Zone, creature qualities ascend from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, emperor, sacred beast, divine beast. Each elevation in creature quality results in a strength increase of over 1-fold. They were utterly astonished. No one had anticipated the emergence of such a creature within the forbidden zone. Countless onlookers trembled at the sight of the golden tiger lion. Even a mere glance into its eyes was enough to instill a profound fear. This creature was terrifying, reigning over its domain like a sovereign. Shen Gongbao was so frightened that he quivered uncontrollably, nearly collapsing. The oppressive aura emanating from the Beast King was insurmountable for lower-level monsters, who could not withstand the weight of such a primal and spiritual pressure. The golden tiger lion emitted no roar. Its proud eyes surveyed its surroundings as if regarding its prey, a smirk of mockery dancing upon its visage. Even the cunning leopard possessed a fair degree of intelligence. One could only imagine the sophistication of this superior golden beast. In its gaze, the two humans and one leopard before it were mere morsels, an appetizing delicacy. This was a creature of the 3-star caliber, yet it felt infinitely more terrifying than the azure dragon lizard. My hands trembled uncontrollably. Its gaze was utterly horrifying. The crimson irises reminiscent of a malevolent beast from the abyss, leaving one to ponder how such a monstrous entity could exist within this forbidden realm. Could Qin Chuan possibly contend with it? Although he had previously vanquished 3-star monsters, this creature was a different echelon of terror, akin to an encounter with a colossal beast in a game. This was merely the bronze level. What would happen if we faced silver or gold? Was this national fate game designed to bring about humanity's demise? Could we truly accomplish the final task within the forbidden zone? Doubts began to creep in. How could such a fearsome beast manifest at this stage? It felt as though it were intent on driving the fortunate ones to despair. I realized just how arduous it was to be among the lucky few. Qin Chuan, Miss Shangwan Ruyun, you must persevere. We could only watch, powerless to assist. I felt utterly useless. At this moment, Bingbing understood the necessity of instilling hope in her fellow countrymen. She promptly declared, fellow compatriots, have you forgotten the miracles Qin Chuan has previously wrought? Look at him, and behold Shangwan Ruyun. They exhibit no trace of fear. Are they not afraid? They are just like you, human, citizens of our Yanhuang nation. Yet, they comprehend that if even they succumb to fear, then our land faces grim peril. Go forth, Qin Chuan, Shangwan Ruyun. Push forward. Everyone rallied in support of the two fortunate ones. Even in the face of an insurmountable primordial beast, they refused to surrender. What did it matter if one were to perish? The lucky duo still possessed a chance at revival. Qin Chuan, hold it off for a moment while you escape. Shangwan Ruyun gazed at the creature, feeling the oppressive aura radiating from the golden tiger lion. It instilled fear not only in the leopard but also in her. Yet, she could not afford to reveal any hint of trepidation before the beast. She was determined to protect Qin Chuan. He was her superior, and as long as she could contain the creature, he would surely have the opportunity to flee. One life sacrificed was better than two. Without hesitation, she chose herself. This scene moved countless sons and daughters of Yanhuang profoundly. It epitomized the spirit of the Yanhuang soldier. In contrast to the fear and dread exhibited by others, Qin Chuan appeared remarkably composed, as if he were unfamiliar with the concept of fear. He stood there, curiously observing the uniquely shaped golden tiger lion before him. She even pointed at the golden tiger lion and remarked, Sister Shangwan, the fur of this creature is truly exquisite. It would make for an exceptional broom. The netizens of Yanhuang were left speechless. They recognized Qin Chuan's prowess, yet they did not believe he could triumph over this formidable beast. It was a powerful creature of bronze rank, and with the golden tiger lion being a 3-star monster, its strength was double that of others of the same tier. While Qin Chuan could contend with a 3-star monster, they harbored no hope for his victory against this giant. Their only wish was for Qin Chuan to escape unscathed. Shangwan Ruyun was momentarily at a loss for words. She urged Qin Chuan to flee, yet he remarked on the beauty of the golden tiger lion's fur. Qin Chuan, are you serious? I am not jesting with you, dear brother. Wait for me to distract it, and then you must escape. Your strength is a pride to Yanhuang. You must survive. I still have one chance to be resurrected, so do not worry. Holding a dagger in her right hand and gently stroking Qin Chuan's head with her left, her expression was grave, her words resolute. She was determined to find a way for him to escape. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan shook his head vigorously like a rattle, responding, Sister Shangwan, do not fear. This little tiger seems fierce, but it is not truly terrifying. He moved forward, alarming Shangwan Ruyun who had intended for him to flee, not to engage in battle with the golden tiger lion. Qin Chuan evaded her outstretched hand and laughed back at her, Sister Shangwan, do not be afraid. Watch how I teach this little tiger a lesson. He dashed toward the lion, his small frame standing tall as he raised his head defiantly to meet the towering golden tiger lion's gaze. Little tiger, why do you snarl? I, Qin Chuan, am not afraid of you. Chapter 39, Qin Chuan, "Well done," roar. The tiger's roar resonated like thunder. As a golden tiger lion, it would not allow a mere mortal like Qin Chuan to mock it so. Observing Qin Chuan approach, the golden tiger lion opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp teeth glinting menacingly, and lunged at him. Everyone gasped at Qin Chuan's audacity. He had dared to approach the golden tiger lion and mock it. As they saw the beast charge at Qin Chuan without hesitation, cries of alarm erupted, urging him to be cautious. "Run. You are no match for the golden tiger lion." What was Qin Chuan thinking? Shangguan Ruiyun had clearly instructed him to escape, yet he seemed to court danger recklessly. "Get away. It's over. Qin Chuan is going to be devoured." This was a bronze monster, not just any ordinary creature. Did Qin Chuan not realize this? Their fortunate one was about to meet his demise. What terrible luck to encounter the first bronze monster in this forbidden land. Foreign netizens watching the scene felt a surge of delight. "Well done, monster. Devour them both." Thus, Yanhuang will no longer pose a threat. They eagerly anticipated the spectacle of this young fool being swallowed whole. Such arrogance deserved a fitting end. Shangguan Ruiyun wished to rush forward to rescue Qin Chuan. But it was too late. She could only watch as he was swallowed by the golden tiger lion. Facing the gaping maw of the beast, Qin Chuan showed no inclination to evade. He remained steadfast in his stance before the creature, seemingly oblivious to its ferocious jaws. Suddenly, at the moment the golden tiger lion was about to engulf him, Qin Chuan struck. His fist, though seemingly feeble, moved with the swiftness of lightning, landing squarely on the lion's left cheek. That small fist unleashed a power akin to that of a mighty titan, sending the imposing golden tiger lion hurtling away, crashing onto the sandy shore several meters distant with a resounding thud. Shangguan Ruiyun was left astounded. The viewers from Yanhuang were equally bewildered. International spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible. Damn it, this little brat from Yanhuang must be cheating. Why does this keep happening? Why does he always deliver such a blow to our hearts? This boy is terrifying. How can such a small figure wield such formidable strength? Why do such unforeseen events keep occurring? Is there truly no monster capable of vanquishing him?" After the initial shock wore off, the Yanhuang netizens swiftly unleashed their keyboard prowess to express their opinions. "I was wrong. I should never have doubted your abilities. I now recall that Qin Chuan was able to toss a several-ton razor-sharp shark. No one witnessed him do so firsthand, which is understandable, as that incident was simply beyond belief. Just how powerful is Qin Chuan? I was utterly dumbfounded when he sent that golden tiger lion flying with a single punch. The golden tiger lion, of bronze quality, is nothing compared to my formidable Qin Chuan." Bing Bing was equally stunned by Qin Chuan's miraculous punch. She exchanged glances with the Dean, Yunnan, and Long Weigua, and they could all see the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. This scene was undeniably before them, and the visual impact was overwhelmingly powerful. Long Weigua boldly proclaimed, "With such a talent as this in Yanhuang, our nation shall surely soar." Yunnan, seeking to soothe the turbulent emotions, remarked, "Though I have faced countless crises, they pale in comparison to what Qin Chuan and his companions have encountered. I merely wish to say, no matter where they find themselves, I believe in them until the very last moment." Bing Bing cast aside her earlier worries, her heart rising and falling in tandem with Qin Chuan's plight. Witnessing him extinguish the threat with a single punch, her brow relaxed as she said, "At this moment, I find myself at a loss for words to express my feelings. I believe every compatriot from Yanhuang shares my sentiments. Shock, excitement, joy. With a fortunate soul like Qin Chuan among us, what miracles are beyond reach. Qin Chuan, I am proud of you. Indeed, Yanhuang takes pride in you." Everyone simply wanted to exclaim, "Qin Chuan, well done." As Shangguan Ruiyun approached Qin Chuan, her expression was one of bewilderment, lingering on her face as she glanced at Qin Chuan's diminutive arms and the bronze-tier monster sprawled beside them, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Qin Chuan looked up at Shangguan Ruiyun and remarked, "Sister Shangguan, I told you this little tiger is quite feeble. Just look at how weak it is. Unable to withstand even a single punch from me. Unable to withstand even a single punch?" The golden tiger lion interjected, "I wonder if I should voice my thoughts." Countless spectators were left at a loss for words. Was this even human speech? Who would dare claim they could endure your punch? In response, Shangguan Ruiyun's mind faltered, struggling to find an adequate retort, and could only muster a vague affirmation of its might. The terrified Shingongbao, witnessing the once mighty golden tiger lion felled by a single blow from Qin Chuan, was equally dazed. It realized how astute its decision to submit to Qin Chuan had been, and it couldn't help but commend itself for its discerning judgment. The golden tiger lion, having been struck by Qin Chuan's punch, staggered to its feet, disoriented. After a moment, it regained its senses, shaking its head. At that moment, its regal demeanor had vanished, replaced by a palpable fear as it regarded Qin Chuan's blood-red eyes. This human was formidable. Qin Chuan stood tall once more. Shangguan Riyun, dagger in hand, remained vigilant, fully aware that her strength was no match for the golden tiger lion. Acting rashly would be exceedingly unwise. A sickly tiger poses little threat. Just watch me, Qin Chuan declared as he advanced toward the golden tiger lion. Instinctively, the creature recoiled at the sight of this little demon. As Qin Chuan moved forward, it stepped back, retreating with each of his advances. Speak up, Qin Chuan bellowed at the golden tiger lion with authority. A seemingly straightforward statement that elicited laughter from everyone in the live-streaming room. Here was a bronze-tier monster. Yet it dared not utter a word in the presence of Qin Chuan. Do you hear that? This is what it means to be commanding. Qin Chuan continued. I'm calling you out. Speak. My fist is poised and ready. This trembling little tiger king was displaying an excessive amount of cowardice. I must ask, is it a lion or a tiger? Is it male or female? Golden tiger lion, do not force me to look down upon you. In response to Qin Chuan's furious roar, the golden tiger lion bared its teeth once more, but upon closer inspection, its cheeks appeared oddly uneven, its left cheek slightly swollen compared to the right. It soon became clear that this was a result of Qin Chuan's blow. The audience erupted in laughter, realizing why the golden tiger lion had exhibited such a peculiar expression earlier. It was in pain from its injuries. With a mighty roar, the golden tiger lion attempted to assert its regal presence once again. Qin Chuan pointed at the golden tiger lion and beckoned. Come here. Do come here. With a furious roar, the golden tiger lion leaped into the air before swiftly turning and retreating into the depths of the forest. Qin Chuan exclaimed, What the hell? Golden tiger lion, how can you lack the dignity of a tiger? A majestic ruler of the forest, and yet you choose to flee. Who would have anticipated such a maneuver? Just how terrified of me are you? It was merely a punch. You are not dead, so why run? Where has the majesty of the tiger king gone? The golden tiger lion thought to itself, survival is of utmost importance. Dignity is but an illusion. Qin Chuan, displeased with the lion's actions, was about to pursue when he shouted to Shen Gongbao, Big cat, why are you still dawdling? Quickly, follow me in pursuit of the enemy. Shen Gongbao paused for a moment, then his eyes gleamed with excitement. This was indeed the time for the leopard to showcase its prowess. The era of the leopards had arrived. He hurriedly approached Qin Chuan, allowing him to mount. All forces advance, Qin Chuan commanded. With a mighty roar, Shen Gongbao surged forward at full speed, crashing through the forest, soon vanishing into the distance, leaving only the bewildered Shangguan Riyun behind, lost in thought. In that moment, Shangguan Riyun realized her own insignificance, feeling utterly powerless to engage in the battle. From the instant Qin Chuan sent the golden tiger lion flying, the viewership of his live stream skyrocketed. 1 billion, 2 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion. It became apparent that 90% of the population on the JoJo planet was tuned into Qin Chuan's broadcast. The phenomenon of the first appearance of a bronze-level monster had spread like wildfire, captivating nearly the entire planet. This was undoubtedly the most watched live stream in history, worthy of being recorded in the annals of time. Qin Chuan's name became synonymous with fame. Few in the world were unaware of him. His image was etched in the minds of people across the globe. That little brat from Yanhuang is no ordinary human. It is profoundly unfair to the other fortunate ones. I must file a complaint against this prodigy. How can he be so powerful while others struggle? This little monster is terrifying. Daring to chase after the bronze-level golden tiger lion. Is this something a mere human can achieve? How did he become so formidable? Able to fell such a fearsome creature with a single blow? He is not human. He is a monster, a demon. We must unite to resist him. Qin Chuan is one of us, a Korean. His strength is derived from our noble lineage and superior genes. What a remarkable young man. We, the Great Bear Nation, will forever support you. We, the people of Batai, shall forever remain your steadfast friends. Oh, you, who lack any sense of shame. Our Qin Chuan is bound to the Yanhuang nation, not to your country. Our Qin Chuan possesses unparalleled strength. Just observe how these individuals tremble in fear. Initially, they mocked Qin Chuan as a mere child, even claiming he would not survive beyond 3 minutes. And yet, here we are. I can only chuckle. Qin Chuan is invincible, and Yanhuang stands proud. Whom do they intend to lodge complaints with? The official channels of national fortune? How absurd. Qin Chuan, seize that golden tiger and lion, and prepare a feast. Director of the National Security Bureau, Qin Chuan is truly formidable. Indeed, he is so powerful that he instills fear in the hearts of people worldwide. Their envy is palpable, for they do not wish to see our nation grow stronger. Yang Jingyi meticulously replayed the footage of Qin Chuan's strikes, remarking, Qin Chuan continually astonishes us, igniting hope and confidence among our people. We shall not permit anyone to defame him here. If they seek to fabricate public opinion to slander our nation's hero, let them reveal their swords. The Yan Huang of today is no longer the Yan Huang of yore. His words ignited a fervor among the personnel of the National Security Bureau, prompting them to take swift action and issue various commands. Under the vast population of 2 billion in Yan Huang, any disparaging remarks against Qin Chuan on the internet were promptly suppressed. The fortunate one of Yan Huang shall not be defamed by outsiders. This garnered the unwavering support of all Yan Huang citizens, who rejoiced in the timely defense of our homeland. Within the forbidden grounds, Qin Chuan pursued the golden tiger and lion relentlessly on the back of Shengong Bao, the first bronze monster to emerge, promising mysterious rewards upon its defeat. Fortunately, Shengong Bao possessed remarkable speed, no matter how far the golden tiger and lion fled. It managed to keep pace. Yet Qin Chuan remained dissatisfied, threatening Shengong Bao that failure to catch up would result in a vegetarian diet. The mere mention of a vegetarian diet sent Shengong Bao into a state of despair, for it felt as though its very existence was at stake. To avoid such a fate, it unleashed its primal power, accelerating to unprecedented speeds. The golden tiger and lion, sensing the intensity of the pursuit, was taken aback. Could this be the speed exhibited by the shadow leopard? Surely, this cannot be a mere imitation. Qin Chuan caught sight of the fleeing golden tiger and lion ahead, surveyed his surroundings, and with tremendous effort leaped into a tree, propelling himself upward with renewed vigor. A shadowy figure descended from above, blocking the path of the golden tiger and lion, resulting in a tense standoff between man and beast. Qin Chuan, why are you running? Golden tiger and lion, roar. Qin Chuan, do you dare to threaten me? Do you think I fear you? Qin Chuan mimicked a fierce expression. Yan Huang netizens, are you certain this is not an act of cuteness? With no escape route left, the golden tiger and lion struck at Qin Chuan with its paw. However, Qin Chuan, displaying remarkable agility, deftly dodged to the side, leaving the golden tiger and lion to leave a paw print etched into the ground. The golden tiger lion unleashed its claws once more, while Qin Chuan deftly evaded its strikes. This was a mischievous child who had mastered the art of dodging. Chapter 41. Are you bewildered? Before the golden tiger lion, Qin Chuan appeared as minuscule as a toy, yet the beast could not lay a finger on him. As he nimbly dodged, he taunted, sick tiger, I am right here, come and strike me." Though these words bore little physical harm, their insulting nature was profound. It was utterly ironic that a formidable bronze-level golden tiger lion could not even graze the hem of Qin Chuan's garments, mocking the very essence of its power. Qin Chuan's agility was astonishing. With each attack from the golden tiger lion, he managed to evade with uncanny precision, as if he could foresee its moves, infuriating the beast. Is this not bullying the tiger? A true male should confront head-on. The golden tiger lion lunged at Qin Chuan once again, who leapt gracefully, causing the beast's claws to shred the tree trunk instead, while he found himself on the creature's back. This scene felt eerily familiar, as the watcher, Shengong Bao, observed with wide eyes. Seizing the long fur on the golden tiger lion's neck, Qin Chuan yanked it fiercely. The lion howled in pain, clearly unprepared for such audacity. One should not be too Qin Chuan, he mused, admiring the beautiful golden fur, contemplating how splendid it would be as clothing. With a furious roar, the golden tiger lion swiped at Qin Chuan, attempting to dislodge him, but Qin Chuan grasped the beast's paw, causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground. "You initiated this," Qin Chuan declared seriously. He then secured his grip on the lion's paw, leaping down and forcefully flinging the creature, which felt as though it was suspended in midair, its expression a mix of horror. With a resounding thud, dust erupted as the golden tiger lion was slammed to the ground, leaving an imprint in the shape of a tiger. Observers online were left astounded. This vivid imagery was overwhelming. Goodness, allow me a moment to regain my composure. Qin Chuan was formidable. The tiger seemed merely a plaything before him. How tragic for the lion. Who was it that claimed Qin Chuan would kneel? Look now who is humbled. With bronze quality and a 3-star rating, Qin Chuan effortlessly toyed with such a creature. What was the true extent of his strength? Who could enlighten me? The 4-star monsters had yet to appear. Who knew where Qin Chuan's limits lay? International viewers were left speechless, opting for silence to avoid further shock. In their nation, the fortunate few, if only they possessed half the prowess of Qin Chuan, or even just a fraction of it, would not find themselves pursued by monsters to such an extent that they were left with no escape, neither to the heavens above nor the earth below. However, Qin Chuan's confrontation with the golden tiger lion was merely the beginning. With a deft motion, he hurled the golden tiger lion into the air, seizing its claw and spinning it around, the scene reminiscent of helicopter blades in relentless rotation. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. With a triumphant shout, Qin Chuan sent the golden tiger lion spiraling after several rotations, casting it forcefully against a millennia-old tree. The impact was thunderous, causing the ancient tree to sway violently, leading to a second wave of damage as the creature crashed to the ground. The golden tiger lion, its eyes swirling in confusion, struggled to regain its bearings, feeling disoriented and fatigued. Yet, it eventually rose, glaring at the imposing figure of Qin Chuan in the distance, igniting a fierce determination within. With a deafening roar that echoed through the air, the golden tiger lion instilled fear in the surrounding monsters, prompting them to flee. It opened its mouth, gathering a golden radiance in its throat. What was this? What was the golden tiger lion attempting? A wave of realization swept through the crowd as they recalled the creature's attribute profile, hastily flipping through the details until they reached the final entry. This was undoubtedly the golden wave, its ultimate attack. Curiosity had long surrounded the nature of this final move, and now it revealed itself as an energy-based assault. A development that did not bode well. Qin Chuan, beware of the golden tiger lion's attack, they cautioned. Yet, Qin Chuan needed no such reminder. As the energy wave coalesced in the creature's mouth, he was already poised to evade. A brilliant beam of golden light erupted from the golden tiger lion's jaws, radiating outward like the sun, imbued with an aura of annihilation. The resulting explosion engulfed the area where Qin Chuan had stood, releasing a dazzling brightness that obliterated the live feed. Tension gripped the hearts of the viewers as they fixated on the screen, astonished by the sheer ferocity of the wave. Its destructive power was overwhelming, akin to a missile of incredible magnitude. This was the strength befitting a bronze-level monster. With this single move, it could reign supreme in this territory. With a roar of defiance, the golden tiger lion seemed to cast aside the humiliation of its earlier defeat, reaffirming its status as the ruler of this realm. As the brilliance faded, the spectators beheld a scene of eerie silence. Many gasped in disbelief as a circular crater emerged within a 100-meter radius, the surroundings utterly decimated, devoid of life. But where had Qin Chuan gone? Surely he had not perished? The devastation was unfathomable, even ancient trees reduced to splinters. Are you all foolish? If Qin Chuan were dead, the screen would be gray. One exclaimed. Indeed, where is Qin Chuan? Initially, it was presumed that Qin Chuan had met with misfortune. However, the live broadcast did not fade to gray, indicating that he was still alive. Yet, they could not locate Qin Chuan's image. Where could he possibly be? At that moment, from a certain spot within the pit, the earth shifted, and a small head emerged, shaking itself to rid its crown of dirt. Who else could it be but Qin Chuan? He had not anticipated the extensive range of the golden tiger lion's golden wave, and before he could escape, he found himself buried alive beneath the earth. Fortunately, it had caused no harm. The little one was quite displeased, for the consequences could be severe. Qin Chuan sprang from the soil, ascending to the surface of the pit. When the golden tiger lion beheld Qin Chuan once more, it wore a look of astonishment. Chuckling, I must confess my lack of decorum. The golden tiger lion exclaimed. How are you still alive? Ha ha ha. You must be bewildered. Since you have not perished, your end is nigh. It had nearly startled me. Yet I was relieved that Qin Chuan was unharmed. Chapter 42. The enviable oil resources. Ugh, this earth is hardly palatable. The sensation of being buried alive is rather unpleasant. And the soil is unappetizing as well. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's reappearance, the golden tiger lion instinctively recoiled. This was a manifestation of fear, although it would never admit such. It was indeed terrified. The golden tiger lion quickly regained its composure, opening its mouth to gather energy, intending to strike at Qin Chuan once more. Yet, Qin Chuan would not grant it that opportunity. Surging forth like lightning, he clasped the golden tiger lion's jaws shut. The golden tiger lion was utterly disoriented. Its energy gathering was abruptly interrupted, and smoke billowed from its nostrils and ears. Take that. Qin Chuan reveled in his handiwork, having dared to entomb him. Now, the creature understood his prowess. The golden tiger lion, with its mouth darkened and filled with resentment, glared at Qin Chuan, its fury palpable, as if it wished to devour him whole. It charged at Qin Chuan, intent on tearing him apart in a fit of vengeance. The bold golden tiger lion, swaying its alluringly plump form, with golden fur billowing in the wind, advanced towards Qin Chuan, igniting the flames of retribution, its maw agape, claws raised in savagery. Descending upon him, However, in the face of absolute power, the golden tiger lion was sent sprawling by a mere kick from Qin Chuan. Then, Qin Chuan leapt before the golden tiger lion, delivering a powerful blow to its head. Take that. With a swift motion, he raised his small hand and struck down again. Still want to eat me? Another punch followed. Die. With wide eyes, the golden tiger lion collapsed, breathless, as Qin Chuan brought its life to an end. Through action, Qin Chuan proclaimed to all, "I am the Terminator." In the announcement of the Forbidden Zone, it was proclaimed that the fortunate one from the Yanhuang nation, Qin Chuan, had vanquished a 3-star bronze-level beast, the golden tiger lion, earning a random reward of 50-fold oil resources for Yanhuang nation, along with a chance at a 3-star lottery prize. As Qin Chuan carried the lifeless body of the golden tiger lion, he made his way step by step towards the lake. When he pressed the creature into the ground, the entire world bore witness to his overwhelming triumph over the beast. The encounter was one of sheer domination. The golden tiger lion seemed but a child in the presence of Qin Chuan, a stark contrast to the might of an adult. 50-fold oil resources. Oil is the most coveted resource across the globe, and on the planet of Jiuzhou, it is perilously close to depletion. Yet this time, Qin Chuan directly secured a bounty of 50-fold oil resources for Yanhuang nation. While the exact quantity was unknown, it was sufficient to elicit great joy. Why is Qin Chuan not the fortunate one of our own nation? With him in Yanhuang, do we stand any chance of surpassing? He is more formidable than the very monsters he slays. He can disregard even the bronze-level beasts. Is it possible that Qin Chuan intends to roam freely within the Forbidden Zone? Are there truly no monsters within that can contend with him? The fortunate survivors of the Forbidden Zone, upon hearing this announcement, wore expressions of awe. This marked the 3rd time they had encountered this name. They were oblivious to whether Qin Chuan was male or female, or what age and abilities he possessed. However, they recognized him as a most terrifying human being. Regardless of how he dispatched that creature, the name Qin Chuan was indelibly etched in their minds. For them, facing 1- or 2-star monsters was already a formidable challenge. Yet this Qin Chuan had slain a 3-star bronze-level beast, leaving them utterly astounded. They had encountered these monsters and were acutely aware of their strength. Yang Jingyi from the National Security Bureau promptly mobilized personnel nationwide to investigate the newly surfaced oil resources. With the aid of advanced technology, they swiftly identified a region experiencing significant changes. Yang Jingyi wasted no time in dispatching professionals equipped with measuring instruments to assess the magnitude of this reward. After a long wait, Yang Jingyi finally received data from the probing team. "Director, the data has arrived," Shin Yong said, a hint of excitement in his voice. "How much?" inquired Yang Jingyi. According to data from the Resource Bureau, the newly discovered oil resources amount to a staggering 2 billion tons, and the quality is astonishingly high. Requiring no refining for immediate use, Shin Yong reported. 2 billion tons. Upon hearing this, Yang Jingyi's spirits soared. He paced back and forth. This news was a tremendous boon for them. 2 billion tons. Such value is immeasurable, and with these oil resources, the advancement of our nation's development would be significantly propelled. Although the 9 provinces planet once boasted oil fields containing over 20 billion tons, these extensive reserves were not located within the borders of the Yanhuang nation, and most of them are now nearly depleted. The current oil field, however, belongs to their own country, and its superior quality requires no refinement for immediate use, thereby enhancing the value of this oil significantly. The news was promptly reported, and it is believed that upon hearing this, they will surely be elated. Yang Jingyi began to make arrangements and instructed others to disseminate the information regarding the oil discovery. This news is not a closely guarded secret. Other countries could easily uncover it if they wished. Thus, rather than concealing it, it is better to let the entire nation be informed. During a live broadcast, Bingbing received news from the National Security Bureau and immediately addressed the audience, stating, "I have wonderful news to share. Through our nation's explorative measurements, we have located the oil field. It seems everyone is eager to know the extent of this oil reserve. So let me reveal that it amounts to a staggering 2 billion tons. This substantial oil reserve is indeed a source of great joy for our country. Goodness, 2 billion tons, what a fortune that entails. With the world's remaining oil resources dwindling, this 2 billion tons will undoubtedly provide significant support for our nation. How fortuitous that this resource has emerged at such a crucial time. We owe our gratitude to Qin Chuan, whose singular effort in vanquishing the bronze golden tiger lion has brought us this immense resource reward, in stark contrast to the elation of the Yanhuang nation. Foreign netizens expressed their discontent. My goodness, how fortunate Yanhuang is to randomly receive such oil resources. In our country, oil fields can be developed with the investment of capitalists, Yet in Yinhuang, these resources are solely under the control of their government, allowing them to leverage these assets to their utmost advantage. I envy Yinhuang so much. How can one become a citizen of Yinhuang? It is so difficult. I have failed for 10 consecutive years. The citizenship of Yinhuang is the hardest to obtain in the world. I cannot comprehend why so many Yinhuang citizens wish to acquire foreign nationalities. Do they not realize how desperately we long to become citizens of Yinhuang? Chapter 43. Is Qin Chuan an immortal? The discovery of 2 billion tons of oil has stirred envy and resentment in countless nations, with many lamenting how wonderful it would be if such resources were found in their own countries. Our nation's fortunate ones have yet to receive any resources, while Qin Chuan of Yinhuang has already amassed a reward amounting to 120 times that. Moreover, this resource reward has been added to the resource leaderboard, making it impossible for our fortunate ones to catch up within 4 days. If this continues, our country will be left far behind by Yinhuang. What a pity that our nation's fortunate ones are lacking in capability. Is there truly no one who can put a stop to him? Qin Chuan dragged the lifeless body of the golden tiger lion back to the lakeside. From a distance, Shangguan Riyun observed the small figure of Qin Chuan grasping one of the beast's massive claws, pulling it from the forest to this very spot, leaving her utterly bewildered. Although she had heard the announcement from the forbidden area, witnessing such a scene left her at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Sister Shangguan, we can have an extra meal now, Qin Chuan exclaimed joyfully as he tossed the golden tiger lion by the lakeside. He then took Shangguan Riyun's hand and approached the water's edge, saying, Sister Shangguan, I leave this creature in your capable hands. Following that, Qin Chuan delivered a swift chop to the beast's head, extracting a gleaming golden beast core from within, its brilliance captivating and radiant. This beast core is truly remarkable, Shangguan Riyun remarked, having encountered many beast cores before, yet she had never seen one so resplendent in gold. Moreover, she sensed a unique energy emanating from it, instilling a sense of comfort within her. Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled as he declared, Sister Shangguan, your strength is rather lacking. Is that meant to insult me? Shangguan Ruoyun retorted, her expression conveying a hint of injury. In that moment, the entire audience in the live stream erupted into laughter, especially when Qin Chuan remarked about her weakness. The shift in Shangguan Ruoyun's expression sent countless viewers into fits of uncontrollable laughter, finding Qin Chuan's adorableness irresistible. Sister Shangguan, let me assist you in enhancing your strength. Subsequently, Qin Chuan uttered something quite unexpected. Shangguan Ruoyun, taken aback, questioned whether she had misheard. She reached out to pat Qin Chuan's small head, reassured, It's all right. I'll prepare something for you. Sister Shangguan, I am not speaking in jest. You cannot even contend with a 2-star monster. It is exceedingly perilous here. You must enhance your strength. Qin Chuan replied earnestly, standing before her with a serious demeanor. Are you serious? Shangguan Ruoyun found it hard to believe. Of course it's true. Moreover, this method was revealed to me through a lottery. Qin Chuan fabricated a reason. What must be done? Shangguan Ruoyun showed no signs of skepticism. She never imagined that Qin Chuan, being so young, would deceive her. In truth, Qin Chuan possessed a means to empower others, but this method was not drawn from a lottery. It was derived from the legacy of NEZHA. In the livestream room, wow, does Qin Chuan truly possess a method to enhance Shangguan Riyun's strength? Could it be that he has indeed mastered the art of empowerment? If so, that would be splendid. The forbidden area is exceedingly dangerous. Once Shangguan Ruoyun grows stronger, she could become as formidable as Qin Chuan. I wish to become stronger too. I wonder if Qin Chuan's method would work for us. Is it genuinely feasible? Shangguan Ruoyun felt a pang of distress at her inability to assist Qin Chuan whenever they encountered monsters. She eagerly anticipated the efficacy of his method. With a gentle smile, Qin Chuan pointed one finger to her forehead and instructed, Close your eyes. First, attune yourself to the flow of energy within you. Remember its path, and then attempt to control it until you complete 10 circulations. With me here, fret not about potential mishaps. Shangguan Riyun immediately sensed a peculiar energy entering her body. Without hesitation, she shut her eyes and followed the guidance of Qin Chuan, tracing the flow of energy within her. Onlookers were bewildered, having anticipated gaining insight from the unfolding events, only to discover that Qin Chuan's method was altogether unexpected. Many speculated about the nature of Qin Chuan's assistance in empowering Shangguan Riyun. Could it be that he was not merely human, but rather a celestial being? His approach bore striking resemblance to the soul infusion practiced by cultivators. Where in this world do such immortals exist? Let us not indulge in fanciful notions. Observers gasped as they beheld the beast core, extracted from the golden tiger lion's brain, emitting a radiant beam as though drawn by a mysterious force into Qin Chuan's arm. Countless onlookers were astounded, shocked and amazed. They were oblivious to the means by which Qin Chuan achieved this feat. Yet it was evident that his prior assertion of being able to enhance Shangwan Riyun's strength required the aid of this beast core. This revelation extinguished any aspirations within the livestream audience to gain power. Without Qin Chuan, and without such a beast core, they could not even attempt it. The beast core in Qin Chuan's grasp glowed with a golden light, forming a beam that flowed into his left hand, then transmitted through his right hand directly into Shangwan Riyun's forehead. Ultimately, under Qin Chuan's guidance, she underwent a profound transformation, purging her body of impurities, enhancing her physique, and aligning her being more closely with nature, which would prove immensely beneficial for her future. Moreover, by instructing Shangwan Riyun to memorize the path of the internal energy flow, he was also imparting the fundamentals of cultivation. This was the most essential method of cultivation and the finest technique for establishing a solid foundation. Even so, the advantages for Shangwan Riyun were substantial. After an hour, the energy of the beast core in Qin Chuan's hand had been nearly depleted. He opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and remarked, "I hadn't anticipated that guiding another would be somewhat exhausting. Were it not for his profound self-assurance, Qin Chuan would have hesitated to assist others." This was no trifling matter, as any lapse in attention could lead to dire consequences. His impersonation level had risen to 25, yet it remained insufficient. Having spent several days in the forbidden area, his impersonation level had increased to 25, but the path ahead remained arduous. He needed to unlock more levels to strengthen himself. Fatigued, Qin Chuan rested his head upon Shangwan Riyun's long legs and began to recuperate. The livestream audience buzzed with speculation, observing the still sleeping Shangwan Riyun, filled with boundless curiosity. Yet none comprehended her current state. Chapter 44. The connoisseur of culinary delights. The viewers in the livestream debated throughout the night. Even Yang Jingyi from the National Security Bureau was eager to learn about the current state of Shangwan Riyun. However, the audience soon observed that dark substances had begun to appear on the surface of Shangwan Riyun's body, and as time progressed, these dark entities multiplied. Qin Chuan awoke immediately, aware that Shangwan Riyun was on the verge of awakening. As the black material enveloped her body, it ultimately resembled a facial mask. Before long, Shangwan Riyun opened her eyes. She was about to call out to Qin Chuan when she furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "What is that foul odor? Dear Shangwan, you should take a shower. Most of the impurities on your body have already been expelled," Qin Chuan explained. It was only then that Shangwan Riyun glanced at herself, realizing that the stench emanated from her own body. She hurried to the lakeside, stripped down to her undergarments, and revealed her flawless physique to the onlookers. Goodness! Is that the impurities expelled from her body? It looks utterly disgusting. The legendary detoxification method. I'm witnessing it in reality. What kind of person is Qin Chuan to possess such a technique? Didn't he say it was a lucky draw? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that there is more to it. Miss Shangwan has an incredible figure. Wow, they even have a mosaic effect. This livestream truly respects privacy. Why doesn't Qin Chuan have one? He is still a kid. Ha! With a splash, Shangwan Riyun leapt into the lake, sprinting to the water's edge. Shedding her clothes as she exclaimed, "I want a shower too." "Don't mess around, Qin Chuan." Their playful antics in the water elicited envy from countless viewers, who longed to share such moments with a goddess like Shangwan Riyun. "Qin Chuan, thank you. I've discovered my strength has increased immensely." Shangwan Riyun was astonished that just one night could amplify her abilities severalfold. Qin Chuan's mystique exceeded her expectations. Miss Shangwan must grow stronger to protect Qin Chuan. He smiled innocently, much to her delight. After her bath, Shangwan Riyun approached a boulder at the water's edge to test her newfound strength. She wrapped her arms around the massive stone, which was just within her grasp, standing nearly 2 meters tall. With determination, she exerted herself to lift it. The livestream audience was astounded. Could Shangwan Riyun truly lift such a large boulder? It seemed impossibly heavy. Surely, she could not manage it. If it were a smaller rock, perhaps it would be feasible, but this was too heavy. Was she overestimating her own abilities by choosing this particular stone? Qin Chuan had indeed assisted Shangwan Riyun in refining her physique, undoubtedly enhancing her strength. However, to assert that a mere night's time could enable her to lift such a massive boulder seems rather implausible to me. She is not a celestial being. How could she possibly become so formidable overnight? None of the onlookers believed that Shangwan Riyun could actually raise such an enormous stone, their gazes fixated on the live broadcast. Foreign spectators were particularly eager to witness her embarrassment. Yet, with a resounding thud, when Shangwan Riyun effortlessly lifted the stone from the ground, astonishment swept over the crowd. Eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, she truly did lift it. This is utterly terrifying. It was merely one night, Qin Chuan is astonishing. Has he truly crafted a superhero in just a single evening? His method of bestowing strength is remarkable. I humbly plead for Qin Chuan to aid me in becoming stronger as well. Our nation has gained yet another human tyrannosaurus. Long live the glory of Yin and Huang. However, the expressions of foreign netizens soured upon witnessing this scene. Is Yin and Huang truly defying the heavens? One Qin Chuan was not enough, and now there is Shangguan Riyun too. This is manifestly an unfair national fortune. What manner of demon is Qin Chuan? If there were a way to lodge a complaint, I would certainly file a serious grievance against him. We shall never surpass Yin and Huang. It would be prudent to accept our fate sooner rather than later. I really did lift it. Shangguan Riyun was astounded. She had merely chosen a stone at random to test her strength, never expecting to succeed. Congratulations, Sister Shangguan. Qin Chuan applauded enthusiastically. With a thud, Shangguan Riyun set the stone down. She could only manage to lift it momentarily and could not raise it too high or for too long. Even so, her newfound strength was undeniably impressive. Little one, I truly do not know how to thank you. If it were anyone else, they would never have made such a suggestion, let alone offer assistance. Yet Qin Chuan not only helped me, but also believed in me wholeheartedly. This deeply moved her. She vowed to protect Qin Chuan from any harm. With a naive smile, Qin Chuan found this all to be quite trivial. You must be hungry. I didn't prepare any food for you yesterday. Shangguan Riyun began to cook using the flesh of the golden tiger lion. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, igniting Qin Chuan's appetite as he eagerly awaited the meal. Delicious. Qin Chuan savored a piece of meat and discovered that the creature's flesh was imbued with considerable energy, capable of rapidly restoring physical strength and enhancing the body. However, his physique was already robust enough that the benefits from the golden tiger lion were minimal. In contrast, Shangguan Riyun's body appeared fragile in Qin Chuan's eyes. By the standards of monstrous strength, she had barely reached the first star. However, with the frequent consumption of the potent flesh of formidable monsters, combined with foundational cultivation techniques and the incorporation of beast cores from these creatures, rapid enhancement is assured. It felt rather warm. After finishing her meal, Shangguan Riyun noticed an unusual sensation within her body. A powerful surge of heat coursed through her veins. Having experienced this once before, she understood that it was the energy from the flesh of the golden tiger lion fortifying her physique. It will pass shortly, Qin Chuan reassured her. The onlookers were filled with envy upon witnessing this scene. How I longed to taste the flesh of the golden tiger lion. I too desire to partake. Merely consuming the flesh of these monsters could lead to immense strength. The more potent the creature, the greater the energy contained within its being, and thus the more substantial the enhancement it provides to humans. By frequently utilizing the flesh of these superior monsters, one could grow stronger even without exerting additional effort. This method is most suitable for individuals like us who prefer a more leisurely approach. Indeed, we, the Yin-Huang people, are the true connoisseurs of culinary delights. Alas, these monsters reside in forbidden lands, beyond the realms of the 9 continents. The Yin-Huang people chuckled, for they are universally acknowledged as the experts in gastronomy. Chapter 45. The creator of miracles. By the way, I still have a lottery draw I haven't utilized. The opportunity to draw from defeating the golden tiger lion was overlooked yesterday as he assisted Shangguan Riyun. Now, he decided to activate the draw. The familiar lottery interface appeared, but to everyone except Qin Chuan, the details remained obscured. This round of the lottery felt notably distinct, presenting a total of 10 packages, each radiating a bronze glow. The quality of these packages was undeniably superior to those from previous draws. Qin Chuan casually selected one. Congratulations. You have obtained a 3-star weapon, Tiger Slayer Sword. A weapon, he mused. This seemed rather unimpressive to him. Although Qin Chuan had yet to acquire his treasured artifact, he felt a preference for wielding a spear. He nonchalantly stored it within his spatial ring for future use. Meanwhile, Shangguan Riyun was still processing the energy within her body, prompting him to redirect his focus to the lake. If he did not uncover any resources within the lake today, he would take his leave to tend to Sister Shangguan. With a command, Qin Chuan made his way to the opposite shore, intending to dive down and see what he could discover. He had nearly scoured every other area, leaving only this section unexplored. He noticed that the water was relatively shallow, with little variation from the surrounding depths. With a splash, Qin Chuan plunged into the lake, swimming downward. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Time slipped by unnoticed until he reached the lake's bottom, where he found the sediment remarkably clean, devoid of excess fish or even shells. Why is it so pristine? Qin Chuan wondered, beginning to investigate the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted something. What was that? It appeared to be light. He curiously swam over, initially believing he had stumbled upon another luminous object akin to a pearl. Qin Chuan had once again ventured beneath the lake's surface. Alas, he remained undeterred. Having lingered here for 2 days, he still harbored hope. This was becoming rather tedious. Shangguan Ryun was still waiting on the shore for Qin Chuan, indicating that they would likely not depart today. Perhaps this was for the best, as there was no imminent danger. Look, Qin Chuan had once more discovered a glimmer at the bottom of the lake. Surely, it must be another pearl like before. In the Forbidden Realm, such treasures held no value. Yet, on the planet Zhozhou, a single one would be worth a fortune. Everyone followed the glowing image in Qin Chuan's live stream towards the source of the light, soon realizing that this particular luminous spot was rather peculiar. There was nothing there but water. An odd notion arose, as if water were manifesting within water. What could this be? Countless individuals were intrigued, eager to uncover its nature. Like them, Qin Chuan swam swiftly towards the area. Upon arrival, he perceived it to resemble a monstrous lair, reminiscent of the previous razor-sharp shark. This must surely be the creature's nest. Before him lay the radiant sight, its azure light waves extending only about the size of a basin, the strange illumination appearing remarkably unusual. Qin Chuan extended his hand towards it. Suddenly, a voice echoed, 5-star water resource. Qin Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was indeed a resource of 4-star caliber. After a moment's contemplation, he recognized that this water resource resided at the lake's depths, hundreds of meters below the surface, and was remarkably well concealed. It was only due to his ability to hold his breath for such an extended period that he could access it. No one else could possibly manage. Thus, the 5-star water resource was not entirely surprising. This transmission was also heard by those in the livestream. Everyone was left dumbfounded, speechless for a considerable time. With the barrage of comments coming to a halt, what had they just heard? 5 stars. 5-star water resources. This was a vital resource, the very essence of life. One could survive without food, but not without water. The revelation of a 5-star water resource at once left everyone astonished. Subsequently, the entire live stream erupted in chaos. At this moment, I yearn to compose a poem, yet my literary prowess is limited. All I can exclaim is, wow, 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 to express my exhilaration. Qin Chuan, I apologize. I previously chastised you for squandering time in the lake, only to realize that it was I who was the fool. I nearly missed witnessing the moment of the 5-star water resource. When all of us had lost hope, Qin Chuan persevered. When we had given up, he continued. When we had little faith in him, he still pressed on. Qin Chuan, maintain your resolve. Disregard the actions of others. I shall forever believe you are right. Perseverance yields miracles, which unequivocally affirms a singular truth. Perseverance indeed creates wonders, and Qin Chuan shall forever be the architect of miracles. Qin Chuan, truly remarkable. Any words would pale in comparison. In this moment, you have substantiated with undeniable evidence that your intuition was profoundly accurate. The fervor among the Yanhuang netizens is palpable, while foreign observers are left in dismay. Why is this so? Why is it that the old man is so unfair? This Qin Chuan is a phenomenon, an enigma. He is not merely human, but a creature of extraordinary capabilities. How could anyone possibly hold their breath underwater for such an extended duration? I cannot accept this. Why does Yanhuang boast such an extraordinary fortunate soul, while our own fortunate individuals are merely ordinary? Why? It is undeniably unjust for Qin Chuan to eclipse our fortunate souls. We demand equity. In the face of the ire from foreign netizens, the Yanhuang community feels an inexplicable sense of elation. Remain composed. Remain composed. What is the enormity of this matter? Is it merely a 5-star reward? Is such fury warranted? In truth, your fortunate individuals are quite formidable. They are simply unfortunate. Indeed, I assert this. Qin Chuan is merely favored by fortune. He is but a mischievous child. Why exert such effort in grievance? Your fortunate individuals cannot even compare to our own mischievous child. What more need I say? The responses from Yanhuang netizens have left many foreigners seething with rage. This may lack substantial harm, yet the insult is undeniably potent. To compare ages is to imply that the fortunate souls from their nations are a mere assemblage of ineptitude. The crucial point is that the majority of fortunate individuals in most countries have yet to even attain a single-star resource. Yang Jingyi from the National Security Bureau, upon witnessing the 5-star resource on the live broadcast, could not help but exclaim, "Well done. Indeed, a commendable feat." When all others had lost hope, he persevered. Perseverance yields miracles. Qin Chuan is the unequivocal creator of wonders. Yang Jingyi, being the distinguished director of the National Security Bureau, ought not to be so visibly stirred. Yet, he could not contain himself. were Qin Chuan before him, he would undoubtedly lift him up and plant 2 hearty kisses on his small face. This little fellow has truly astonished him. Chapter 46, A Hundredfold Reward. Remaining within 100 meters of water resources for 30 minutes will successfully yield a 5-star water resource. Another voice resonated. Qin Chuan had previously encountered this, hence he did not pay it much heed. Had they been unaware of Qin Chuan's remarkable breath-holding ability, they might have worried about his capacity to remain underwater for such a duration. However, now, they harbored no concerns whatsoever. Half an hour? Even 3 hours would pose no challenge. This time, there was no indication of guardian monsters, confirming that the 3-star blade shark which Qin Chuan had previously vanquished was indeed the guardian of this water resource. Qin Chuan remained submerged for 30 minutes. In the announcement from the Forbidden Zone, the fortunate Qin Chuan of the Yanhuang Nation has been awarded a 5-star water resource, which will manifest in the region with a remarkable 100-fold reward. The news stunned everyone. They had not anticipated that this 5-star resource would be granted to their homeland in such an extraordinary manner. 100-fold. How immense is that? The anticipation of where it might appear in our country is palpable, especially when clean water resources are increasingly scarce across the globe. With environmental pollution rampant, pristine water is a rarity on the Zhou planet, making Qin Chuan's contribution to the nation immensely significant. We owe our gratitude to Qin Chuan, for he has enabled us to once again access clean water. What a remarkable child he is, merely 4 years old. Yet he has already bestowed such blessings upon our nation. His legacy must not be forgotten. Qin Chuan is truly impressive, not only securing a 100-fold water resource reward for the country, but also earning a silver-level lottery ticket, providing him with an additional advantage over others. Despite his youth, he has become my idol, having contributed so much to our homeland. On the shore, Shangwan Riyun was equally astonished. Qin Chuan had truly discovered water resources in the depths. Reflecting on her earlier thoughts of dissuading him from spending time there filled her with embarrassment. She had been mistaken. Qin Chuan's perseverance was justified, and she should never have doubted his intuition. 5-star resources. A 100-fold reward for our homeland. The mere thought filled Shangwan Riyun with pride. She felt elated for the nation to have such a fortunate child as Qin Chuan. With a splash, Qin Chuan leapt from the lake. Qin Chuan. Shangwan Riyun rushed forward to embrace the drenched boy, unable to resist planting a kiss on his tender cheek. You make me so proud, little brother. She felt compelled to express her excitement, unsure of how else to reward him. Sister Shangwan, it's nothing extraordinary. You can do it too, Qin Chuan modestly replied. Shangwan Riyun shook her head, insisting, No, you are the most remarkable. You are the pride of our nation. Without you, I wouldn't even attain a 1-star resource. This thought saddened her, as her own luck had been dismal. There will be opportunities ahead, Qin Chuan reassured her. The two resumed their journey atop the back of the upgraded Shingon leopard, venturing into the unknown forest. With its elevation to 2 stars, the Shingon leopard's presence caused lesser monsters to retreat instinctively. Only formidable creatures dared to confront them. However, Qin Chuan and his companion had little interest in entangling with these beasts, considering the multitude of monsters in the Forbidden Zone. They deemed it unnecessary to waste time and energy on such minor adversaries. Where shall we go next? Shangwan Ruiyun inquired. I do not know, Qin Chuan replied. What? You don't know? Shangwan Ruiyun was taken aback and inquired. Where does Shen Gongbao intend to go now? Why not ask him? Qin Chuan replied. Huh. Shangwan Riyun wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed. They seemed to be completely at a loss regarding their destination. Shangwan Ruiyun was rendered speechless. She had assumed Qin Chuan had a specific place in mind, yet it turned out he was equally uncertain about his own path. The crux of the matter was that they were still unaware of Shen Gongbao's intended direction. How could it be that they were so clueless about their destination? It was rather understandable, as they had no notion of the vastness of the Forbidden Land, nor did they know their current location within it. They could only take one step at a time. Indeed, that was the reality. Even if they wished to seek resources, as previously observed, such treasures were not easily uncovered. On a brighter note, one could argue that it was rather fortunate, consider this, while others were still striving to survive. Our fortunate ones could wander freely within the Forbidden Land. Was this not a stroke of good fortune? One could only surmise that Qin Chuan was exceedingly powerful. They hoped for good luck to accompany them. Thus, Shen Gongbao led Qin Chuan and Shangwan Riyun aimlessly through the terrain, and although they had attempted to search for resources, finding such treasures truly depended on luck. Forbidden Land announcement. The fortunate one from the beautiful nation, Hunter, has discovered a 1-star forest resource, which will appear in the beautiful nation region with a tenfold reward. Before long, another announcement echoed through the Forbidden Land. eliciting a momentary surprise from Qin Chuan and his companions. Yet another individual had acquired resources. Shangguan Ruyun sighed. She recognized her abysmal luck, having searched several nests of one-star monsters without any success. Although they had found no resources, they had procured dozens of one-star beast cores, which could bolster their strength. Once their power increased, seeking resources would become far more manageable. Indeed, it's fortunate we have your methods. Let us hunt monsters while we search for resources, she suggested. Excellent. I relish the hunt. By vanquishing formidable monsters, they could also enhance their performance metrics. Yet presently, monsters rated below 3 stars would contribute minimally to this improvement. Only those 3 stars and above could significantly augment their standing. However, Qin Chuan noted that 3-star monsters were scarce. Despite his prolonged search, he had yet to encounter one. 1-star monsters were plentiful, while 2-star ones were not as numerous. Shangguan Ruyun was acutely aware that, given her current strength, she could only contend with 2-star monsters at most. Encountering anything above 3 stars would necessitate a hasty retreat. As for Qin Chuan's capabilities, she was uncertain but suspected he could easily dominate 3-star monsters, likely possessing strength beyond 4 stars. They had no concerns regarding the National Resource Leaderboard. The 160-fold resource reward stood firmly in their way. Unless others could also attain 5-star rewards, surpassing Qin Chuan was impossible. They were, however, curious about the national fortune rewards that would be unveiled in a few days, eagerly anticipating what those rewards might entail. Chapter 47. The calculated scheme. As they traversed the path, distant sounds caught the attention of Qin Chuan and his companions. It seemed there was commotion ahead, the unmistakable echoes of battle resonating through the air. I think I can hear voices, Qin Chuan remarked, as he and Shangguan Ruyun both sensed the disturbance. Turning to Shun Gongbao, he urged, "Great cat, let us investigate." With agility, Shun Gongbao darted into the thicket, advancing toward the source of the fray. Suddenly, a sharp noise startled Qin Chuan. They listened intently. It's gunfire. Surely, it must be some fortunate souls from another nation. Shangguan Ruyun, familiar with such sounds, remained vigilant. Moments later, Shun Gongbao leapt onto a stone, allowing the trio to gaze into the distance. Who is that? He looks quite hideous, Qin Chuan observed, squinting at the figure afar. Blonde hair and blue eyes, unmistakably of foreign descent, though the specific nation eluded him. This fellow seems quite clever, hiding among the trees, yet the creature below appears formidable. Shangguan Ruyun scrutinized the beast lurking beneath, a reptilian monstrosity, approximately 1 meter in height, incapable of climbing trees. Otherwise, the man above would have long since met his demise. An additional piece of information materialized before them. Creature name: Iron Beetle. Quality: none. Strength rating: 2 stars. Talent: Iron Shell. So, it is a 2-star defensive creature. No wonder firearms seem ineffective against it. Understanding dawned upon Shangguan Ruyun. It appears that firearms hold little sway against defensive monsters unless one strikes their vulnerable points. This individual is in peril, Qin Chuan mused, observing the man trembling atop the tree, occasionally firing at the creature below to no avail. The Iron Beetle's armor was too resilient for standard bullets to penetrate, compounded by the man's lackluster aim, consistently missing the creature's weak spots. Prolonged exposure to such a situation would not bode well for him. The spectators in the live-streaming room, too, were privy to this unfolding drama, expressing their astonishment at the stark contrast between the two parties. We have encountered a beleaguered star friend. Let us ascertain the nationality of this tree-dwelling gentleman. Found it. He is a fortunate soul from Australia. Ah, so it is from that country. Notorious for casting shadows upon our Yinhuang. Just a mere follower of the beautiful nation, always lurking in the background to engage in petty schemes. I hear their president leisurely vacations abroad while their homeland burns. What an unreliable nation. I am from Australia. I hope the fortunate souls of Yinhuang can come to his aid. Isn't Yinhuang renowned for its benevolence? Surely they would not stand idly by in the face of peril. People of Yinhuang, you must extend your assistance to our fortunate compatriot. Help is of no concern. Our fortunate ones bear no obligation to assist. Indeed, in this forbidden land, survival relies solely on individual prowess. You cannot act this way. We are all inhabitants of the same planet, are we not? Your disparagement of us did not stem from such considerations. We ought to rescue him. Shangguan Ruyun approached the fortunate one from Australia. Sister Shangguan, why must we save him? Qin Chuan was taken aback. Shangguan Ruyun turned to Qin Chuan and replied, after all, we all hail from the same planet. It is no easy feat to arrive in this forbidden land. We should extend our aid wherever possible. Ah, fine. Qin Chuan shrugged and followed behind Shangguan Ruyun. To think, Shangguan Ruyun is truly going to help. Such a person ought not to be saved. As Shangwan Ruyun wisely stated, we all share this planet, and each of us faces our own struggles. As citizens of Yanhuang, we should exhibit magnanimity. As international friends, any assistance we can provide is valuable. Indeed, the people of Yanhuang are inherently kind-hearted. We express our gratitude to the fortunate one from Yanhuang. Although many in Yanhuang voiced their dissent towards Shangwan Ruyun's actions, a significant portion recognized her righteousness. As members of Yanhuang, it is our duty to demonstrate that we are a nation willing to assist others. This not only showcases the vastness of our compassion, but also elevates our international standing. From any perspective, Shangwan Ruyun's actions were commendable. The fortunate one from Australia, Jamali, upon noticing someone approaching from afar, was momentarily startled, but then he smiled. In such dire circumstances, someone was willing to save him, an inhabitant of Yanhuang. Jamali found it astonishing. Had it been individuals from other nations, they would surely have retreated. Hello, friend. I am here. Let us together vanquish the creature lurking beneath the tree. Jamali called out eagerly. He was surprised to see that the rescuer was a woman, but he cared little. He was simply grateful for any assistance. All right. Shangwan Ruyun nodded and boldly charged towards the armored beetle, her explosive speed leaving Jamali astonished. Good heavens, her speed is astonishing. Jamali marveled, only to be further shocked as he thought, what is this Yanhuang woman doing? Has she lost her mind, attempting to engage the monster in close combat with a dagger? To Jamali, engaging in close quarters with a physically formidable creature was perilous and exceedingly unwise. Such actions were only warranted when no alternatives remained. Oh, but Yanhuang enforces strict gun control. It is understandable that she is unarmed. Jamali's thoughts turned disdainful towards Yanhuang. Convinced that their own nation was superior, free and governed by enlightened leadership, devoid of such stringent restrictions. Could she be the much-discussed Qin Chuan? He had not anticipated that she would be a woman. What remarkable fortune she possessed, securing such resources for her nation. James stood atop the tree, harboring no intention of intervening, eager to observe the true capabilities of Yanhuang and Qin Chuan. As he scanned the distance, he was taken aback to spot two figures. Unexpectedly, they were not alone. Upon closer inspection, his astonishment deepened. It was a child accompanied by a peculiar creature. If he was not mistaken, it appeared to be a leopard. How could a beast of such nature be trailing a mere child? Moreover, it seemed that this child was allied with Qin Chuan. The people of Yanhuang must have mastered the art of controlling monsters, which surely afforded them ample resources. I must devise a plan to uncover their secret, thought James, as he immediately began to plot. The mere thought of these two possessing the ability to command monsters piqued his curiosity immensely. Chapter 48. Gratitude and Betrayal. James had completely mistaken Qin Chuan for Shangwan Ruyun, disregarding the child entirely. To him, it was merely a matter of careful scheming to unearth the duo's secret. However, his attention was abruptly captured by the unfolding battle below. As Shangwan Ruyun displayed an astounding prowess. Armed with a dagger, she moved with the speed of lightning, darting around the iron beetle, delivering precise strikes to its vulnerable spots. The creature emitted anguished cries, its furious roars akin to a banshee's wail, as it extended its short antennae in a futile attempt to seize her. Yet, Shangwan Ruyun evaded its grasp with the agility of an eel, rendering its efforts utterly fruitless. As the finest female soldier of Yanhuang, Shangwan Ruyun had undergone physical enhancements that multiplied her combat capabilities several times over. Faced with this two-star monster, she appeared to be effortlessly in control. Nonetheless, the iron beetle's formidable defenses posed a significant challenge. Without targeting its critical weak points, it would not be easily vanquished. The audience in the live-streaming room was ablaze with excitement. Miss Shangwan has truly unleashed her potential. Previously, only Qin Chuan showcased such prowess. But now our two fortunate champions from Yanhuang have also stepped into the limelight. Who could possibly rival the incredible prowess of Miss Ruyun? Her combat style resembles a dance, so graceful and captivating. She is undoubtedly my goddess. She has already claimed that title in my heart, and I shall idolize her henceforth. Go. Battle goddess Shangwan Ruyun. Defeat that hideous beast. How impressive she is in combat. I aspire to be like her one day. It is remarkable, and we owe it to Qin Chuan for empowering Miss Shangwan. While Qin Chuan refrained from engaging, he stood alongside Shen Gongbao, observing Shangwan Ruyun's battle. Given the current circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the iron beetle succumbed. Upon noticing Qin Chuan, James's eyes gleamed with mischief as he stealthily descended the tree, feigning to aim his weapon at the iron beetle while stating, "It's too fast. I simply cannot aim accurately. My sincerest apologies." He began to move towards Qin Chuan, seemingly eager to exchange pleasantries. "Greetings, young one. I am James, hailing from Australia. Is this your pet? James approached Qin Chuan, perceiving him merely as a child, someone easily manageable. However, Qin Chuan disregarded him entirely, not even casting a glance or offering a response. James thought, could he be deaf? Young lad, I am speaking to you. Why do you remain silent? James positioned himself before Qin Chuan, obstructing his view of the battle involving Shangguan Riyun. Qin Chuan, visibly impatient, raised his head and remarked, you chatter too much. He can speak. James retorted in anger, thinking, you insolent little brat, how dare you ignore me? You shall see the consequences. Did your elders not teach you to be polite in public? James admonished, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. What need do I have for a top hat? I never wear such frivolity, Qin Chuan replied. James was taken aback. Yet, he consoled himself, he's just a child. I shall not dwell on it. How did you manage to tame this leopard? Could you enlighten me? James inquired. It was quite simple. I defeated it into submission. Qin Chuan responded. James was taken aback. Why would I inquire about how to defeat a leopard if I possess such strength? Young lad, tell me your method. And I shall reward you with chocolate, James offered, retrieving a piece of chocolate from his bag and donning what he believed was his most benevolent smile. That thing resembles a lump of excrement. I have no interest in it, Qin Chuan coldly rejected. James's smile faltered, his expression turning ashen. What did this child just say? He dared to compare his chocolate to waste. Such an affront. He adored chocolate above all else. To hear it insulted in such a manner was intolerable. What must I do for you to share? James strained to suppress his growing ire. Are you mentally unwell? Did I not just explain? Qin Chuan regarded James as one might a simpleton. James's face drained of color, realizing he had been insulted repeatedly by this child. The audience in the live stream reacted with laughter and concern. Some viewers commented, this fool believes he can outsmart Qin Chuan, thinking he is merely a simple 4-year-old. Qin Chuan speaks the truth. He did indeed subdue the leopard. It was merely James's disbelief that clouded his judgment. He was not a good person. Attempting to deceive a child. To think he could win Qin Chuan over with a piece of chocolate was absurd. The way Qin Chuan countered him was nothing short of impressive. I vow never to buy chocolate again. James's humiliation was quite amusing. Ha ha ha, well done, Qin Chuan. You've made my day. Fellow Australians, keep your distance from that child. You are no match for him. You foolish imbecile. Do you even comprehend your actions? James swiftly put an end to this terrifying Yin Huang individual. What a worthless fool James is, mistaking names. This little rascal is indeed Qin Chuan. Gripping his firearm tighter, James surveyed the distant battle, casting a glance at Shun Gongbao beside him, and then he smirked sinisterly. He tossed a piece of beef jerky before the leopard and said, Greetings, consider this a token of our acquaintance. Shun Gongbao sniffed the jerky, his eyes lighting up with delight as he devoured it eagerly. This brought a smile to James's face, and he turned his attention to the battle involving Shangguan Riyun, noticing that the armored beetle was on the brink of demise. Just as Shangguan Riyun was about to deliver the final blow to the beetle, James unhesitatingly fired a shot at her. Bang! A wretched scream echoed. In a moment of crisis, Shangguan Riyun sidestepped, yet the bullet struck her shoulder. The entire livestream room was engulfed in shock. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. Subsequently, Yinhuang netizens erupted in outrage. Damn it, I always said there wasn't a decent person among the Australians. Yet you refuse to believe me. I oppose. To the one above, you mutt, if you have the guts, share your address. I wish to befriend you. I oppose your claim that Australians are not worth anything. How can these individuals be deemed worthless? Is that not an insult to worth? The livestream momentarily paused before resuming. What the hell? Turns out they are allies. A fitting metaphor, they aren't even worth anything. Biting the hand that feeds you. Indeed, one cannot trust anyone in forbidden lands. I wonder how Miss Shangguan is faring. Qin Chuan, eliminate that scoundrel. Chapter 49. Frenzied dog bites. Countless individuals were concerned for Shangguan Riyun, denouncing the shameless Australian lucky one James for his audacity. After all, Shangguan Riyun had proactively offered her assistance, only for him to strike her from behind. They all wished for Qin Chuan to dismantle this James into pieces, for such a person was truly detestable. Meanwhile, not a single Australian dared to speak, utterly embarrassed before the world as their lucky one displayed such disgraceful behavior. It would be one thing if he could hold his own against the opponent, but alas. This James chose to attack Shangguan Riyun instead of Qin Chuan, who was his greatest threat. James had the audacity to regard Qin Chuan as just an ordinary child. What a scoundrel! Qin Chuan was caught off guard, never expecting that James would be so shameless as to strike a cold blow. He truly did not foresee it. Ha ha, little rascal, I've tolerated you for far too long. You refuse to share the method to tame that leopard and insist on forcing my hand. James wore a proud expression, as if victory were assured. Big cat, advance! Qin Chuan shouted in fury. However, Qin Chuan soon realized that Shun Gongbao remained unresponsive. Upon glancing at the large feline, I sensed something amiss. It ambled as if under the influence of inebriation, swaying its head and utterly disoriented, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a deep slumber. No need to shout. I had infused the beef with an exceptionally potent anesthetic, sufficient to ensure it would slumber soundly. James, with a shrewd grin, aimed his firearm at the distant figure of Shangwan Ryun and commanded, "Child, hasten to reveal the information, or I shall shoot Qin Chuan without hesitation." Qin Chuan, perplexed, retorted, "Why direct your wrath at me when you intend to kill? This makes no sense." James, utterly astonished, glanced back and forth, exclaiming, "What? You are Qin Chuan?" He was taken aback. Good heavens. The one who had repeatedly garnered accolades was none other than this mere 4-year-old child. Surely, this must be a mistake. Gradually, James pieced the situation together. It must have been Shangwan Ryun who allocated all the opportunities for resources to this young lad, consequently leading to his name appearing on the Forbidden Zone's announcement. It had to be so. What of that? That woman is gravely injured now. Should you fail to divulge the secret, I will put a bullet through her. James threatened Qin Chuan with great pride, entirely oblivious to the latter's capabilities. He was unaware of the terror that Qin Chuan truly embodied. The viewers in the live stream scoffed at James, realizing he was blissfully ignorant of the formidable nature of Qin Chuan. The Australians muttered derogatory remarks about James, calling him a fool with a waterlogged brain, for only they comprehended the extent of Qin Chuan's fearsome power. Alas, those within the Forbidden Zone remained oblivious to the incredible destructive potential hidden within Qin Chuan's seemingly frail form. "Do you believe you have me at your mercy?" Qin Chuan approached James with cold determination. Unfazed, James scoffed, "Child, are you truly angered? Do you think you can confront me? Ignorance is not frightening. What is truly perilous is ignorance devoid of strength, rendering one a fool." In an instant, Qin Chuan vanished from James's sight. Startled, James rubbed his eyes, scanning the surroundings in disbelief, exclaiming, "Damn it, where did that little brat go? Come find me." Suddenly, a voice, as chilling as the depths of a frozen abyss, echoed in his ear. As he turned, he was met with Qin Chuan's icy countenance. In the next moment, he was struck by an overwhelming force. His body flung several meters away. With a single punch, the outcome was unmistakable. Death came swiftly, without any elaborate display. His head lay at an awkward angle upon the cold, withered leaves. Qin Chuan had taken a life. Having previously vanquished numerous monsters, what was killing a mere human? It served him right, who invited him to conspire against Shangwan Ryun. Such a person's demise was of no consequence. James is not worth lamenting. Yet Qin Chuan is merely 4 years old. Is it truly justifiable for one so young to take a life? Your implication is that preserving James's life, even if only as a mere dog, suffices. Cast aside your hypocrisy. In the Forbidden Lands, decisiveness is imperative. It is Qin Chuan's strength that allows him to act thus. Had he been without power, one must ponder which party would have perished. Those with overly sentimental inclinations have no right to speak. However, the matter is far from concluded. With James's demise, the people of Australia are now afflicted. James had previously met his end once, and this time, his death is irrevocable. Within the confines of Australia's live broadcast room, an announcement materialized. All individuals faced a reduction in lifespan by 5 years. Should another fortunate individual also perish, an additional 5 years would be deducted, accompanied by various natural calamities within the nation. The Australians were thoroughly unsettled. They had witnessed the videos showcasing the fates of those fortunate souls, and even the most trivial scenes instilled terror among them. "James, you fool, you have condemned us all." No, the blame should rest on the people of Yanhuang. It was Qin Chuan from Yanhuang who has caused us to lose 5 years of our lives. He is the true perpetrator, guilty of heinous crimes. We demand accountability from Yanhuang. The citizens of Yanhuang must emerge and provide us with an explanation. Your fortunate one has slain our fortunate one. You are a band of assassins, you rascals. Return our 5 years of life. We demand reparations from Yanhuang for the losses suffered by the people of Australia, including all economic damages incurred due to this incident. We denounce Yanhuang. Taking advantage of this splendid opportunity, the great and beautiful nation opposing Yanhuang swiftly stepped forward to condemn it, blaming Qin Chuan as the source of calamity and the embodiment of evil, asserting that he should not remain in this world. They resolutely aligned themselves with the Australians, adopting the guise of righteous angels judging Qin Chuan of Yanhuang. Yet, the netizens of Yanhuang were incensed. What an utterly shameless group. It was James who sought to undermine Qin Chuan, and even covertly targeted Miss Shangwan Riyun, yet they audaciously deflected blame onto Yin Huang. The Australians are truly shameless. The Australians and the citizens of the beautiful nation are of the same ilk, being descendants of criminals. There is no need to engage in reasoning with them. They profess justice daily while secretly committing heinous acts, believing themselves to be the noblest of individuals, regarding others as base. Such is their nature. Qin Chuan has acted rightly. The Australians are merely a pack of rabid dogs, unworthy of our attention. Chapter 50. The depths of human schemes these people cannot bear to see us prosper. Upon witnessing the myriad benefits Qin Chuan has brought to our nation, they will inevitably resort to every means to tarnish his reputation. This is their customary tactic. Their ploys are ineffective against us now. Our Yin Huang is no longer the Yin Huang of yore. Yin Huang swiftly issued a proclamation through the central authority, boldly responding with 4 words, deserved consequences. The mere 4 words succinctly encapsulate the attitude of Yin Huang. The unfolding events are well understood by all. The people of Yin Huang are exceedingly busy, with neither the time nor the inclination to engage with these individuals, preferring to respond to them with those simple 4 words. Upon witnessing the nation's formidable retort, a wave of exhilaration swept through the entirety of Yin Huang, as they realized that their homeland would undoubtedly safeguard Qin Chuan. Long live the motherland. How majestic, truly awe-inspiring. A salute to Yin Huang. As a member of the Yin Huang community, I feel an immense sense of pride. In my next life, I shall embody the spirit of Yin Huang once more. Naturally, the Australians were discontented, even resorting to threats against Yin Huang. Yet, Yin Huang's response was succinct. If you wish to fight, then let us engage, spare us the superfluous chatter. This declaration ignited the passion of the entire Yin Huang populace, prompting many to enlist in the military to defend their country. Meanwhile, the Australians found themselves utterly astonished. Had Yin Huang truly gone mad to respond in such a manner? They dared not engage further. For with substantial resource losses and the relentless occurrence of various geological disasters nationwide, they were uncertain of their own domestic stability, let alone the prospect of waging war. In contrast, the beautiful nation continued to incite conflict from behind the scenes, offering support in terms of weapons, supplies, and funding, positioning themselves as Australia's most steadfast ally. However, the Australians were not naive. They chastised the beautiful nation for their shamelessness, questioning why they themselves did not take the front line and instead sought to use them as cannon fodder. What transpired was merely a farcical episode that quickly faded into obscurity. In the Forbidden Realm, Qin Chuan approached Shangwan Riyun, observing the wound on her shoulder, and inquired, "Sister Shangwan, does it hurt?" "Fortunately, it's not too severe," she replied. Though she was clearly disheartened, unable to fathom such betrayal from those she sought to help, she had been too careless. This is a forbidden area, not the Jojo planet. One must not place trust in foreigners. Sister Shangwan, please refrain from rescuing others in the future. They can be treacherous, Qin Chuan admonished. Shangwan Ruyun nodded in agreement, responding, "I understand now. Experience teaches wisdom, and I will not be deceived again." "That's good to hear," Qin Chuan said as he stepped closer to examine her injury. "Sister Shangwan, please remove your clothing. I shall assist you with your wound." "Is this a gunshot wound? Are you capable?" Shangwan Ruyun questioned, uncertain. "Sister, have you forgotten my abilities?" "Leave it to me," Qin Chuan replied confidently. Shangwan Ruyun nodded and removed her outer garment without a trace of embarrassment. After all, Qin Chuan was merely a 4-year-old child, whom she regarded purely as a younger brother. Qin Chuan gently placed his small hands over her injury and said, "Sister Shangwan, bear with it. It will heal swiftly." As she contemplated how Qin Chuan intended to treat her wound, she suddenly felt his right hand resting over the injury on her chest, and she sensed a pulling sensation drawing at her wound. Though it was somewhat painful, it was nothing of great concern to Shangwan Riyun. Instead, she gazed at Qin Chuan with heightened curiosity, astonished by the revelation of his remarkable abilities. Not long after, Shangwan Ruyun felt something surge forth from her wound. She understood that it was a bullet. Remarkably, Qin Chuan's hand was already stained crimson, yet a bullet had emerged from the injury. "Your abilities are truly impressive," Shangwan Riyun exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. "And there's more." Qin Chuan chuckled softly, placing his hand once again over Shangwan Riyun's wound. Subsequently, she experienced a tingling sensation in her chest, akin to ants nibbling at her skin. However, she soon realized that the pain from her injury was diminishing, as if she had never been harmed at all. All done, Qin Chuan withdrew his hand, and as Shangwan Ruyun inspected her wound, she was left astounded. This has completely healed." She gazed at Qin Chuan in disbelief, exclaiming, "Your healing ability is astonishing." In mere minutes, The area that had been wounded by the bullet had entirely mended, were it not for the blood still staining her body. She would question whether she had ever sustained a gunshot wound. Haha, that is only natural. I am the best, Qin Chuan replied, brimming with pride. Shangguan Riyun scooped Qin Chuan into her arms and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, declaring, "Yes, yes, yes. Our Qin Chuan is the greatest." Witnessing Qin Chuan's miraculous healing prowess, everyone was once again captivated by his capabilities. I was wrong. I previously thought Qin Chuan merely possessed immense strength. Who knew he was also a healer? With Qin Chuan around, the fear of injury was a thing of the past. Was he truly defying the heavens? Indeed, he had already transcended them. Qin Chuan was astonishingly formidable. Battling monsters seemed as effortless as teasing a kitten, and now he displayed such remarkable healing abilities. This was a gunshot wound, not a mere scratch, and yet it could be healed in minutes. Was he even human? Do not insult our Qin Chuan. How dare you speak that way? Qin Chuan is the divine being of Yanwang. The foreigners were left speechless, their expressions grim. To have such a fortunate individual in Yanhuang was an immense blow to them. This was a superhuman child that was simply unbeatable. Shangguan Riyun collected all the useful supplies from James, and then turned her attention to Shun Gongbao, who was sleeping soundly like a log. I'll go wake him up. Qin Chuan approached Shun Gongbao, initially intending to deliver a punch, but then he conceived a far superior idea and broke into a grin. He removed his trousers, aimed precisely, and unleashed a torrent. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Shangguan Riyun exclaimed, utterly speechless. Qin Chuan's mischievous nature was truly evident when he played pranks. Indeed, Shun Gongbao was roused by Qin Chuan's antics. Upon opening his eyes, his first sensation was that of rain. He even licked his tongue, finding the taste of the rain to be rather peculiar. Soon after, he laid eyes on a familiar figure and realized a disconcerting truth. His eyes widened in disbelief, expressing a profound sense of despair. Why must you treat me this way? In a moment of despair, Qin Chuan left the lamenting Shun Gongbao, remarking, let this serve as a lesson for you not to recklessly consume what others offer. Had it been poison, your life would have been forfeit. Shun Gongbao had indeed learned his lesson, oblivious to the intricacies of human schemes, and vowed never to accept anything tossed his way again, save for the offerings of Shangguan Riyun. Chapter 51, Entering the Insect Valley. The audience in the live stream was once again amused by Qin Chuan's antics. This Qin Chuan was quite the rascal, mercilessly tormenting Shun Gongbao. The two refrained from riding on Shun Gongbao's back, primarily out of disdain. They sought a small pond, discovering within it a two-star monster. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan kicked Shun Gongbao into the water, commanding, go wash up. What ensued was a fierce battle within the pond. While Qin Chuan leisurely snacked on fruit, arms akimbo, relishing the spectacle of the monsters clashing. Eventually, Shun Gongbao emerged victorious. Yet the resentment in his eyes conveyed a sense of grievance. Countless netizens seemed to empathize with him, silently acknowledging his plight. Taking the initiative, Shangguan Riyun led the way. Having realized that Qin Chuan relied on Shun Gongbao's unrestrained movements to navigate the forbidden grounds, she willingly assumed the role of guide. Her experience surpassed that of Qin Chuan's. After all, she was a special forces operative, adept in wilderness survival. In the 9 continents, instruments like compasses were utterly useless in forbidden areas, for each planet possessed a unique magnetic field, rendering them incapable of discerning the sun's true rise and set. However, Shangguan Riyun was confident in her ability to discern a steady direction. Yet, as they progressed, the climate grew increasingly oppressive and humid, with various venomous insects and ants emerging, signaling a drastic shift in the environment. This forest is treacherous, she remarked, observing the perilous trees around them. Should we consider an alternate path? Realizing the difficulty that lay ahead, she questioned the wisdom of continuing. No need, Qin Chuan replied. We shall proceed as is. Allow me to impart a simple technique to shield you from minor pests. With a single finger, he touched Shangguan Riyun's forehead, imparting a straightforward yet effective spell that she quickly mastered. Where did you learn such things? Shangguan Riyun inquired, her curiosity piqued. I don't know. I was born with it, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Unconvinced, Shangguan Riyun was not the only one. The entire livestream audience shared her skepticism. Why weren't we endowed with such abilities at birth? With the newfound spell, Shangguan Riyun felt reassured, but Qin Chuan cautioned, use it only when necessary. Your magical energy is still insufficient. So, the technique you taught me is actual magic? Shangguan Riyun realized the significance. Indeed, the potency of the Forbidden Realm eclipsed that of the 9 continents by several magnitudes. Cultivating within this domain would greatly enhance their abilities. Cultivation is inherently about absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to enhance oneself. The environment of the 9 continents planet has been severely damaged, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. In contrast, the forbidden area remains pristine, untouched by any form of pollution, presenting an ideal environment for training. She understood that her cultivation techniques were taught by Qin Chuan, and she had countless inquiries she wished to pose to him. Thus, throughout their journey, she bombarded him with numerous questions regarding cultivation. Qin Chuan answered each query patiently. These fundamental concepts were as elementary to him as the first-grade textbooks. Yet for Shangwan Riyun, a novice in this realm, it was imperative to pay close attention. However, as they delved deeper into this territory, the dangers escalated. Occasionally, they observed vividly colored snake ants darting among the trees. A few oblivious venomous snakes lurked overhead, attacking the two with venomous bites. With a mere casual wave of his hand, Qin Chuan effortlessly dispatched the 2 snakes, which lacked any significant ranking, possessing only potent venom. What kind of snakes are these? They appear rather formidable, Shangwan Riyun remarked, glancing at the lifeless serpents, yet unable to identify their species, as no textual prompts appeared. They soon discovered that only monsters of rank 1 or higher would yield information, and such information would only appear once. With your current strength, you must avoid being bitten by these snakes, for it could be perilous, Qin Chuan advised. And what about you? Shangwan Riyun inquired curiously. Even if they bite me, they must have the strength to do so, Qin Chuan replied. Shangwan Riyun. Every few hundred meters, they encountered toxic creatures launching attacks. Sometimes, they were repulsive insects. These diminutive pests concealed themselves among the leaves, dropping onto passing beings to burrow within and parasitize them. Shangwan Riyun had activated Qin Chuan's defensive spell, rendering her immune to the insect's parasitic attempts. Nevertheless, she still felt uncomfortable and urged Qin Chuan to hasten their departure from the area. After running 2 kilometers, they finally escaped the infested region, which had been overwhelmingly unpleasant. This is a forest of insects. We've barely traveled 10 kilometers and already encountered over a dozen toxic creatures. Why choose such a hazardous path? Wouldn't it be better to select another route? Who knows the extent of this forest? Any path chosen would likely yield the same outcome, unless we turn back, which would waste too much time. Besides, with Qin Chuan's formidable strength, what is there to fear? The sight of those revolting insects makes me feel ill. I feel the same. This place is unsettling. We should leave this forest as soon as possible. Naturally, everyone harbors a deep-seated aversion, even dread, of insects and ants, yearning for Qin Chuan to lead them away from this locale. However, they soon realized that Qin Chuan had stumbled into danger. Buzzing, what is that sound? As Shangwan Riyun gazed ahead, she realized that the area was devoid of insects, yet an unusual presence lingered. It was a swarm of bees. Qin Chuan observed a multitude of diminutive creatures fluttering before him, each no larger than a pinky finger. When hundreds of them took flight, they resembled a chilling gust of wind. We should steer clear. There are far too many and they are quite large, Shangwan Riyun urged, swiftly pulling Qin Chuan to the side, seeking refuge behind a grand tree. Once the swarm had passed, she expressed her apprehension, exclaiming, "These bees are excessively large. If there were even more of them, it would be utterly terrifying." "It's merely a group of small bees. Do not be afraid, Sister Riyun," Qin Chuan reassured her, displaying no fear. However, it would be wise not to provoke them. These bees are unlike monsters. Their sheer numbers make them difficult to evade, Shangwan Riyun cautioned. She pondered the abundance of bees in this area with a hint of concern. "We will know once we venture further in," Qin Chuan replied. As they advanced, they observed that aside from the bees, there seemed to be no other creatures present. However, this absence contributed to Shangwan Riyun's unease. Indeed, as they proceeded, the incessant buzzing grew louder. "What is that?" Qin Chuan inquired, as he beheld an odd earthen mound sculpted from soil, adorned with countless tiny holes, resembling a miniature hill. Shangwan Riyun felt an ominous sensation, quickly noticing a swarm of bees entering the mound's openings, only to emerge again shortly thereafter. "This is bad. It's a beehive," Shangwan Riyun exclaimed in alarm, never anticipating such a massive structure. The beehive, resembling a small mountain, instilled dread within her. "We must leave this place. It is far too perilous," she urged. It became evident why no other monsters roamed nearby. These bees were the most formidable creatures in the vicinity. The enormity of the hive concealed an unknown number of bees. "Sister Riyun, you mean this mound is a beehive?" Qin Chuan echoed, equally astonished, contemplating the multitude of bees that could be hidden within. It was indeed terrifying. Yet, the thought of such a vast beehive stirred a craving within Qin Chuan for honey. Surely, Such a large hive would contain a significant quantity of honey. However, considering the danger posed to Shangwan Riyun and Shun Gongbao by these bees, he decided to follow her lead, circumventing the hive in search of an alternative route. My goodness, such an enormous beehive is truly frightening. Indeed, it is quite terrifying. There are likely tens of millions of bees within. With such a multitude, they could potentially vanquish a creature of 5-star caliber. We have yet to encounter such formidable monsters, having only faced those of 3 stars at most. Departing was undoubtedly a wise decision. Should these bees set their sights on us, it would spell disaster. Do you suppose there might be honey inside? Surely, in such a vast hive, it must be present. Speculation is futile. Entering would mean certain death. For the sheer number of bees is no trifling matter. Along the way, the bees were plentiful, constantly swarming in and out. Should they find themselves encircled, it would be quite troublesome. Shangwan Riyun sought to lead Qin Chuan away, yet the bees were overwhelmingly numerous, and they soon realized they were surrounded. Bees swarmed around them, their stingers glinting ominously, trapping Qin Chuan and his companions in the center. They found themselves in dire straits, with every person concerned for their safety. The sheer density of the bees was alarming, filling the live feed entirely with their buzzing forms. This is dire. Qin Chuan and his companions are in peril. What can we do amidst so many bees? Their ability to fly, combined with their diminutive size, makes them elusive targets. Even if one were to strike true, the sheer volume renders any defense nearly impossible. This is indeed a precarious situation. Bing Bing, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt the gravity of Qin Chuan's predicament and remarked, "Although they are in danger, we know that Qin Chuan will find a solution. He has wrought miracles time and again. And even our sister Shangwan Riyun has grown stronger because of him." Observing his demeanor, he does not appear overly concerned. So let us anticipate what remarkable feats he will accomplish next. In support of Bing Bing's assertion, we collectively look forward to Qin Chuan's performance. His countless displays of prowess have instilled unwavering faith in every member of the Yanhuan community. Even in the face of such an overwhelming swarm, we remain confident that he will deliver surprises and miracles. How bothersome. These bees are quite irksome, much to Qin Chuan's chagrin. Qin Chuan, do not act rashly. Their numbers are too great. Let us first withdraw from this place, Shangwan Riyun urged, as she sought a means of escape. However, the bees had already launched their assault, descending upon them in droves, leaving Qin Chuan and his companions with no refuge but to carve out a path. Elder sister Shangwan, take the opportunity to flee. I will divert these bothersome bees, Qin Chuan declared. What? You want me to escape? What about you? Shangwan Riyun was reluctant to leave him in jeopardy. Elder sister Shangwan, these bees are utterly incapable of harming me. They are too weak to breach my defenses. Qin Chuan does not speak in vain. His physique is not something these diminutive bees can overcome. Should he activate his cultivation techniques and employ the golden body protection, his defenses would be magnified several-fold. What harm could such trivial insects inflict upon him? Really? Shangwan Riyun expressed a hint of skepticism. Shengingbao, take sister Shangwan away first. After I deal with these bees, I shall reunite with you. I possess a method to locate you, so do not worry, Qin Chuan declared. He then drew forth the tiger-slaying sword. Though it was not a magical artifact, it nonetheless served as a commendable weapon, suitable for the casting of spells. Confronted by a swarm of bees, Qin Chuan indeed found it challenging to disperse them with mere physical might. However, let us not forget that Qin Chuan is embodying NEZHA, a being renowned for his intelligence and mastery of various spells. His current proficiency in this role remains modest, preventing him from executing advanced incantations. Nevertheless, simpler spells were still at his disposal, as he had simply not encountered situations that necessitated their use until now, when these bees compelled him to unleash his magic. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from Qin Chuan, coursing through his meridians and flowing into the tiger-slaying sword. In an instant, a brilliant radiance illuminated the scene, as the sword emitted a dazzling golden light, leaving everyone in the live stream room utterly astonished, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. What is happening? Why has that sword suddenly begun to glow? Wow, that sword is incredibly cool. Imagine possessing such a treasure. I recall that Qin Chuan won this sword in a lottery. This is astonishing. I thought it was merely an impressive weapon. The audience remained oblivious to the fact that the tiger-slaying sword did not inherently emit light, but was merely enhanced by Qin Chuan's magical prowess. 10,000 sword slash. Qin Chuan gestured with his hands, channeling his magical energy into the tiger-slaying sword, which hovered before him. He then proceeded to form hand seals, continuously releasing spells as the magical energy within him surged forth, transforming through a certain medium and converging upon the sword. In the end, countless energy blades materialized, suspended before Qin Chuan. Chapter 53. Merely for sustenance. This scene was profoundly astonishing. All present widened their eyes in disbelief at the extraordinary manifestation before them. It was utterly unfathomable, a spectacle of pure fantasy. In the livestream room, regardless of nationality, viewers were left spellbound by this miraculous display. Qin Chuan is surely a celestial being. Only deities possess such divine techniques. I wondered how a child could emerge in Yanhuang. He must be the sole child sent from the celestial realm to rescue us. Surely, our ancestors have dispatched Qin Chuan to save our nation. How magnificent! This technique is truly formidable. Qin Chuan is indeed a messenger from the heavens. If only I could wield such power. I almost believed I was watching a television drama. It seems the legendary celestial arts are, in fact, real. Bingbing was equally astonished. Each time she believed that Qin Chuan was extraordinary, he would once again leave everyone in awe, as if his depths were perpetually obscured. As everyone has witnessed, Qin Chuan consistently brings us good fortune. Once it may be luck, twice it may be chance, but can 3 or 4 times still be attributed to mere fortune? Regardless of where they may find themselves or the adversities they encounter, we must always believe that Qin Chuan possesses the means to overcome them. He is a boy who continually creates miracles. Although Bingbing expresses this sentiment, she is invariably struck by Qin Chuan's prowess. Just when she thinks she understands him, she realizes time and again that she has underestimated him. Yang Jingyi fell into contemplation after witnessing Qin Chuan execute this technique unarmed. This was undoubtedly not a supernatural ability, but rather the skill of a cultivator. Although he had never seen one with his own eyes, he knew more than the average person. He was certain that Qin Chuan was indeed the so-called cultivator, which explained the source of his extraordinary strength. Ordinary individuals naturally do not come into contact with cultivators. Yet Yang Jingyi, as the director of the National Security Bureau, was privy to numerous confidential matters. Director Yang, Qin Chuan's abilities are remarkable, Shin Yong exclaimed as he watched the live broadcast, captivated by the sight of Qin Chuan commanding a multitude of swords. It was indeed impressive. None of us anticipated that Qin Chuan would turn out to be a cultivator. Yang Jingyi felt a profound sense of reassurance. Cultivators were scarce, and each one resided deep within the mountains, seldom appearing in the secular world. Although he did not know how Qin Chuan had cultivated, he knew that Qin Chuan represented Yanhuang in the national destiny. The stronger Qin Chuan became, the better it would be for Yanhuang, alleviating Yang's concerns about any unforeseen incidents that might arise in forbidden zones. Director Yang, what exactly is a cultivator? Several members of the National Security Bureau asked. Hearing the term for the first time, I am not entirely certain either. This is my first confirmation of their existence, and I know no more than you do. Yang Jingyi replied succinctly before returning his attention to the broadcast. The 10,000 sword technique, slicing through the void, Qin Chuan's youthful voice resonated. As his words fell, the swords hovering before him soared into the air like serpentine dragons, launching forth in unison. The myriad swords flew, dancing in the sky like sentient spirits. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Chuan skillfully maneuvered the flying swords, weaving through the swarm of bees, cleaving them in half, leaving a mound of bee carcasses on the ground that rendered onlookers speechless. With celestial-like finesse, he wielded his swords to vanquish foes. Qin Chuan's display indeed shocked countless individuals. Both Yanhuang netizens and those abroad were plunged into profound astonishment upon witnessing Qin Chuan's mastery of the flying swords as they decimated the swarm of bees. This was not merely a supernatural ability, but rather a form of magic, a technique from the ancient eastern realms that existed only in legend. And Qin Chuan was the one who had grasped such celestial arts. How could one not be astounded? Qin Chuan, he is truly a celestial being. Qin Chuan's identity is rather extraordinary. It is likely that his elders have sent him to this mortal realm to undergo tribulation. This is a legendary form of magic. Who would have thought that Qin Chuan is actually a cultivator? This revelation elucidates his formidable strength. Such a technique is truly magnificent. How I wish I could wield it. Qin Chuan is impressive, commanding swords to vanquish bees. This ability is indeed remarkable. Qin Chuan, I humbly seek your support. Despite Qin Chuan having slain countless bees, more of the secret of magic continued to swarm towards them. He promptly turned to Shangwan Ryun and declared, I will carve a path. You must flee quickly. Understood. After a moment of astonishment, Shangwan Ryun nodded decisively. Remaining here would only hinder Qin Chuan. Thus she resolved to depart first. With a myriad of swords piercing the air, a torrent of blades spiraled around him, as Qin Chuan forged a vacuum zone. Shangwan Ryun, mounted upon the back of Shun Gongbao, leaped over and began her escape through the path Qin Chuan had created. Qin Chuan maneuvered the flying swords to annihilate the bees pursuing Shangguan Riyun. Once he sensed her distance increasing, he surged towards the hive. Dead bees, come sting me. Qin Chuan attracted the ire of the bees, conjuring a curtain of swords around his body. Regardless of how fiercely the bees charged, they could only meet their demise. The sheer number of bees was overwhelming, yet their offensive power was not particularly formidable. Akin to moths drawn to a flame, persistently colliding with Qin Chuan. The ground was littered with bee corpses, and Qin Chuan drew ever closer to the hive. What is Qin Chuan intending to do? Countless onlookers were intrigued by his motives. He could have fled, yet he chose not to. What could possibly compel him to approach the hive? Did he not realize the multitude of bees within? Although he possesses such protective magic, could he sustain it indefinitely? Surely, this endeavor would deplete his magical energy. When that runs dry, it would spell his demise. Why then does he venture toward the hive? It seems irrational. He should be retreating instead. Everyone was consumed by curiosity regarding Qin Chuan's purpose in this perilous situation, eager to witness his next move. Upon reaching the hive, Qin Chuan smiled and exclaimed, "Hee, there must be honey inside. I simply must taste it." As his words echoed, the crowd was once again rendered speechless. They finally grasped the truth. It turns out that Qin Chuan, risking his life, approached the beehive not to annihilate them, but merely to indulge in honey. All this for the sake of culinary delight. Qin Chuan, this is truly a whimsical endeavor. However, considering that he is but a child, such aspirations seem quite normal. Chapter 54. A 50-fold resource reward. Qin Chuan unexpectedly aspired to breach the colossal beehive, seeking to extract its honey for sustenance. Undoubtedly, Qin Chuan is a man of action, and he commanded his ethereal sword spirit to charge towards the hive. Beneath a torrential downpour of blades, the hive's defenses were swiftly shattered, revealing the interior of the hive. What lay within was a sight to behold, an overwhelming swarm of bees, densely packed to the point of inducing discomfort for those afflicted with a fear of crowdedness. The sheer volume was staggering. Despite being mentally prepared, the sight within the hive still sent shivers down one's spine, evoking a sense of revulsion. One could nearly retch at the sheer horror of the bee population. Surely, there must be tens of thousands within this hive. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated such a terrifying number of bees. However, he soon conceived a more effective strategy to deal with them. With his hands weaving an incantation, a crimson glow erupted from his palms, transforming the myriad of spirit swords into a fiery hue, radiating a searing brilliance. Thus, he conjured a flame sword. Behold, the sword began to morph. This was the flame spirit sword, and not only could Qin Chuan wield spirit swords, but he also commanded the flame spirit sword. What other secrets does he harbor that remain unknown to us? It appears that Qin Chuan's capabilities far exceed our expectations. He possesses an abundance of hidden talents. Was Qin Chuan intending to annihilate these bees? Fire is indeed the most effective means of addressing such a swarm, but with their overwhelming numbers, could he truly accomplish this? Burn, he commanded, directing the flame spirit sword into the heart of the hive. A conflagration erupted from within, rapidly engulfing the entire structure. The fire at his command was no ordinary flame. It was the essence of cultivation fire. With mastery, it could evolve into the true fire of samadhi, and with fortune, might even transcend into something even more formidable. In no time, the inferno enveloped the beehive, sending the frantic bees into a frenzy as they attempted to escape. Yet, their flight was short-lived, as the ferocious flames reduced them to ashes. The sheer ferocity of Qin Chuan's flames left the onlookers in the live stream utterly astonished. They had not anticipated such ease, such swiftness, and such simplicity in his endeavor. Initially, they believed that Qin Chuan would struggle against the overwhelming swarm, facing inevitable failure or expending monumental effort to succeed. However, witnessing him resolve the situation with a singular maneuver rendered them speechless. Qin Chuan's prowess was truly astonishing. The flames he wielded were nothing short of remarkable. The entire beehive was engulfed in flames, resembling a fiery cavern. A mere spark touching the rice powder could incinerate the bees entirely. The honey must not be allowed to perish. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan plunged into the hive, searching for the precious honey. The very flames that raged were conjured by him, posing no threat to his safety. However, he did not anticipate that the hive was far larger than he had imagined. He dismantled the barriers in his path, rummaging through the depths for hidden honey. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, prompting Qin Chuan to leap away from his previous position. Bang! A colossal creature emerged, shattering the ground where he had just stood. What a fright! I thought it was something dreadful, only to discover it was a monster. Qin Chuan exclaimed, taken aback. How reckless of this beast! His reflexes were remarkable, allowing him to evade the creature's ambush just in time. Thankfully, he was unharmed, which eased the concerns of those watching. Qin Chuan vanquished this monster. As he gazed upon the creature that had appeared so suddenly, information about it materialized before him. Monster name: Golden Bee Queen. Quality: Bronze. Strength evaluation: 3 stars. Abilities: Summon. Venomous Sting. Reproduction: another bronze-tier monster. Upon sighting this creature, astonishment swept over the onlookers once more. Qin Chuan had merely sought honey, only to encounter a monster of bronze caliber, a turn of events no one could have foreseen. Truly, what extraordinary luck. They were well aware that a 3-star monster posed no challenge for Qin Chuan. Thus, rather than being a threat, this creature would provide him with an opportunity for a reward. As expected, it was a 3-star Bronze Bee Queen. Qin Chuan felt no fear. Instead, he was somewhat elated. Observing the incessantly buzzing queen, he declared, "Mighty insect, cease your noise and surrender your honey." The Golden Bee Queen roared in fury, flapping her transparent wings and charging toward Qin Chuan. The queen was roughly the size of a dog, her large eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings stirring up a tempest. Bang! With a swift clap of his hand, akin to swatting a fly, Qin Chuan sent the Golden Bee Queen crashing to the ground. Simple, direct, powerful, and decisive. Remarkably strong. Previously, when facing a 3-star bronze monster, Qin Chuan would have needed to engage in a prolonged battle, but now, a single strike was sufficient to bring it down. Qin Chuan had grown even stronger. How impressive he was! With both prowess and charm, this bee was merely a means of sustenance for Qin Chuan. "Little bee, you let your guard down," he taunted. "And you, tiny queen, dare to confront me." Approaching the queen, he raised his hand once more and delivered a resounding blow to her head. Announcement of the Forbidden Zone. The lucky one of Yin Huang, Qin Chuan, has slain a 3-star bronze-level monster, the Purple Gold Bee Queen, randomly rewarded with 50-fold fresh air resources from the Yin Huang nation, and has gained a chance for a 3-star level lottery. The entire Forbidden Zone was once again left in awe. 50-fold resources, and fresh air resources at that. This cannot be measured by mere currency. Fresh air resources are invaluable, unattainable even for the wealthy. The advantages are simply immense. This is yet another form of priceless resource. Qin Chuan is remarkable. Qin Chuan, you are truly exceptional. Your luck is beyond compare. I am keen to discover where this fresh air resource will manifest. On this planet, breathing fresh air is an extraordinary challenge. Indeed, I sincerely hope this resource appears within my city. How marvelous. The air resources obtained by Qin Chuan have once again stirred the world. While this resource may not be convertible into wealth, it is an invaluable treasure for the quality of life. Countless individuals yearn for this resource to grace their urban lives. Chapter 55. Is air resource a sign of spiritual awakening? The international netizens are left speechless by Qin Chuan's fortune. This mischievous child simply sought honey, yet unexpectedly, a bronze-level monster emerged. The appearance of a monster would suffice, but why must it be so feeble? Qin Chuan, this mischievous child, dispatched it with ease. Are there truly no monsters in the Forbidden Zone capable of contending with this young rascal? If there were a place to lodge complaints, they would undoubtedly file against Qin Chuan. The disparity between him and other fortunate individuals in the Forbidden Zone is staggering. Moreover, this little imp has managed to empower his teammate, Shangwan Ruyun. If this continues, their nation will find itself increasingly distanced from Yin Huang, making future surpassing nearly impossible. After all, the resource gap faced by the Yin Huang nation is exceedingly vast. Qin Chuan alone has acquired a resource difference of 210 times. How are other nations to survive? They can only curse Qin Chuan to meet an early demise. The Yin Huang National Security Bureau, led by Yang Jingyi, promptly dispatched personnel nationwide to conduct air quality assessments. It wasn't long before news emerged. The changes in air resources were so significant that even the act of breathing revealed the disparity. Director Yang, the location of the air resources has been identified, reported Shin Yong, relaying the information to Yang Jingyi at once. Where is it? Yang Jingyi inquired. It is in Hulu province, around Tianlong City. Shin Yong replied. Oh, have we measured the specific extent? Yang Jingyi continued to ask. Measurements are still ongoing, but according to the estimations of the surveying personnel, the area of this fresh air resource should be approximately 10,000 square kilometers, and the entirety of Tianlong City is enveloped within this region of fresh air resources. Shin Yong promptly answered. Upon hearing this, Yang Jingyi quickly made a connection and inquired. If I recall correctly, the Beihai orphanage is located in Tianlong City, is it not? Shin Yong nodded in affirmation, responding, Indeed, you are correct. Are you suggesting that the emergence of this air resource reward is related to the area where Qin Chuan resides? Yang Jingyi replied, it must be related. Otherwise, such a coincidence would be inexplicable. Well, Director Yang, I must share with you some astonishing news. The arrival of this fresh air has caused remarkable changes in this region. Shin Yong promptly informed Yang Jingyi as new intelligence appeared on his computer. What changes have left you so astounded? Yang Jingyi asked, puzzled. Perhaps it would be best if you witnessed it for yourself, Shin Yong suggested, projecting the video from his computer onto the wall for all present to observe. Soon, the projection revealed a split screen. One side displayed footage of the area prior to the fresh air resource, while the other showcased the current state. Their initial perception was that there was a notable difference in image clarity. One side was vivid, while the other appeared hazy. As the footage played, each person became momentarily speechless. They observed the flowers, grasses, and trees in the video growing at an observable rate. This was not a mere fast-forward. It was a live broadcast, unaltered in any way. It resembled a revival of vitality, leaving them utterly astonished. The notion of a 50-fold increase in fresh air resources had been underestimated. They had thought it merely implied a better quality of air. Yet, witnessing the grass sprouting and taking root, they were astonished, even though growth would eventually slow after reaching a certain point. The sight was still enough to leave them in awe. Furthermore, they noticed many flowers, typically out of season, blooming vibrantly. The entire area enveloped in fresh air transformed into a breathtaking tableau of myriad colors and flourishing blooms. Every member of the National Security Bureau was left dumbfounded, gazing at this spectacle in disbelief. What was even more remarkable was that while the flora rapidly thrived, it did not damage any structures within the city. What did this signify? It indicated that the rewarded air resource would not disrupt the existing architectural framework. Rather, it had the potential to enhance the city, rendering it more beautiful and harmonious. This is truly astonishing, they exclaimed, struggling to comprehend such a miraculous scene. If I were not aware that this is the result of air resource rewards, I would think I was watching a film. It is simply too beautiful, too magnificent, almost beyond belief. They urged one another to check their social media. This area had exploded with excitement online. When individuals access any website, the headlines invariably focus on the remarkable air resource reward in the city of Tianlong, a previously obscure third-tier city that has suddenly captured the world's attention. The spectacle is truly awe-inspiring. The entire area appears enveloped in a lush embrace of verdant forests. The pristine air seems to infuse the inhabitants with a sense of vitality. As many have noted that with each breath, their well-being appears to improve. Consequently, on the streets, one frequently observes countless individuals inhaling and exhaling, eager to savor the invigorating fresh air. Even an elderly man, with hair turned gray and limbs unsteady, relying on a cane, experiences a miraculous transformation. After partaking in this rhythmic breathing, his hair astonishingly begins to regain its color. He bursts into joyous laughter, discarding his cane, and exclaims, I can walk unaided, how wonderful. Witnessing this once-ailing man now exhibiting such remarkable vitality leaves the onlookers in sheer disbelief. Numerous online commentators express their astonishment, exclaiming the implausibility of such occurrences. International netizens voice skepticism, suggesting that the people of Yanhuang are fabricating these tales, aware of their remarkable prowess. As even a sow could be transformed into a stunning beauty, they dismissed the notion that mere fresh air could yield such effects, accusing the Yanhuang populace of deceiving the intelligent citizens of the beautiful nation. This skepticism is widespread, with many asserting that it is merely cinematic trickery or advertising designed to swindle the public. In response, the Yanhuang community unfalteringly affirms, indeed, foreign netizens, you are correct. One must adhere to the principles of science, while secretly amused by the incredulity. Thus, they persist in their inhalations and exhalations. As time progresses in this extraordinary region, astonishing events continue to unfold. Numerous individuals suffering from various ailments, such as back pain, muscle cramps, and weakened immunity, suddenly find themselves in unprecedented health, feeling remarkably invigorated. Many remain skeptical and seek medical examinations, only to discover that their health is exceptionally robust. Physicians and nurses are left bewildered, questioning why these individuals, previously ill, have come to the hospital. This leads to a collective discharge event, as the hospital witnesses an unexpected wave of patients leaving, rejuvenated. The targeted individuals are naturally those with minor ailments. Even those with particularly severe conditions, who are unable to be discharged, are experiencing notable improvements in their health. Remarkably, some cancer patients have discovered that their cancer cells are proliferating at an exceedingly slow rate. This revelation has astonished the entire medical community and left the nation in disbelief. The abundance of fresh air resources is indeed extraordinary. Living in such an environment, one might wonder if even minor ailments would cease to exist. My dear, let us hasten to book a flight to Tianlong City. I shall first procure a residence there and establish a permanent abode. Health is the cornerstone of prosperity. With a robust constitution, one can earn greater wealth. I must embark on my journey to Tianlong City immediately. This place is akin to a paradise on earth, and if I delay, I fear I may miss the opportunity. Such a beautiful city must be explored. The transformation is astonishing. This destination is a must-visit. The entire populace of Huanyuan Nation sprang into action, their singular goal being Tianlong City, resulting in a massive traffic congestion. The vehicles, planes, and trains heading to Tianlong City were completely filled to capacity. The residents of Tianlong City were left in awe. However, this also presented a remarkable opportunity. Tianlong City, along with its surrounding areas enveloped by fresh air, entered a phase of rapid development. Property prices surged instantaneously, yet, under governmental intervention, a series of rational and effective measures were promptly enacted to curb speculation and the desire to engage in real estate flipping. As the influx of visitors to Tianlong City continued to grow, those who personally experienced the benefits of the environment chose to settle there without hesitation. On that very day, numerous renowned domestic corporations announced the establishment of new headquarters in the city. The allure of Tianlong City is irresistible, especially for the affluent, who value their health. This place offers a chance to enhance their well-being, a luxury that wealth alone cannot procure. In summary, the transformation brought about by the fresh air resources has allowed Tianlong City to truly soar, akin to a dragon unfurling its wings. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, the architect of this success, was still in his hive, diligently searching for hidden honey. At last, he found it. After an exhaustive search, he discovered the coveted honey in a secluded corner. The aroma was intoxicating. Drawn by its sweetness, Qin Chuan rushed over and began to indulge in the honey. He realized that this honey also contained a significant amount of spiritual energy, benefiting him in ways he had not anticipated. As he gazed at the golden honey, glimmering like crystal, and observed Qin Chuan savoring it with delight, many could not help but swallow their envy. They yearned to partake, yet could only watch. A feeling that was quite unbearable. After indulging to his heart's content, Qin Chuan patted his satisfied belly and, with a wave of his hand, magically collected all the bees into his space ring, leaving nothing behind and exemplifying the virtue of frugality. Many envied Qin Chuan's fortune. Uncertain of the taste of this honey, my hunger grew as I gazed at it. How I longed for a taste. It appeared truly delectable. Qin Chuan seemed to possess an insatiable appetite, having consumed quite a considerable amount. His little belly appeared remarkably large, leaving one to wonder how he managed to accommodate it. Countless onlookers observed Qin Chuan indulging in the honey, filled with envy and longing, wishing to step forward and take a generous bite themselves. What is that? Qin Chuan casually wandered about, searching for other hidden sources of honey, and stumbled upon a substantial hive, evidently the former residence of a queen bee. In the distance, a radiant light also caught Qin Chuan's attention. Upon his approach, an announcement materialized once more. Forbidden Land announcement. The fortunate child of Yin Huang, Qin Chuan, has successfully acquired a 3-star rare plant resource, which will manifest as a 50-fold reward in the Yinhuang region. The Forbidden Land will grant Qin Chuan a 3-star level lottery, a reward unknown to outsiders. The crowd fell silent, their earlier excitement extinguished by the news of Qin Chuan's announcement. Expressions of shock and disbelief adorned their faces. Qin Chuan, what are you up to? Are you truly unwilling to leave any opportunities for other nations? It had barely been half an hour since his last reward, and yet he had claimed another. This cannot be blamed on me, Qin Chuan retorted. The resources simply chose to present themselves before me. Foreigners were left in despair. Meanwhile, the Yinhuang people erupted in celebration. Oh yeah, Qin Chuan, even if you were to receive a 9-star reward, I believe it is entirely possible. He is our mischievous child of Yinhuang. Sighing, they lamented. Our nation is meant to be low-key, yet it seems we cannot remain hidden. If only we could. Why hide? Those who are formidable never need to conceal themselves. We shall boldly confront other nations and assert our dominance. I dislike your candor. Your forthrightness is rather abrasive. Next time, allow me to speak. Qin Chuan, taken aback, had not anticipated receiving a reward so swiftly, leaving him momentarily stunned. Having just vanquished the creature guarding this resource, there was no need for delay. The prior reward from the lake bottom had required patience, as he had taken considerable time to locate the resource. Subsequently, Following an assessment by the National Security Bureau regarding the reward situation, a nationwide exploration was conducted, revealing that the newly emerged rare plant resources resided within the forested area of Tianlong City. These rare plants were peculiar, instantly recognizable as distinct from others. The National Security Bureau promptly deployed personnel to protect and study these new specimens, hoping to uncover their potential uses. They believed these plants were indeed extraordinary, but the specifics would await the results of their research. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the nation's development of these rare botanical resources, for these plants are entirely new species that have never graced the Jiuzhou planet, and they currently exist only within the borders of the Yanhuang Kingdom. Chapter 57. The Invisible Tint. After departing from the honey zone, Qin Chuan spent an hour searching before finally locating Shangguan Ruyun. Upon seeing Qin Chuan had indeed found her, she was filled with curiosity regarding the methods he had employed. "You have slain yet another bronze-level monster," Shangguan Ruyun exclaimed, gazing at the adorable Qin Chuan, intrigued by how such a petite frame could unleash such formidable power. Each encounter with him brought unexpected surprises, and this occasion was no different. His ability to command his sword and obliterate countless bees left her utterly astonished. Yet, that was merely the beginning. He had ventured straight into the bee's lair, vanquishing a 3-star bronze quality monster and acquiring 2 types of resources. Such prowess and fortune were indeed remarkable. "It's merely a little insect, nothing to be concerned about," Qin Chuan remarked, producing a lump of honey. "Sister Shangguan, do savor this. It will be beneficial for you." The fragrant aroma of honey wafted through the air, and upon seeing the golden, glistening substance, Shangguan Ruyun's appetite was ignited. "Thank you, Qin Chuan," she expressed, at a loss for words beyond her gratitude. "Please, do enjoy it." "Sister," Qin Chuan urged, unfazed by her hesitation. Meanwhile, Shun Gongbao weakly cried out from the side, lamenting its exclusion from the feast. Was Qin Chuan not planning to share any with it? Take it, take it." Qin Chuan casually handed a portion to Shun Gongbao, which delighted the creature. Realizing it had misjudged Qin Chuan, however, it couldn't help but wonder why its share was so meager. As a loyal beast, it would eat whatever its master provided. Delicious. Both man and beast relished the treat, and soon a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged within them. "Sister Shangguan, quickly cultivate your energy," Qin Chuan urged. Feeling the potent energy within her body, Shangguan Ruyun recognized the honey's extraordinary quality, infused with strong spiritual essence. She promptly settled into a meditative posture, employing the cultivation method Qin Chuan had provided to refine the energy coursing through her. As for Shun Gongbao, the process was far simpler. A good nap would suffice. Such is the advantage of demon beasts. They do not require the rigorous cultivation that humans do. They simply need to sleep soundly and await their evolution. The spiritual energy within the forbidden zone was quite abundant. Qin Chuan sensed that the further he ventured in this direction, the denser the spiritual energy became, and the monsters encountered would grow more numerous and formidable. With 2 lottery draws available, Qin Chuan found himself with leisure time to indulge in them. He opened the lottery interface, one for a standard 3-star draw and another for the reward following the defeat of the bronze-level purple gold bee. Naturally, the latter held greater value. Although others could not see the lottery process, they were aware that Qin Chuan was engaged in drawing. Curiosity buzzed among them about what marvelous treasures he might acquire. He appears to be indifferent towards acquiring valuable items, for he has already attained considerable strength. I have yet to encounter any creature capable of challenging him. Indeed, Qin Chuan presently lacks any pressing needs. Skills are never superfluous. Several individuals from abroad have drawn extraordinary abilities, and Qin Chuan has also acquired a spell. One can only hope he might procure another formidable skill to complement his arsenal. Is Qin Chuan's repertoire of skills not sufficient? With one hand wielding a sword and the other casting the Thunder Curse, alongside his fire manipulation ability, I suspect he possesses many more techniques yet to be revealed, alleviating any concerns we might harbor about his capabilities. He begins by exhausting the ordinary lottery options. Before him appeared a dozen parcels of similar size, and Qin Chuan casually selected one. "Congratulations, you have obtained an invisible tent." An invisible tent? Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the nature of this item. Before him materialized a bag-like object, which he opened, and information regarding the invisible tent flooded his mind. So this is what it is. The invisible tent is a high-tech product that, when deployed, can conceal itself. Unless someone touches the hidden tent or possesses a particularly unique ability, it remains undetectable. The invisible tent is quite remarkable, serving a powerful purpose, with a spacious interior that can extend up to 10 meters, making it a tent that can be freely adjusted. Furthermore, the tent boasts numerous functionalities, ensuring they will no longer need to endure the elements outdoors. Quite impressive. Qin Chuan felt satisfied and planned to examine it further in the evening. There remained one opportunity for a bronze lottery. Qin Chuan commenced another draw, and the bronze-level parcels glimmered with a bronze sheen, each adorned with 3 sparkling stars, signifying a 3-star bronze reward. He chose the first parcel, and a flash of bronze light enveloped him. Congratulations, you have acquired a 3-star luminous battle armor. It was an equipment piece. Qin Chuan gazed at the armor that materialized before him, weighing approximately 100 pounds. For an ordinary person, merely donning it would pose a significant challenge, let alone engaging in combat while wearing it. Information on how to utilize the armor appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, this armor could be controlled through thought, much like a spiritual artifact, materializing freely around his body. This was essentially a rudimentary spiritual artifact Qin Chuan used. However, he realized it was unnecessary for him. Although the armor could be fine-tuned, he was merely a 4-year-old child, and the disparity between his stature and that of an adult capable of wearing the armor was too great. It would be better suited for Sister Shangwan. Qin Chuan had already determined the armor's rightful owner. After completing the 2 draws, Qin Chuan began to meditate and cultivate. What treasures had he truly acquired? It was quite frustrating not to know. Although he yearned for knowledge, in Qin Chuan's silence, we could only speculate. Observing his demeanor, it seemed he bore a hint of disdain. Qin Chuan possesses formidable strength and must surely have valuable items of his own, rendering these trinkets beneath his notice. He has begun his cultivation as well. After 2 hours, Shangwan Ruyun was the first to awaken from her meditation. She sensed her physical condition and discovered she had grown stronger than before. The forbidden area is indeed a mysterious place, she pondered. Awakened, Qin Chuan also stirred. Shangwan Ruyun remarked as she observed Shen Gongbao. Its aura has intensified significantly. Is it on the verge of another breakthrough? It was already teetering on the edge of a breakthrough, and with the honey essence, this advancement was anticipated. Qin Chuan had long calculated the timing of Shen Gongbao's breakthrough. The leopard's strength was too lacking. In the face of formidable monsters, it would only hinder them. Does that mean Shen Gongbao is about to advance to the 3rd star? That is splendid. Shen Gongbao is their companion, and its enhancement would ensure greater safety for both of them. However, to grant it formidable combat prowess, they still needed to procure a 3rd-star bronze beast core. Qin Chuan produced the beast core from the purple gold bee queen. One alone was insufficient to elevate Shen Gongbao to the bronze level. Does it require 2? She had become a 2-star powerhouse by absorbing a single 3rd-star bronze beast core. Yet it appeared that for Shen Gongbao to ascend to bronze, 2 cores of 3rd-star caliber were necessary. Compared to humans, demon beasts face greater challenges in advancement, but they are endowed with inherently robust physiques. Every creature possesses its own merits and flaws, a truth profoundly evident in humanity. After waiting for a considerable time and noticing Shen Gongbao was not awakening swiftly, Qin Chuan retrieved an invisible tent. What is this? Shangwan Ruyun inquired with curiosity. This is an invisible tent I won in a lottery. It can conceal itself, though I am uncertain of its efficacy, Qin Chuan replied. Invisible? Shangwan Ruyun exclaimed in surprise. If that is indeed the case, we might sleep more soundly at night. No one wishes to endure the elements daily unless absolutely necessary. Naturally, Shangwan Ruyun did not desire to sleep outside the forest for extended periods. It was not only perilous, but also led to restless sleep. Goodness, this is actually a concealed tent. I had thought Qin Chuan had acquired something significant, yet it is merely a tent. Does invisibility truly serve a purpose in the wild? It seems to have little value in Qin Chuan's hands. This item is excellent. You have no idea how arduous survival in the wild can be. Qin Chuan opened the invisible tent and activated it. The tent expanded like an electronic device, ultimately forming a tent-like structure. Isn't it supposed to be invisible? Why can we still see it? Shangwan Ruyun questioned, perplexed. I have yet to activate its invisibility feature, Qin Chuan replied as he pressed the remote control, setting the tent to its invisible mode. Subsequently, they witnessed the tent begin to alter, gradually fading until it vanished from sight. It truly has disappeared. Shangwan Ruyun was utterly astonished. She never anticipated that it would truly be invisible, akin to having nothing at all. Approaching cautiously, she reached out and discovered that the tent indeed existed, merely concealed from view. What a delightful revelation. With this, we can rest more soundly during the night. Shangwan Ruyun was filled with joy. Let us take a look inside, she suggested. As the two entered the tent, the livestream room buzzed with excitement. Wow. I've stumbled upon some cutting-edge technology. This lottery is incredible. It's genuinely invisible. With this contraption, we could hide anywhere. How remarkable. It's as if we possess an invisibility tent. Upon entering, others followed suit and were amazed to find a bed within the tent. Shangwan Ruyun immediately leapt onto it, exclaiming, "Though only a few days have passed, it feels as if it has been ages since I last lay upon a bed." She then noticed, with surprise, "This bed appears to be inflatable and quite soft." Qin Chuan joined her on the bed, replying, "It's certainly more comfortable than sleeping on the ground." The two frolicked on the bed, showcasing their charming personalities to the delight of countless viewers. The tent boasted numerous functionalities. It could harness solar energy to generate electricity. Inside, they enjoyed lighting, could boil water, and even bathe. It was akin to carrying a miniature home with them, exceedingly convenient. Most importantly, they could observe the surroundings outside the tent, which could automatically detect the presence of living beings within a 100-meter radius and issue alerts promptly, an essential tool for any traveler. Qin Chuan tossed Shen Gongbao into the tent, while Shangwan Ruyun prepared a lavish feast. Although the ingredients were limited to fruits and meat, they had little choice. Many clamored to trade with Qin Chuan for food, as they craved the meat and fruits from the Forbidden Land. Consuming these would greatly benefit them. A wave of spiritual energy emanated from Shen Gongbao, prompting Qin Chuan to declare, "It's finally time for a breakthrough." With that, Qin Chuan casually kicked Shen Gongbao out of the tent, leaving the still-dazed creature bewildered as to why Qin Chuan had struck it. A surge of spiritual energy converged from all directions, forming a small vortex, which Shen Gongbao greedily devoured. Within 5 minutes, a triumphant roar erupted from Shen Gongbao. Roar. Alas, a swift kick sent Shen Gongbao flying, burying its head in the dry leaves and inflicting a myriad of emotional and physical injuries. "What is all the ruckus? I'm not interested in fighting right now," Qin Chuan remarked, as Shangwan Ruyun had just prepared a feast. He wished to preserve his good mood, unmarred by any disturbances from the creature. Soon, Shen Gongbao was eager to curry favor with Qin Chuan. Then, he noticed Qin Chuan walking toward a certain direction before vanishing. Shen Gongbao. Its feline head was perplexed. Where could Qin Chuan have gone? The leopard simply could not fathom it. Subsequently, Qin Chuan extended his head from the void, as if suspended in the abyss, causing Shen Gongbao to bristle with fear. "Big cat, if you do not come in soon, there will be nothing left to eat," Qin Chuan declared before his head vanished from sight. "Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Qin Chuan's antics with Shen Gongbao could amuse me for an entire day." Poor Shen Gongbao, encountering this little devil. It is fortunate that without Qin Chuan, this small leopard would still possess only a mere star of strength. Noticing that Shen Gongbao's fur had regained its luster, the little leopard hesitantly approached the spot where Qin Chuan's head had disappeared. Then, stretching out a tiny paw, it discovered it had touched something, lifting it up to reveal the scene within. The little leopard was taken aback. Entering the space, Shen Gongbao gazed around with immense curiosity, ultimately settling beside a table, eyes fixated on the delectable spread before him. "Eat, eat." Shangwan Ruyun presented Shen Gongbao with a bowl brimming with meat, igniting its appetite. Indeed, the young lady was the kindest to it. So delightful. A life with cooked meat is precisely what a leopard yearns for. The trio enjoyed a sumptuous meal together. Observing Shen Gongbao relish the food, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Dear lady, may I have another bowl?" I felt a sense of incompleteness beside her, as if an illustrious and valiant figure like myself was necessary to complete the family. How shameless. The lady belongs solely to me. Quiet down. The lady is a treasure of Yanhuang. They could not resist comparing the experiences of Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruyun with those of fortunate individuals from other nations. Bursting into laughter, while others cowered in caves and underground, afraid to make a sound, Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruyun feasted heartily, conversing freely. Such a stark contrast was almost comical. Every time Yanhuang netizens observed the disparity between their nation's fortunate souls and those abroad, a sense of superiority enveloped them, a pride that could not be concealed. After all, who could rival Qin Chuan's prowess? Watching them enjoy their meals so heartily, the audience in the live stream could not help but indulge in their own feasting. As Qin Chuan invigorated the culinary industry across much of the nation. Once satisfied, the two reclined in bed, finally able to enjoy a restful slumber thanks to their invisibility. Shen Gongbao continued its role as guardian, lying low and remaining vigilant against any unexpected occurrences. The night passed without incident, and after relishing a hearty breakfast, they resumed their journey ahead. Forbidden Zone announcement. The fortunate individual from the beautiful nation, Hunter, has discovered a 1-star water resource, which will be rewarded tenfold in the beautiful nation area. Before long, an announcement appeared in the Forbidden Zone, revealing that another individual from the beautiful nation had also received a resource reward. Qin Chuan remained indifferent to the resources they had acquired. deeming them mere trifles of a single star. Meanwhile, another individual had received a resource reward, prompting Shangwan Ruyun to sigh, "This is entirely a matter of luck. I never anticipated that a bronze-level monster would emerge from that hive alongside a 3-star resource. My intention was solely to pursue the honey. The resources were of no concern to me." The two continued their journey into the unknown, occasionally ambushed by poisonous creatures. However, these monsters, lacking strength even at a 1-star level, were easily vanquished by them. Isn't that hunter, the boxing champion of the beautiful nation? I never expected him to still be alive. If not for the announcement, I would have truly thought he had perished. This fellow possesses remarkable luck. Having fallen into a trap, he somehow managed to receive a resource reward. His fortune is indeed exceptional. He began his lottery draw, curious about what he might obtain. Meanwhile, Hunter, battered and bruised, lay within a cave, astonished at his own good fortune for receiving a resource reward in such a place. Truly, Lady Luck had favored him. He quickly commenced the draw, and upon hearing a voice, his eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a fit of laughter. "Ha ha ha. I, Hunter, am indeed blessed by Jesus. I have drawn the ability of gravity control. My rise to greatness is inevitable." Upon hearing Hunter's words, those watching his live stream were taken aback. What did I just hear? Hunter has drawn the gravity control ability? It must be incredibly powerful. My goodness, he can control gravity? Hunter is astonishingly strong. Truly a favored child of Jesus, he will surely grow stronger and defeat the fortunate ones from Yanhuang soon. Our champions from the beautiful nation have always been formidable. They merely allowed those from Yanhuang to take a step ahead. Just wait and see. Our two lucky ones will undoubtedly surpass Qin Chuan. Another of our fortunate champions, John Jerry, has also discovered a 2-star resource and is currently setting a trap to eliminate a monster. Once successful, he too will draw for something valuable to enhance his strength. Believe in them. Our champions will surely outshine the fortunate ones from Yanhuang. After acquiring the gravity ability, Hunter immediately began to utilize it, minimizing his gravity and launching himself into the air, leaping a remarkable 3 to 4 meters high. However, due to his initial unfamiliarity with the ability, he soon found himself plummeting back into the trap. Nevertheless, he brimmed with confidence in his newfound power. This ability is indeed formidable. It appears that practice is essential. Hunter, a world-class champion with exceptional physical prowess, quickly mastered the utilization of the gravity ability and successfully escaped the trap. I, Hunter, shall become a formidable force. With the gravity ability empowering him, he radiated confidence as he gradually vanished into the depths of the forest. In the eyes of the citizens of the Yanhuang nation, a mere 1-star or 2-star resource reward pales in comparison. Their compatriot, Qin Chuan, has received several 3-star resource rewards. He has even vanquished 2 bronze-tier monsters, making it exceedingly difficult for others to catch up. Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruyun continued their journey into the treacherous forest, where a thick fog soon enveloped them, growing denser with every step they took. Qin Chuan, I feel a bit dizzy, Shangwan Ruyun remarked, her head spinning and her vision blurring, clearly in a perilous state. This is bad, Sister Shangwan. The fog is poisonous. Though Qin Chuan's robust physique shielded him from any ill effects, Shangwan Ruyun was not so fortunate and had succumbed to the toxins. Woe is me. Even Shun Gongbao cried out, finding himself in a situation akin to Shangwan Ruyun's, albeit in a significantly better condition. However, he too would not endure for long. The audience in the live stream assumed this was merely an ordinary fog, unaware of its toxicity. Upon witnessing Shangwan Ruyun's plight, concern swept through many. Will Shangwan Ruyun be alright? Toxicity is certainly not a good omen, especially in this land rife with poison. I wonder if Qin Chuan has a solution for this noxious fog. I have faith that Qin Chuan will find a way. Why fret? A mere toxin is no match for Qin Chuan. The viewers held steadfast belief in Qin Chuan's prowess. Whenever difficulties arose, he would find a resolution. They eagerly anticipated how he would navigate this crisis. I must devise a plan. Qin Chuan pondered briefly before wetting a cloth and offering it to Shangwan Ruyun. Sister Shangwan, wear this for now. All right. The fog infiltrated the body through respiration, necessitating a swift expulsion of the toxins. Qin Chuan resolved to find a location to assist her in detoxification. However, uninvited guests were determined to thwart their efforts. Something is approaching. Be cautious, Shun Gongbao. Qin Chuan also dampened a piece of cloth for Shun Gongbao to wear, temporarily shielding him from the toxic fog. What is it? Shangwan Ruyun strained her eyes to discern the monster, yet saw nothing amiss. It has yet to reveal itself, but there should be quite a number of them. Qin Chuan replied. The audience was taken aback. Qin Chuan's abilities were astonishingly potent, allowing him to sense threats from afar. Is this his sensing ability? I never anticipated he possessed such extraordinary powers. Perhaps it was a fortunate draw. Yet, we can only speculate what remarkable gift he has received, for he seldom divulges such information. The capacity to sense monsters was formidable, granting foresight to impending danger. Yet why did Qin Chuan not withdraw? Engaging too closely with these creatures seemed unwise. Chapter 60. The emergence of the toxic fog, and although the viewers were perplexed by Qin Chuan's actions, they trusted in his strength. With his confidence, he would undoubtedly handle the emerging crisis adeptly. After all, he was a cultivator. They're here. I hear the sounds as well. The cursed mist obscured my vision, rendering everything indistinct. A rustling sound emerged from the ground, igniting the curiosity of those around me regarding the nature of this creature. It seemed evident that there was not just one or two, but rather a multitude, reminiscent of the previous encounter with the purple gold bees. What could it be? Shangguan Ruiyun scrutinized the moving mass before her and soon widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What are these creatures? So many of them." The ground was teeming with these small entities, far exceeding the numbers of bees. Their density was truly terrifying. They resembled ants, not only in their diminutive size, but also in their sheer numbers, as if a billion ants had mobilized, instilling a sense of dread. Shangguan Ruiyun was extremely anxious. Who could remain composed upon witnessing such a sight? What sort of monstrosity was this? It was utterly terrifying. No information had surfaced, and these creatures had not reached a 1-star classification, yet their danger surpassed that of 3-star monsters. I surmised that a 3-star creature ensnared by them would swiftly meet its demise. They appeared to be a type of ant, though their exact species was unknown. There was one type that bore a striking resemblance to them. Could they possibly be army ants? If we were to encounter such ants, it would spell disaster, especially considering the sheer magnitude of their numbers. Could Qin Chuan manage to cope? This is not a desert. How could such ants possibly appear here? Yet, this is a forbidden area. Who knows what might manifest? Although Qin Chuan possessed the ability to manipulate flying swords, these ants were not comparable to the purple gold bees. The bees were aerial, larger in size, and left significant gaps when they flew. However, these ants were different. They remained on the ground, their small stature allowing them to swarm in dense clusters, making the entire forest seem like their domain. Faced with such an unusual assembly of ants, could Qin Chuan and the others truly achieve another miracle? Enshrouded in poisonous mist, though Qin Chuan had yet to succumb to its effects, no one could guarantee he would remain unscathed. Furthermore, with the poisoned Shen Gongbao and Shangguan Ruiyun by his side, what course of action could Qin Chuan take? Indeed, the forbidden area was peculiar, revealing such a multitude of ants. Little ants, why not consume the two from Yanhuang? We concede that Qin Chuan, this young lad, possesses a modicum of luck and a measure of strength, yet he also has his share of misfortune, and these ants are a testament to that. Our great nation shall soon transcend Yanhuang. Devour every last one from Yanhuang. Outsiders, begone. You cannot bear to witness our strength. I have faith that our Qin Chuan will vanquish these monsters, proving to you that your aspirations will forever remain mere fantasies. Just wait and see. Qin Chuan. What are these creatures? As Shangguan Ruiyun nervously drew closer to Qin Chuan, Shen Gongbao mirrored her anxiety. They found themselves encircled by an overwhelming swarm of ants. These ants were remarkably intelligent, lying in wait until their prey ventured deep into the toxic mist forest before revealing themselves. They had effectively surrounded the area, ensuring that anyone who dared to enter would inevitably face them in battle. However, this confrontation was undeniably lopsided, as the sheer number of monsters was staggering. Though the specific species of these ants remained unknown, their multitude was indisputable. Qin Chuan was not particularly intimidated by these ants, despite their abundance. He believed that if he wished to leave, the diminutive creatures could not possibly hinder him. Yet, he was not alone. Shangguan Ruiyun and Shen Gongbao lacked his formidable strength. Qin Chuan, there are far too many ants. You must leave at once. I know you can escape, Shangguan Ruiyun urged, her gaze sweeping over the disheartening mass of ants surrounding them. She understood that a breakout was utterly impossible for her. Yet Qin Chuan was different. His power was substantial, and he could surely breach the blockade of ants and escape safely. What nonsense are you speaking? If I dared to bring you here, I will surely ensure your safe departure. You need not worry. Just leave it to me, Qin Chuan declared, thumping his chest confidently. Although extricating them from this predicament would be arduous, he possessed the strength to do so. If it proves too difficult, you must promise me to survive. I have one chance at resurrection, so you need not worry about me, he added, conveying his determination to Shangguan Ruiyun, who remained apprehensive. Sister Ruiyun, Can you not grant me a modicum of confidence? Your words seem to imply a lack of faith in my abilities. Qin Chuan pouted, feigning disappointment. That is not my intention. I merely believe you should not bear the burden of my safety, Shangwan Ruyun explained. Look, there's a larger ant over there, Qin Chuan exclaimed, spotting a notably larger specimen 100 meters away and observing it closely. Monster name: Elite Toxic Mist Ant. Quality: none. Strength evaluation: 1 star. Talent: social. Command: mild toxicity. To his surprise, this creature was classified as a 1-star monster. The viewers in the livestream also caught sight of the ant's information. Though it was merely 1 star, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Nearly every 100 meters, an elite toxic mist ant appeared. So, these ants were known as toxic mist ants. This elite toxic mist ant was several times larger than the ordinary ones, and notably, they were evenly distributed, resembling the commanders of an ant army. The talent description indicated a commanding ability, suggesting that these elite ants were indeed the leaders among the swarm. If Qin Chuan could eliminate these elite ants, would he not be able to alleviate the crisis? Are you foolish? With so many ants, how could Qin Chuan possibly kill them all? Besides, is it feasible for him to eliminate each and every one of them? Could the extermination of these elite ants truly compel them to disperse? Qin Chuan pondered whether eliminating these elite ants would result in their retreat, yet he soon recognized the formidable challenge at hand. The sheer number of ants was overwhelming, and the circumstances were fraught with uncertainty. His foremost priority was to ensure his own safety from their potential harm. As the ants commenced their assault, even the thunderous roar of the 3-star beast, Shungongbao, failed to provoke any discernible change in the poisonous mist ants. This territory belonged to them. Any creature that dared to intrude would either break free or be consumed to the last bone, leaving only 2 possible outcomes. Chapter 61, Breaking the Deadlock. The ants launched their offensive with an uncanny semblance of coordinated command. Observe how the elite poisonous mist ants appear to direct the others in battle. Remarkably, one could not help but marvel at the high level of intelligence displayed by these ants, rendering them seemingly invincible in this realm. Qin Chuan, you must have a solution. I have unwavering faith in your abilities. Go for it, Qin Chuan. Bing Bing felt a surge of anxiety as she watched, asserting her belief that Qin Chuan would prevail, citing the previous encounter with the golden honey bees as a testament to his prowess. At this juncture, the most effective means of combating these ants would be fire, albeit with substantial inherent risks. Yunin discerned Qin Chuan's predicament and voiced his thoughts. Long Weigua shook his head, stating, while fire can indeed combat these ants, their vast numbers pose a significant threat, especially in a forest. Once ignited, they too would be engulfed in flames. I cannot endorse such a course of action. This concern resonated with you, Nin, as well. Surely, the control sword Qin Chuan previously wielded could offer him some protection, Bing Bing suggested, recalling his tactics against the swarm. I fear that method may prove ineffective against these ants, Yunin replied. The sheer volume of ants would render Qin Chuan's control sword inadequate for comprehensive defense, leaving considerable gaps, as the ants' bodies are minuscule. I have faith in Qin Chuan, Bing Bing asserted. In the current live streaming room, the absence of the director was palpable. As the orphanage's caretaker, he had numerous responsibilities to address and had departed the previous day. Now, only Bing Bing, Yunnan, and Long Weigua remained to provide commentary. The viewers, witnessing the encroaching poisonous mist ants, fell silent, anticipating how Qin Chuan would navigate this crisis. Faced with this legion of poisonous mist ants, how could Qin Chuan safely escort Guan Ruyun and Shingongbao out? You must stay close to me. Sister Shangwan, you need not do anything at this moment. Merely suppress the poison within your body using your magical energy, and leave the rest to me, Qin Chuan instructed Guan Ruyun. Please be cautious, she sighed inwardly, lamenting her inability to assist due to her affliction. Little ants, did you think I was powerless against you? Qin Chuan has made his move, revealing the formidable tiger-slaying sword once more. Everyone anticipated that he would employ the same tactic he had used against the bees. However, Qin Chuan had a different plan in mind. He expended his magical energy to conjure a multitude of spiritual swords, which he then commanded to whirl around him at an astonishing speed. In an instant, a fierce wind began to swirl, transforming into a tempest. The spectators in the live broadcast were left astounded. What was Qin Chuan about to do? How clever he was, despite the overwhelming number of ants. By harnessing this technique to summon a whirlwind, he could easily sweep them away. Indeed, Qin Chuan demonstrated remarkable ingenuity. The diminutive bodies of the ants, no matter how numerous, were utterly powerless against the ferocity of the storm. Once they were caught in the gale, Qin Chuan would be safe. His brilliance was undeniable. He truly was a genius. It was astonishing to witness such a strategy unfold, and admiration for him was unavoidable. The audience quickly grasped his intent. The rotating spiritual swords, akin to a fan, would prove insurmountable for the small ants. As expected, when the storm erupted, the surrounding ants were swept away, utterly incapable of resisting the might of the tempest. They were tossed, torn apart, and annihilated by Qin Chuan. However, the storm also affected Qin Chuan and his companions. Though the impact was insignificant compared to what the ants faced, Yang Jingyi from the National Security Bureau was equally astonished, applauding Qin Chuan's cleverness in resolving the crisis with such a tactic. Indeed, no one had anticipated that he would take such an approach, leaving everyone in awe. In the live broadcast, Bing Bing, witnessing the storm that eradicated the surrounding ants, was utterly captivated by Qin Chuan's prowess. I always knew our Qin Chuan would find a way, yet no one could have foreseen this method. His brilliance was truly remarkable, she remarked with heartfelt admiration. Long Weigua concurred without hesitation, stating, Qin Chuan is exceptionally clever. This showcases his ability to utilize his skills to navigate any predicament. I have immense confidence in the adventures that lie ahead for them. With Qin Chuan among us, we are truly blessed. Yunan also smiled joyfully. The entire Yanhuang populace rejoiced at the sight of Qin Chuan, so effortlessly overcoming the crisis. However, the sentiments of international netizens were quite different. Damn it. This little monster has activated his cheat again. I considered countless possibilities, but never expected this little rascal would resolve the issue in such a manner. I thought for sure he was done for, yet here he is, unscathed. The Forbidden Land is still far off. He will undoubtedly encounter even more daunting challenges ahead. Just wait and see. Follow me. Qin Chuan, commanding the tempest, advanced step by step, hand in hand with Shangwan Riyun. The storm, a manifestation of magical energy coalescing into a sword of spiritual essence, tore asunder the flora and fauna in its wake. Under the relentless torrent of whirling blades, nothing could withstand its might. However, such exertion exacted a significant toll on Qin Chuan. Shangwan Riyun could discern the pallor of his complexion. Qin Chuan, is it enough? We have traversed several hundred meters, she said. Though her own condition was far from optimal, her concern for him overshadowing her discomfort. Do not worry. We must proceed a little further. I fear we remain ensnared within the ants' encirclement. For safety's sake, Qin Chuan resolved to persist, knowing that should he cease, he could not summon such power again. Its cost was too great. It was wiser to cover more ground at once. Reluctantly, Shangwan Riyun quickened her pace, striving to distance themselves. This scene stirred countless hearts, evoking both admiration and anxiety. Qin Chuan's youthful visage bore an expression of unwavering resolve, indomitable strength, and fierce tenacity. If a mere 4-year-old could exhibit such fortitude, what of others? Many took inspiration from Qin Chuan, who became a beacon of resilience for countless souls. His spirit of fortitude, perseverance, and unyielding determination was a lesson for all to embrace. Chapter 62. It appears we are lost. Qin Chuan persevered for a full kilometer before finally coming to a halt. Upon stopping, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. We are safe. Shangwan Riyun observed their surroundings, though still shrouded in toxic mist. The area was devoid of any traces of the poisonous ants. Qin Chuan, take a moment to rest, she urged, sitting down as well. Her own internal toxins reaching a critical level. You too should cleanse the toxins within you, Qin Chuan advised, guiding Shangwan Riyun to utilize her internal magical energy to expel the impurities. These toxins were not lethal. Only excessive inhalation could lead to fatality. Both she and Xinguang Bao had not inhaled a dangerous amount, and with a bit of time, they would purge the contaminants. Seeing their safety restored, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Although the toxic ants were merely small creatures, their sheer numbers could instill terror. This illustrated the adage, the multitude of ants can fell an elephant. An hour later, they resumed their meditation to restore their vitality. In that moment, Qin Chuan discovered that his progress in embodying the magical youth NEZHA had surged to 29. No wonder he felt an increase in strength. His embodiment level had risen. This advancement would enable him to confront greater challenges ahead. How did it increase so significantly? Qin Chuan pondered, uncertain of the underlying mechanics. If only he could grasp the key to rapidly enhancing his embodiment level. Furthermore, he received a revelation. Upon surpassing an embodiment level of 30, he would be able to summon a magical artifact wielded by NEZHA. This is precisely what he had longed to attain in his dreams. If he were to acquire NEZHA's treasured artifact, his prowess would undoubtedly multiply several-fold. The might of such a divine weapon is extraordinarily formidable. It is imperative that he elevates his performance level swiftly. Qin Chuan felt a surge of motivation. It seemed he had discerned the reason behind the substantial increase in his performance level. Engaging in combat with monsters and vanquishing formidable foes would enhance his standing. Additionally, there was the responsibility of safeguarding Shangwan Riyun and Shingongbao. Although NEZHA is mischievous and playful, he is deeply loyal and would never forsake a friend. Regardless of the peril, he has always been forthright in his actions, never shirking responsibility or allowing harm to befall those around him. All NEZHA seeks is the acknowledgement of others. Qin Chuan, in every endeavor he undertakes, garners the recognition of the citizens of Yanhuang, which is, indeed, the most significant reason for the rapid ascent of his performance level. Upon noticing Shangwan Riyun had awakened, he inquired, "Sister Shangwan, how do you fare?" "I'm all right," she replied, surveying her surroundings. "I truly can't ascertain the vastness of this poisonous fog forest. I shall search for a method to counteract this toxic mist," Qin Chuan declared. "Do be cautious," she urged, as she observed him darting towards the forest. In places rife with poisonous fog, there must exist remedies to dispel it. And as a cultivator, Qin Chuan possessed the discernment to recognize such things. After rummaging through the nearby thickets for quite some time, he finally spotted a type of herb known to counteract the poisonous fog. "At last, I found it," Qin Chuan exclaimed, rushing forward to pluck the herb, only to have a venomous snake dart towards him, aiming to strike. However, with a swift motion, he seized it in one hand. "I saw you coming. Did you think you could ambush me?" With a gentle squeeze, he dispatched the one-star venomous serpent effortlessly. Given that the snakes here are highly toxic, Qin Chuan had no intention of consuming snake soup. After gathering an ample quantity of the herb, he returned to Shangwan Riyun's side. "Is this herb effective?" she asked, eyeing the plants he had retrieved. "Rest assured, it will be of use," Qin Chuan replied with confidence. "How do you know that?" Shangwan Riyun queried, genuinely intrigued, given his tender age of merely 4. "I utilized my spiritual sense to probe the properties of this herb and discovered that the poisonous fog avoids it. Thus it must be an antidote to the mist," Qin Chuan elucidated. "You are remarkably clever," Shangwan Riyun expressed her genuine admiration. Countless netizens also admired Qin Chuan, astonished by his keen observational skills. "How is this to be used?" Shangwan Riyun inquired. Qin Chuan scratched his head, stating, "I believe it should be ingested." He was uncertain himself. Thus, he turned to the recently awakened Shingongbao, grinning, "Let the big cat give it a try, and we shall know for certain." As Shingongbao awoke and caught sight of Qin Chuan's mischievous grin, a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Shingongbao, woe is me." Translation: "I protest. I refuse to try. You cannot dictate my actions." Qin Chuan stepped forward, forcibly prying open Shingongbao's mouth and stuffing several blades of grass inside. "If you vomit, you shall consume grass henceforth," Qin Chuan threatened. Shingongbao, "O mouth," Shingongbao was compelled to swallow the grass. The netizens were once again amused by Qin Chuan's antics. Shingongbao was once more at the mercy of Qin Chuan. "Qin Chuan, little leopard, let us see how bold you dare to be. Disobedience will result in a lack of sustenance." In the face of hunger, the little leopard resolved to sacrifice itself. After a considerable time, Shingongbao discovered that the lingering toxins had been purged and hastily conveyed this good news to the two. "Shingongbao, woe is me." Observing the reaction of the great cat, it was evident that the grass was indeed the correct choice. "Sister Shangwan, you may eat it with peace of mind," Qin Chuan remarked. Shingongbao, poor leopard, its role had expanded to that of an experimental subject. After consuming the grass, they ventured deeper into the toxic fog forest. After traversing several kilometers, they found the fog had intensified to an astonishing degree, rendering visibility beyond 2 meters nearly impossible. The density of this fog is overwhelming. Had it not been for the grass, we might not have reached this point, Shangwan Riyun mused, surprised by the strength of the toxins in this area. Once we exit this core region, we should be able to find our way out, Qin Chuan felt. But how much farther must we go? Shangwan Riyun expressed her discontent with the surroundings. The abundance of poisonous insects, ants, snakes, and peaks was alarming. Fortunately, with Qin Chuan by her side, who seemed to be the nemesis of these creatures, they were swiftly dealt with before any could strike. "Let us proceed this way." Utilizing his attunement to spiritual energy, Qin Chuan navigated towards areas of greater concentration. In such an environment, losing one's sense of direction could easily lead to disorientation. Coincidentally, Qin Chuan realized he was indeed lost within this fog. Something feels amiss. Qin Chuan vaguely recalled having traversed this area before. "What is the matter?" Shangwan Riyun inquired. "It seems we have lost our way," Qin Chuan replied. Chapter 63, The Forest of No Escape. "Are you suggesting we are lost?" Shangwan Riyun asked. Qin Chuan nodded, stating, "I am quite certain we have been here before, We have circled around. Should we change our direction? Shangwan Ruoyun proposed. It appears we have no choice. The mountains are steep and the forest dense, coupled with the thick fog obscuring our view. Discerning direction is exceedingly challenging. With no viable solutions at hand, they could only continue onward, leaving markers in hopes of finding an exit. Yet, as is often the case, reality defied their wishes. 2 hours later, Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruoyun found themselves back at the same spot. Gazing at the large cat-shaped stone marker they had placed, silence enveloped them. This large cat shape was modeled after Shun Gongbao's original form, yet it bore no resemblance whatsoever. After much wandering, they found themselves back at the starting point. What should we do? It seems we are truly trapped here. The two exchanged glances, while Shun Gongbao stared at them, wide-eyed in disbelief. Subsequently, Qin Chuan turned his gaze towards Shun Gongbao and remarked, "You, a great cat who has lived in the forest since childhood, have managed to get lost. How embarrassing." Shun Gongbao. How could misfortune befall him so unexpectedly? Enough, Qin Chuan. Do not make things difficult for Shun Gongbao. Su Guanyuan said as she and Qin Chuan sat on the ground, surveying the dense fog and forest around them, feeling somewhat at a loss. They were indeed lost. Could it be that they were giving up? It had only been a short while. Were they really not planning to continue? As long as they kept changing directions. I refuse to believe they couldn't find their way out of this forest. The woods are vast. How could they be so fortunate as to return to the same spot? After 2 hours of walking, I remained baffled by how they ended up back where they started. This forest must be exceedingly small if they could retrace their steps so easily. Bing Bing and her companions, seeing Qin Chuan trapped in the forest, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Yunnan, possessing rich wilderness survival experience, spoke up. There is no need for concern. It is impossible for a forest to be utterly inescapable. The reason Qin Chuan and the others returned to the same place is entirely normal. I have encountered similar situations. Once trapped in a forest for 3 days, traversing the same paths countless times, until I finally discerned a pattern. The intelligence of Qin Chuan and Su Guanyuan is evident. There is no cause for worry. Their pause is a moment of contemplation. They do not wish to expend energy retracing identical paths, so they are considering how best to proceed. I am confident they will soon seek alternative routes. Upon hearing this, Bing Bing found it quite reasonable. Moreover, the expressions of Qin Chuan and Su Guanyuan indeed reflected deep thought. She said, "It's merely a forest. Everyone should remain calm. It cannot confine them for long. With their cleverness, they will swiftly find a way out. So let us refrain from wild conjectures." Thanks to Bing Bing and her friends' reassurances, the netizens finally settled their nerves, acknowledging that getting lost in the wilderness is a common occurrence and thus not a cause for alarm. After all, aside from the disorientation, there were no other dangers in this forest, rendering their worries unnecessary. Qin Chuan was not devoid of solutions. He was simply fatigued and in need of rest. As for Su Guanyuan, she was indeed contemplating solutions, pondering how to escape this thicket. "Qin Chuan, I have thought of a few methods. Let us try them." Su Guanyuan suggested. "No rush. Let's fill our stomachs first," Qin Chuan replied, patting his belly, feeling hungry. "All right then." Su Guanyuan began preparing their meal. Once they had eaten their fill, she remarked, "We cannot afford to waste too much time here. Let us set off." Indeed, it is imperative to carefully assess the surrounding circumstances. Although Qin Chuan possesses methods, it is essential to survey the terrain to utilize them effectively. Thus, he continues to follow Shangwan Ruoyun in search of an escape route. As they proceed, they encounter no monsters, which alleviates their immediate troubles. However, this lack of creatures only heightens their sense of unease, for the absence of even a shadow of a beast is decidedly peculiar. It is entirely unreasonable, suggesting that greater dangers may await them. Consequently, they remain vigilant as they traverse the path. The forest is dense and lush, with a labyrinthine terrain that defies distinction. Many areas are utterly impassable. "Look, there is a mark on this tree that I made previously. We have passed this way," Shangwan Ruoyun exclaimed, noticing a mark on one of the trees. Indeed, they have retraced their steps. "Let us venture into the unmarked areas," she suggested. They proceeded toward the direction devoid of marks, leaving additional signs along the way to facilitate differentiation. Yet, after half an hour, they inexplicably found themselves back on the original path. "We have returned again," Shangwan Ruoyun lamented. They realized they were akin to individuals trapped within a circular disc. No matter how they moved, they inevitably returned to their starting point, a situation that was quite disconcerting. "Let us try once more," Qin Chuan proposed, continuing onward while Shangwan Ruoyun reluctantly followed. This time, they again navigated toward the unmarked forest, altering their direction whenever they encountered a marked path. An hour later, they discovered they had once more arrived at their original location. Indeed, Qin Chuan and his companion seemed ensnared within this place, having lingered so long without finding an exit. Could it be that this forest is an enigmatic trap? What nonsense. There are no ghosts here, Shangwan Ruiyun retorted. I firmly believe that Qin Chuan will find a way out. The online community naturally wished for their escape. However, some reveled in their predicament. This little imp has finally been ensnared. Splendid. As long as they remain trapped, our fortunate ones can surpass them. I hope this little imp never finds a way out. His strength is formidable, yet this forest cannot be conquered by mere might. With not a single monster in sight, they are destined to perish here, in the Forbidden Realm. Shangwan Ruiyun felt a tinge of irritation. They had been trapped for half a day with no progress whatsoever. Were they truly to perish in this place? Sister Shangwan, do not fret. We will find a way out, Qin Chuan reassured her nonchalantly. We cannot afford to waste any more time here. We must expedite our escape. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's spatial ring, which provided ample water and food, they would have long since perished from anxiety. Chapter 64, A Land of Bones. Am I not trying to devise a solution? Qin Chuan reassured her. You are devising a solution? Shangwan Ruiyun observed no semblance of contemplation upon Qin Chuan's visage and inquired. Have you arrived at a solution? Not yet. I must traverse a few more circles, Qin Chuan responded. More circles? Shangwan Ruiyun was speechless. Were it not for her understanding of Qin Chuan's exceptional nature, she might have doubted the sincerity of his jest. Is there truly a solution? Shangwan Ruiyun asked. Indeed. Trust me, we shall undoubtedly find our way out. At Qin Chuan's insistence, they once more ventured into the forest. As time elapsed, the daylight waned. Throughout the day, several fortunate individuals had discovered a few first-tier resource rewards. Yet to Qin Chuan, these first-tier resources held no allure whatsoever. However, for those nations, they were indeed a rare find. After all, not everyone possessed the strength and fortune akin to Qin Chuan's. Qin Chuan claims to have a solution, yet I fail to perceive it, one mused. I see only Qin Chuan reveling in the forest's beauty. Beyond that, I discern nothing. I believe in Qin Chuan. Since he professes a solution, there must be one. Qin Chuan is merely surveying the terrain. Don't you all comprehend that? Qin Chuan frequently brings forth miracles. So we should simply await the outcome. Another day slipped away, and none knew whether Qin Chuan had discerned an exit. Observing Qin Chuan carefree as he savored meat and frolicked with Shun Gongbao, more accurately, Shun Gongbao was being playfully tormented by Qin Chuan. They felt that he was utterly indifferent to their plight. Yet Shangwan Ruiyun was different. She genuinely yearned to escape, but found herself ensnared. We shall venture out tomorrow, Qin Chuan remarked before retiring for the night. Tomorrow? Shangwan Ruiyun was uncertain whether Qin Chuan had indeed discovered a means of escape. She had attempted countless methods that day, yet had been fortunate enough to find none effective. After midnight, an announcement regarding the Forbidden Zone appeared. Forbidden Zone announcement. The National Resource Ranking has commenced the distribution of resource rewards. First place in the reward resource ranking, Yanhuang Nation, gold resources at 30-fold. This resource reward has materialized in the Yanhuang Nation area. Second place in the reward resource ranking, Beautiful Nation, silver resources at 20-fold. Resource rewards have emerged in the Beautiful Nation area. Third place in the reward resource ranking, Eastern Island Nation, bronze resources at 10-fold. Resource rewards have appeared in the Eastern Island Nation area. The Forbidden Zone National Resource Ranking has been updated. Countdown, 7 days. Upon the release of this announcement, the world erupted once more. Has it truly been 7 days? It feels so swift. I never anticipated the national fortune had been activated for such an extended duration. At the outset, there were 300 fortunate individuals from various nations, totaling 900 souls. 7 days later, the number has dwindled to less than half. Indeed, more than half have perished. And as the peril escalates, many more are destined to meet the same fate. Yet, this is not the gravest concern. The demise of these fortunate individuals has led to the fragmentation of their nations, which is of paramount importance. Witnessing the tragic realities of these nations is profoundly disheartening. The reward for the first place is a bounty of golden resources, a truly remarkable prize. Given the staggering disparity of several hundred times that exists with the Yanhuang Nation, it is exceedingly challenging for individuals from other countries to surpass them. I fervently hope that Qin Chuan of the Yanhuang Nation remains forever ensnared within the forest. The envy for the 30-fold golden resources awarded to the first place is palpable. It surpasses the value of silver and bronze resources by a significant margin. Qin Chuan, you have once again enabled the nation to secure a 30-fold reward of golden resources. Shangwan Ruiyun lifted Qin Chuan and planted a fervent kiss on his small face. Such matters are trifling. Let us rest, for we must depart from here tomorrow. Nestled in Shangguan Ruyun's warm embrace, Qin Chuan succumbed to slumber. Many found it difficult to sleep that night, primarily due to the overwhelming disparity in the national resource rankings, which left them feeling wounded. The sole piece of good news was that Qin Chuan had become lost within the forest. The beautiful nation of Meili even took to Twitter to comment, wishing the fortunate ones of Yanhuang Nation remained forever trapped. Their desire for Qin Chuan to remain confined was unmistakable. On the following day, Qin Chuan awoke refreshed and invigorated from the soft embrace of Shangguan Ruyun. He cherished the feeling of sleeping beside her each day. After breakfast, Qin Chuan declared, "We can leave this place today. Have you truly found a way?" Shangguan Ruyun asked, somewhat astonished, as she had assumed Qin Chuan was merely speaking whimsically the day before. "Follow me," he instructed, leading her deeper into the thicket. He drew forth the cutting tiger sword and approached an area concealed by dense foliage. "What are you doing?" Shangguan Ruyun inquired with curiosity. "I am clearing a path." Upon finishing his words, Qin Chuan wielded the cutting tiger sword, unleashing a radiant golden light, then swept the sword horizontally. With a thunderous crash, the massive trees succumbed to his might. "Let us proceed." Qin Chuan confidently traversed through the forest. Shangguan Ruyun questioned, "Is this truly a viable method of escape? I observed yesterday and discerned a pattern. All the paths we had taken thus far led us in circles. Hence, no matter how long we wander within this forest, we cannot discover the correct route. Only by forging our own path can we genuinely depart from here." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ruyun felt it to be quite sensible. It indeed seemed to hold truth. "Regardless, we must endeavor to try." Immediately, Qin Chuan transformed into a lumberjack, cleaving the colossal trees that obstructed their way in twain. The livestream audience was momentarily at a loss for words. They had never anticipated that Qin Chuan's method from yesterday would manifest in such a manner. Witnessing Qin Chuan effortlessly sever these colossal trees, it became apparent that this technique was uniquely suited to him. Others, despite their intentions, lacked the strength to replicate it. However, after half an hour had passed, Shangguan Ruyun had yet to locate the trees she marked the previous day, indicating that this was indeed a new path. "Qin Chuan, you truly are remarkable. I never imagined you could devise such a solution," Shangguan Ruyun exclaimed in admiration. "Of course, I am quite formidable," Qin Chuan replied, brimming with pride. His endearing demeanor elicited laughter from countless netizens. Yet, no monstrous creature had emerged. After more than 40 minutes, Shangguan Ruyun noticed something ahead. "What is that? Let us investigate." Subsequently, they were met with a harrowing sight, a ground strewn with bones. These were the remains of monsters, yet the sheer quantity was bewildering. What had transpired in this place? Chapter 65. A vast grassland here. The ground was littered with remnants, various animal bones scattered about, resembling a hellish landscape. No one could fathom the events that had led to such a macabre scene, yet it was evident that this was far from a benevolent locale. Initially, they had assumed that this enchanted forest was devoid of monsters, yet the existence of these deceased creatures raised unsettling questions. How could so many monstrous corpses be found here? These beings had perished long ago. There was surely no cause for alarm. It was clear that some significant event had occurred in this area. As Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ruyun traversed the forest without encountering a single monster, it became increasingly improbable that any still lingered. The bones were desiccated. The events that led to their demise lost to time. "My goodness, look at that skeleton. How immense it is." The live stream viewers, upon glancing forward, were struck with astonishment. A massive skeletal structure loomed before them. Although many parts were fractured, it was unmistakably the remains of a gigantic beast. Have you ever beheld a creature towering dozens of meters high and stretching over 100 meters long? Before them lay a true embodiment of a monster. Countless viewers stared in horror at the spectacle. They began to speculate. If such colossal skeletal remains could be found in a forbidden zone, did it imply that equally gigantic monsters still resided there? Should one encounter a creature of such magnitude, what hope would humanity have? Could even the strongest of humans prevail against such a behemoth? This seemed utterly implausible. In the presence of such gargantuan monsters, retreat would be the only prudent course. They were reminded of the disparity between themselves and ants. In the face of such creatures, humanity was not much different from those diminutive insects. Heavens! How could such enormous monster remains exist in this world? You have stated that this is a skeletal remains. It remains uncertain whether this forbidden land still harbors such relics. The manner in which these creatures met their demise is unknown, yet they are collectively interred here. Upon witnessing these bones, one can truly grasp the insignificance of humanity. Previously, one could only fathom the existence of such monsters within the confines of cinema. never realizing that they were indeed real. One should be grateful that these creatures do not manifest on the planet of Zhuzhou. Otherwise, humanity would find itself bereft of any means of survival. Qin Chuan and Shangwan Riyun were equally taken aback by the colossal skeletal remains before them. How could such a gigantic creature inhabit this forbidden land? It is utterly terrifying. The mere thought of encountering one sends shivers down their spines. In the presence of these monsters, they appear diminutive, akin to toys at the mercy of their titanic forms. This is truly a monstrous version of a forbidden land. Exercise caution. I sense an ominous atmosphere here. Shangwan Ruoyun swallowed hard. Anyone confronted with such immense skeletal remains would find it impossible to remain composed. Additionally, they felt an invisible pressure weighing upon them, causing discomfort, as if their very spirits were under threat. It is the aura of mental oppression emanating from that skeletal remains. Qin Chuan's perception was keen, and he swiftly discerned that it was indeed the mental pressure radiating from the bones of that creature. It is merely a skeleton. How can it emit such psychic oppression? Shangwan Ruoyun pondered, perplexed. How could something so long deceased still possess such mental force? My perception is infallible. It is indeed emanating from it. Though I do not comprehend the phenomenon, it is an undeniable truth. Both were profoundly astonished. They had not anticipated that even a deceased monster's bones in this forbidden land could wield such formidable mental pressure. This forbidden realm is far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. The journey ahead would undoubtedly be more arduous, yet they had no choice but to proceed. Let us hasten our departure from this place. It feels quite unsettling. Shangwan Ruoyun grasped Qin Chuan's hand, urging him to move quickly. After traversing a mile, they felt the oppressive sensation lift from their chests. Glancing back, they could still see the remains of the colossal beast, and they noticed that the area emitted a faint glow, perhaps indicating that they had been enveloped by that very light, which had instigated their earlier discomfort. Announcement from the Forbidden Land. A lucky individual from Bear Country, a Giolina, has discovered the Star Forest. This resource will manifest in Bear Country with a tenfold reward. Another has acquired a resource, Shangwan Ruoyun murmured. Which direction shall we take? Qin Chuan surveyed the path ahead, noting the sparse vegetation. The once dense primeval forest had given way to ample sunlight. Moreover, as they ventured forward, the mist dissipated, signifying that they had entirely departed from the lost woods. Fortunately, they emerged from that dense forest, yet the realization that they had been wandering in circles filled them with a sense of trepidation. Shangwan Ruoyun sighed. As a special forces operative, if she found it arduous in this forbidden land, it was evident that others were faring no better. Let us head east, she proposed, where the trees were less dense. We should be able to find a relatively safe place to set up camp today. With Shangwan Ruoyun leading the way, Qin Chuan followed her towards the east. Remarkably, they had yet to encounter a single monster. Even Shen Gongbao sensed no traces of any creature's activity. The Forbidden Land could not possibly be this tranquil, much like the toxic fog forest they had previously traversed, suggesting that something extraordinary lurked within. After walking several kilometers, they stumbled upon a vast expanse before them, a grassland. Have we truly exited the original stone forest? Shangwan Ruoyun pondered, gazing ahead. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with white clouds, lush green grass, and wildflowers, evoking the sensation of stepping into a grand prairie. What a breathtaking sight! Qin Chuan exclaimed. This is my first time witnessing such an expansive grassland. In both his past life and this one, he had never set foot on a prairie, let alone one of such magnitude. The boundless beauty was overwhelming. It was no wonder that many yearned for a life on the grasslands. Such a picturesque scene would uplift anyone's spirits. Look, a grassland, he shouted in delight. Wow, our nation's fortunate souls have finally discovered a new map. Could it be that we have truly emerged from the primordial forest? Who could say? Perhaps another forest lay ahead. None possessed a map of the Forbidden Land, nor did they even know its true extent. What a beautiful grassland. If only we were on the Zhuzhou planet, I would certainly want to visit. Having finally made their way out, they hoped this grassland would bring them good fortune. Chapter 66. A surprising task, Big Cat. Let us take a tour. Shangwan Ruoyun and Qin Chuan once again mounted Shen Gongbao's back. As he galloped forward with great vigor, the unfolding scenery rushing past them. The fresh scent of wildflowers and the pure air filled their senses. Everything was simply delightful. The spiritual energy here had intensified. Qin Chuan noticed that the aura in this expanse surpassed that of the forest significantly. While this was a positive sign, it also bore potential dangers. He recalled the colossal beast they had encountered earlier. In places rich with spiritual energy, the creatures that could be nurtured therein would be increasingly formidable, heightening the risk. During their time in the primordial forest, they had only faced monsters of 3-star strength at most. However, The beast's carcass they had previously seen clearly exceeded that. As for the capabilities of monsters beyond 3 stars, Qin Chuan had yet to engage in combat with one, leaving him unable to draw any conclusions. What is that? As Shun Gongbao sped across the grassland for several kilometers, they spotted a peculiar stone structure in the distance, towering and unmistakably large. Thus, Qin Chuan called out, "Big cat. Go take a look over there." With the master's command, Shun Gongbao dared not hesitate and swiftly made his way in that direction. Upon their arrival, they were astonished to discover that what they had thought to be a colossal rock was, in fact, a massive stone tablet. This stone tablet was not only towering but also possessed an air of the uncanny, for it stood atop a square central altar, flanked by 4 statues on its sides. The stone carvings appeared ancient and of exceptional quality, their existence hinting at the passage of countless years, evoking a profound sense of antiquity. Surrounding the altar, the stone sculptures were peculiar in appearance, exuding a rustic charm. One depicted a figure with a human head and a serpent's body, clutching a stone, evoking thoughts of the primordial goddess Enwa, or perhaps an ancient race akin to Medusa. The second sculpture displayed a creature with a human head and a fish's body, resembling a mermaid, wielding a trident that Qin Chuan fancied might be the legendary trident of the sea god. Having watched numerous films, such assumptions were inevitable. The third sculpture portrayed a being with a human head and a wolf's body, standing upright and bearing a massive wolf's tooth club upon its shoulder, likely representing a werewolf, a frequent character in Western mythology. The final statue featured a figure adorned with delicate wings, crowned like a queen, and holding a bow and arrows, strikingly reminiscent of an elf. At this sight, Qin Chuan pondered aloud. Could it be that this altar was constructed by these 4 races? Perhaps. For the age of this construction was wholly unknown. There might even be traces of human activity long past. Such an altar surely bore the mark of human craftsmanship, suggesting that humanity once inhabited this place, or at the very least, an intelligent race. It was conceivable that one of the races represented by the statues could have been responsible for its creation. Nevertheless, upon gazing at the towering stone tablet that soared into the heavens, they found themselves somewhat at a loss for words. This tablet was undeniably colossal, towering above them, perhaps no less than 100 meters in height. It was evident that humans could not have constructed such a grand edifice. Yet, what purpose could such a monumental stone serve? Was it intended for worship? This could very well be the work of the 4 races, which seemed rather disparate and unrelated. Why were they immortalized in the corners of this altar? It appeared as though they were guardians or suppressors of something. Did this stone tablet possess further functions? Surely not. It was merely a grand stone tablet. The 2 circled the altar and eventually discovered a smaller stone tablet at the back, measuring 2 meters wide and 3 meters high, which bore instructions on how to utilize the grand tablet. It read, "The first level of the Forbidden Zone, the Thunderous Tablet. Only by completing the tasks associated with the tablet and illuminating its entirety can one unlock the entrance to the second level of the Forbidden Zone." Upon reading this, both were momentarily rendered speechless. The stone tablet turned out to be the key, or rather, the gateway to the second area of the Forbidden Zone. Subsequently, they continued to examine it and discovered that it contained a task list, which stated that the list would refresh daily. Each individual could only accept 1 task, and once a task was claimed, it would be locked, preventing others from taking it. Each task was unique. The method to unlock the second layer of the Forbidden Zone was surprisingly simple. By completing 100 tasks, the heavenly tablet would transform into a portal, allowing them to enter the second layer seamlessly. It became evident that the Forbidden Zone was stratified. The place they occupied was merely the first layer. The first layer had already inflicted grievous losses upon the fortunate ones, and half of the nations on the Jiuzhou planet had suffered immeasurable devastation. The most alarming aspect was that natural disasters persisted, and if this continued, the nations would indeed be on the brink of annihilation. If the first layer was so terrifying and arduous, what horrors awaited them in the second descent? They had not anticipated that this tablet, known as the Trembling Sky Tablet, was merely a passageway rather than a prison for some monstrous creature. The nature of the second layer of the Forbidden Zone remained a mystery, yet curiosity stirred within them. If the first layer was already so dreadful, the second layer would surely be even more fearsome. 100 tasks? The 2 of them fell silent. Pondering how long it would take to accomplish such a feat, they decided to examine the contents of the tasks. Qin Chuan glanced at the task details. Tasks: 1. Slay a 2-star bronze blood wolf and retrieve its beast core. Reward: a 2-star weapon. 2. Collect 10 blue flame flowers, ensuring they are uprooted without damage. Reward: fire-type ability. 3. Gather 10 3-star beast cores. Reward: 10 strength. 4. Challenge the guardian beast king of the first layer of the Forbidden Zone, possessing 3-star silver strength. Surviving for 10 minutes counts as a success, and if defeated, the reward is a 3-star cultivation technique. 5. Find 10 pieces of Tai stone, each larger than a fist. Reward, a 3-star defensive armor. There were 10 tasks in total, each distinct, and an individual could only accept one task at a time. Upon accepting a task, a general direction would be provided, yet the final outcome still depended on one's own capabilities. Upon seeing this task list, the group was once again astonished. Goodness! Tasks have even appeared. One exclaimed. It feels as though this resembles an online game, akin to watching them play. Indeed, it was a game of national fortunes, wagering the entirety of a nation. Chapter 67. The Reward of Powerful Mental Fortitude. This was indeed a task. Shangwan Riyun could hardly believe that this small stone tablet, akin to a computer screen, could refresh tasks, leaving her utterly astonished. This task is imperative. The gateway to the second level shall inevitably be unlocked. The sooner one undertakes the task, the greater the rewards amassed. Every item here evokes anticipation. However, Qin Chuan sighed and remarked, the rewards here are utterly worthless. Shangwan Riyun was momentarily taken aback. The audience in the live stream was equally stunned, gazing at Qin Chuan in disbelief. What did he just say? He dares to declare that the rewards are mere trash? Oh my! Each reward here could send them into a frenzy, yet in Qin Chuan's eyes, they are nothing but rubbish. Their morale was severely impacted by his harsh words. They are only worthy of looking at refuse. Qin Chuan's statement was quite hurtful. Those items were undeniably formidable, yet he seemed to dismiss them with disdain. Let us not fault Qin Chuan. He is merely a child, unable to discern the value of these rewards. How could someone so astute be unaware? Surely, every reward here would make us envious. How could Qin Chuan refer to them as garbage? The weapons, the abilities, the cultivation techniques, each one is tantalizing. Yet, Qin Chuan possesses that weapon and seems to have long mastered the cultivation techniques, even wielding skills like the thunder curse and sword control. It is only natural for him to be indifferent. Hearing you say that makes it seem valid, yet I still feel wounded. Sister Shangwan, why don't you select a task first? We can complete it together, which would be quicker. While Qin Chuan might not value the rewards, for Shangwan Riyun, they could significantly enhance her strength. Weapons aren't my immediate need. I already possess the 3-star luminous armor Qin Chuan gifted me, and he has taught me the cultivation techniques. What I currently lack is a formidable means of offense. After pondering briefly, Shangwan Riyun instantly chose the second task. Then I shall opt to collect the blue flame flower. I am quite curious about this fire-type ability. She tapped the task on the stone tablet, and subsequently, the entire Forbidden Zone announced. Forbidden Zone announcement. The fortunate one of Yin Huang, Shangwan Riyun, has successfully activated the task stone tablet leading to the second level of the Forbidden Zone. As a reward, the collective spiritual strength of the Yin Huang populace is increased by 1, and Shangwan Riyun herself receives a bronze-level lottery draw. Shangwan Riyun was left astounded. Qin Chuan was equally taken aback. The fortunate souls within the Forbidden Zone were bewildered. The entire livestream audience was astonished for quite some time. Who could have anticipated that there would be rewards for this? Indeed, this Forbidden Zone continually offers delightful surprises, keeping them in a state of perpetual astonishment. Wow! Sister Shangwan is truly remarkable. She has finally secured a reward for Yin Huang. My goodness, this is a reward that benefits the entire Yin Huang populace. Truly impressive. By the way, what does a spiritual strength of 1 signify? I feel as though I have suddenly gained insight. Things I could not grasp before now seem to resonate. I too have noticed a remarkable enhancement in my memory. Could it be that this is the benefit of mental power level 1? I feel my mind has become considerably more agile, granting me a new perspective on many issues. You may find it hard to believe, but some individuals in our psychiatric hospital have astonishingly recovered. I have discovered my capacity to create superior works has significantly increased. What an epiphany! How did I solve this problem so swiftly? I have also realized that I have become more astute. The entirety of Yin Huang has erupted with excitement. At this moment, everyone has reaped the rewards, as if their minds have suddenly become more intelligent. Previously perplexing matters are now swiftly resolved. Even many individuals suffering from mental disorders have begun to resemble normal individuals. The advantages of mental power level 1 are indeed immense. This time, everyone is immensely grateful to Shangwan Riyun. She has bestowed upon the entire nation a tremendous benefit, while Qin Chuan has also contributed positively to Yin Huang. Only a select few have benefited from his efforts. In contrast, Shangwan Riyun has genuinely gifted the entire populace a precious boon. The floodgates of understanding have opened, enabling the brilliant to become even more enlightened. Problems that confound numerous scientists have, astonishingly, found their direction in an instant. With further exploration, success is tantalizingly close. This is especially a monumental blessing for young children. They are still in their formative years, yet they too benefit from this reward of mental power. I believe that as they mature, they will surpass their peers in intelligence. Given that Yinhuang is already a populous nation, their growth will yield an intangible wealth. Splendid work. Yang Jingyi, the director of the National Security Bureau, could not help but extol her virtues once more, fully aware of the preciousness of this reward. It brings the nation an invaluable and intangible wealth. Upon her return, she must be duly honored, greatly honored. We have witnessed her efforts firsthand, and the gift she has presented to the nation is monumental. Both Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruyun have made significant contributions to the country. Yinhuang is now beginning to operate under the auspices of the resources awarded, and once the subsequent resources are harvested, the fortune of Yinhuang will reach an unprecedented pinnacle. They firmly believe in the capabilities of Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruyun. The entire nation has faith in them, and they have never disappointed. Bingbing, Yunnan, Longweigua, and others have naturally sensed the refreshing clarity in their minds, invigorating their spirits and making them feel remarkably revitalized. I trust everyone has felt the benefits of mental power level 1, akin to a certain shackle in the brain being released, leaving one feeling rejuvenated. As many confusions suddenly become crystal clear, the fortune of our nation can bestow boundless benefits upon us, both for the country and the individual. In this national fortune, our two fortunate individuals have performed exceptionally well. They are our heroes, our idols, and the embodiments of the ideals we aspire to emulate. When Bingbing spoke, it united the hearts of the entire nation. Her words ignited a fervor in the live broadcast studio. The palpable experiences they shared deepened their belief that the duo would continue to bestow upon them greater benefits. They rallied in support, knowing they were not fighting alone. Behind them stood countless people from Yinhuang, cheering and encouraging their endeavors. Chapter 68. Spatial Abilities. What is this? There are rewards? Upon hearing the announcement from the Forbidden Zone, Shangwan Ruyun was utterly bewildered. Had she truly earned a reward so effortlessly? Congratulations, Sister Shangwan, Qin Chuan exclaimed as he hurried forward to offer his congratulations. Shangwan Ruyun beamed with excitement. Since entering the Forbidden Zone, she had toiled diligently, yearning to secure a resource reward for her homeland. This was not only her mission but a duty she embraced as a soldier. Unexpectedly, after struggling in the forest with no results, she had acquired a reward in such an unanticipated manner. The benefits of mental strength level 1 coursed through her body. In the next moment, Shangwan Ruyun realized her mind had become clearer and more perceptive, as if her understanding of many concepts had deepened. Particularly, the cultivation techniques that Qin Chuan had imparted to her suddenly clicked, and she grasped their intricacies with remarkable clarity. Is this what mental strength level 1 entails? It is astonishingly powerful, allowing me to comprehend so much instantaneously. Shangwan Ruyun had never imagined that mental strength level 1 could be so formidable, enabling her to attain such insights. However, for Qin Chuan, mental strength level 1 held little significance. After all, the attributes of the character he portrayed, the magical child NEZHA, had already transcended the ordinary by countless measures. Even with NEZHA's level 29 physical attributes, his physical prowess was unparalleled among mortals. It seems this mental strength is not particularly useful, Qin Chuan remarked casually. The entire audience in the studio was taken aback. They had personally experienced the benefits of mental strength level 1, a truly extraordinary ability, yet in Qin Chuan's eyes, it appeared to bear little weight. Just how powerful was Qin Chuan? He seemed to regard this reward with indifference. Even Shangwan Ruyun was left in a daze, though she understood the extent of Qin Chuan's capabilities. Sister Shangwan, it's time for the draw. Let us see what splendid items you can obtain. Qin Chuan promptly reminded her. The draw, yes. I still have one draw left. Shangwan Ruyun exclaimed as she began the lottery. 10 packages of equal size materialized, each radiating a bronze hue. She randomly selected one, and a beam of light immediately surged into her body. Congratulations on obtaining the basic spatial ability. Upon witnessing the expression of Shangwan Ruyun, everyone in the live broadcast room was filled with curiosity about what she had received, as her astonishment was palpable. What could Shangwan Ruyun have obtained? Please, reveal it quickly. My anticipation is mounting. Why have I not seen anything materialize in her hands? Typically, prizes appear following a lottery, unless it pertains to a supernatural ability. The previous fortunate individuals who had drawn supernatural powers seamlessly integrated them into their beings. Hence I am convinced this too must be a form of extraordinary ability. I wonder which type of power Shangwan Ruyun has drawn. Could it be the manipulation of flames, or perhaps the control of water? I genuinely hope she has acquired the ability to command thunder and lightning. Surely such luck is improbable. Lightning abilities are likely far more precious than the elemental powers, making it nearly impossible to attain them so effortlessly. Regardless of how much you discuss it, it is futile. Miss Shangwan cannot see your comments. Shangwan, what have you drawn? Qin Chuan inquired with palpable curiosity. It's a spatial ability, Shangwan Ruoyun responded. At this moment, her emotions were in turmoil. A spatial ability is an exceedingly rare power. Oh, Qin Chuan replied, but he quickly regained his composure. Initially shocked, he exclaimed, "What? A spatial ability?" "Indeed, it is a spatial ability," Shangwan Ruoyun affirmed with certainty. Everyone in the live broadcast room was utterly astonished. They had indeed drawn supernatural powers, yet no one had anticipated it to be a spatial ability. To possess mastery over space is an exceedingly rare gift, far surpassing even the elemental powers. Incredible. Shangwan Ruoyun is remarkable. Should anyone claim that Miss Shangwan's luck pales in comparison to Qin Chuan's, I shall be the first to contest that assertion. The heavens have favored Yin Huang. Who would have thought Shangwan Ruoyun would draw a spatial ability? This is undeniably fortuitous news. It is astonishing that such a power could be attained. Truly, it is a boon from our nation. International netizens remarked in disbelief. No way, a spatial ability has emerged. Initially, we believed our lucky ones would be fortunate to draw a fire-based ability, yet Yin Huang has unexpectedly produced a spatial power, which is simply overwhelming. Yin Huang is cheating. One Qin Chuan was not enough. Now, even Shangwan Ruoyun is exhibiting such extraordinary prowess. I vehemently protest. This is indeed unfair. The two individuals from Yin Huang are evidently far more powerful than our nation's lucky ones. I seriously suspect that this national fortune event was orchestrated by Yin Huang. We demand that Yin Huang compensate our nation for all losses incurred since the onset of this fortune, and they must publicly repent to the world. We must boycott Yin Huang. They must not be allowed to progress further. In the face of the envy and resentment from abroad, the people of Yin Huang simply smiled. They relish witnessing the frustration of those who wish to vanquish them, yet find themselves utterly powerless. This phenomenon is known as a sense of superiority. They have long transcended the reach of other nations. They could only look down, and in the future, they would not even have the privilege to gaze upwards. This confidence stemmed from the fortune of Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruoyun. Congratulations to Sister Shangwan. This extraordinary ability is no trifling matter. In the future, Sister Shangwan will no longer require Qin Chuan's protection. Qin Chuan sincerely rejoiced for Shangwan Ruoyun. She lifted him up in her arms, proclaiming, "All of this is thanks to our little Qin Chuan. Sister Shangwan, I am eager to witness the power of spatial abilities," Qin Chuan expressed. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream fell silent, each wishing to behold the might of spatial powers. I have just merged with it. My ability is still weak, and I am uncertain if I can succeed. Everything requires extensive training and application, especially abilities like these, which demand a long time to master in order to unleash their true potential. You can do it, Sister Shangwan. Qin Chuan encouraged her. Shangwan Ruoyun moved to an open space, closed her eyes, and, following the method in her mind, connected with the spatial force within her. An energy materialized around her. Whoosh! In an instant, Shangwan Ruoyun vanished, reappearing 2 meters ahead. As it was her first use of spatial abilities, her body became unbalanced, causing her to tumble onto the grass. Oh no! Shangwan Ruoyun found herself face down in the grass, taken aback by such an outcome during her initial attempt at using her powers. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream could not help but burst into laughter. What an adorable way to fall. I never expected our beautiful sister would have such a day. It's simply charming. I was just drinking water and ended up spraying it all over the gentleman across from me. What a powerful ability. Though she couldn't control it well. This must be teleportation. I wish I could possess such a skill. It's so cool. Even when she falls. Sister Shangwan has such personality. Are you alright, Sister Shangwan? Qin Chuan stifled his laughter and approached her. Shangwan Ruoyun spat out the grass from her mouth, looked up at Qin Chuan, and said, "If you want to laugh, feel free to do so." Haha. Qin Chuan burst into laughter. Infuriated, Shangwan Ruoyun playfully swatted at Qin Chuan's backside, but he quickly dodged. "You can't catch me," he teased, making a face before running away. "Still dare to run? Let me show you what I can do." Shangwan Ruoyun sprang to her feet and chased after Qin Chuan. The sounds of their playful antics echoed across the grassland, bringing smiles to the audience. In the midst of the perilous live stream, this was the only scene that brought them joy. Afterward, the two approached the mission stone tablet. Previously, Shangwan Ruoyun had merely activated the tablet's quest, but had not yet accepted it. They each took their turn to accept the mission, with Shangguan Ruoyun clicking on the tasks displayed on the stone tablet. Upon accepting their respective tasks, Qin Chuan was assigned the collection of 10 Star Beast cores, promising a reward of 10 units of strength. Following this, the mission stone tablet refreshed with new tasks, one offering skill rewards and the other a spatial ring. The spatial ring task was indeed appealing. However, only one task could be claimed at a time. Shangguan Ruoyun admired the spatial ring, noting its convenience, as Qin Chuan already possessed one. Given that no one was likely to arrive here imminently, they could hasten their efforts to seize all the task rewards for themselves. Qin Chuan spoke with confidence, his words devoid of jest. If they faced such difficulty in reaching this place, the chances of others succeeding were slim. Although there were 900 fortunate individuals, the populace of the entire 9 continents planet was aware that the current inhabitants numbered less than half. Apart from a select few possessing the strength for self-preservation, the rest were struggling for survival, potentially facing demise at any moment. To reach the task stone tablet, they would need to traverse the toxic fog forest and the misty forest. Currently, none but Qin Chuan could achieve this. Observers from abroad gazed enviously at the rewards displayed on the task stone tablet, expressing their frustration. What are our fortunate ones doing? If they do not hurry to the task tablet, those rewards may be claimed by the people of Yanhuang. They perceived Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ruoyun's advance as unfair, suspecting they knew the route through perilous territories while others fought for survival. There were calls for a protest regarding the lack of communication with the fortunate ones, lamenting the missed opportunity to share vital information. Damn it, Qin Chuan intends to monopolize those task rewards. He is exceedingly selfish. Why don't you all strengthen yourselves more quickly? They pleaded. Presently, the only known method to gain strength involved searching for resources to trigger a lottery, potentially yielding abilities or items for enhancement. They hoped the tasks on the stone tablet would not be overly simplistic. Upon accepting their missions, a prompt appeared in their minds. Shangguan Ruoyun's notice indicated, grow in a sunlit location, such as mountaintops or cliffs. Qin Chuan received a warning. Powerful monsters abound 10 kilometers beyond the grassland. Exercise caution, as these creatures are both formidable and cunning. Seeing these prompts, Shangguan Ruoyun expressed her frustration. Where am I supposed to find these? Don't worry. My task has a broad scope. It seems there will be no monsters within 10 kilometers of this grassland. Creating a sort of safe zone, Qin Chuan reassured her. Safe zone? Shangguan Ruoyun queried, somewhat perplexed. The task prompt suggests that we may need to search beyond a 10-kilometer radius. Qin Chuan inquired, why the long face? What does the task prompt indicate? Shangguan Ruoyun replied, the prompt states that the blue flame flower thrives in sunlit areas, such as mountaintops and cliffs. Given the current surroundings, it seems we must venture quite far to find it. This vast plain offers no hills, let alone high mountains or cliffs. Which direction shall we take? Qin Chuan asked. Let us choose any direction. After all, we are unaware of what lies around us. However, before we proceed, it would be wise to sketch a map. It may prove useful. Shangguan Ruoyun produced a pen and paper, drawing a circle with a stone monument at its center to represent the location of the task marker. Subsequently, the two headed southward towards the monument. With the assistance of their steed, the Xinguang leopard, the 10-kilometer journey felt rather short to them. As they rode across the grassland, they soon reached the 10-kilometer mark, and before them lay a stunning sight. The two exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's disbelief. Before them unfolded 2 contrasting worlds, one side adorned with lush green grass and a cerulean sky, while the other revealed a desolate landscape of yellow earth and towering mountains, interspersed with only a few patches of greenery. It was as if they had stumbled upon 2 entirely distinct realms. This place was indeed peculiar. The grassland resembled an oasis amidst a desert. Such an extraordinary phenomenon could only occur in a forbidden zone. Qin Chuan's earlier words rang true. Within the confines of this grassland, a safe haven existed, while beyond lay an entirely different reality. The grassland boasted blue skies and white clouds, contrasting sharply with the tumultuous winds and yellow dust that awaited them outside. It was hard to believe that these 2 extremes coexisted within the same area. The forbidden zone was indeed remarkable. They were left to wonder what dangers lurked beyond, hoping for the good fortune of both Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ruoyun. Chapter 70. The black wind rages despite the stark differences between the safe zone and the outside world. The two, bold and undeterred, mounted the Xinguang leopard and ventured forth into the unknown. The winds howled ferociously, an entirely different atmosphere enveloping them as swirling sands filled the air, making it feel as though they had entered another realm. I detest this wind, Shangguan Ruoyun remarked. Indeed, it is quite bothersome. Even my hairstyle has been ruined. Qin Chuan replied. Let us explore. There must be monsters lurking about. They urged the Xinguang leopard towards a distant peak. Though the winds raged violently, the leopard, being a creature of the wind itself, was little affected, maintaining its swift pace toward the mountain. The terrain here undulates and twists, with countless little hills dotting the landscape. However, the formidable Xingongbao possesses the strength of a third-tier warrior. Even with 2 individuals on his back, he can effortlessly leap to heights of 3 to 4 meters, bounding from one hillside to another with ease. Countless viewers, captivated by the live broadcast of the two, felt as though they had transported themselves to the Lust Plateau, entering an entirely different realm. The dust here is overwhelming, swirling clouds of yellow earth engulfing the surroundings, painting the world in hues of ochre. Lust is the sole essence of this place, and even a few blades of green grass are mercilessly buried beneath it. The howling wind intensifies, resembling the onslaught of a typhoon, significantly affecting Xingongbao's speed. A dark storm looms in the distance, prompting Shangwan Ruyun to exclaim, "We have ventured out at an inopportune time, encountering this fierce wind. We must find shelter and wait for it to pass." Qin Chuan nodded, patting Xingongbao's back. "Did you hear that, big cat? Find a safe spot to take cover." Xingongbao immediately nodded and began to move, only to halt abruptly. "A safe place? Where's that?" Xingongbao stood there, bewildered. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Are you confused, big cat? Find a safe place, did you hear me? Why aren't you moving?" Xingongbao protested. "Where's a safe place? This is my first time here. How would I know where it is? Perhaps we should head back." Just as Qin Chuan was about to scold Xingongbao, who remained stubbornly still, Shangwan Ruyun suddenly pointed to a distant location, saying, "Let us go there." Xingongbao, relieved, dashed towards it. This was a yellow lush ridge, and upon arriving, they found themselves atop the slope, about 10 meters above a long, winding dirt path below. "Xingongbao, let us go down," Qin Chuan urged. Xingongbao leapt down, sliding down the yellow earth with all 4 limbs, akin to a slide, reaching the base of the slope. "There seems to be a cave over there. Quickly," Shangwan Ruyun urged. Understanding her intent, Xingongbao swiftly reached the foot of the slope and discovered a cave approximately 3 meters high. They immediately crawled inside. To their astonishment, the cave was vast. While the entrance was narrow, it opened into a large chamber after several meters. "I can't believe how spacious this is," they remarked, although slightly dim. Both possessed keen eyesight and surveyed their surroundings, discovering nothing unusual, as if it were a naturally formed cavern. They dismounted from Xingongbao's back, recognizing that the fierce winds outside would not subside anytime soon, and began to examine their environment. They retrieved flashlights and illuminated the area, eager to uncover any further discoveries. The result? They truly stumbled upon something remarkable: human remains. The 2 individuals beheld the desiccated skeleton nestled in the corner. The remains were incomplete, missing a hand and a foot. Both were astonished. Someone had once inhabited this place. They had presumed themselves to be the first to set foot here. Yet the presence of these bones unequivocally indicated that they were mere latecomers. Where exactly were they? It was unmistakably human remains, leaving them to ponder whether others had once lived in this locale. Perhaps they had underestimated the complexities of this national fortune game. Or it was possible that other humans still resided here, their existence uncertain or perhaps long departed. Shangwan Ruyun's thoughts soared. She sensed that this national fortune game was far from simple. It was conceivable that this place had previously been home to others, or that prior iterations of national fortune games had taken place before them. "Sister Shangwan, I can't believe someone died here," Qin Chuan remarked, curiously approaching the skeleton, even giving it a gentle kick, embodying the essence of a curious child. "Qin Chuan," Shangwan Ruyun exclaimed, pulling him back. His mischief was excessive, even toying with bones of the deceased. Pouting, Qin Chuan expressed his dissatisfaction. He merely wished to ascertain the nature of bones after death. "We must wait for the external black winds to cease," Shangwan Ruyun replied. Oh, Qin Chuan seemed unfazed, for to him, it mattered little where they were. He retrieved his invisible tent and food from his spatial ring, anticipating Shangwan Ruyun's culinary skills. However, upon observing her digging a hole, he was perplexed. "Sister Shangwan, what are you doing?" he inquired curiously. "Since we have encountered it, we ought to bury it. We do not know how long we will remain here, and it would be cleaner to inter the remains," she answered. The soil was loose, and before long, Shangwan Ruyun had buried the remains and began preparing a meal for Qin Chuan, subsequently entering into her cultivation practice. Bored, Qin Chuan wandered outside. Witnessing the tumultuous black winds swirling, dust rising, it seemed the winds would not dissipate swiftly. "If only I possessed NEZHA's full power, I would not fear this dreadful weather," he mused before retreating to the cave, falling into a deep slumber. Having taken refuge in the cave, they remained uncertain of when the black winds would abate. For Qin Chuan, the other fortunate ones would not arrive here anytime soon. Encountering such weather was an unfortunate circumstance, and no matter how strong one could not oppose the forces of nature. Meanwhile, other fortunate individuals from different nations were desperately searching for food and safe havens. Even those seeking resources had to do so stealthily and with utmost caution, for a single misstep could cost them their lives. Chapter 71. Come and strike me. Scorpion, a day had passed in a daze, and by the next morning, the two emerged from the cave, inhaling the fresh air outside. The ominous black wind had finally dissipated. Shangwan Ruiyun stretched her hand, feeling as if she were witnessing the sun for the first time after being cooped up in the cave. A few fortunate souls had discovered resource rewards yesterday, which was undoubtedly good news for humanity. Despite their efforts, they could never catch up with the resources of Qin Chuan and his companions, so there was little to worry about. The weather here was exceedingly arid. Qin Chuan gazed outside, noting the sweltering climate, reminiscent of a place where rain had not fallen for an entire year. As far as the eye could see, there were yellow earth mountains and swirling dust. Great cat, let us depart, Qin Chuan called out, and Shun Gongbao promptly approached, kneeling before them as if welcoming an emperor. Once they were seated upon his back, he galloped away. As Shangwan Ruiyun walked, she observed her surroundings, making rough sketches of the mountains and terrain in her notebook to prepare for the future. However, within a few minutes, Qin Chuan sensed something beneath the ground and quickly patted Shun Gongbao. Great cat, there's something underground. Be cautious. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a monstrous creature erupted from the yellow earth, launching an attack on Shun Gongbao. Fortunately, with Qin Chuan's warning, Shun Gongbao swiftly dodged the assault. The creature's attack came from a long tail, resembling a whip, dark and sinister, with barbed ends that were crimson and appeared to be venomous. Nevertheless, the pincers of the earth-black scorpion were formidable, possessing significant offensive power. The yellow earth began to tremble violently, and within a 3-meter radius. The ground shook as the creature, having failed in its ambush, began to reveal itself. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that this creature resembled a scorpion, albeit vastly larger than any ordinary scorpion. After scrutinizing it, they gleaned information about the monster. Monster name: Earth-black scorpion. Quality: none. Strength rating: 3 stars. Talents: venom, defense, strength. It was a 3-star monster. How splendid! Qin Chuan felt elated upon seeing the creature, for it was indeed his target. He leaped over 3 meters, lightly landing atop a small hill, and addressed the monster from his elevated position. Since you seek death, I shall graciously grant your wish. Qin Chuan, be careful, Shangwan Ruiyun cautioned, her eyes fixed on the creature's menacing appearance, particularly its venomous tail, which seemed quite formidable. Understood. Qin Chuan nodded, preparing for a grand battle. The viewers in the live stream room were invigorated. It had been a while since they had seen Qin Chuan engage in combat, and they could not afford to miss this splendid opportunity. As news of the monstrous presence in Qin Chuan spread across the internet, the number of viewers in the live stream began to swell. Rather than witnessing other fortunate souls being mercilessly tormented by these creatures, the audience preferred to observe Qin Chuan as he dispatched them. Bing Bing gazed in awe at the colossal beast before her, likening it to an oversized version of the king scorpion. As evident, this creature was yet another 3-star monstrosity, a new species, and its profile revealed it to possess formidable destructive power. Its venomous tail could undoubtedly pierce steel, and the toxicity it bore was alarming. One could only hope that our Qin Chuan would evade its lethal sting. The earth-black scorpion boasted 3 innate abilities: venom, defense, and strength, clearly marking it as a formidable adversary. From my estimation, this creature was not significantly weaker than a 3-star bronze-level beast. Through Bingbing's commentary, the audience gained a clearer understanding of the earth-black scorpion's attributes, eager to see how Qin Chuan would tackle such a challenging foe. The creature appeared quite formidable, its body resembling a suit of armor, indicative of its robust defenses. I noted that this beast was not much inferior to the bronze-level creatures Qin Chuan had previously encountered, though I was curious as to why it did not possess a bronze classification. Perhaps geographical factors played a role. The surrounding grasslands seemed reminiscent of a dungeon. Indeed, your description is fitting. There might be powerful entities concealed within these realms. Had anyone else faced this challenge, they would surely have faltered. However, in the presence of our prodigious Qin Chuan, the creature was destined for misfortune. Qin Chuan had effortlessly vanquished 3-star bronze monsters, and against a creature that had yet to attain bronze quality, spectators believed he would prevail with ease. Without delay, Qin Chuan sprang into action. He hurtled towards the earth-black scorpion like a bullet, moving with such swiftness that the beast had no time to react before being slammed into its hardened exoskeleton. The impact resonated with a dull thud, akin to a strike against steel. Remarkably resilient. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Delivering a series of powerful blows to the scorpion's body, each attack echoing with a resounding crash. The earth-black scorpion screeched in fury, its massive pincers snapping towards Qin Chuan. Yet, Qin Chuan's reflexes were extraordinary. Regardless of how the scorpion attacked, it could not land a blow on him, inciting the creature's wrath even further. The earth-black scorpion could not permit Qin Chuan to toy with it from atop its back. It unleashed its venomous tail and pincers in a desperate assault. But Qin Chuan merely leapt backward, landing safely on the ground. His demeanor remained casual, clearly indicating that he was not taking the encounter seriously. He appeared to be toying with the beast. "Come on, big scorpion. Try to hit me. Your pincers can't touch me," Qin Chuan taunted, deriding the creature while sticking out his tongue in mockery, relishing in its futile attempts to strike him. The Earth's black scorpion was filled with rage. Having been scorned by a mere human, it was determined to make Qin Chuan pay. Its 4 pairs of antennae swiftly crawled towards him, and its formidable pincers descended without hesitation. Bang! The ground caved in, dust billowing into the air. Qin Chuan leaped up, a joyful laugh escaping his lips. "Ha ha! You can't hit me. You're so foolish, big scorpion. I'm right here." The Earth's black scorpion struck again with ferocity. Bang! Qin Chuan evaded once more, deriding the creature. "Clumsy scorpion, where are your eyes? I'm right here." Boom! Bang! 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 A series of resounding impacts followed as the Earth's black scorpion relentlessly attacked, yet all it received in return was Qin Chuan's merciless mockery, his voice ringing out after each failed strike. The scorpion felt a pang of sorrow. Why couldn't it land a blow on this pesky child? Chapter 72. An unexpected conclusion. The scorpion's condition appeared dire, showing signs of fatigue and panting heavily. Observers noted Qin Chuan's antics and recognized the familiar playfulness of a 4-year-old child who was indulging in the thrill of the game. They reminisced about their own childhoods, recalling how, at 4, they were content to play in the mud or tease kittens and puppies. Yet here was Qin Chuan, engaging with a formidable monster, exhausting even a 3-star creature. The key point was that this monster was utterly powerless against him. Such was the measure of strength. Without power, would anyone dare to play in such a manner? The disparity in abilities was glaringly evident. In their eyes, Qin Chuan was a child of the divine, a little deity. Monsters ought to fear him, and the facts confirmed this. "Keep going," Qin Chuan's captivating voice echoed. In the hearts of many, a profound sense of sorrow arose. There was nothing more pitiful than being urged to attack, only to find oneself unable to land a blow, and yet being compelled to continue. How humiliating for a monster. At the very least, the Earth's black scorpion could no longer bear the shame and decisively turned to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" the crowd exclaimed. "Little master hasn't dismissed you." Having finally found a worthy plaything, there was no way Qin Chuan would allow it to escape. Like a flash of lightning, he leaped onto the scorpion's poisonous stinger. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. "Holy cow! Qin Chuan, don't scare me like that. That's the poisonous stinger of a scorpion. Be careful." What was Qin Chuan planning? Had he truly ventured onto the stinger? Was he daring to play with poison? A bold thought crossed their minds. Perhaps Qin Chuan intended to extract that stinger. If that were the case, it would be quite ruthless indeed. Yet strangely, they found themselves intrigued. Shangguan Ryun was equally startled by Qin Chuan's audacity, urgently calling out, "Qin Chuan, take care. Don't get poisoned." The preceding scene has already demonstrated that the Earth-black scorpion posed no threat in Qin Chuan's eyes. Thus he allowed Qin Chuan to engage with it at his leisure. However, the records clearly indicate that this Earth-black scorpion possesses lethal venom. Qin Chuan is indeed formidable, yet this toxin cannot be evaded merely through strength. Consequently, Shangguan Ryun was understandably alarmed, fearing that Qin Chuan might inadvertently come into contact with the venom, which would lead to dire complications. Qin Chuan, casting a reassuring smile in Shangguan Ryun's direction, signaled her to remain calm, asserting that everything was well within his control. As anticipated, the Earth-black scorpion, sensing Qin Chuan's disregard, boldly advanced towards its most potent attack. At this moment, if the scorpion failed to take action, it would be a disservice to its kind. It promptly aimed its venomous stinger at Qin Chuan, but he deftly evaded to the side, prompting the scorpion to alter its trajectory once more. This resulted in a back-and-forth chase. As the scorpion's stinger lunged left, Qin Chuan darted right. When the stinger veered right, he swiftly shifted to the left. After a series of over 10 exchanges, the scorpion's stinger began to oscillate like that of a rattlesnake, bewildered and uncertain. Boredom set in. Qin Chuan had anticipated that the earth-black scorpion would target him at least once. However, to his surprise, it never managed to land a blow. Seizing the scorpion's tail, he hurled it with all his might. Lo and behold, the 3-meter-long earth-black scorpion was sent soaring into the sky. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, watching as the scorpion's body twisted in terror mid-air, its antennae and pincers trembling anxiously, a visage remarkably human in its expression. It was a face of fear. They were left speechless. With a resounding thud, the earth-black scorpion crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. Yet, Qin Chuan showed no signs of stopping. He returned to the pit and flung the venomous creature onto the shore, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes to the still-dazed scorpion. "Could you allow me a moment to recover?" The earth-black scorpion seemed to plead. The answer, of course, was a resounding no, once Qin Chuan was roused to action. Halting was not an option. His interest had been piqued, and there was no stopping him now. Thus, a spectacle of freefall commenced, with the target being a 3-star earth-black scorpion. Qin Chuan grasped the scorpion's venomous tail and hurled it once more into the heavens, then placed a hand on his forehead, seemingly measuring the height to which he had launched the creature. As the scorpion plummeted back towards the ground, Qin Chuan struck again. His small foot unleashed an astonishing force, propelling the earth-black scorpion skyward once more. Previously, the scorpion had only known the sensation of burrowing into the earth. Now, thanks to Qin Chuan, it was experiencing the feeling of soaring through the skies. Grateful it was to Qin Chuan and his illustrious ancestors. As the relentless motion of Qin Chuan continued, the pitiful earth-black scorpion endured countless up and down movements. The audience in the live broadcast room fell silent, overwhelmed by the tragic spectacle. This unfortunate creature had met its dire fate at the hands of Qin Chuan, whose playful yet terrifying demeanor incited a sense of fear among many viewers. Indeed, the moniker demon child Qin Chuan suited him perfectly, as his actions were nothing short of alarming. With each jarring descent, the earth-black scorpion appeared to be on the verge of losing its last breath. Yet the cruel Qin Chuan denied it even the mercy of death. Fortunately, after enduring what felt like an eternity of freefall, the earth-black scorpion finally tasted the earth beneath it. Though it had been battered and bruised, it found solace in the embrace of Mother Earth over the treacherous sky, even if the pain had numbed its senses. Eventually, Qin Chuan's playful spirit waned. During his final encounter with the scorpion's venomous stinger, his eyes twinkled with a mischievous glint, hinting at a sinister idea. The audience, sensing an ominous chill running down their spines, could not shake the feeling that something dreadful was about to unfold. Was he truly contemplating devouring the scorpion's tail? With no further ado, Qin Chuan seized the earth-black scorpion's stinger and plunged it downward with force. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the stinger, with unnerving precision, pierced the scorpion's own back. The creature's eyes widened in shock as it succumbed to its own venom, its demise a bitter irony that left everyone in disbelief. Nothing could be more sardonic than a creature meeting its end by its own hand. Yet the stinger seemed to protest, claiming innocence in the matter. The audience stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for such a twisted conclusion. They had anticipated the outcome, but could not have foreseen the convoluted path leading to it. Chapter 73. The resurrection of the centipede. The creature had finally perished. It was liberated at last, the wretched scorpion's tragic existence coming to an end. In its next life, may it never be reborn as a monster. And if it must, may it never encounter Qin Chuan, whose treatment of monsters is truly fearsome. Well done, Qin Chuan. He showed no mercy to the creature. Swiftly, Qin Chuan approached and cracked open the earth-black scorpion's head, retrieving its beast core. After a moment's contemplation, he peeled away the scorpion's sturdy exoskeleton and, with a decisive strike, severed its entire tail, preparing to take it with him. The onlookers, including Shengwan Ruyun, could only stare at Qin Chuan in disbelief, while Shun Gongbao watched the scene, utterly bewildered by the grim fate of the creature. It was indeed a tragic spectacle. Subsequently, the gaze of Shun Gongbao briefly met that of Qin Chuan for a fleeting moment, causing the former to tremble and bow his head low. He harbored a deep-seated fear of being flayed alive by Qin Chuan. Observing Shun Gongbao with a look of disdain, Qin Chuan remarked, "Look at you, a mere bear-like creature. If you simply obey, would I even consider striking you?" The corners of Shun Gongbao's mouth twitched in disbelief at such words, and with a forced smile, he nodded towards Qin Chuan, signaling his compliance, assuring that should he be asked to leap into a river, he would certainly refrain from crashing into a wall. Collect 10 3-star beast cores. Mission reward, Strength 10. Current task count, 110. Only 9 more task objectives remained. Qin Chuan mused that this mission was as easy as receiving a gift. Sister Shangwan, let us depart, he declared. All right, Shangwan Ruyan responded, finally realizing the situation. As she climbed onto Shun Gongbao's back beside Qin Chuan, continuing their journey forward. We must ascend the mountain, Shangwan Ruyan stated. The blue flame flower flourishes on high cliffs with abundant sunlight. Thus, to discover the blue flame flower, they must venture upwards. The higher they ascend, the greater the likelihood of finding the flower. Lacking familiarity with the terrain, they could only rely on this rudimentary method to seek their quarry. All the while fulfilling Qin Chuan's mission. After a span of several minutes, they reached the mountain's summit. There is a saying that one ought to consider. The winds are stronger at greater heights. Alas, their search yielded nothing. They surveyed their surroundings meticulously, but to their dismay, they found naught. Not even a single wild blade of grass adorned the landscape. It seemed this place was devoid of life. Look, I see some grass. Came a sudden exclamation. Let us seek a higher peak. Standing atop the elevation indeed offered advantages, as it allowed for a broader view of the surrounding expanse. There lies a black mountain. Qin Chuan pointed towards a distant location. Indeed, how peculiar, Shangwan Ruyan marveled, gazing at the sight. All around is earthy brown. How does a black peak arise there? We shall uncover the truth upon closer inspection. Qin Chuan instructed Shun Gongbao, Great Cat, proceed in that direction. With a resounding cry, they resumed their journey towards the Black Mountain. However, after traversing less than a kilometer, Qin Chuan suddenly heard a commotion. Creatures were approaching them. Shun Gongbao came to an abrupt halt. Why have we stopped? Shangwan Ruiyun inquired. We are surrounded by monsters, Qin Chuan replied, a note of excitement in his voice. Surrounded by monsters, and you are so cheerful? Shangwan Ruiyun questioned, though it seemed a fitting response, considering his mission required him to slay 10 three-star beasts. These minor creatures posed no challenge for Qin Chuan. Stay put and do not move. Allow me to entertain them. With that, Qin Chuan leaped to the ground as the surrounding sounds grew increasingly boisterous. Shangwan Ruiyun soon heard a sound, as if something was crawling from the ground. She glanced around and discovered a considerable number of creatures. Qin Chuan, you must be cautious, she advised. Feeling a sense of apprehension as she sensed the multitude of monsters surrounding them, Qin Chuan nodded, under the influence of his mental acuity. He could detect every subtle movement of the wind and grass, all within his control. Suddenly, a creature emerged from the earth, a long, grotesque being adorned with countless tentacles, sending shivers down her spine upon closer inspection. Creature name, Centipede Monster. Quality, none. Strength evaluation, 2 stars. Talent, regeneration, goodness. What a lengthy creature. It resembled a centipede, yet was distinctly more repulsive. This is the most revolting monster I have ever encountered. The creature was so long that half of its body remained buried in the soil. Qin Chuan quickly eliminated. To her astonishment, several more appeared. After the first centipede monster emerged, numerous others surrounded Qin Chuan and the group. Infuriated, Qin Chuan scoffed at the audacity of these minuscule insects daring to show off before him. I will strike. In a fit of rage, Qin Chuan unleashed a powerful punch onto one of the centipede monsters, shattering its head in an instant. What can these insignificant creatures do to me? He felt a surge of satisfaction in his prowess, and with renewed vigor, he dispatched the newly emerged monsters with swift and decisive blows, leaving no trace behind. All done, he declared, clapping his hands. However, he soon realized he had underestimated these creatures. What is happening? Qin Chuan observed, to his horror, the centipede monsters writhing on the ground, beginning to heal and regenerate before their very eyes. Shangwan Ruiyun and the audience in the live stream gasped. The creature has come back to life. What? Is it immortal? This must be the regenerative ability of the monster, she deduced. We need to find their weakness to truly defeat them. Qin Chuan will surely find a way. Shangwan Ruiyun hastily alerted him. Qin Chuan, they have revived. I am aware. Do not worry, he replied, his gaze fixed on the creatures. He understood that only by identifying their vulnerabilities could they be permanently vanquished. The fact that even decapitation could not kill them indicated that their heads were not their weak point. But what could it be? As Qin Chuan began to scrutinize the centipede monster's body, it charged at him. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a few swift punches, once again bringing the creatures crashing to the ground. Chapter 74. The Great Cat collects the spoils. However, it wasn't long before the centipede monsters began to writhe again, showing signs of regeneration. Shangwan Ruiyun exclaimed, Qin Chuan, this won't do. They must have a fatal weakness. We must identify their vulnerabilities. If we fail to discover their weak points for attack, Any effort to slay them will merely drain our stamina in vain. It seems we must resort to this method. Qin Chuan understood the necessity of uncovering the monster's weaknesses and, with his cleverness, devised a plan. He leaped beside the centipede creature, grasped its lengthy body with both hands, and then forcefully hurled it. Crack! In his zeal, he exerted too much force, splitting the creature into two segments. One remained in the ground while he casually discarded the other. Qin Chuan remarked on the creature's fragility. He hadn't even applied full strength before it succumbed. With a swift motion, he cleaved the body of the centipede in two and, indeed, discovered something significant, a beast core. This was the key to vanquishing the creature. Astonishingly, the beast core was not located in its head. No wonder he had failed to find it earlier. He had assumed it was situated there, but instead, it resided within its body, seemingly in the place akin to its heart. This revelation opened a new door of knowledge for Qin Chuan. The beast core is not necessarily confined to the head of a monster. Indeed, once the core was extracted, the centipede was irrevocably deceased, devoid of any sign of life. How intriguing! The weakness of this large worm lay precisely there. Had Qin Chuan not breached its body, I would have thought the beast core was eternally situated within its head. This experience broadened my horizons, and I commend Qin Chuan for his ingenuity. I knew he would surely find the monster's weakness. Such a diminutive creature posed no challenge for him. Many harbored disdain for this grotesque, elongated monster, and several young women opted to terminate their live streams, fearful of encountering such a repulsive creature. Qin Chuan's defeat of the centipede was entirely anticipated. Qin Chuan, there are still numerous monsters, Shangguan Ryun urged as she observed more centipedes emerging from the ground. These monsters were exceedingly lengthy, measuring at least several dozen meters, and their exact numbers remained uncertain. What was clear was their formidable regenerative ability. Only by extracting their beast cores could they be utterly annihilated. Fear not, fear not. Qin Chuan's lips curled into a smile. Unfazed and rather exhilarated. With so many little friends seeking his company, how could he not treat them well and do justice to their goodwill? Thunderous incantation. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking true at the heart of a centipede. Qin Chuan was becoming increasingly adept at this skill, skillfully evading the attacks of the centipedes while continuously summoning lightning to strike at the emerging creatures. In just a few minutes, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of over a dozen centipede monsters. Qin Chuan called out to the distance, "Big cat, gather the spoils." Sheng Gongbao, displaying remarkable intelligence, approached each corpse, skillfully extracting the beast cores with its claws, delicately holding them in its mouth, and presenting them to Qin Chuan. Though tempted by the allure of these cores, it wisely refrained from indulging, aware that such indulgence could lead to repercussions. Qin Chuan, too, had no intention of allowing it to consume the beast cores. With Sheng Gongbao having attained a 3-star rank, devouring these 2-star cores would be a sheer squandering of resources. They were better suited for Shangguan Ryun, who was still of 2-star strength. Qin Chuan was not one to partake in everything indiscriminately. The repugnant corpses of these insects would be left to decay in the earth. The size of these creatures was indeed formidable, yet their strength was relatively weak. Shangguan Ryun was capable of defeating such monsters herself, but to achieve the same efficiency in eradication as Qin Chuan, she needed to enhance her own power. Sister Ryun, take these beast cores for your cultivation. They will greatly aid in your strength enhancement, Qin Chuan said, handing her the excavated cores. Shangguan Ryun was genuinely touched and inquired, "Why don't you use them yourself? It feels like a waste to give these to me, as their energy is too low." In essence, both beast cores and spiritual energy were forms of energy, fundamentally serving as catalysts for personal growth. Beast cores, formed from the long accumulation of energy by monsters, were the very source of their strength and held paramount importance. Absorbing these cores would naturally expedite enhancement far more than drawing from external spiritual energy. Shangguan Ryun was well aware of Qin Chuan's capabilities and understood that these 2-star beast cores were but trivial droplets to him, while for her, they were akin to a small cup of water. "Then I thank you, dear brother," she replied, wishing fervently to protect Qin Chuan rather than vice versa. He was still so young, yet he faced danger head-on, which weighed heavily on her heart. "Sister, let us hasten to that black mountain. There may be unexpected discoveries awaiting us." Qin Chuan leapt onto the back of Sheng Gongbao. "All right," Shangguan Ryun agreed, joining him on the creature's back and embracing him as they journeyed toward the distant black mountain. The path was far from tranquil, for the area was rife with monsters, and they occasionally encountered creatures that sought to attack them. They also witnessed the fierce battles among the monsters. In this realm, it was a matter of survival of the fittest. The weak could only become fodder for the strong. Many of these monsters had indeed become sustenance for Qin Chuan. Regrettably, none of the creatures they encountered were of 3-star caliber. All were merely of 1 or 2 stars. However, during their travels, 2 fortunate individuals stumbled upon a 1-star resource reward, proving that luck was not confined to just the 2 of them. Have you noticed that most of the items drawn during their initial lottery were superpowers? Yet, my first draw yielded a spatial ring, Qin Chuan reflected. This is significantly related to probability, isn't it? Does Qin Chuan still require extraordinary abilities? This seems to be a veiled assistance to these fortunate individuals, as they are destined to confront numerous monsters ahead. Only by securing resources and winning lotteries can they empower themselves. Not only have those in the livestream room noticed this, but these lucky ones have also become aware of it. They can acquire extraordinary abilities through the lottery, and to enhance these abilities, they must engage in continuous practice and seek methods to strengthen their powers. Regrettably, thus far, only Qin Chuan has discovered how to utilize beast cores to augment his strength. This does not imply that others have not realized the existence of beast cores after defeating monsters. The majority are aware of their significance, yet they remain uncertain on how to utilize them, leading them to merely collect them for now. This will only widen the gap between them. Only by swiftly discovering a means to absorb beast cores can they hope to keep pace with Qin Chuan and his companions, but unfortunately, they have yet to find such a method. Chapter 75. The emergence of the werewolf. Throughout their journey, Shangguan Riyun meticulously sketched the map. This is Black Mountain. From a distance, the mountain appeared entirely black, prompting the duo to name it thus. However, upon closer inspection, the mountain was not wholly devoid of color. It is a towering peak, the highest in the vicinity, and its environment is markedly distinct. A variety of plants thrive on this mountain, adding a unique tableau to the arid landscape. Whoosh! As they made their entrance, a shadow darted past from a certain area of the mountain. What was that? The two scrutinized their surroundings, but found no trace of the monster. Let us investigate further. Hopefully, it will be something formidable, rather than the low-level creatures they have encountered thus far. Along the way, the 1-star and 2-star monsters proved too weak, and they yearned for adversaries of 3 stars or higher, as they tend to be more resilient. Just as they were about to ascend the mountain, they noticed something peculiar about it. Wait a moment. Shangguan Riyun leaped to the ground, observing a path that seemed frequently traversed. It appears that some creature is lurking atop the mountain, she speculated. We'll find out by going up. It was acting stealthily, perhaps waiting for us to ascend. Qin Chuan, bold and skilled, felt no threat from the first layer of forbidden territory. As they climbed the mountain, Qin Chuan maintained an air of nonchalance, appearing carefree, almost like an innocent child, yet his mind was highly alert. He could react promptly to any disturbances. He sensed some movement in the distant woods. Yet the creatures remained hidden, likely possessing considerable intelligence. They lay in ambush along the path, awaiting Qin Chuan and his companions. It seems these friends are quite eager to welcome us, Qin Chuan remarked with a smirk towards the lurking monsters. Shangguan Riyun tightened her grip on the military dagger in her hand. Having detected the presence of the adversary, she steeled herself for an impending ambush. Aware that the element of surprise would be challenging to maintain, the forest was becoming denser, offering numerous places to conceal oneself. And Qin Chuan was drawing closer to the perilous zone. Qin Chuan sensed the surroundings and remarked to Shangguan Riyun, "There are several monsters nearby. Exercise caution." "Indeed," she replied, somewhat taken aback. It was rare for creatures to lurk so deeply. However, the intellect of these beings could not be measured by the standards of wild beasts, so prudence was advisable. They approached the area where the monsters were concealed. Suddenly, a sharpened wooden spear hurtled toward Qin Chuan. The creature understood that it was best to target the weaker adversary, but unfortunately for them, Qin Chuan was as resilient as stone, not a soft target. With a swift motion, he slapped the spear to the ground, shattering it with a resounding crack. A mere wooden stick thinks it can challenge me? This isn't some fairy wand. However, moments later, a multitude of wooden spears appeared, raining down upon Qin Chuan and his companion. Goodness, so many. These spears were clearly crafted with skill. Could it be that those in hiding were humans? Was there anyone besides the denizens of the Jojo planet in this forbidden zone? Who were these individuals, and why did they appear to be in such numbers? Their appearance remained a mystery. Despite the onslaught of spears, Qin Chuan remained composed. Though slightly surprised, such weaponry could only be produced by an intelligent race. Could there be others here? Sister Shangguan, be careful, he cautioned. The wooden spears posed no lethal threat to them. Qin Chuan dodged with agility, deftly waving his hands and kicking his feet to neutralize the oncoming spears effortlessly. Shangguan Riyun was equally formidable, wielding her dagger to dispatch the projectiles. As for Shen Gongbao, His strength surpassed even that of Shangwan Ruyun. His 3-star prowess made short work of the wooden threats. However, soon after, stones began to rain down from the forest, each one as large as a human head. Getting struck by such projectiles would be quite unpleasant. Let me see what you are. Qin Chuan surged forward, leaping atop the incoming stones, seizing 2 of the attacking spears, and hurling them back with force. A pair of anguished cries echoed as Qin Chuan leapt into the thicket. The onlookers were captivated, eager to uncover the monsters hidden within the jungle. Werewolves. Numerous voices exclaimed in astonishment upon glimpsing the creatures. With wolf-like heads, covered in fur, wielding sharp claws, and walking upright with tails swaying behind them, there was no doubt that they were indeed werewolves. By heavens, these are precisely the werewolves depicted on the statues. Indeed, I had presumed that apart from the monsters, no other intelligent races could possibly exist here. Yet now, even werewolves have made their appearance. Could it be that the 4 races depicted on the statue might manifest within this forbidden land? With werewolves already present, one can only speculate about the potential emergence of the serpent women, fishmen, and elves, though their locations within the forbidden realm remain unknown. This is purely conjecture. Perhaps the statues bear no relation to these werewolves at all. None can ascertain whether these werewolves have any connection to the statues located near the Celestial Monument. For now, they are merely engaging in speculation. Upon encountering Qin Chuan, a werewolf brandished a wooden weapon and lunged at him. These werewolves, reminiscent of primitive beings, appeared only capable of crafting rudimentary tools for their assaults, as evidenced by the crude nature of their weapons. Many werewolves wielded stone weaponry, advancing menacingly towards Qin Chuan, intent on smashing him to bits. Their ferocity was palpable, yet their true strength remained uncertain. Qin Chuan, dwarfed by the werewolves, seemed to them an easy target, one they believed could be crushed with a mere step. Bang! A werewolf wielding a stone hammer struck down towards Qin Chuan, producing a thunderous sound. Alas, Qin Chuan was not so easily struck. He deftly evaded the attack. Leaping atop the stone hammer, he executed a flying kick aimed at the werewolf's head. Thud! With a cry of anguish, the formidable werewolf was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a football, crashing into a large tree. A werewolf chieftain uttered some words, prompting the surrounding werewolves to encircle Qin Chuan. They then raised their weapons and commenced their assault. Their movements were simple and direct, swinging their weapons downward with relentless intent. Strike, evade, strike, evade. None of these werewolves could land a blow on Qin Chuan. Instead, they merely succeeded in creating numerous craters in the ground. You clumsy beasts! How slow you are! Qin Chuan mocked them. This, of course, incited the werewolves' ire, as they howled in response, seemingly enraged by Qin Chuan's taunts. What is all this roaring? Is a loud voice truly something to boast about? Taking the initiative, Qin Chuan leaped into the fray, aligning his body with that of a werewolf's head, and delivered a swift kick that sent the creature flying. The other werewolves reacted promptly and exhibited great strength, yet their agility paled in comparison to Qin Chuan's. Their chaotic assaults proved futile, often resulting in friendly fire, a situation Qin Chuan intentionally orchestrated. What a bunch of foolish wolves! Qin Chuan exclaimed with satisfaction. He struck again, delivering a punch to a smaller werewolf. In an impressive display of strength, he single-handedly caught a massive boulder hurled by the werewolf chieftain, then forcefully pressed it down upon the chieftain himself. A piercing howl of agony escaped the lips of the werewolf leader, eliciting a profound sense of satisfaction from Qin Chuan. The other werewolves, witnessing their leader's injury, hurried to his side, lifting him up while baring their teeth at Qin Chuan, proclaiming their defiance. In a guttural utterance, the werewolf leader conveyed a command, followed by a prolonged howl. This sound signaled a retreat, prompting the surrounding werewolves to quickly escort their leader away, leaving only a handful to obstruct Qin Chuan's path. Thinking to escape, the werewolves underestimated Qin Chuan, who charged forward to engage them. Despite their fierce loyalty, they bravely surged towards Qin Chuan, allowing their leader to retreat safely. Yet, their sacrifice came at a grave cost, as dozens of their comrades lay defeated at Qin Chuan's feet, some dead, others gravely injured. They were surprisingly swift in their retreat. Soon, no werewolves remained in sight, all having been driven off by Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, are you unharmed? Came the voices of Shangwan Ruyun and Shen Gongbao, who had caught up. However, upon witnessing the myriad of werewolf corpses scattered across the ground, they were momentarily struck dumb. All this devastation had been wrought by Qin Chuan alone. Monster name, werewolf. Quality, none. Strength evaluation, 2 stars. Talent, intelligence, strength. Qin Chuan's prowess was undeniable. These werewolves were utterly outmatched. appearing as mere paper tigers in his presence. Although towering at heights exceeding 3 meters, their strength was unimpressive. It seemed they possessed a degree of intelligence and a language of their own, indicative of a cohesive species. They resembled primitive hominids from ancient times, having just begun to awaken their intellect, yet they had not evolved to the level of modern humans. One could only speculate on the existence of similar species within the Forbidden Lands. These werewolves demonstrated a capacity for teamwork and weapon crafting, which posed no challenge to Qin Chuan. However, should they encounter other fortunate souls, it could spell disaster for them. Ultimately, it was Qin Chuan's formidable strength that shielded him from harm. Qin Chuan, have you eradicated this entire race of monsters? Shangwan Ryun inquired, her gaze fixed on the ground. The emergence of these werewolves was far from favorable news for her. The werewolf leader had fled, and while these creatures appeared ferocious, their retreat painted them as cowards. Qin Chuan, harboring disdain, had intended to annihilate the werewolves entirely, but their escape had been surprisingly swift. I wonder if they possess beast cores, Shangwan Ryun mused. Qin Chuan contemplated retrieving one himself, but deemed it unnecessary to involve himself directly. Instead, he turned to Shen Gongbao. Big Cat, it is your moment to shine. Shen Gongbao, after a brief moment of realization, scampered over to the fallen werewolves. With a swift swipe of his paw, he dispatched a werewolf, causing its head to burst open, revealing a beast core within. With a triumphant expression, Shen Gongbao delicately picked up the core and presented it to Qin Chuan. It turns out that these werewolves possess beast cores as well. Qin Chuan expressed his satisfaction, having acquired several beast cores, among which 5 were of the 3-star variety. With this, he was merely 4 cores shy of completing his task. This mission is not particularly arduous, he muttered. Meanwhile, Shangwan Ryun stood quietly to the side, reluctant to speak. She felt ill-equipped to handle even a single 3-star monster. They set forth once more, ascending the mountain. Shangwan Ryun harbored some trepidation about the potential reappearance of the werewolves. She feared that if the werewolves were to regroup and strategize more effectively, they could pose a genuine threat to them. After all, these werewolves were capable of crafting rudimentary tools, possessed intelligence, and understood the importance of teamwork. If they were to lay more traps, the danger would be substantial. Perhaps next time we can eliminate them all at once and raid their lair. Qin Chuan's thoughts diverged sharply. He envisioned a direct assault on the werewolves' den. Shangwan Ryun, however, felt her concerns were unwarranted. As they journeyed, no significant incidents transpired. Apart from a few low-level monsters, not a single werewolf appeared. They did, however, come across numerous signs of werewolf activity, indicating that these creatures had claimed the mountain as their stronghold. Regrettably for them, they were no match for Qin Chuan, who had taken refuge. Much like a turtle retreating into its shell. Upon reaching the mountainside, the forest thickened, rendering the path more treacherous. The sky began to darken, heavy clouds gathering and thunder rumbling ominously. It seems rain is imminent. Let us find shelter, Shangwan Ryun suggested, leaping onto a tree to assess the weather. Traveling in the rain could be quite taxing. All right, Big Cat, find a safe place to take cover, Qin Chuan instructed. After some exploration, they stumbled upon a cave. Let us enter this cave, he proposed. As they stepped inside, the rain began to fall in earnest. The downpour intensified, and they glanced at the sky, shrouded in dense clouds, uncertain of when it would cease. The cave was surprisingly spacious, albeit with a strong odor lingering in the air. Holding their flashlights, they ventured deeper, acutely aware that they had likely intruded upon the lair of some creature. Yet, the identity of the cave's owner remained a mystery. As they progressed further, they soon heard a peculiar sound, reminiscent of a gust of wind. No, it was not wind. It resembled the sound of breathing. Whose breath could be so loud? Shangwan Ryun wondered. I cannot say. There are numerous creatures in the Forbidden Lands. Who knows what kind it might be? We shall discover the truth once we delve deeper. Qin Chuan replied. Chapter 77. Qin Chuan is truly the mightiest monster as Qin Chuan and his companions ventured deeper into the cavern. They were met with the startling revelation of the creature within. Goodness, it's a bear, Qin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. What a colossal black bear. Shangwan Ryun observed the great beast, soundly asleep, its snores resonating through the cave, accompanied by the unmistakable scent emanating from its furry form. The ground was littered with the remains of various monsters, and even the lingering odor of the bear's droppings added to the atmosphere. Monster name, Black Bear Spirit. Quality, Bronze. Strength rating, 3 stars. Talents, Strength, Defense, Endurance. The duo was somewhat taken aback upon discovering the information about this creature, surprised by the ease with which they had encountered a monster of bronze caliber. It's a 3-star bronze monster, Qin Chuan declared with delight. While others would flee from such formidable beasts, Qin Chuan felt only exhilaration. This signified the potential for a lucrative reward and a formidable beast core. With the acquisition of this 3-star bronze beast core, Qin Chuan was confident he could elevate Shangwan Reyun to the ranks of a 3-star powerhouse. The energy contained within a bronze-level monster's core was remarkably pure. Could this be sheer luck? The expression on Qin Chuan's face revealed his joy. I had observed many fortunate individuals abroad who, upon encountering bronze-level monsters, would hastily retreat, fearful of being discovered. This highlighted the disparity in strength. Our Qin Chuan was no ordinary individual, and a mere bronze monster was hardly a challenge for him. The fact that this creature was still in slumber presented an opportune moment that would be remiss to squander. Qin Chuan gestured for Shangwan Reyun and Shun Gongbao to remain silent, while he unsheathed his tiger-slaying sword, a smile gracing his lips. He was ready to make his move. Engaging it head-on would be feasible, yet he was curious about the thrill of a stealthy strike from behind. Thus, the black bear spirit became his experimental subject. With a sudden surge of energy, Qin Chuan advanced, and the 3-star monster had no time to react. He swiftly leapt atop the black bear spirit, gripping his weapon tightly, and aimed a decisive blow at its head. "Oh, Qin Chuan, how could you forsake the code of honor in combat?" The others gasped, taken aback by his audacity. "How could you, Qin Chuan, resort to such underhanded tactics? You are truly wicked." Laughter erupted among them, for they had anticipated a fair duel between Qin Chuan and the black bear spirit. Yet, Qin Chuan had made a shrewd decision. Why squander energy in a direct confrontation when he could eliminate the threat quietly? "Qin Chuan, I stand by your side. Your approach is justified." They still yearned to witness the clash between Qin Chuan and the black bear spirit, astonished by his cunning maneuver. In their eyes, Qin Chuan was a fearless force to be reckoned with. A mere monster, it has never known how to spell the word fear. When encountering monsters, it has always confronted them head-on. This time, however, it resorted to cunning tactics, executing a surprise attack. With a swift and merciless strike, Qin Chuan drew blood, effortlessly slaying the slumbering black bear spirit. There was no struggle. It concluded with the utmost simplicity. Contrary to their expectations, the anticipated scene of the black bear spirit awakening midway was entirely absent. It was a swift execution, a complete annihilation. The head of the black bear spirit fell to the side, lifeless with eyes closed, indicating it departed without a hint of suffering. Indeed, it was truly dead. I had anticipated that the black bear spirit might possess some form of awareness. Who would have thought it was so inept, meeting its end so easily? Thus, one must never sleep too deeply, lest they remain oblivious to their demise. This serves as a lesson. One wonders how many individuals hesitate to succumb to slumber at night. This was a monster of the 3-star bronze level, yet it was dispatched with such ease. My goodness, what extraordinary luck. International netizens were equally bewildered. You are already so powerful, yet you still resort to ambush tactics? They questioned. The key was that it succeeded without a hitch, leaving them in disbelief. They seriously suspected whether Qin Chuan from Yanhuang was cheating. Such luck is abnormal, exceedingly so. Why is it that his fortune is perpetually favorable? Why do our fortunate ones never encounter such good fortune, while Qin Chuan experiences it time and again? It strikes as exceedingly unfair, and we demand a reasonable explanation from the Yanhuang authorities. An explanation is indeed warranted. The response from Yanhuang was blunt. Your lucky ones are simply too weak. This remark felt rather insulting. Bing Bing, once again taken aback during the program, could not recall how many times she had been flummoxed since becoming Qin Chuan's commentator. Her bewildered expressions had even inspired numerous adorable memes among netizens, leaving her both amused and exasperated. We have observed that Qin Chuan is typically favored by fortune, yet we must acknowledge a crucial reality. If another fortunate individual were in his place, would they dare to strike a 3-star bronze monster under such circumstances? This statement prompted many to ponder deeply. Aside from a select few, most individuals would indeed lack the courage. They would flee at the sight of a 2-star monster, let alone a 3-star one. Even if they encountered it, they would need both courage and strength. Even a sleeping monster would not evoke thoughts of slaying it. Rather, they would seek to preserve their lives and escape as far away as possible. I believe everyone realizes that even if this slumbering black bear spirit were to appear before other fortunate individuals, only a minuscule fraction would possess the audacity to attempt its demise. As far as I know, without the requisite power, one cannot even breach a monster's defenses. You have all seen it. This black bear spirit possesses defensive talents. Without formidable strength, even with courage, one cannot escape a dire fate without the requisite power. Bing Bing elucidated a straightforward principle to everyone. While many assumed that Qin Chuan's victory over the black bear spirit was an expected outcome, they failed to consider the reasons behind his ease in vanquishing this creature. The foundation of his success lies in his profound self-confidence and formidable abilities. This fact is not lost on international netizens, yet they remain troubled, deeply unsettled. Is there truly no monster that can defeat Qin Chuan from Yanhuang? In this forbidden ground, Qin Chuan emerges as the mightiest of beasts. We express our gratitude to Bing Bing for her explanation. We comprehend the rationale, albeit we had not contemplated it in such depth. Our Qin Chuan possesses not only luck, but also absolute strength. Without such prowess, even the most fortuitous of circumstances would slip away. Other fortunate individuals, upon encountering such a monster, would flee in terror, lacking the courage to confront it. Chapter 78. The Transformation of Yanhuang. Forbidden Ground Announcement. Yanhuang's Fortunate One, Qin Chuan, has slain a 3-star bronze-level monster, the Black Bear Spirit, receiving a random reward of 50 times the natural gas resources of Yanhuang and an opportunity for a 3-star level lottery. The Forbidden Ground will reward Qin Chuan with a 3-star level lottery. This reward is unknown to outsiders. The inhabitants of the Forbidden Ground, these fortunate individuals attempted to calm their racing hearts. How many times has this happened? The third time. Are these monsters truly akin to harmless rabbits? One after another, they fall to the might of Qin Chuan from Yanhuang. Or is it that this Qin Chuan has employed some method to defeat them? Jealousy gnawed at their hearts. For them, even confronting 2-star monsters poses a challenge. With most unable to handle even 1-star creatures, they now flee at the sight of monsters, rather than daring to engage in close combat. Yet Qin Chuan, on the other hand, appears on the Forbidden Ground's announcements every couple of days. The announcements have become like his personal domain. They remain uncertain whether Qin Chuan is genuinely formidable or merely utilizing some other means to dispatch these beasts, yet they have once again etched his name into their memories. Upon seeing the announcement from the Forbidden Ground, netizens did not react with much surprise. After all, this is not Qin Chuan's first appearance in the announcements. They have long since become accustomed to the patterns of the Forbidden Ground. Any monster slain that is bronze level or higher warrants an announcement. Along with a chance for a reward, they eagerly anticipate what Qin Chuan might draw next. Only the international netizens, upon witnessing this sudden announcement, flocked to Qin Chuan's livestream to see how this little one from Yanhuang had fared. Has this young lad truly slain another 3-star bronze-quality monster? Could it be that he is, as the people of Yanhuang claim, a child of the celestial realms? Is this little rascal truly only 4 years old? I find it hard to believe. I suspect that this national fortune game is merely a conspiracy concocted by the people of Yanhuang. I strongly demand the expulsion of Qin Chuan from the Forbidden Zone, as he has violated the rules. How could a mere child contend with such formidable monsters? It is utterly unreasonable. This marks the 3rd bronze-level, 3-star monster he has slain, and I missed the moment of his triumph over this creature. My heavens! I heard that Qin Chuan dispatched the Black Bear Spirit with remarkable ease. What? He eliminated it while it was in a deep slumber? This is nothing short of cheating. I urge those orchestrating this national fortune to come forth and provide an explanation. Countless foreign netizens have viewed the replay of Qin Chuan's encounter with the Black Bear Spirit. Witnessing him effortlessly vanquish the creature not only secured 50-fold natural gas resources for the nation, but also granted him a chance at a lottery. This is a bronze-level lottery, far superior to the usual ones. It feels as though a reward was handed to him without effort. Observing the jubilance of the entire Yanhuang nation, they secretly weep within, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Some even inquire if it is still possible to apply for citizenship in Yanhuang. Naturally, this individual was met with a barrage of scorn from countless foreign netizens. Subsequently, in reality, throngs of people rushed toward the citizenship application office, eager to join Yanhuang. To their dismay, they discovered an extraordinarily long queue. So many sought to become part of Yanhuang. Although the Yanhuang government has explicitly stated that joining their nation is exceedingly difficult, perhaps only 1 in 100,000 may succeed, they remain determined to seize that 1 in 100,000 chance. The allure of Yanhuang is undeniable. Early fortunate foreign netizens who acquired Yanhuang's citizenship proudly proclaimed online, "I take great pride in my decision. I now enjoy all the rights of a Yanhuang citizen. Though I hail from the beautiful country, I harbor deep disdain for my former homeland, where they speak of freedom and democracy, yet by night, the streets are eerily deserted, and one risks being shot for merely drinking in public. Yanhuang, on the other hand, is vibrant even at night. I savor street-side barbecues and sip beer, for as long as one does not cause trouble, no one will intervene. This is my vision of an ideal kingdom. Yanhuang is the safest nation in the world, where one need not fear being shot at. The gun control in Yinhuang is truly commendable, unlike in my homeland, where a minor conflict can escalate into a small-scale gun battle. My parents abroad were initially opposed to my joining Yinhuang. Yet now, can you believe it? They are inquiring how they might also join Yinhuang. And when they ask, I respond, I have no idea. Oh, how satisfying that is. Though I am of Caucasian descent, I am fortunate to have become a part of the great nation of Yinhuang, where the populace is devoid of discrimination and social hierarchies are non-existent. Yinhuang itself is home to over 50 ethnicities, and it is only here that such a multitude of cultures can coexist harmoniously. Other nations ought to take a leaf out of Yinhuang's book. As for the National Security Bureau, have we made any progress? Upon receiving the resource reward in Qin Chuan, Yang Jingyi promptly organized a team to investigate the origin of these resources, his face radiating excitement once more. He was unaware of how many times he had smiled in front of so many people in Qin Chuan. His heart could hardly contain his elation. Qin Chuan had consistently provided the nation with abundant resources, and his joy was uncontainable. Xinyong soon responded, Director Yang, we have located them. Where? Yang Jingyi inquired eagerly. In the Bashu region, Xinyong replied. Regardless of the location, these resources rightfully belong to our Yinhuang nation, and we are prepared to disseminate this information. Yang Jingyi was filled with joy. Natural gas is a rare and invaluable resource, one that can be utilized abundantly. It not only serves as a means of generating electricity, but also holds significant importance in the chemical industry. The use of natural gas substantially mitigates environmental pollution while lowering costs. Whether for domestic or industrial use, it is indeed a remarkable resource. Now that the resources have been identified, the subsequent arrangements for their management are no longer his concern. All resources originating from restricted areas will be extracted by designated personnel from the state, ensuring that every resource is utilized in a reasonable and effective manner. To this end, the government has established regulatory bodies that will periodically inform the citizens about the usage of national resources, instilling confidence within the populace. The people of Yinhuang naturally trust their nation. Although only a few days have passed, many have already begun to reap the tremendous benefits these resources afford. With the nation's guidance, they believe their country will flourish and prosper even more. The nation of Yinhuang thrives, drawing envious glances from abroad. Chapter 79. I can teach you those within the confines of the restricted area remain blissfully unaware of events occurring both domestically and internationally. Shangguan Ruiyun quickly urged Qin Chuan. Hurry, let us draw a lottery and see what we can win. Qin Chuan chuckled, joining his hands in a gesture of anticipation, saying, Let us set a modest goal first, just to draw a divine artifact. Shangguan Ruiyun was taken aback, as the audience in the live stream collectively fell silent. Pondering Qin Chuan's seemingly lofty aspirations, if a divine artifact was merely a small goal, what did he consider a grand ambition? As Qin Chuan initiated the lottery, a series of bronze-colored packages materialized before him. In life, one must always strive to be the best, he declared, selecting the first package. Congratulations. You have obtained a 3-star spell, Fire Dragon Technique. A book appeared in Qin Chuan's hands, leaving him somewhat speechless. Another mundane tome. Qin Chuan pursed his lips in discontent. Shangguan Ruiyun quickly inquired, What kind of book is this? The spell, a mere 3-star Fire Dragon Technique, elicited an expression of dissatisfaction from Qin Chuan. Oh, Su Guanyu nodded in acknowledgement. However, her demeanor shifted abruptly. Astonishment etched across her face as she exclaimed, This is a spell, and a 3-star one at that. Her breath quickened with excitement as she implored, Let me see it. In the live stream, viewers commented, Yet another spell book. But Qin Chuan, what is that expression? How can you be dissatisfied? Goodness, it's a skill book. Yet Qin Chuan looks as though he has been wronged. At that moment, I could only express my sentiment. Qin Chuan, please, I wouldn't mind having it. I'd even kneel before you. Would you accept me as your disciple? Consider this skill book as a welcoming gift. I was bewildered as to what Qin Chuan deemed valuable. It seemed his standards were extraordinarily high, perhaps a result of his unique upbringing. After all, he was the offspring of an immortal, and his perspective undoubtedly diverged from that of mere mortals like us. I detected a hint of pretentiousness in the air. Su Guanyun meticulously flipped through the Fire Dragon Technique, diligently reading from beginning to end, and then from end to beginning, her brow furrowed, exuding the earnestness of a dedicated student. Did you comprehend it? Qin Chuan inquired. Not a single word, Su Guanyun replied earnestly. The crowd responded, in such classical language. Su Guanyun claims she understands nothing at all. It's as if she is reading an ancient tome. Countless viewers frantically typed on the screen, seeing you so engrossed. I thought you had grasped it. Miss Su, how could you play with our expectations like this? Your serious expression almost deceived us. How can one learn from something they cannot understand? Qin Chuan quickly took to the live stream to elucidate how to utilize the skill book. This type of book is not meant for reading. It is employed in this manner. He took the fire dragon technique, crushed it in his hands, and the spell transformed into radiant light, entering his mind, thereby allowing Qin Chuan to master the technique. Did you incur any tuition fees? Qin Chuan asked. Su Guanyin replied. If you had mentioned this earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much time in confusion. It turns out it's that simple to learn. Her eyes widened in realization. Oh no, I've inadvertently learned this useless spell, Qin Chuan lamented, his expression one of despair. Su Guanyin, seeking tranquility, remarked, she wished to remain silent. Meanwhile, the viewers mused, if we could throw things, we would have already started hurling banana peels at Qin Chuan to test its power. Su Guanyin voiced what many were thinking. Qin Chuan nodded, raising his hand, fire dragon technique. With a whoosh, a surge of pure magical energy erupted from within him, transforming into fiery flames that coalesced into a line in midair, ultimately forming a dragon of fire. The fire dragon spiraled gracefully above, illuminating the cavern as if it were daylight. This mesmerizing scene captivated countless onlookers, leaving them entranced. To my astonishment, it truly is a fire dragon. I never expected it to manifest so effortlessly. It seems that Qin Chuan possesses an extraordinary aptitude for the mastery of spells. As the progeny of an immortal, he is inherently endowed with the ability to wield such magical arts. The minor fire dragon technique is but a trifling feat for him. Goodness, you know Qin Chuan so well. Of course, I am a well-versed sage of the martial world. I can hardly believe you, you cunning old man. You've simply read too many novels and spun fanciful tales. It's infuriating. If I could perform such a trick, I would not be single. I envy Qin Chuan's ability to cast spells. Oh dear, I too wish to cultivate immortality. Immortal cultivation is but a deception. Qin Chuan is an ordinary individual. Upon observing the spell, Qin Chuan found its appearance rather pleasing, befitting his current stature. Although its potency was somewhat lacking, it could serve as a source of illumination. He reluctantly accepted it. Qin Chuan began to guide the fire dragon to dance around him. Instantly, the onlookers fell silent. So this fire dragon technique, in your eyes, is merely a substitute for a light bulb. How extravagant. Their hearts brimmed with resentment. To them, this spell was a sheer waste of resources for Qin Chuan. How splendid it would be if they could utilize it instead. At least it wouldn't serve as mere lighting. With the diminutive fire dragon illuminating the space above, Shangwan Ryun was able to scrutinize the cave more closely. Driven by an unwavering spirit of exploration, she sought to uncover any additional resources or rewards within. Yet reality soon revealed her futile endeavor. Indeed, Shangwan Ryun discovered her luck was lacking, finding nothing at all. She could only watch as Qin Chuan played with the little fire dragon. This spell, aside from providing light, also served as a source of amusement. They were curious about the longevity of the spell's existence. They anticipated witnessing Qin Chuan's magical energy deplete, leading to the spell's dissolution. However, what they received instead was merely Qin Chuan's remark, boring, as he nonchalantly severed the flow of magical energy, causing the fire dragon to extinguish, unwillingly fading away. The onlookers were not surprised. It was entirely normal for a spell to vanish without the sustenance of magical energy, akin to a light bulb devoid of electricity. Without power, it naturally remains dark. Yet, only Qin Chuan understood that had it been anyone else, the spell would surely have exploded, but with him, the outcome was distinctly different. Sister Shangwan, do you also fancy this spell? Qin Chuan, noticing the lingering gaze of Shangwan Ryun, inquired eagerly. It is rather enviable, Shangwan Ryun admitted. I could teach you. Qin Chuan offered. Really? Shangwan Ryun's spirits lifted. However, Qin Chuan quickly added, I almost forgot, you cannot learn it. Why not? Shangwan Ryun felt a pang of disappointment, having been given hope only to have it dashed. Because your body does not belong to the fire element, Qin Chuan explained. What is my elemental affinity then? Shangwan Ryun asked, bewildered. Qin Chuan promptly replied, Sister Shangwan, you are truly foolish. You are a spatial element. Shangwan Ryun exclaimed, oh, so I am a spatial element. No wonder I have acquired spatial abilities. Yet, she couldn't shake off a sense of discomfort. It seemed she had been belittled by Qin Chuan. To think that her intelligence was being mocked by a mere 4-year-old. You audacious Qin Chuan. How dare you call your elder sister foolish? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Shangwan Ryun rolled up her sleeves and playfully lunged towards Qin Chuan, who evaded her like a slippery eel, leaving her grasping at air. The two engaged in a spirited chase, much to the bewilderment of the viewers in the live stream. This was a forbidden zone. Yet they were frolicking amidst the perils. Could they not maintain a semblance of seriousness? The cave echoed with their laughter, causing tears to stream down the faces of countless foreign spectators. Why was there such a stark contrast between their fortunate ones and those from Yanhuang? Look at how carefree they were in this forbidden place. Meanwhile, some of their own fortunate ones had resorted to grazing on grass due to a lack of food. Were they regressing to a savage existence? This only strengthened the resolve of many to pursue Yanhuang nationality. After their playful antics, the two turned to cultivation, with Shangguan Ruiyun practicing her spatial abilities. Unfortunately, the results were far from commendable. She sustained injuries all over her body, the consequence of her inability to control her powers. And on several occasions, she collided directly with the stone walls, much to Qin Chuan's amusement. This led to yet another round of their chase game, with Shangguan Ruiyun consistently falling behind, no matter how hard she tried to catch up. "I will catch up to you," she declared in frustration. Qin Chuan simply replied, "I will wait for you." Perhaps it was only in the presence of Qin Chuan that Shangguan Ruiyun revealed her vulnerability as an ordinary woman. Yet, she seemed to forget that this was being broadcasted live to the world. Every gesture, every smile, whether cold and decisive, tender and endearing, strong or fearful, was laid bare before countless viewers. The fortunate ones in the Forbidden Zone were too consumed by the struggle for survival to ponder the implications of global scrutiny. Their singular focus was to endure. The rain poured for a full 2 days, during which Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ruiyun remained in the cave, diligently practicing their skills. Over these 2 days, several fortunate ones earned resource rewards, with new accolades appearing almost daily. However, despite their relentless efforts, the immense gap on the National Fortune Resource Leaderboard rendered their modest achievements seemingly trivial. The disparity was over 300 times. How long would it take them to reach such heights? On the 3rd day, the torrential rain finally ceased. After 2 days of rigorous training, Shangguan Ruiyun had attained a commendable grasp of her extraordinary abilities. The next phase was to engage in real combat. It was only through the crucible of battle that one could rapidly evolve, a truth that Shangguan Ruiyun, as a special forces operative, comprehended better than anyone. She set her sights on a solitary monster to test her skills. Filled with unyielding determination, she received a nudge from Qin Chuan, who remarked, "There is a lone monster over there, let us proceed." The pair mounted the Shingang leopard and ventured into the forest. Within minutes, they encountered the solitary beast, a level 2 monster, aptly suited for Shangguan Ruiyun's practice. Monster name: Explosive Wild Boar. Quality: None. Strength evaluation: Level 2. Talent: Sharp fangs. Charge: the wild boar, with its elongated tusks, was foraging for food amidst the foliage, consuming a haphazard diet that likely included meat. Suddenly, upon spotting the duo, the explosive wild boar let out a piercing scream and charged towards them. "Excellent!" Shangguan Ruiyun exclaimed, taking the initiative. With a swift stride, she propelled herself forward, gripping her military dagger tightly, and aimed a powerful sweep at the wild boar. The impact resonated loudly. The boar's defenses were formidable. After the initial strike, she nimbly leaped to evade the beast's fierce assault, recognizing that a head-on clash with such a powerful creature was ill-advised. Upon landing, Shangguan Ruiyun quickly turned and activated her spatial abilities. In an instant, through countless collision-based drills, she had finally mastered the approximate range of her teleportation. She appeared right behind the wild boar, brandishing her dagger with unwavering resolve, and plunged it mercilessly into the creature's rear. The wild boar's anguished roar echoed through the forest. However, the viewers in the live broadcast were taken aback by the brutality of her attack. They instinctively recoiled in shock. No one anticipated that Shangguan Ruiyun would resort to such a ruthless maneuver. She had driven her dagger into the boar's vulnerable spot, inflicting grievous harm. Retreating swiftly, she watched as the wild boar writhed in agony, its pain causing it to crash into several small trees, the ground now stained with its vivid crimson blood. With one decisive move, Shangguan Ruiyun had severely injured the creature. "Wow, I never expected Miss Shangguan to be so fierce," the audience murmured. "You see, this wild boar has formidable defenses. Without targeting its weak points, inflicting damage is quite challenging." This was indeed the correct approach. Truly impressive, a flawless strike. A lethal blow to the enemy, regardless of the location of the attack, is always justified in the battlefield, a realm where life and death hang in the balance. In combat, there is no room for shame. It is the defeat of the enemy that reigns supreme. As a special forces operative, Shangguan Ruiyun fully understood this principle and executed it flawlessly. Shangguan Ruiyun did not act immediately. Instead, she observed the wild boar. When the boar struggled sufficiently, she leapt forth to attack. Thud! She struck the boar again, Yet its formidable defenses were not to be underestimated. Its thick hide merely sustained a superficial wound. The boar retaliated, snapping its jaws at Shangguan Ruyun. With ease, she evaded the assault and countered with a swift blow to its head, engaging the boar in close combat. She utilized her extraordinary abilities whenever the creature became enraged, inciting its fury. However, the boar's defeat was merely a matter of time. It had lost too much blood and soon began to stagger, unable to maintain its footing. Seizing the moment, Shangguan Ruyun plunged her dagger directly into the boar's eye and promptly executed a teleportation to escape. Her decision proved astute. The instant the dagger pierced the boar, it collapsed. But alas, Shangguan Ruyun had already vanished, leaving it to writhe and roar in vain. Before long, the boar succumbed to death, and Shangguan Ruyun emerged unscathed, having slain a creature with formidable defenses. Chapter 81. The Gathering of Blue Flame Flowers. Clap, clap, clap. Sister Shangguan, you are truly remarkable. Qin Chuan applauded incessantly. With a radiant smile, Shangguan Ruyun approached Qin Chuan, playfully tapping his forehead. You certainly do not think that way in your heart. Qin Chuan feigned innocence, replying, How did you guess? As they ascended the peak of Black Mountain, the recent rain coupled with the sun's emergence created a stifling heat, steam rising from the ground. However, they soon discovered that traps had been laid ahead. Such rudimentary traps could not deceive them, and they contemplated a detour, only to find that the entire path upward was riddled with traps. This must be the work of those werewolves, Qin Chuan remarked. Surely, these werewolves are not targeting us. Perhaps they are merely hunting, Shangguan Ruyun observed, noting that the traps did not appear to be newly constructed. Let us investigate further. Finding a suitable location, they resolved to dismantle the traps obstructing their advance. This task was effortless for Qin Chuan. Wielding the tiger-slaying sword, he soared ahead, obliterating the traps in his path. They even dug such a deep pit. Upon inspection, they discovered a chasm over 10 meters deep, its bottom littered with sharp spikes. Evidently, this trap was designed to ensnare monsters. Let us proceed. The two once again mounted the back of Shengong Bao and continued their ascent. Aside from the occasional unblinking small monsters they encountered, nothing else transpired. Their objective was clear, the mountain summit. In a relatively short time, they reached the peak, where werewolves were lurking. Concealed at a distance, they observed the movements ahead and noticed a contingent of werewolves standing guard, weapons in hand. They had assumed that the mountaintop was the lair of the werewolves, and Qin Chuan was determined to penetrate this den of beasts. However, he soon realized that there were no other signs of werewolf activity in the vicinity. Only the pack of 15 werewolves before him remained. Among them, the most formidable appeared to be the red-haired werewolf, which struck Qin Chuan as peculiar, as this particular creature bore a distinct appearance compared to its kin. Upon closer observation, Shangguan Ruyun discerned that the red-haired werewolf possessed a strength rated at 3 stars, while the others varied from 1 to 3 stars. It was astonishing that 3 3-star werewolves were present. Could they be guarding something of significance? Shangguan Ruyun's curiosity was piqued. What is that? Qin Chuan sensed a pure energy emanating from the edge of a cliff guarded by the werewolves, and upon closer inspection, he discovered a cluster of blue flowers. Those were the blue flame flowers. To his surprise, they had indeed found them. Shangguan Ruyun was overjoyed at this unexpected discovery. However, they first needed to deal with the monstrous guardians before them, a task that posed little challenge for Qin Chuan. With the sought-after items now in sight, they felt no need for stealth and boldly stepped forward. The werewolves, upon spotting Qin Chuan and his companion, emitted a warning growl, followed by furious howls. You little pups. I've come to stir up some trouble, Qin Chuan declared with fierce intent. The werewolves wasted no time. They seized their weapons and charged at the duo. Qin Chuan and Shangguan Ruyun swiftly advanced, while Shengong Bao let out a roar and lunged at one of the werewolves, leveraging its 3-star strength to withstand the confrontation. Bang! Qin Chuan delivered a powerful kick that sent one werewolf flying, and with a sudden leap, he struck down another with a fierce punch. At that moment, 2 3-star werewolves rushed towards him, intent on eliminating this formidable human threat. They approached from both sides, confident that this human would surely meet his demise at their hands. Gripping their stone weapons tightly, they launched a brutal assault on Qin Chuan. Crash! The weapons slammed heavily onto the ground, yet they failed to strike Qin Chuan. He had already leaped into the air, aligning himself with the heads of the 2 werewolves. With a swift motion of his foot, he unleashed a whirlwind-like kick that sent both werewolves hurtling away. The sound of snapping bones echoed as his overwhelming strength shattered their skulls, instantly ending their lives. Witnessing the demise of his powerful companions, the red-haired werewolf let out a furious roar. It was a cry of vengeance, it would seek retribution for its fallen comrades. Unlike the others, the red-haired werewolf did not charge at Qin Chuan and bore no weapon, marking a stark contrast to its pack. However, as an energy aura began to manifest around the red-haired werewolf, the mystery of its unique nature began to unravel. The crimson werewolf is indeed a most extraordinary creature, enveloped in a radiant aura of red flames, as though the very essence of fire encased its entire being. This is a firewolf, endowed with the ability to manipulate flames. With a thunderous roar, the fire wolf charged forth, transforming into a blaze that unleashed 2 fireballs from its claws, aimed squarely at Qin Chuan. In response, Qin Chuan regarded the spectacle with disdain, thinking, who cannot wield magic? He too possessed fire spells. As the reincarnation of the fiery deity NEZHA, he found himself currently unable to harness his full potential, limited to utilizing a fire dragon technique acquired through a fortunate draw. Channeling his mana, he conjured a flame that morphed into a diminutive fire dragon, expanding it to a size of 2 meters. Behold the prowess of my fire magic. Qin Chuan commanded the little fire dragon to soar forward, consuming the fireballs launched by the wolf and crashing into it with unrelenting momentum. With a resounding explosion, the fire dragon detonated upon contact with the fire wolf, sending it hurtling through the air, severely wounded. The once mighty fire wolf could scarcely fathom the strength of Qin Chuan's fire dragon technique. How feeble, Qin Chuan mused. I have yet to unleash my full power. Thunderbolt incantation. With a crack, a bolt of white lightning struck the fire wolf, instantly charring its form. In but 2 swift spells, Qin Chuan had vanquished the creature, which had barely managed to retaliate. His formidable might was once again etched into the minds of onlookers. The title of the strongest in the Forbidden Land was not merely a product of chance. Thunderbolt incantation. Thunderbolt incantation. Thunderbolt incantation. He unleashed a series of spells, swiftly dispatching the remaining werewolves, leading to the annihilation of the 15-member pack. Sister Shangwan, it is time to collect your task item, Qin Chuan declared. Indeed. Glancing around, Shangwan Ryun hastened to the cliff's edge, following the task instructions to uproot the blue flame flower. It's a bit hot. The flower was peculiar, radiating a high temperature and glowing with a soft blue luminescence reminiscent of tiny flames. Task complete. We can depart now. After gathering the required flowers, Qin Chuan collected the remaining blue flame flowers before mounting his steed, the legendary Shen Gongbao, and descending the mountain. Chapter 82. A transcendental transformation. Viewers in the live streaming room were captivated as they witnessed Qin Chuan meticulously collect every last blue flame flower, even the smallest seedlings, showcasing his dedication as a flower thief. Qin Chuan, you do not protect the flora. I shall report you, exclaimed one viewer. These blue flame flowers are stunning. Look at those petals, glowing with a blue aura. They are truly remarkable. Another remarked, could that be fire? I never imagined a flower could emit flames. The implications of this flower remained a mystery. I can only surmise that the werewolves must be infuriated. After all, they painstakingly guarded the blue flame flowers, only to have them entirely uprooted by Qin Chuan. Now, Qin Chuan and Shangwan Ruoyun can complete their task together, after which they can embark on new quests and reap fresh rewards. They hurriedly strive to finish all tasks and claim every reward, leaving other fortunate souls with naught but scraps. Why did you gather so many blue flame flowers, leaving not a single one behind? Shangwan Ryun inquired as she gazed down at Qin Chuan, who was currently toying with the newly collected blue flame flowers. These blossoms emitted a cerulean glow, resembling tiny blue flames dancing atop their petals. I wonder if this can be eaten, Qin Chuan mused, licking his lips. You mustn't be reckless. Any unforeseen consequences could be dire, Shangwan Ruoyun swiftly cautioned. I know, so I won't act rashly. Qin Chuan nodded in affirmation. Then, he called out, Big cat. Instinctively, Shen Gongbao turned around, only to have its mouth pried open by Qin Chuan, who stuffed a blue flame flower inside, and then poured a mouthful of water down its throat. Shen Gongbao coughed and swallowed the strange substance. Its eyes widened in bewilderment, questioning what Qin Chuan had just made it consume. Shangwan Ruoyun could only stare in disbelief. You say you won't act recklessly, yet you force Shen Gongbao into such antics. You truly are a mischievous rascal. Soon, Shen Gongbao writhed in discomfort. Sensing something amiss, Qin Chuan swiftly embraced Shangwan Ruoyun and leapt to the ground. Oh woo! Shen Gongbao writhed in agony, its body feeling as though it were ablaze, rolling frantically on the ground. Observing Shen Gongbao's distress, Shangwan Ruoyun cast a serious glance at Qin Chuan. Yet, Qin Chuan remained cheerful, saying to her, Sister Shangwan, look how adorable the big cat is being playful. Is this playful? Have you ever seen a cat playfully crying out in distress? Shangwan Ruoyun replied, exasperated. Qin Chuan, this behavior is utterly reckless. Do you not realize it could endanger Shingongbao? She felt a mix of frustration and concern for the child's mischief. Surely, this flower cannot be consumed so casually. Is Shingongbao in any real danger? Qin Chuan looked at the rolling and howling Shingongbao, feigning innocence as he responded. But look, the big cat is still breathing. How could it possibly be in danger? Shangwan Ruoyun felt a surge of irritation, thinking, in your mind, must it be on the brink of death for you to acknowledge the seriousness? Breathe, breathe, she reminded herself. After all, he was merely 4 years old. Shangwan Ruoyun regarded Shingongbao as quite obedient, serving as their steadfast steed throughout their journey without a hint of complaint, even though Qin Chuan often teased it. Shingongbao bore no resentment. Such a splendid creature is hard to come by. Qin Chuan's reckless treatment of Shingongbao was truly excessive. Let us observe a moment of silence for the little leopard. Oh, dear little leopard, how unfortunate it is to have encountered Qin Chuan. You are the first peculiar creature he has met. Were it not for your cleverness, you would have long since become a mere heap of bones. No, not even bones would remain. The plight of Shingongbao is indeed quite lamentable. Qin Chuan's behavior seems rather excessive, as a steed. Shingongbao endures daily torment at the hands of Qin Chuan, which is truly distressing. However, I contend that Qin Chuan's actions are not entirely unjustifiable. It is important to remember that Shingongbao initially sought to devour Qin Chuan. Even after being subdued by Qin Chuan, it remained only due to the latter's formidable strength and the potential for assistance in enhancing its own power. The Forbidden Realm has clearly stated not to trust anyone, including the leopard. Is Qin Chuan truly acting recklessly? Beneath his seemingly youthful visage lies the soul of an adult. Stay strong, great cat. It is merely a flower. A trivial matter. Endure, and you shall prevail. Observing Shingongbao, Qin Chuan believed it would withstand the ordeal and therefore paid it little heed, deeming the suffering worthwhile. Shingongbao awoke. Translation: Qin Chuan, I curse you. Shangwan Ruoyun. Qin Chuan. What is Shingongbao even saying? A layer of flames manifested upon Shingongbao's surface, resembling a conflagration intent on roasting it alive. The agony was excruciating as the flames erupted from within, scorching its organs, cells, blood, and bones. The anguish was unbearable. Shingongbao felt as though death was imminent. Its once glorious fur had turned charred and blackened. Facing the grim prospect of being burned alive, it had not perished at the hands of its foes, but was instead succumbing to the torment of its ally. Regret for not fleeing in the first place consumed it. As time passed, just when Shingongbao believed it could endure no longer, the excruciating pain dissipated. In its stead arose an unprecedented sense of relief, as though vitality surged within, rejuvenating its battered form. The cells, meridians, organs, blood, and bones that had been scorched by the flames seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, becoming more resilient, vibrant, and immensely powerful. A radiant blue light enveloped Shingongbao, akin to a rebirth, emanating a resplendent glow. Shangwan Ruoyun stood in astonishment, inquiring, what has happened to it? Evolution, Qin Chuan replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. His efforts not in vain. Evolution, Shangwan Ruoyun exclaimed, marveling at Shingongbao's transformation, which resembled a profound metamorphosis, akin to a rebirth. The suffering endured previously was now counterbalanced by an exhilarating sensation. Shingongbao comprehended the truth. It should not have doubted Qin Chuan. It could sense its newfound strength, magnified several times over. It vowed to be a diligent and competent leopard, as Shingongbao's fur transformed, shifting from a deep black to a striking blend of black and blue. Intricate blue patterns emerged upon its body. Gone were the excesses born from overindulgence. It had become more robust, its limbs powerful, claws sharper, teeth more pronounced, and its eyes sharper than ever. A surge of regal might erupted from it, its aura growing increasingly formidable. Chapter 83, Astonishing. The Silver-Ranked Wolf King. Thud. The head of Shingongbao was struck with considerable force, leaving it feeling quite aggrieved. What is there to roar about? Qin Chuan expressed his dissatisfaction. Immediately, Shingongbao endeavored to appease him by rubbing its head against Qin Chuan and extending its tongue to lick his small hand, seemingly pleading for forgiveness. Upon witnessing this, Shangwan Ruoyun understood the situation. It appeared that beneath Qin Chuan's seemingly chaotic actions lay a deeper purpose. Monster name: Dark Flame Phantom Leopard. Quality: Bronze. Strength evaluation: 3 stars. Talents: Dark, Blue Flame. Speed. Shangwan Ruoyun gasped. Qin Chuan, Shingongbao has indeed evolved. Qin Chuan examined Shingongbao's details closely and noted its new attributes. Oh, splendid. It has acquired both dark and fire elements, and its quality has ascended to bronze. Shen Gongbao joyfully yelped a few times, its tail swaying like a jubilant pug, reveling in its newfound status. It was unexpected for it to achieve bronze quality. All of this was bestowed upon it by Qin Chuan. The efficacy of this blue flame flower was astonishing. No wonder the werewolves sent so many of their kin to guard it. Shangguan Ruiyun finally grasped the truth. No, I also fed the big cat a beast core from that fire werewolf. Otherwise, it would have been a mere dream for it to evolve. Qin Chuan acknowledged that he had orchestrated it all, motivated solely by the desire for Shen Gongbao to grow stronger, for otherwise, this creature would weigh down its companions. Oh, I see, Shangguan Ruiyun comprehended. The werewolf could inherently control fire, and naturally, the beast core possessed fiery attributes, coupled with the influence of the blue flame flower. This allowed Shen Gongbao to evolve successfully. However, the agony of evolution was substantial. The previous Shen Gongbao had nearly lost half its life. One must endure hardship to become the best among leopards. Big cat, your journey is still long, Qin Chuan remarked with profound insight, casting a meaningful glance at Shen Gongbao. Initially, Shen Gongbao was quite elated, but inexplicably, upon seeing Qin Chuan smile, it began to feel a twinge of fear. The thought of Qin Chuan compelling it to evolve without any psychological preparation was daunting, and the prospect of enduring such experiences again left it feeling dejected. Wow, Shen Gongbao's expression is simply priceless. I once thought Qin Chuan was truly wicked. It turns out he had a scheme all along. What a clever fellow. Qin Chuan was indeed impressive, managing to facilitate Shen Gongbao's evolution. The name Dark Flame Phantom Leopard was incredibly formidable. One could only wonder how much its strength had increased. I am eager to witness Shen Gongbao's reaction when it is unexpectedly prompted to evolve by Qin Chuan once more. Just as they were about to descend the mountain, they discovered they were encircled by werewolves. Layer upon layer of werewolves surrounded them, leaving no escape, while numerous traps and obstacles had been set up to prevent their flight. The surrounding werewolves were numerous, fully equipped, indicating a full-scale sortie. The reason for their emergence was likely due to Qin Chuan's theft of the blue flame flower they were sworn to protect. As for how these werewolves were aware of this, Qin Chuan had neither the time nor the inclination to ponder. There were countless werewolves, certainly numbering in the hundreds. Upon witnessing such a multitude, Shangguan Ruiyun felt a sense of foreboding. Had only a few, or even dozens, appeared, her worries might have been alleviated. However, the sheer volume of werewolves this time was overwhelming, particularly one towering at 5 meters, robust in physique, with arms of incredible strength, and sporting a pair of horns reminiscent of a bull. This particular werewolf appeared formidable and was likely the strongest among them. Creature name: Wolf King. Quality: Silver. Strength rating: 3 stars. Talent: Strength, Fury, Colossal Might. To their astonishment, they encountered a silver-tier creature. This was their first encounter with such a powerful entity. Shangguan Ruiyun was filled with dread, for she also spotted another creature of bronze caliber. Creature name: Ice Wolf. Quality: Bronze. Strength rating: 3 stars. Talent: Ice Control. 1 silver-tier werewolf, accompanied by a bronze-tier creature, and surrounded by hundreds of others wielding various weapons. The odds were overwhelmingly unfavorable. Qin Chuan and his companion were merely 2 individuals and a leopard. Each of them would need to contend with over 100 foes. Could they possibly escape? A silver-tier monster. This was truly a calamity, especially with so many lesser creatures alongside it. The situation was dire. The sheer number of werewolves rendered any chance of escape virtually impossible. While Qin Chuan was not overly concerned, believing he could evade them, Shangguan Ruiyun and Shen Gongbao were in peril. Given Qin Chuan's nature, he would never abandon them. The werewolves were here for the blue flame flower, and even if Qin Chuan were to return it, would they truly let them go? Werewolves are monsters. The idea of negotiating with them is nothing short of delusional. Compromise is out of the question. That Wolf King appeared incredibly powerful. After all, it was a silver creature. Finally, the fated ones of Yan Huang have brought this upon themselves. Werewolves, tear them to shreds. I can almost envision the gruesome scene of these 3 being torn apart. Your arrogance has finally provoked the ire of the werewolves. Qin Chuan, Shangguan Ruiyun uttered anxiously. Run up the mountain. I'll handle the rest. Qin Chuan was confident in his ability to escape, yet this would inevitably mean neglecting Shangguan Ruiyun. As long as she was safe, everything else could be managed. What? You expect me to face these werewolves alone? No, how can I possibly escape? Shangguan Ruiyun was not one to cower in fear for her life. How could she allow Qin Chuan to confront them by himself? Trust me, Sister Shangguan. I can handle these werewolves. Though they are numerous, it is merely a matter of time, Qin Chuan asserted confidently. Without waiting for further argument, he leaped to the ground. Patting Shen Gongbao, take Sister Shang Wan and hide. Avoid unnecessary conflict with the werewolves. Worried for Qin Chuan, Shen Gongbao complied with his command, despite its apprehension. Shangguan Ruoyun wished to say more, but Qin Chuan had already charged ahead, leaving her with a parting assurance. Believe in me. She did trust him, which compelled her to depart with tears in her eyes. This was all to prevent distracting him. Her presence would only hinder his focus against the enemy. Ultimately, she felt too weak to aid Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, you must stay safe. Chapter 84. Qin Chuan under siege howl. Upon witnessing Shangguan Ruoyun's retreat, the Silver Wolf King raised its massive stone axe and let out a furious roar. The surrounding werewolves echoed its cry, surging towards Qin Chuan. Yet, advancing was no simple task. Qin Chuan summoned the Zhanhu sword, channeling his magical energy to conjure hundreds of ethereal swords, formed from pure mana. With a mere gesture, the ethereal blades surged forth like a swarm of bees. Clash! The sound of swords clashing reverberated like an army of weapons colliding. The ethereal swords, swift and densely packed, overwhelmed the weaker werewolves, leaving them utterly annihilated in their wake. Roar! The Wolf King, witnessing this devastation, bellowed in rage, leaping several meters to the ground, positioning itself before the oncoming ethereal swords. With a mighty swing of its stone axe, it attempted to cleave through the blades. Clang! 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 The Silver Wolf King, formidable in strength and endowed with dual talents of power and might, unleashed a force that could not be underestimated, shattering many of Qin Chuan's conjured swords. However, since these swords were formed from his mana, their destruction was inconsequential. He could simply reconstitute them. Yet, Qin Chuan had no intention of doing so. The more swords he conjured, the greater the mana consumption and mental effort required to control them. He opted to summon only 3 ethereal swords, in addition to the Zhanhu sword, directing a total of 4 blades towards the Wolf King. By slaying the Wolf King, the morale of the werewolves would undoubtedly plummet. Qin Chuan maneuvered the swords to attack from 4 different directions. The Wolf King, no slouch itself, managed to deflect 3 of the strikes, but 1 sword struck true. Though the resilient Wolf King suffered only minor injuries from the blow, it only served to further incite its fury. As the Wolf King roared in fury, the pack of wolves retreated in fear. Towering at a height of 5 meters, the Wolf King covered several meters with a single stride, swiftly approaching Qin Chuan, who stood diminutive before him. Without hesitation, the Wolf King swung his mighty axe downwards. The ground trembled, leaving a profound dent that testified to the ferocity of the assault. Yet, Qin Chuan was not slow to react. He deftly evaded the blow, channeling lightning through his palm. Arcs of electricity crackling wildly as he leaped forward to counterattack the Wolf King. Celestial thunder curse. Crack! Lightning surged towards the Wolf King. But the formidable beast merely bore a singe from the strike, its rage undiminished as it swung its axe once more at Qin Chuan. The colossal axe sliced through the air, a tempest trailing in its wake, yet Qin Chuan, with his agile reflexes, was not easily struck. At that moment, a chill swept through the air, and a series of ice spikes materialized, hurtling towards Qin Chuan. His formidable spiritual awareness alerted him, allowing him to execute a series of backflips, evading the icy projectiles. As they struck the ground, they emitted an astonishing coldness. The Ice Wolfman, accompanied by a throng of wolf minions, advanced menacingly. With a series of fierce howls, the Ice Wolfman led his pack towards Qin Chuan. With swift determination, Qin Chuan surged forward, dispatching a small wolf with a punch and sending another flying with a kick. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, and several pursued the vulnerable Shangguan Ruoyun. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan summoned a small fire dragon from the air, directing it towards the wolves. Boom! Several wolves were obliterated in the explosion, yet a few managed to penetrate the forest, continuing their chase. Qin Chuan, confident in Shangguan Ruoyun's intellect, trusted she would utilize the terrain to eliminate her pursuers, aided by the bronze-quality Shangguan leopard. Quickly vacating the area, he evaded the relentless assaults of the Ice Wolfman. Yet, mere evasion was not in Qin Chuan's nature. He wielded 4 ethereal swords, launching a fierce offensive against the Ice Wolfman. Clang! 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 The Ice Wolfman proved formidable, conjuring an ice wall to shield against the onslaught of swords. Qin Chuan found himself forced to confront the advancing wolves. Their strength a mere 1 or 2 stars, weaklings that could be dispatched with a single strike, albeit in great numbers, requiring time to manage. Yet the Ice Wolfman was relentless. Seizing every opportunity to attack, keeping Qin Chuan occupied and vexed. This was the role of a mage. Even without direct hits, they could exhaust their opponent. Furthermore, Qin Chuan had a significant threat to watch for. Indeed, the Silver Wolf King seized an opportunity, lifting a massive boulder and hurling it towards Qin Chuan. Grasping a wolf with one hand, Qin Chuan retaliated by forcefully throwing the creature at the incoming boulder. The colossal boulder shattered the werewolves into fragments, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling away into the distance. Such formidable strength. Qin Chuan did not underestimate the Silver Wolf King. Seizing this opportunity, he commanded his flying sword to charge toward the werewolves. A cacophony of screams erupted, mingling with a flurry of blood as these feeble werewolves proved utterly defenseless against the razor-sharp onslaught of the flying blades. After vanquishing a dozen werewolves, he found his path obstructed by the ice spears of the ice werewolf. Qin Chuan redirected his flying sword to attack the ice werewolf, but the Silver Wolf King hurled several more massive stones at him, forcing Qin Chuan to retreat. It was time, indeed. Continuing the battle here was exceedingly disadvantageous for him due to the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. At this moment, he surmised that Shangguan Riyun must have ventured deep into the forest, and it was time for him to withdraw while engaging the enemy. He was acutely aware of a tactical principle. When the enemy advances, he retreats. When the enemy retreats, he advances. Come on, little wolves, if you dare, pursue me. Qin Chuan sprinted away, evading numerous attacks, and then turned to make a face at the Wolf King and his minions before diving into the woods. Howl! The Wolf King commanded, all troops, advance. We must slay Qin Chuan beneath our paws. The previous scenes had terrified him. They were perilously close to danger. Yet Qin Chuan always managed to evade at the most critical moments. Ultimately, it was Qin Chuan alone, outnumbered and vulnerable. Had he someone to assist in holding off the lesser foes or the Wolf King, he would not have been so beleaguered. However, his concern for Shangguan Riyun, akin to the worry for his own mother, compelled him to let her go first. If it were me, I would have acted similarly. A man must never allow a woman to remain in peril. The strength of the Silver-Tier Wolf King was astounding. Lifting such a massive stone seemed effortless. As Qin Chuan entered the forest, he displayed his cunning, utilizing the geographical advantages to confront these monstrous foes.